Hello and good evening, and welcome to My Startup TV Africa, your premier destination for all things entrepreneurial across this beautiful African continent. I'm Jayshree, and I'm bringing you this show all the way from Dar es Salaam, a beautiful city in East Africa's Tanzania. We have an exciting and informative show ahead for you. But before we dive in, please remember to subscribe to My Startup TV on YouTube and follow us on X, Instagram, Facebook, and Coop and LinkedIn. Visit our website www.mystartuptv.in for the latest updates and exclusive content. We have podcasts for you on Amazon and Spotify. Please remember, your support helps us bring you the best in African entrepreneurship. Now let's get started with today's headlines. So in today's headlines, first of all, we have a groundbreaking development from Egypt. Egyptian digital investment platform Thunder, and it is spelled as THNDR, has expanded its services to the United Arab Emirates. And they have acquired a Category 3A license with retail endorsement from the Abu Dhabi Global Market Financial Services Regulatory Authority, FSRA. So this is a big achievement for the Egyptian startup. The startup's founders are Ahmed Hamouda and Saif Amr. I hope I'm spelling it right, AMR. They launched Thunder in 2020 after participating in the Silicon Valley-based Y Combinator Accelerator. Thunder initially offered users a commission-free, mobile-first equities trading platform that makes investing in stocks, bonds, and funds easy. The startup, which became the first company to receive a brokerage license in Egypt since 2008 and 2020, then launched an additional product that allows users to trade in mutual funds before securing a $20 million funding round for MENA region, which is short for Middle East and North Africa region, expansion in February 2022. Now let's move to the next news. Next comes from the health tech arena. South African authorities have issued a patent to an Israeli startup, Zero Candida, for its innovative treatment for Candida yeast infection. For those who do not know, Candida is a yeast fungus, that occurs naturally in the body, but an excess of it can cause infection, most commonly in the mouth or vagina. It affects 3 out of 4 women worldwide at some stage in their lives, and untreated, it can cause serious health issues. The startup solution claims to use high-energy blue light to destroy the fungus quickly without side effects. So far, patients have mostly been using antifungal drugs to treat this yeast, but such drugs only worked on the symptom, not the root cause. The next news comes from Nigeria. The Lagos state government in Nigeria has set aside 1 billion naira in seed funding for startups through the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council, which is also known as LASRIC. This major announcement came during the inauguration of Lagos's newly reconstituted LASRIC members. This event highlighted Lagos's growing reputation as a hub for early stage and unicorn startups. Some of our viewers will know that Nigeria is a very important startup market for African startups and entrepreneurs. It holds a lot of healthy and fairly nurtured startup ecosystems. One of the companies that is making news globally from Nigeria is Flutterwave. I request all my viewers to look up on Flutterwave and the work that they are doing. Going back to the news now, we are this funding from the Nigerian government is directed at Lagos' startup ecosystem, which is outpacing many other African cities in success metrics, foreign direct investment, and the number of innovative solutions and patents. Let's hope, viewers, that this fresh government funding strengthens the ecosystem further. Now, before moving to the next segment, I remind you all to stay tuned to My Startup TV Africa for more updates on the incredible innovations powering Africa. Subscribe and follow us on all our platforms for daily updates. And now it's time for the main segment. Today, a very special guest is joining us for an in-depth interview. Fo Makutu is a self-taught robomaker and the founder and CEO of Fo Robotics. It is a design printing startup that brings ideas to life. Before we learn more about his journey, challenges, and the future of entrepreneurship, let's watch a quick video.
Ke tswa motsaneng o mongwe go la Limpopo. Ke thomile go aga diroboto ke na le mengwaga e 10. Tlhotlheletšo ke humane ge go be go agwa tsela motsaneng wa gešo. Ke be ke hlwa ke lebeletše metšhini go bona gore e šoma bjang. Ke be ke tla napa ka ya gae ka nyaka ditsekana tša kgale tša didirišwa go leka go dira o mongwe wa metšhini eo. Ga se ka rutwa ke motho dilo tše, go ya ka nna ga ago yo a bego a swana le nna sekolong. Le ge go le bjalo, ga se ka dumelela se go ba tšhitišo. Ga bjale ke dira dithuto tša go itlwaetša mošomo ka vetse. Le kgono le ke iphile hllohlo ya go aga roboto ya letsogo yeo e ka fepago ngwana. Ponelopele ya ka ke go ba le workshopo yeo go yona nka rutago bana go dira diroboto, robotics. Gobane ke na le kholofelo ya gore diroboto di ka tliša bokamoso bjo bokaone. Se dumelele setlogo sa gago se go thibela go phethagatša ditoro tša gago.
That was wonderful and impressive, wasn't it? Let's learn more about it from the man himself. Welcome, Fo. It's such a pleasure to have you on My Startup TV Africa. Could you check the audio at your end? I can see that you're saying something, but we can't hear it. Fo, could you check the audio again, please? Let's wait for 1 or 2 more, 1 minute perhaps. We can't hear any audio feeds, but we can see that Fo is right here. While Fo is coming back, let me tell our viewers about some of the other exciting developments, not just developments, just to help them understand what the startup ecosystems in Africa are generally like. It's a lesser known space in the ecosystem world, especially a lot of people following startup updates in India do not realize the potential or all things wonderful that are happening here. So let me start quickly. Let me try to quickly give you some idea about things about the ecosystems and how they are performing here. So, you know that Africa is the world's second largest and second most populous continent after Asia, with 1.4 billion people. I think more than 1.4 billion people. Uh, it has a rich startup sector in the nascent stages, of course. In 2021, startups secured $4.3 billion with more than, which was 2.5 times more than 2020. Companies like Flutterwave in Nigeria that I spoke about earlier are reaching billion-dollar valuations, showcasing the potential of the market. So I think it would be interesting for a lot of entrepreneurs in India to take interest in what is happening in Africa right now. Let's go back to the screen and check if Fo is back and if the audio issues have been rectified.
Are you able to hear me?
Now it's better. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. My apology for that. Sorry.
No problem at all. How are you, Fo? It's a pleasure to have you on the show. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a very great pleasure to be here. So yeah, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, you are absolutely clear. I think we'll quickly jump to the interview. Let's start by having you tell us a bit about your background and what inspired you to start your company for robotics. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. So my name is Mpo Magutu. I am from Mpo Robotics. So the Mpo Robotics specializes in robots for education, especially STEM robots. So what we do is we build Lego robots so that we can give children the chance to get to start building robots at a young age, and then in an easy and interactive a way, and also in a fun way. So yeah.
That's interesting. So my next few questions will be focused on your early inspiration and beginnings. So first, can you tell us a bit about your journey into robotics and technology? By that I mean, what initially sparked your interest in this field?
Okay, great. So actually, this inspiration came about when I was growing up. So I'm a guy who liked robotics, and I would always follow these machines, especially the road construction machines. Like, wanted to see how are these machines working, and then after that, I would go home and then look for any spare electrical parts that I can use to build one of those machines, and by that time, we couldn't even, know about, 3D printers, laser cut machines, these, fancy or, good machines, or equipments to build, the, products. So yeah, but that, I mean, didn't stop me from what I wanted to develop. Like, I just went to the streets and then looked for any trash that I could use to build one of my robots. So yeah, and then after that, that's when now I started taking them out there, show people that okay, this is what I can do, this is what I can build, and then so that if there are people who are able to help me out, to maybe get the funding, or instead of just building them from trash, then I can start using these other machines to start building them in a proper way, let me say so, and then yeah, in a way that I'm able to also share this skill to other children or other kids or other people. So yeah. And then, yeah, I believe it was 3 years back when I started, doing 3D printing, laser cutting, and this other technology. So that's when, like, now I started upscaling, my skill in a way that now I'm able to, take, that robots that I built from trash, and then now I'm able to transfer that to, CAD software. From CAD software, then I can be able to 3D print or laser cut. And then I made them in a way that, they can be like Legos, so that, children are able to learn, from them in a fun and interactive way.
That's actually exciting and brings me to my next question. What are the current projects that you are currently working on in terms of robotics? And what really sparked your interest in developing such kind of projects? But first, please tell us what are the current projects that you are working on.
Okay, great. So the current project that I'm working on, I'm just gonna first start with the STEM, robots. STEM robots simply, I just refer to, science, technology, engineering, and maths. And by that, I mean like, the robots that can be able to, move around and then throw. So those we call them, doodle bots. So those are, the robots that I'm busy, making for kids. And then, sometimes I bring kids together, on Saturdays. Sometimes, I go to their schools, and then, I bring them together, and then we build those robots together. And then they also, get to work in groups, and then so that they can build, one of those robots. So there are, a couple of them that I'm, working on at the moment. So there's also, different working mechanisms, because like I've seen that there's actually, a gap in our, education system. When I'm looking at it, it's like, we get to learn these things when we, go into varsities, we don't get to see these things in practical. So you might find that, okay, maybe there's something that maybe, a child or a kid wants to build, but it doesn't, even understand a basic mechanism that, how to convert rotary to a linear motion. Maybe by that, maybe you want to make, an electric knife, for an example, but you don't know just that basic mechanism on how to convert rotary to a linear motion. Because, like what we are using in this, in this field of robotics, it's like there's always motion, but that motion, there are many ways to convert that so that you are able to achieve whatever you want to achieve. So these are kind of the gap that I want to bridge at a young age, at schools, for the young age at schools. So what I do is I want them to get to learn these, different working mechanisms. Like, it could be, universal joints, it could be, linear to rotary, oscillating, in a practical and, interactive way, So yeah, those are the current projects that I'm working on. But also there's another, robot that I'm working on, which is, like a 6-axis robot arm. Basically, it's the same robot that you find in the, automobile plant where they're building, cars. So I have one of that robot that, people from universities, people who are in, high schools, so they are able to come and then learn programming, coding, using the same robot that, I developed. So, and then another one is, there's this other, project that we are working on, but, I have these other guys that I'm working with as well. So it's like for the saloons. So it's like a hair braiding, machine. So we've realized that, our saloons, we take more time waiting for our ladies there in the hair salons. So now we just want to make them the product that can braid hair quicker. So yeah, those are kind of those are the current projects that I'm working on at the moment.
Wonderful. Robots that make you look pretty. Who doesn't want to hear more about that? But you mentioned a few seconds ago that about building your robots using recycled materials. Would you talk a
Yes.
little bit more about that? How did you manage to build your first creations using recycled materials, and what were some of the challenges you faced early on?
Okay, great. So yeah, the way I've started is, okay. I first went to my nearest scrapyards. So my nearest scrapyards, that's where you can find waste materials. So when I get there, is okay. I ask them about the waste that I can collect, and then I pay for it, But obviously, it's not as expensive as a a material. Then yeah. So by that I mean using old, drill machines. So inside that old drill machines, I know the motors, they are always in a good working condition. So it's just the switches and some other stuff that are in that old drill machine. So those, obviously I'm using that for the motion, because the robot has to move. So for it to move, then I have to use the motors. So and those drill motors, they are very strong and enough to make an entire arm of a robot. So yeah, and then for the structure, I went to mostly for the structures, I go to the places where they just dump waste, like dumping area. So I know, like, I can find wires, so those are the material that I use to make the structure. And obviously I would just use a cardboard box to cover it. So in terms of the challenges, yeah, it was a bit hard, because sometimes working with trash, you might find like there are some of the stuff that it's a bit hard to achieve in terms of smoothness. Like when you're building an arm, it needs to move smooth. So it was a bit challenging, because you find like the wires, they're not that smooth in a way that if you use a 3D printer, you can make it to move nice and smooth. But yeah, so those I can say they are the challenges. And another main challenges are that you find, like, when I'm going to that nearest scrapyards, when I'm buying those motors, you find like some of these guys, they want to make them you want to sell them at high a price, and you find like that time I don't have that money, and I want to make sure that I achieve what I want to achieve. So, and yeah, I can say those are the main challenges, the money to buy those motors. Because yeah, I mean, finding them at dumping area, it's a bit hard to find all drill machines. So yeah.
Wow. Okay, so this just piques my curiosity even further. You just told me you've built a lot of, robos using recycled materials. There have been even windmill from recycled projects. If I did I hear that correct? Hello.
Hello, sorry, can you please repeat that? You say from what?
Yeah, I was asking. I
Yes,
understand that you have built quite a range of robos using recycled,
yes.
items. Like there were cars and robos that feed, and even a windmill from recycled items. Am I correct? Yeah. Could you then describe one of your favorite projects and tell our viewers about the process and why it is a favorite?
Oh, okay, great. So let me say my favorite project is actually the robot arm. Like the crane that I built, and also the robot that feed a child. So the reason why I'm saying it's my favorite one is because I know and I believe that the future now, it's more about the robotics. So robotic arm, you can be able to program it to perform any tasks. So that's what I've also realized or discovered, that with an arm, it, like arm behaves the same as my arm. So you are able to program it to perform any task. So as long as the movements, because the main thing is the movements, the motion of the of the robot. So that is why I'm saying it's actually my favorite. Like, yeah, our future, or the future, it's all about robotics. So yeah,
Wow.
that's what I'm saying.
For someone who's just very new to this world of robotics and she's still learning about it, I find what you do very fascinating. So tell me, in very layman terms, how do you come up with new ideas? What drives your creativity when you design these inventions, and how do you come up with new ideas and concepts? That's the long and short of what I'm trying to ask.
Oh, okay, great. So these new, innovations, I come up with these new innovations when I'm, watching, existing robots out there. Because I mean, it's not like something new to me. So it's something that has been existing years ago. But so since I'm fascinated, in this world of robotics, I'm always, on YouTube. Every time you'll find me on YouTube, you'll find me, watching, what are the guys doing out there. And then, after that, I would always, check, or okay, how are these guys, building these robots, and then after that, I'll just, say, okay, look, what do I need to also, make one of these robots? If I need a CAD software, then I download that CAD software. If I need, any software that maybe they use, it might be, better to, develop some of the parts, or to make these robots, then I would, download that software so that I can get to, use it. And then, yeah, after that I develop, these robots. So yeah, I can say main thing is the YouTube. For me, it's the YouTube. I'm always on YouTube checking what are the guys doing out there. And then, yeah, after that, and then I would, think of, anything that I can, develop around robotics.
That's actually good use of screen time. Such kind of screen time should be encouraged, I suppose. So, coming to a next question on impact on community, I believe you're from Copper Mine. Am I saying it right? Your community? Again, the audio is we can't hear you. But my next question was, how has For Robotics, your company, and your vision has impacted your community in Coppermine? Now that the audio is back, I'm assuming. Can you give me the name again properly?
Coppermine, yes. It's
Coppermine.
Coppermine,
Okay. So,
Coppermine, yes.
so how has For Robotics impacted your community in Coppermine and beyond? Can you share some examples of how your inventions made a difference?
Okay, great. So, the difference that I can say, or the impact, so is that, people, get to, understand, or, see, how the great, or how the robots could, change, their lives by just seeing the stuff that I'm doing. So that's the first thing. And then the other thing is that, I get them to, start to, love the robots, and also get them to start building the robots, because of what, the waste that I'm using. Now they get motivated by seeing that, you don't have to, hesitate by, if you want to build anything, you don't have to hesitate, because you could use what you have. So if Mpo managed to, go and get, old DVD from his, father's, electrical appliances, so it means also myself, I can go and then look for, any broken, electrical appliances, and build, one of, innovations that I want to, build. So yeah, so that's what I can say. It actually, impact, their lives, because now they are able to build whatever they want to build. Besides saying, we don't have, proper equipment, we don't have, proper, tools, or we don't have proper, materials. So they could, take, that waste, and then turn it into something. Yeah. So, and also, like when it comes to, kids as well, instead of, them, just, roaming around the streets, so they are able to come together, interactively, so then they are able to, build, the robots.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then I will move to the next question, which speaks to the entrepreneur in you. I think a lot of our viewers will be entrepreneurs, and they will also be interested in finding this out. As the CEO of For Robotics, what are the biggest challenges you have encountered in starting and running your own business, and in a developing economy like South Africa, which is
Okay, great. So yeah, I mean, our main challenge is that, in this field now, what we want to, do is, we wanna see, this our workshops that we are running, maybe, happening, maybe, a couple of times in a month. So sometimes it's difficult, because I mean, we don't have, capital for that. Because if, let's say, you have to run a workshop, you want to bring the kids together, you want to bring children in a, a space where they are able to build robots. So if you don't have, capital, so it's a bit difficult, to host such workshops. Sorry. So yeah, that's the main thing that I can say, it's challenging, capital. So yeah, funding actually. because I mean, like sometimes, you know, when you find like, okay, yes, like I mean, there are kids that you want to, you know, teach them how to build robots. You find like, okay, maybe sometimes, yes, there's that small amount of money to, you know, host them. You find like, okay, maybe at the same time they have to eat, you know, they're coming from disadvantaged, homes, so they couldn't carry their, you know, lunch boxes, so you need to, you know, get them food so that they are, you know, able to eat, because you can't, you know, keep the kids the entire day without eating. And then at the same time you find like, okay, maybe, you know, the Legos that we have, or, you know, the robots that we have, so we don't have enough kits to, you know, give each and every one, because maybe they are about 30, they are about 50, so you can't give each and every one, because like now next time you have to come back for, you know, the next group, and then you don't have, you know, the other kids to give that. So you find like, and they are very interested, and they would love to go to get home, and then, you know, start, you know, building, you know, around that, you know, a Lego. So, and yeah, because of we couldn't give them it, then like sometimes maybe, you know, you know, it makes them not to, you know, start, you know, seeing these robots as, you know, a very great, you know, opportunity for them, and also, you know, as a, you know, a great thing to have, you know, because they don't have that kids with them. So what we would love, you know, to, you know, actually, yeah, see is these kids, you know, getting, you know, these robots, taking them home, getting home, and then being able to, you know, put it together, you know. Yeah, so that it will actually help them, you know, not to, you know, forget what they were, you know, that what they've learned. Let me actually put it like that. Yes.
That's an incredible amount of passion for what you are doing in South African
Mm.
classrooms. But what are your long-term goals for robotics, your company?
Okay, so my long-term goal is to, you know, see myself, you know, having, you know, a good space where, you know, instead of, you know, just going, you know, to different, you know, places where I can, you know, offer these workshops, then there's a place where, you know, I can be able to, you know, host these workshops, then people are able to come, you know, the community is able to come in, and then, you know, learn more about this, you know, different working mechanism, about, you know, robotics, and then they get chance to build, you know, their innovations, because we believe that, you know, if we can be able to host this kind of workshops or this kind of training, you know, a couple of times in a month, or, you know, the entire month, you know, we'll be giving, you know, the community enough chance to come and, you know, learn more about this. And also this, it's going to be, you know, interesting to them, because now they can see that, okay, instead of just learning once a month, now I can go there, you know, maybe 4 times a week. I mean, maybe 4 times a month, or, you know, even more than 4 times a month. Then they are able to see that, okay, you know, learning robotics is really, really, you know, interesting, and also it's going to, you know, help them, their minds, to, you know, keep their minds active, because, you know, they will be able to get home, and then, you know, think out the box, like, okay, what is it that they can do, because now they have learned, you know, different working mechanism. How can they apply that kind of mechanism, you know, in their businesses, or in their, you know, innovations that they want to, you know, come up with. So yeah.
um, Looks like you could give a lot of insights to people who are trying to be entrepreneurs, young people in universities, and maybe some of them even in our viewership. So what advice would you give to young people in South Africa and then even in other countries who are interested in pursuing a career in robotics or entrepreneurship, especially those who are facing financial challenges? When every entrepreneur we speak to will only speak about capital and funding and bootstrapping. The thing is, how do you continue harboring, your vision in entrepreneurship in spite of such challenges? What would be your advice?
Okay. Uh, from my side, you know, what I would say to, you know, you entrepreneurs is that we know, like, it's hard, you know, to develop, you know, your innovation, you know, without, you know, proper equipment, without proper tools, without proper materials. But for me, I would say, you know, to keep your brain, you know, water to water your skills. So you need to, you know, always, you know, use what you have, use what you see. So, like I know most of people, at homes, there are, a lot of, broken, electrical appliances that they can use. I mean, like for you to build, a robot, you need to have something that moves. So, in most of electrical appliances, you find like maybe for an example inside the DVD, inside the radios, there are motors. So those motors, you can take them out and then, you start building whatever you want to build. Obviously, that will help you not to, forget about your innovation, or that will help you to, always, always stay into robotics, yeah. Because I mean, if let's say you say no, you know what, because I don't have proper equipment, I don't have proper tools, then I will build this whenever I have that. And then you will find that, okay, you end up not being into robotics anymore. Because I mean, the reason why I'm saying this, I'm going to tell you that, like, I would love to tell you this, that I mean, a lot of people, they always, telling me, especially those who are older than me, they always telling me that, you know what, when I grew up, I used to build, a wire cars. I used to build, this kind of stuff using the motors. But, I ended up, leaving it. But now when I'm asking them, why did you leave it? And then they're telling me that, you know what, because of, I didn't have, maybe someone would say time, someone would say I didn't have proper equipment. That is why I ended up leaving it. So, but for me, I would say, if you don't want to be like, those guys who are going to be, telling the youngsters, in future to say, I had an interest in robotics, but because of, not having proper equipment, then I ended up leaving it. So for me, I would say, use what you have, use that waste that you have out there, and then, build, those innovations that you have. Because also what I believe in is that, if let's say you have an innovation that you want to build. So if you can build it, let's say maybe you are seeking for a funding, or you are looking for, you know, or companies that can fund you. It's better if you have something that is already working, so you're able to demonstrate, unlike just talking. So yeah, for me, I would say, for people who are interested in robotics, use those electrical appliances, but not the new ones. Don't break. I'm not saying break TVs at home, but use the old ones, the old radios. You use them, take out the motors, take out the wires, build those innovations that you want to come up with. Then it's better if now. I mean, it will be better for you to go and look for a funding while you're having something that you can demonstrate, unlike just talking.
Wow, that's very
Yes.
useful actually.
Mm.
But then it also comes to the question: the way you are telling other people, and of course, your advice is invaluable. Do you have heroes? Someone who inspired you to get on this journey? Any resource or any person who inspired you, and you were like, no, I just want to be like this person, and I'm committed to this skill, and now I'm going to start my company and build robots. Do you have any such heroes or role models?
Yes, yeah. Like my role model actually is Elon Musk. Every time when I'm looking at the stuff that he's doing, I'm like, how do I get to that level? Because I see what he's doing is really amazing, and I believe that anything is possible. For me, if I can tell you that, some other guys, especially from work at home, my family, when they're telling me that, what, this thing of yours, building, robots, or this thing of entrepreneurship, so it's not really sustainable, because of sometimes, when they see that, there's no enough capital that you are generating, they feel like, what you're doing is not really going to work or going to help you. But I keep telling them, what, I want to, come up with, an invention that is going to, help, the world out there, and, simplify their lives. And for sure, I'm gonna come up with that. I know, the journey that we are, in is not really, easy, but it needs, it needs that patience, and then it needs, the belief. You need to, yeah, it needs faith, belief, and then actions as well. Because if you just believe without actions, I don't think you will really achieve what you want to achieve. But for me, yeah, I mean, trust me, it's bit hard at the moment, because
That's actually quite inspiring. I hope
I
Elon
believe.
Musk is watching our show and learning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Please go on.
Yes, yes, yeah. I was saying yes. I mean, it's a bit hard, but yeah. I mean, with the belief, action as well, faith. Yeah, we will really get where we want to be. So yeah, Elon Musk, he is.
Elon Musk, it is quite inspiring. I hope you also scale to several heights
Mm.
of success, and we will keep following your updates on social media. We're nearing the end of the interview, but I still have a couple of more questions. First one, how can government, communities, and organizations better support young innovators like you?
Okay, so for me, I mean, like I would say, government, if it can come on board, in a way that, okay, if let's say we, having, innovation, let's say there's someone who has an innovation and wants to, bring that, to life. Because I mean, there are those guys who, you might find like he has an idea of building something, but he doesn't, know how to start, and he doesn't have maybe money to buy components and stuff so that he can develop that innovation. So yeah, I mean, if the government would come on board, that would be fantastic, in a way that, okay, when we go into pitch this to them, to say, look, this is what I want to develop, but I don't have 1, 2, 3. If we pitch this, if they can hear us, and then after that act, help us so that we are able to achieve that, that would be fantastic. And then at the same time, and I mean, another one is that it would be fantastic if our government, if they can, if they see that we want to get our youngsters into robotics. So these workshops that we are doing, if they can come on board, to support us, financially, so that these children out there, they get a chance to learn about this robotics, because we believe that these things are possible. It's a matter of getting the right people to actually share these skills with you, and then yeah, so that you can build your business. Because I mean, like, if you can check in our country, there are a lot of graduates that are there that they don't even have jobs, and some of them, they are just, I mean, there are people who even if they didn't graduate, but they don't have jobs. So you find like, okay, this STEM robots, or this chance of running the workshops, it could help them a lot, in a way that, okay, if let's say we give them the chance to learn about this robotics, then I mean, the minds are, we have, like there could be something that you can think after learn about this different working mechanisms, and then you can start a business out there and start making money. So yeah, we believe that if our government can hear us when we say we running the workshops, we want the community to come and learn about robotics, to learn about this these different working mechanisms, so that they can be able to build their businesses. So yeah, that would be fantastic if our government can hear us.
Yeah, it would absolutely be fantastic. It is
Yes.
important to encourage STEM education in every country, and more people participate in it. It reflects better in the quality of opportunities that are being generated. So, but my the next question would be a little bit more like a personal reflection. Um, for you, which is your looking back on your journey so far, what are you most proud of achieving with for robotics with your company?
Okay, great. So the first, uh, I would say, the success that I see, in the space that I'm at. So it's very similar on pricing. So I mean, the space, gave me, an opportunity, to use the machines, to use laser cutter, to use 3D printers, to use these other equipment that I didn't even know before, I can come. So, the success is that, like, now I'm able to, make some business, in a way that, okay, the robots that I'm making. So sometimes when we hosting the workshops here, instead of buying these robots from overseas, or buying them from online, then these robots, we they developed by us, like we making them here at the space, and then people are learning from them. So instead of importing them, then it's locally made. So I can say that's a success for me. And then at the same time, it's that sometimes when there are other entrepreneurs who wants to develop their prototypes, so we are able to help them to develop that. So and then obviously that it's a source of income. So I can say that's a success.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, it's a success. And I'll come to the very last question on this discussion. How do you see your role as a techpreneur evolving, say, within the context of technology and innovation in South Africa? In 5 years, how do you see, or say even 10 years, how do you see South Africa evolving, and how will you fit into that future of innovation in South Africa?
Okay, great. So what I see is that the South Africa, maybe let's say in the next 10 years or so. So it's no longer going to be the same because of these chances that we give into the youngsters to develop these robots. So their minds, I mean, they will come up with very innovative solutions to this world. So yeah, I mean, that's why I believe that okay, if let's say we start them at a very young age, so yeah, they will be able to when they grow up, they will be able to come up with very great innovations that will simplify people's lives. So yeah, I can say that, but also from my side, I believe that in the next 10 years, so I mean, there should be there is definitely going to be those robots that's gonna come from me that will change people's lives. So that's what I believe, because I mean, like, I've already started. I'm working on different robots that they are amazing, but not just only amazing, but the robots that will if not saving people's lives, but simplifying people's lives. So yeah.
Oh, that's actually a beautiful thought, and you have shared with us a very inspiring story. Thank you so much for sharing your journey and your insights with us. Before we wrap up, would you like to tell our viewers how they can reach out to you on social media or your company's credentials?
Oh, okay, great. So, yeah, I mean, you can, reach me out by, maybe first of all by searching us on, YouTube. So my YouTube channel, it's Mr. Rob, the inventor. Mr. Rob, the inventor. So Rob for robot, R for robot, Mr. Rob the inventor. And then on my Facebook, it's Mpomagutu the inventor. So that's our Facebook page. So if you search Mpomagutu the inventor, and then on my you can also on my what we call a website. So my website is www.mporobotics.co.za. www.mporobotics.co.za. So that's where you can see a lot of stuff that we are doing, our products, and also our blog. So you will see there. So and you can also phone me if let's say there's anything you want to know more. So you are able to phone me. We can talk on WhatsApp as well. So my number is 079 411 7949. That's my WhatsApp number. I'll repeat it again: 079 411 7949. So yes, yeah, don't hesitate to give me a WhatsApp if there's any information that you would love to know to hear or to get. Yes.
That's wonderful. So viewers, there you go. Our guest tonight has shared his contact details. Those who want to learn about entrepreneurship, robots, or might have any questions about their entrepreneurial journey or want to explore opportunities with him, please reach out to him on the using the details he just shared. You must visit his YouTube page, YouTube channel, Mr. Rob the Inventor. So to see the different kind of projects that Fo has done recently. So thank you once again, Fo, for joining me on My Startup TV Africa. We hope you so high. You are very successful with for robotics, and we'll be following your updates and developments and all the achievements that you accomplish in the future. Thank you so much for
No, it's a
coming.
pleasure. Thank you so much.
And to our viewers, thank you for tuning in. Remember to subscribe to us on our YouTube channel, follow us on X, Instagram, LinkedIn, Koo, and Facebook, and visit our website www.mystartuptv.in for exclusive content and updates. Remember, we are also hosting podcasts on Spotify and Amazon. Keep innovating, keep aspiring, and we will see you next time. On behalf of all my team, thank you, and I wish you a very good evening.
one whole year of mathematics, and not just mathematics for computer science.
Thank you, Professor Anna. I think let's move on to our next panelist, and I think I want to point this question to Professor Ashwini Kumar. And while we are talking about AI and how it can impact students' learning, by using AI-based solutions, do you think that it would hamper critical thinking, it would hamper responsibility, ethics as part of the overall curriculum, or do you think that they will acquire new skills or new metrics?
Okay, yeah, thanks for the question. I think when you're talking about AI and AI skills that need to be incorporated in the curriculum, I think Professor Gaurav Rana is the expert, and I think he's already talked about the technical skills that need to be incorporated and how AI is a much broader subject than just machine learning and data science. It needs to be much broaderly incorporated in the curriculum. Now, when I look at thinking about AI not just from a technical point of view or the technical skills, the AI skills which Professor has already explained very well. If I go beyond technical skills and just try to conceptualize the kind of world we're living in, if you look at the business today, we look in a highly disruptive world. It's AI and generative AI, along with other digital technologies and tools, is changing the way we live and work. And if you look at business particularly, it is disrupting just the rules of the game, how business is done across industries. So no industry, no company, no product or service is untouched by it. And so how are they responding to it? The ones which are successful are the ones which are thinking like data business, irrespective of the product or service you're in, whether you're an Uber or an Airbnb or a Google or an Amazon, or even the traditional companies. Look at Tesla, look at Nike and other companies. You're thinking and working like a data business, irrespective of the product or service or the industry you're in. And that's where the importance of the other aspect is how transformation changes the new constant. So, so the aspect that we typically buzzword is digital transformation and disruption. So companies need to be continuously on the path of digital transformation, which is a journey, not a destination. And that can happen with a combination of digital technology. So transformation of business models, business processes, using AI along with other digital technologies. So if you are living in a constantly disruptive and transformative world, using data, when we talked about data science earlier, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, and machine learning has been the buzzword for the last couple of decades in business. It has been, but earlier it has been primarily for decision making, getting insights which can be used for decision making. Now we have gone beyond it, where from machine learning we have gone to AI, which is about incorporating human intelligence in machines, where it can be used to transform business models and business processes. So having said that, if that is the context, the most important skill, or at least one of the most critical skills, becomes problem formulation and critical thinking. For the last few decades, if you look at the growth story of India also, the focus has been on services industry. In a stable business environment, the focus is on providing solutions. So providing solutions in a stable environment, using data for decision making and so on. But in this highly disruptive environment where change is the new constant, problem formulation and critical thinking becomes a very critical skill, using AI and generative AI and other tools. So there are two aspects to it. When you look at curriculum, irrespective of the discipline, it could be business, it could be technology, it could be media, it could be journalism and so on. There are 5 skills that typically even Harvard Business Review has come up with. So problem formulation, critical or creative thinking, but only that is problem formulation and creative thinking in this data intensive world where you look at big data and the 3 V's of data is not possible without the use of AI and generative AI tools to analyze data. So what has happened is the remembering part of the data, the researching part of data, the analysis part of data, which a lot of it was being done by humans earlier, can now be done better and more efficiently by generative AI. But does that mean it will replace human beings? Of course not. That will help us do more productive roles, which is problem formulation, creating new customer experiences, creating new products and services. So the way I look at it is the curriculum needs to be revamped to focus on problem formulation, creative thinking, interdisciplinary curriculum, because problems are interdisciplinary. They are not discipline specific. That does not mean discipline or subject matter has not to be taught. Obviously they will be taught, but the problem formulation in terms of teaching this would be important, and experimenting with AI tools, right? So maybe when you look at generative AI, instead of fearing it, it helps you do human to machine conversations in natural language. So it'll make everybody a programmer. A few years back we were saying that how programming is to be learned by everybody, and it was incorporated in business schools also. And now with generative AI we are saying that it will make everybody a programmer. So I see that generative AI is, especially generative AI, we talked about AI in transformation. Generative AI is going to transform job roles, and it'll help you become a programmer where everybody can help design solutions.
But what about regulation? So, and I'd like to bring Dr. Garg here in terms of, there's a lot of activity happening, but without government regulation. And Dr. Garg, you've been in the government for 22 years. So is there any step being taken to kind of regulate how the curriculum is being designed using these various methodologies, and to what should be taught versus what should not be taught at this point? Is there any regulation happening, or should there be any regulation at this point?
So you talked about regulation. as such for AI, and that too you came down even to this curriculum level, a regulation around a curriculum level. But it's unfortunate to understand, to note that AI as such has no regulation, whereas the biggest question around the use of AI in some of the most critical areas where it has got the power to solve the basic problems of a developing world like India. Talk about the huge healthcare need. Talk about increasing the productivity in agriculture. Talk about solving the logistic problems. AI has the ability to do that. But the problem with AI is that it has got a question of trust around it. Now we need to build a system which is powered by the regulations, which can be either global or can be country-based or national. But my point is that it has to be a combination of national and international, primarily focusing around that how do you create trust around AI in the consumers, among the consumers. I'm not talking about the developers, I'm not talking about the faculty. They have to be the enablers for enabling a curriculum that is revolving around this. There is an ISA 4201 standard, and Infosys is the first company that has actually adhered to those standards. You must have read it in the newspapers. Something. We need to get more and more companies which are adhering to international standards on responsible AI. The second important point which I want to talk about is the regulations. What we look at, the first three industrial revolutions, 1, 2, and 3, the machines, the electricity, and the computers. India was nowhere, as was already said in the initial talks, both by MSR and others, and Rahul also. Why were we not there? We gave a reason that we were either colonized or just came out of colonial slavery. But when we are in 2024, we are an aspirational country with a huge talent. We need to actually nurture this talent rightfully so that the AI divide is not created the way the compute divide, the machine divide, and the electricity divide happened in the first three industries. Where we were the seekers, the West was the provider. We need to be the providers in the sense because we have got two things. We have the skill. The skill has to be nurtured by people like Gaurav and others. The problem is that there are very few Gauravs. And the quality needs to be, and they should be actually be creating 1 million Gauravs out of one Gaurav, which the metaverse and AI has the power to do. So the first point is that one of the startups should create 1 million Gauravs for this country. That will be the first skills shortage question that will be solved. How do you do that? The folks know how to do it, and he also knows it. The second issue is that we need to understand that what we have as a power, we have the data, we have the skill, and we are the largest source of problems in the world. If we bring these three together, create the right policy framework, regulatory framework, and a skill development framework, create many more of these institutes like which is there on the 7th floor, the maths, we can solve this problem because we have the ability to do that. That's the limited point. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Gar. But this ability of problem solving, right now, or at least these discussions are happening at, say, metros or in top universities. Do you see that happening at, say, a district level colleges or tier 3, tier 4 colleges as well?
It can happen. This country has been the strongest. This country has actually originated the very concept of mathematics. We, as a community, are considered to be the strongest, along with the Chinese, on maths. If you agree to me, but the problem is that most of the maths courses and the curriculum and the teaching pedagogy has converted mathematics also into a concept called history. And the way जो रटंत है हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ उसे जाना है, and that was the original Indian way of learning. We have to come out of the colonial mindset of our learning systems and create and bring us our own old set of methods by which learning was through experience rather than by remembering certain things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Professor Sujit, do you think it's time for colleges and universities to nudge the students towards AI-first innovations? Right now, there is a section which says, okay, AI-based innovations, there are human-based innovations and other kind of innovations. Should the colleges say, hey, first focus on AI-first innovations?
To begin with, I would like to thank T-Hub and Maths for organizing this beautiful event. In addition to IIM Nagpur, I am representing Association of Information Systems India chapter, where we have some 130 members, and these members are broadly from business schools. They teach information systems, digital technologies, including AI, to current generation. Coming to your point, I would like to divide learners into two groups. One group is learners with computer science background, another students or learners with non-computer science background. What should be covered to teach computer science background, Dr. Rana has already talked about. They should be good at maths and associated disciplines. Now, when we come to teaching AI innovations to non-computer background, we need to focus on two broad aspects. One aspect I would like to begin with, we should teach what capabilities AI technologies are bringing to the table. Second, what AI can do and what AI cannot do. To begin with AI capabilities, I would like to bring your attention to two broader capabilities. One capability where AI is much superior is the perception. Perception, AI tools, AI applications are much superior than human. Human commits 5% error when they recognize an image, whereas machines have reached at the level of 99% accuracy. I would like to give one example where it comes to real-world problems. In India, we have one ophthalmologist on 1.25 lakhs population. So it is very difficult to have doctors or ophthalmologists who can cater this large-scale problem related to cataract. So we designed one application where we can detect cataract using AI. This is one simple use case. This is the type of curriculum we should design, we should talk about in our classrooms. Second is deep customization. This is one of the excellent capability of AI comes up with. Like these days we start watching reels and we end up watching for hours. And this is what we observe. One major problem what we see in today's world is education. Education in particularly rural setting or even urban setting. We are providing a generic education. Maybe down the line, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, we may come up with customized education. So this is another use case what I see. The second issue what I would like to talk about, what AI can do and what AI cannot do. This is also we should bring in our curriculum. What AI can do photo tagging, AI can do speech recognition, machine translation, all these things AI can do. What AI cannot do is judgment skills. Judgment skills are there with human. So these are the things which we should cover to, in colleges, and even at school level, to handle AI innovations, to address real world issues.
I have one question for all the teachers here. So I have 3 teachers who are teaching. What do you foresee the role of a teacher in an AI education system in the future? Do you think, what role will a teacher play? And that's on the mind of every educator at this point, when they're thinking about AI, will their role get diminished? So let me start with you, Professor Ashwin.
I think the role remains the same. A teacher, what does a teacher want? It wants that any teacher, guru or professor, whatever you call them, whatever name you call them by, wants that every student should realize their potential in life, irrespective, based on their strengths and interests and so on. I think what AI and generative AI, and especially the usage of generative AI in teaching pedagogy would help us do is democratization and transformation of education and learning, so that we can achieve this at a scale. We can personalize learning and reach many more students at scale, which is what our original intention was, but was difficult to do without technology. If you're teaching one-to-one, that's possible, but when you're teaching more, and you can now actually reach many more people. So the role remains the same, but it actually helps us achieve our dream of reaching more students and helping them realize their potential.
Professor Raina, your thoughts? Will a teacher be needed in the future?
I think the role of the teacher then shifts to being the role of a mentor. And content delivery per se should not be the primary role that you play within the 1 hour that you actually have with students. And I think there's a phenomenal opportunity now, given that you've got access to digital content, you have access to digital tools, you will have access to AI tools, to really reimagine the class, right? And how you're going to spend that 45 minutes to an hour. Just to mention, over the last year or so, I started experimenting with a new pedagogical structure in my classes, and I called it, I sort of gave it a slightly funny name, called it the MAD plan, which was mentorship and discovery plan, right? Where through that 1 hour, students get different experiences with the same content. Right? Now those are early experimentations, right? But I really think gone are the days when you come into class, you stand in front of the blackboard and you just go ahead and talk for 45 minutes. The blackboard will have a role, but then so will digital technologies, so will digital tools, so will AI and AI technologies. But the fundamental shift has to be from teacher to mentor.
Your thoughts, sir?
I fully agree with Dr. Raina. I believe we should be a facilitator rather than teacher. And normally what I do in my MBA, teaching, MBA classroom teaching, we discuss a point or topic, and then we ask about some questions, and then I ask this question from generative AI, ChatGPT. And then ChatGPT gives multiple versions to the answer. Then I ask them to, discuss and see what is the correct answer.
Thank you. Your thoughts, Dr. Gaur, on what kind of infrastructure should the school and the college curriculum set up now to equip themselves and be ready for AI future education? What type of infrastructure, it may be hardware, software, what type of talent ecosystems should colleges and universities set up?
I think the basic problem with the skill is the skill providers. And there is a huge gap between the quality of skills required and the providers that are providing such skills. There has to be a clear-cut thought. The NPTEL program was one experiment by the government to actually bridge that. But it failed somehow, because the curriculum was not interesting enough. The time has come that we really, if we have to catch up with the two superpowers of AI, that is US and China, we need to bridge this gap very fast. We need to devise some very interesting methods by which some of the leading talent for providing such skills are brought to one platform, create some interesting stuff around it and provide to the students. The second problem is around the AI space is that there are three basic problems of experimenting around AI. One is the compute, the second is the data, and third are the use cases. There is no other place except THub has the capability to create their own GPU compute space. And there are 1,000 incubators in this country. I think 999 don't have that capability. The time has come that one has to sit together, because most of these incubators are in educational system, that how public-private partnerships come together to provision such compute for all students to be actually able to experiment around AI. The data governance models is the second layer which needs to be devised so that ethical, trusted data is in the hands of students to experiment around this. And we don't need one hackathon in a year, we need million hackathons in the year so that this is not for the case that we need problem solving. We need to sensitize the students and the innovators around the type of use cases that are possible by AI to be solved. That's all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We are at the end of time, but I do want to ask one relevant, fun question. If you had all the AI superpowers to make one IPL team win the championship, I know, which team would you choose? Which IPL team do you want AI to help win the championship?
The IPL team, that is the Indian students.
Thank you. Professor?
Hyderabad Sunriser.
Yes, thank you so much. Professor Rana?
I mean, I'd support a team called Mathmedia.
Okay. Very good answer, sir.
If I use the bias training data set of this audience, then it has to be the popular answer, which is Hyderabad Sunrisers. But coming back to your first question, being a responsible professor and using responsible AI, I would not want to use my AI superpower for something. I'll want to use it for a better cause as far as humanity is concerned.
Thank you.
And let cricketers do their job.
Thank you so much. It was lovely talking to all of you, and I hope the audience had a great time. Thank you so much once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So first, probably I would like to start with Shailesh, with you. You have spent decades with data, AI, and stuff. So the first question is, like, when we are talking about AI, the first thing comes to my mind is data. And in India, everybody says data is in abundance. But actually, good data and bad data are something which is always a concern. So when any innovator, any startup, or anyone who is building a new product, what suggestions you have, like what principles he should follow to extract the right kind of data so that he can train his algorithm in the right way and build the best possible product. So what is your suggestion and what is your thought process around those lines?
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting us. So, I think of data as a pantry of, if you have seen MasterChef Australia, the first thing that the chefs do is go to a pantry where there is beautiful vegetables and meat and everything. And if the pantry is not good, the dish is never going to be good, right? So think of data as the pantry of data science. And obviously, we talk about data. If you think about the origin of data, right? The first data was created not for data science and AI use cases, but for debugging your software, right? The first outcome that created was debugging was the first use case of data. Then dashboard was the second use case of data. And now data science is the third use case of data. Now, the data that was created back then, 20 years ago for debugging is not the quality that we need in data science. So I think there's a big gap between data created for one purpose and data actually needed for another purpose. So I think there's a very big quality gap, and there are now automated algorithms to determine the data hygiene, the quality issues, the obfuscation and PII issues. There are a lot of such data issues that need to be cleaned up before data is ready for the next stage. And we are in the era of what we call a data products now, which are supposed to do two very important things with data. One is to abstract data from technology, right, and make data domain-centric. If a farmer wants to know what is the forecast tomorrow, he doesn't care about whether you have stored that data in this table or that table, right? He's doing a query at a domain level. So how do we create data as an abstract layer of APIs at a domain-centric without thinking about technology at the bottom? And second is standardization. If you think of what standardization has done, 4G, 5G, 3G, MPEG, JPEG, these are all standards. Without standards, we would not be able to do any of that stuff. Similarly, data needs to be standardized. What does a standard data look like for every domain? And there are data models coming up.
Right.
And the last point I want to make is, if you think about what is data, for Google, one part of data is the whole internet. But the more important part of data for Google is the click feedback that it is receiving. So what is data? Data is not just the raw thing. Data is also the feedback that you receive. The data is also the reviews and ratings. The data is also the features that you build from raw data. The data is also the labels that you get. The data is also the metrics that you compute. The data is also the decisions you have made in the past. The data is also the inferences that have come from AI models. So when we think of data, data is a very broad spectrum. Abstract it, make it complete, and OpenAI spent 10 years cleaning up their data before they got the algorithm to do what it does, and we see the results of it. So it's a very hard work, and the word data mining was coined just for that reason, because we realized data quality is very poor, and it has to be mined like you mine the gold out of ore before you can make a necklace out of it. So that's the spirit, and obviously it's a friend, but it's a very difficult friend. So we have to work on it a lot before we get a right model out. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So Rajesh, coming back to you, you work with, you can take this mic really.
Yeah.
So you work with a multinational, you have, in your past, you have worked with big companies, and you are also, I understand, see and mentor with startups and innovators. For you, like from a big corporation perspective, data, having access to data is one thing, but how are you looking at it from a security perspective? How you make sure that the data is secure? Or do you think the security of big corporations is restricting the access of easy data that they can get? So what are your thoughts around data access and data accessibility for big corporation versus the startups or the innovators?
Yeah, good question. So what we need to first understand is the problem pertaining to the data access and data democratization cannot be solved overnight. If you see it in the context of a public LLM or a private LLM. So I would like to see it in two different buckets. If you look at the public LLM, the way the public LLMs are developed is you do a web crawl of the data, get the data from the open databases without validating whether whatever data that is getting generated in the public domain is valid or not. It goes into the data and then it creates the hallucination problem. Then you come back and then through the what we call as the reinforcement learning through human feedback, you correct that particular data. So this has to change over a period of time. And for that to change, you need a wide ecosystem-wide interventions where you have to bring in aspects like data provenance, data democratization, and how do you monetize that particular data in a rightful way. Once you have the superstructure of these elements in place, whether the data being accessed by a big corporate or a small corporate automatically gets addressed. Today, nobody is spending significant amount of time in correcting that foundational input, right? If you look at the presentation the previous speakers did, he started from bottoms up, where he looked at the compute layer and went. went to the data layer. But if you are a person focusing on developing the LLM, the basic input, the foundational input, the primordial input is going to be data. That's where you need these wide interventions, which are not going to come overnight, because we are currently in a scenario what we call as the Web 2 or Web 2.5, where the prosumer aspect is not come into account, where the person who produces the data can monetize and also consume the data. That systematic shift cannot happen until and unless we herald into what I call as Web 3.0, where the data provenance is established right from the source from where the data gets created. You don't have today the visibility across the ecosystem from the source to consumption, how that particular data is going to be modified. So that's the first thing that is required. Now coming to an organizational context, even in a large organization, there's no data democratization. How many times have we seen an organization where one unit in an organization has more access to the data and another unit in the organization does not have the access to the same data sets?
Right.
So the data democratization needs to be brought into place, which will come with tectonic shifts in the technology, like whether it's a distributed ledger technology or a blockchain kind of an implementation, where you create what we call as a single source of truth, and you also validate every piece of data that gets generated, even in an organizational context. You know, it's not necessary that in an organizational context all the data is valid and sane, right? There are intentional and unintentional human errors which kind of corrupt the data. So you have to correct those mechanisms also. So once you correct at a wider ecosystem level, and second you correct at an enterprise level, what you're talking about can be accomplished easily.
Thank you, absolutely, and can't agree more on that thought. But coming on to the next topic, to Jankiram, to you, when we are talking about data and everything, just adding to what Rajesh mentioned, like there is something which is of pertinent importance is ethics around AI, and it is not just around data, but also the models that we are building, whatever we are doing. So that's what we call responsible AI, ethics around AI, and different terminologies are coming on. Now, obviously, there are a lot of regulations and processes are coming. Like EU recently, or some time back, they have launched their regulations. Now, there are a lot of businesses also started popping up who are working with them on compliances and all this thing. So, what is your thought process in terms of, is it just more like a new business stream that is getting up in the market, or some actual work is happening, or if it is happening, like which all areas India as a country should focus on? So because we are vulnerable from multiple aspects, we are not like EU or other people. So if I have to ask you very precisely, like for India or for Bharat, what should be the ethical strategy or responsible AI strategy? So your thoughts, Janaki, over that.
Right. So currently there is a scarcity of data, right? Which means to train these large language models, data is ingested from wherever, whatever is the source. So whether it is social media or blogs or Reddit threads or Stack Overflow, whatever is available in the public domain is being siphoned into training these large language models. And the biggest risk with that is the biases that we carry as individuals, as citizens, as society. Whatever is being written about, whatever is being spoken about publicly on the internet is going to be the data on which the models are going to be trained. The knowledge, the cultural bias that these LLMs carry are a true reflection of what we as individuals, societies, towns, countries actually think of, because that is what is being used to train this. So getting the cultural aspect of LLMs is very critical, because you cannot use a model that is trained with a large data set that doesn't belong to you for your internal purposes. There is going to be a significantly different cultural issue that you're going to deal with. So if I have to call out one thing, it's very important for any country, including India, to understand the cultural impact of data on models and create approaches. For example, synthetic data is going to be an approach. So the models are becoming so powerful that the AI models are going to be used to generate new data. That is not very difficult. So I think the future of data, and particularly the policies around data governance, is using AI to generate the data that is ethical, that is unbiased, that is neutral, that is culturally sensitive, to train new models. So I think, in India it's very important to bring that diversity and cultural aspect as a policy and as something that is considered right from day zero when we are building the entire AI strategy and the AI stack.
But Janki, for a startup, how he should look at it?
This is not a problem with the startup. This is not a problem with a platform company. This is the problem that got to be solved by the AI governance that the government is going to set up. This is a policy decision that needs to happen at a very high level rather than a startup or a data platform or a developer platform worrying about it. It is nothing to do with that. This is the policy that has to be baked at the highest level of the governance.
Yeah, Rajesh, you want to share?
Just to add to that, in terms of what is responsible AI.
Right.
Responsible AI does not mislead people, does not use data in objectionable manner, and then gives credit to people whose data has gone into it. And if you look at the communication minister who made a statement, when they come back to the power, they're going to pass a legislation wherein they're going to say that LLM generator or the LLM model maker has to incentivize the publisher of data whose data has gone into the LLM. Now, do we have a framework for that? No, we don't have a framework for that.
Right.
So you had left that to an imagination because there is no tech framework for that. There is no operational framework for that, nor there is a code of practice for that. So for that, it again dovetails back to what I said before from a data democratization perspective. If you don't have the foundational tech stack to enable the data democratization, how will the legislation is going to work? Ultimately, what is going to happen, the lawyers are going to have a field day because the LLM guy is going to dispute, saying that I have not used the data. The publisher is going to prove that he or she has used the data. So it's going to, unleash a lot of litigation and various other things. So one, get the tech stack in place. Two, have the operational framework in place. And then establish a code of practice, then responsible AI works, otherwise it's just a glorified statement.
Right, absolutely. So Shailesh, coming back to you, you have been working towards a lot of things which you have mentioned about AI for India, AI for Bharat. So in your scheme of things, as Janki and Rajesh just now highlighted, the importance of responsible AI and also from the policy side, how government or any of these bodies need to play a role. You are working in one of the largest corporations of India, like one of the India's largest organization called Jio. What you or your organization is doing around it, is it mostly like you are also still waiting for the policies to come in place, or you are doing some initiatives from your side in those lines?
So, we are very proactive about many issues that we foresee will come. Right. So one is we are also contributing to the regulatory framework. I'm sure all of us are giving inputs and all of that. But from day one, we are very conscious about, most important is privacy, right? We have access to phone numbers of people, and that leads to Aadhaar card and many other things. So we are very conscious about, privacy is a very top issue for us. And, everything we do, we obfuscate and make sure that privacy is always preserved, and only a court order can undo the privacy clause, right? So that is very important. And we make sure that all our models not only are bias-free, but also privacy preserved. And, and for us, responsible AI is not an afterthought. We have built a model, now let's test whether it is unbiased or not. We are now building frameworks which are, unbiased first, responsible first AI modeling frameworks we are now coming up with. So those are some of the things we are doing. Going back to the previous issue, I'll just give 3 anecdotal examples of how I learned my, responsible AI lessons, right? So my first lesson was after 9/11, we built a model for the Department of Homeland Security, where the model was taking all the travel data of all the US citizens, including name, places, driver license, everything, and we were mining that to find, behavior of terrorism. And there was a big lawsuit between, Homeland Security and UCLA, and they talked about, privacy versus security. So a beautiful debate. And at the end of the debate, Supreme Court decided that privacy is even more important than national security. That is what they said. Privacy is even more important than national security, and you cannot collect travel data of people to just prevent the next 9/11, right? So that's a very big lesson for me, that how important, even within a year of 9/11, people still think privacy is more important than security. That is a very important lesson. Second lesson I learned is, as technologists, we get very excited about what we are doing. So I built a very nice auto-suggestion system for Gmail. Gmail does not have a very good auto-suggestion in Google. So I said I could mine the Gmail data of every user and build an auto-suggestion for that user that only that user can see. And then when it went for a legal review, they said, no, this is going to create a big problem, because if I am a user, I'm looking at my auto-suggestion, which is very private conversation, showing up in auto-suggestion, that will give a perception to the end user that Google is reading my Gmail, which is not true. We are reading machines are reading it, not humans. Even that is not acceptable, right? So that got cancelled. So sometimes we get carried away by great technology ideas, but we forget about how the end user will perceive it, or somebody could misuse it. Third example, at Ola, we had the opportunity to mine your SMS data to build a credit score for Ola Money, and we had a very big debate about that. We didn't first say, can we do it? The first question was, should we do it? Right. And we said, no, today we will access your email, SMS. We will all leave the company. Tomorrow somebody will come and start misusing it. So we cut the possibility of a future misuse on day one itself, and we said we are never going to do this kind of a thing, right? SMS-based credit models, for example. So these are very important lessons I have learned, that, there is a line which is sometimes very blurry. You don't know when you're going to cross the privacy line, and then you're going to start to misuse that, knowingly, unknowingly. The model will pick it up, you won't know. So I think we have to be very careful with these issues. And beyond privacy, now bias and others have come up. And those should not be an afterthought. They should be baked into our data strategy, our modeling strategy, our deployment and everything else. And we should be very, because like they said, with great powers come great responsibility. Yeah?
Absolutely. So a continuation to that thought process, we covered responsible AI, we covered data, your thoughts in around data accessibility and democratization of data. Coming back to the, if I have to talk about the elephant in the room, or the compute issue that all of us are talking about. So you are in Geo, you are sitting, and this is a joint question for both Shailesh and Rajesh. Like, now both of you come from big organizations, right? You don't have the dearth of money as such, right? So how big is the compute problem in real sense for you? Is it just a made-up problem, or do you really think that the cost is extremely high and really there is lack of access, and is it like a real problem in sense? So just want to understand, like, if any of you can go first. Right?
So, Geo is managing some of the largest data sets in the world, right? If you think about 500 million people, all of the telecom data of that, right? Like every call generates some data, right? Or the retail data, right? And all the media data and all of that. So I think we have been managing very, very large data centers already, right? During telecom and all that. And now, Mr. Ambani's vision is that, look, we have brought down the cost of communication through, Geo as a telecom. And now the next big battle is the cost of compute. And that has to be brought down. And there are two ways to do it. One is we manufacture our own compute in India, which will take 10 years for us to mature. Or we host compute from outside and reduce the cost of managing a data center, right? The energy is the new cost, if you will. And, if we integrate energy backward and say, how do we use solar energy and all of that to run large data center, reduce the cost of compute, is one more dimension. And, you guys have very nice startups in the compute space. And a lot of compute innovation are coming. Recently, they announced, 5x better compute, or, quantum is coming. So I think compute innovation will keep happening. Cost will keep coming down as requirements go up. But today there is a very big gap between supply and demand. And that is what, everybody in the government, in the industry is recognizing that India is lacking in that, and we need to catch up on that. But I think this is also an opportunity for startups to look at low compute alternatives to doing AI, right? And what does that mean? ISRO versus NASA, right? And I think there's a lot of innovation that can be done on low compute, deep learning, and Gen AI.
Absolutely.
And we should treat it in that spirit also.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, Rajesh, to add on that, how many of your team members or your colleagues you have seen are using H100s? So you can add that in your answer.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely. Before that, I wish if AI could delay the hunger of many people over there so that they could sit here and listen to the session. So that's a wish list on the AI, right? So now in terms of the compute perspective, I would like to slightly alter your question. Compute from a first mover advantage perspective and compute from an optimal requirement perspective. If you're bringing in the equation of a first mover advantage, yes, access to compute creates, it doesn't create a leveling field for all the people, big organizations vis-a-vis startups. But all hope is not lost. Many people are under the perception that you would need GPU of a particular OEM to run your LLM model. How many of us know that you can run an LLM model on TPU? And tensor processing units from Google have been there for quite some time, number one. Number two, CDAC today gives access to compute at a much lower price. And I say that with confidence because in my previous company, when the then MD and CEO CP Gurnani had taken the challenge from Sam Altman to build a grounds-up LLM model in Hindi, we were the first, that group was the first group which built the Hindi LLM grounds up. And that point of time also compute was a big challenge. I got a quote from that particular OEM where I thought they misplaced 3 or 4 zeros extra in that quote because it was prohibitive. But did we stop the journey? No, we did not stop the journey. We pivoted it on TPU, tensor processing units. A large extent can be done on TPUs. Second, we found alternate sources like CDAC, which were able to give it at a much lower price. Now you have people like Yota. Yota is promoted by a classmate of mine from Columbia Business School, Sunil. Now he's taken on the task of bringing those NVIDIA A100s or whatever it is into India, and now he's converting it on a pay-as-you-go model or on a demand model, right? Yota guys are now going full steam into the marketplace and telling those companies saying that you work on our particular compute. Yeah, from a PwC perspective, we've spent globally $2 billion to make AI accessible not only to employees at PwC but also to our clients. But it was not, entire thing was pivoted purely on compute perspective. The various methods of using, we have chat PwC, which is to be used in the organization, which is a morphed version of ChatGPT. We've taken ChatGPT and then we changed it from an enterprise context and enable the access. So if you consider these components, then compute is not an actual problem. And the history tells us, for example, in 1980, if you had to buy 1 GB of storage from IBM, it would have given you $30,000, $40,000 as a bill for 1 GB of storage. Today you pay a fraction of cent for that one particular GB. So it is going to change over a period of time. Yes, from a first mover advantage, it does create unfair field, but that doesn't deter you from looking for alternatives. There are enough alternatives today which are already available from a PSU as well as a non-PSU environments.
Thank you, Rajesh. So as a closing remark, for the day or for the evening. Janaki, like your thoughts on the quantum computing and GPUs and all this accessibility and the real need of GPUs in the market.
Yeah, so interestingly, GPUs were not originally made for deep learning or AI.
I'm glad that you made this statement.
So
right.
It was, as they call it, was serendipity that just happened to be the most generic processor, and NVIDIA got it right with the hardware and software combination. But there are a lot of other things that are happening. For example, AMD and Intel are not sitting quiet. They are actually trying to utilize this opportunity, and they are coming out with very capable, viable alternatives, number one. Number two, there is certainly a need and an opportunity to create highly purpose-built and specialized processors or AI accelerators for LLMs, because LLMs is the third generation of AI. The first one was machine learning with linear regression. The second generation was neural networks. The third generation that we are experiencing today is based on transformers. So there is definitely an opportunity to build processors not based on GPUs, but processors that are squarely targeting the newer networks, right? The transformer architecture. So I'm not sure if you heard of it, but there is a company in US called the Grok, which has created what is called LPU, the language model based processing unit. So they are offering blazing fast inference, and they are not disclosing the price around it. It's currently being battle tested. But if Grok gets the supply chain right, and if they figure out how to actually get that out of their fabrication unit, I think it's going to be a pretty good alternative. So the forward-looking view is this is a very short-term opportunity that NVIDIA is cashing on, but that's not going to be the future. The future is purpose-built FPGAs and ASICs and accelerators squarely targeting LLMs and the upcoming models.
Sure.
I just wanted to say one more aspect. Sorry, I forgot about that. See, the cost of compute is going to come down. Take my word for granted. Empirical evidence suggests with online storage. But the bigger question that all of us collectively have, can you make Gen AI into Jan AI? Gen AI into JAN AI? And the responsibility of pivoting the Gen AI into Jan AI is amongst all of us. Some of us have to shoulder that responsibility and make that happen.
Absolutely. And on that note, like probably I just want to say that the thoughts that you have shared today, not only extremely important, but I'm sure like our startups and all of us would like to have further discussion in coming days. And as Shailesh has already experienced, like a lot of startups came to you, spend time with you, and in coming weeks, like Rajesh and Janki, we will also reach out to you so that we can get more such exciting discussion individually with you and our fraternity and ecosystem. And when we do such exercises, I'm sure, adding to your point, Gen AI is not far enough, and we will definitely reach there.
Rahul, consultants never say no to consulting work.
Absolutely. So with that, like I say thanks to all of you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Person who made this hackathon possible. The numbers MSR sir was telling it to us today was the largest, and it was possible because of the backbone who is driving math through macadamia, none other than the CEO, Rahul, the man who defines perseverance, the man with a plan, with forward vision, and who has an eye and vision towards AI. Hearty welcome, Rahul. All over to you.
As MSR has already mentioned, and Sharmila has also mentioned, we are a center or an incubator within an incubator, but we are still a startup because we came into existence 6 months back. Officially, we were launched a month and a half back, that is March 7th of this year. I joined T-Hub and took this responsibility in October. And from that point of time, it was a vision or a plan that we have to establish our name, we have to make people hear our voice, and we have to make people believe that we do exist. And this was a fundamental thought that myself, along with MSR and all of our team members were having. And with that thought in mind, dream in mind, we envisioned about Mathademia, an event where we can get people participation from across the industry, across India. And as we speak, I would like to first thank Shardul, who has come from Delhi and is representing DST team. So DST team has supported us extensively throughout this journey, and not only by giving the fund to start this center, but also sharing all the guidance, knowledge, and all the support that we were requiring. And after that, the main backbone of this entire event, entire center is T-Hub. So I would like to thank, first of all, before I say anything more, to the T-Hub Board of Governors, Board of Directors, T-Hub CEO, MSR, T-Hub's CEO, Anish, and remaining T-Hub leadership, because without their support, it would not have been possible where we are. As we speak, I would just like to give a quick introduction about math by playing our math video, and after that I will share a few more anecdotes. So Anirudh, if you can showcase us.
They're shaping our lives in ways we couldn't have imagined a decade ago. And India has the potential to be at the forefront of this technological revolution. Today, we invite you to be part of an extraordinary journey as we unveil Math, Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence Technology Hub, an ecosystem for AI and ML innovators. We are the center of excellence for AI and ML, supported by the Department of Science and Technology and T-Hub. With the vision to have AI everywhere, we empower AI and ML entrepreneurs with a comprehensive support system. Math brings you 5 distinctive offerings. Math Lab, a mini data center equipped with GPUs offering a robust infrastructure for developing, training, and deploying AI models. Mad Lake, a centralized repository designed to store and secure data, helping startups harness their data resources. Accelerator programs. These programs are designed to guide startups and transform their visions into reality. They encompass a variety of methods, such as workshops, boot camps, and masterclasses, along with peer-to-peer learning opportunities, like startup mixers and collaborative sessions among founders. Nuage, a global virtual collaboration platform that provides support on mentorship, funding assistance, data resources, and market expansion opportunities for startups. Name, Nurturing AI Minds, an immersive learning management system, providing access to curated education, resources, training modules, and workshops on AI and ML technologies. Math also cultivates the next generation of AI or ML talent through the AI Career Finder, facilitating seamless connections between startups in search of top talent and candidates looking for exciting opportunities. Additionally, Math empowers startups to leverage a pool of value partners, mentors, and investors. Math is a powerful tool for social change, bridging gaps in education, employment, community, and quality of life through sectors like healthcare, manufacturing, security, and more. Math is committed to making a significant impact at the bottom of the pyramid by creating jobs, ensuring that the benefits of AI and ML extend to the most underserved communities. Math strives to enhance accessibility, supporting innovations for today and tomorrow, and making AI solutions available. To join us on this exciting journey of innovation, visit our website at mathhub.ai and stay in touch at contact@mathhub.ai.
Thank you, Anirudh. And this is just a quick overview of what we offer in Math, because many of you are not aware, so I just thought to give a quick overview. We are one of the very few incubators in the country which is having the access of GPUs, and we have an in-house data center, thanks to Pi Data Center for that initiative, where they have supported us. And now we can extend access to GPUs through our compute capabilities. We have NAME, which is Nurturing Minds, which is a learning management system, and we have again got it done through one of our partner called Apposite Learning, who have helped us to come up with this platform. And today, whatever hackathon, everything that we are doing, also the courses of AI that we are showcasing, everything is run on this platform that is built in partnership with Apposite Learning. Our main objective is to support startups, help them come up with innovation, be whichever stage they are, whether they are at innovation early stage, whether they are at a ready to market, ready to scale up stage, at every stage to support them. We support them with funding support, mentorship, international market access, and also with data. In AI, most of the startups who are building algorithm and AI solutions, they need a lot of data, and I'm very proud to say that we have extensive access to data. And with that data, we are very hopeful that we'll be able to bring a lot of innovations in coming months and coming years. And last but not the least is the wonderful co-working space. And for that, again, big thanks to Government of Telangana and T-Hub for making this happen and making this possible. Moving on to the next slide quickly. This is a quick snapshot of the people who make us good, people who inspire us to work hard. And these are all the startups, and I'm very sure that in next couple of years, we will get few unicorns out of this bunch. So we have, as we speak, close to 80 startups on our floor. We have more than 900 startups in our ecosystem, and obviously not all 900 are displayed here. So with all the startups, we are working day in, day out. We have also collaborations with Bay Area now, where we are able to extend market access opportunity to our startups in Africa and in US. So apart from extending other supports that for building any good AI solution it is required. Coming back to today's event, Macadamia, these are some numbers which Sharmila and MSR has also covered. This is by far the largest hackathon, and for that I would like to thank Pankaj Diwan, who is the founder of Talent Farm, and also the founder of Idea Labs. So without Pankaj's support, it was never going to be possible. So thank you, Pankaj, wherever you are in the audience. So thank you for all your support and for all the hard work that your team has put in. And because of that, we were able to achieve this number. Second, like we have conducted a couple of events like Gen AI workshop, and for that I would like to thank my college professors, Professor Ashwini Kumar and Professor Prakash, who traveled all the way along from IIM Lucknow, and they came here and conducted this wonderful session. And also we had a wonderful AI quiz where we got more than 700 teams, that is close to 1,500 people participated. We got 3 winners. It was almost like a month-long exercise where we had a couple of online rounds, then one offline, and today we had the on-stage event. And thanks to Sharmila again for being the perfect quiz master today. And also to Harika and team who has pulled out a great quiz for all of us. Now these are some numbers. We have panel discussions. I would like to thank all the speakers who have traveled across the country. But one thing that I would like to get your attention and share, when we thought of this event, honestly speaking, we were not having the manpower, we were not having the funding, and we were not having the way forward also. And we were very small, we were very nimble, and we didn't know how to do it. What we did is that we went out to our startup. We reached out to our startup and we made our startups our partners. So, and as an incubator, I understand that is my first responsibility to make our startups grow. And what we did is that we provided them this opportunity. So there on my left side, you see the names of our partners. Not all of them are our startups also. So we did this hackathon, which is supposedly or became the largest hackathon in Hyderabad, or one of the largest in the country, is because of Talent Farm, which is a 6-month-old startup, and they have put in great effort. We ran the quiz on a platform called Hire++, which is again a startup which provided that platform to conduct this quiz online for 1,500 people across the country. We were able to create this reach because of one of our startup who agreed to become our outreach partner and their name is Rava.ai, and Kiran, who is their founder, he came up with excellent suggestions and thoughts how to reach out to more people. Also, when people came on the hackathon day, they were supposed to use toolkits. We were approached by many MNCs who were ready to extend their tools for participants to use those platforms to run the algorithms or to run their solutions. We chose, or we trusted on two of our startups, Hyperleap and Kiss.ai, and you can see their name, and their platforms performed excellently well, where 6,000 people tested their solutions on-premise, 130 plus people tested their solutions on their platform. What I can say after all this exercise is that the success of this event itself is a testament of the quality of the startups we are having, of the kind of product they are building, and the solution they are taking out for the market. So I told all my startups, I am not just running the incubator for you, I am also becoming your first customer, and I can, by making this event successful, this itself become the biggest testimony for your great service and the product that you are building. So thanks to all the startups we have, and a big round of applause for all the startups who have supported us in this journey. And we went to a couple of sponsors, very few, but most of the funding, resources, everything were all arranged by these startups. So in a nutshell, the event success is one aspect of it. It's not just the people or the participation. The fundamental goal that we are having is to make good startups and to support them in their journey. And I think Mathademia established us, or gave this opportunity to me and our team to give that opportunity to our startups, where they actually establish their credibility. And last but not the least, we also had one startup called AI School, which also launched their logo today, and they were able to bring all the academic stakeholders for participating in the workshop. So in a nutshell, it was a team effort, not only from Math team, T-Hub team, but for all the stakeholders and the ecosystem partners. And with this, I would like to share that thank you everyone for all the support, and I hope that we will be able to take AI to greater heights and make Hyderabad the capital for AI, for India, for the world, from Telangana. Thank you everyone. Thanks for your support.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are a very national country, and we all are proud of the many ethnic groups and the different culture that we come with. That Jamaica is so special. We have a great blend of all that's involved, from the north, the south, the east, and the west. And as you said, you'll find in their cuisine, as you just mentioned to me, Jamaica has curry. As a big part of our diet. It's one of our favorite things. We have ackee and saltfish. We eat yam. We do from different areas and reflect the different culture of people. But that also makes us a very special place, which we're proud of. In addition to which we're, of course, the third largest English-speaking country in the region. Situated, as I said, less than 2 hours from North America, which is the biggest market, of course, in the region. But today we welcome the entire team and look forward to working with you. The other distinguished members, hope you don't mind me not calling all the names. Mr. Hall, good to have you home, taking our distinguished visitors through. For my local team, of course, Godfrey, OJ, and Dr. Frey, and a member of the local community. There are a number of things I'm very happy to be here. So Dr. Morpuri have established one of the new investment. But by this particular facility, which will be becoming the plan to be the center of health science and medical school activity, represents a new direction for Montego Bay. Why you're here, in that we are looking now moving from a certain sector of service to the knowledge processing industry. But Montego Bay is a center of service. But we have a number of things which we ought to, which we can share experience within that India can share with us to achieve the growth and development we want. We are small and developing states, and we rely heavily on bilateral, regional, and multilateral partners to attain our true development potential. India has been a long-standing friend. India ties predate Jamaican independence, and they started with a form of diplomatic ties. In fact, the Indian community The Earth came here is over 150 years back, and we have a significant then community here. And they have been different phases and aspects of the economy. Have been involved in various aspects of the economy. I said today, Dr. Mopri, you signals a new generation, going a new direction. Just people. We have maintained strong bonds. So we have a resident ambassador, high commissioner, as we call our leading diplomats in the Commonwealth. And we are signals our commitment to the friendship with India. And I'm happy to see him here with you today. Underscore the care and sensitivity of the government and people of India to Jamaica during the COVID period before I speak 10 years. India was one of the countries that reached out to us very early. You gave us some 50,000 vaccines, which came from your own pharmaceutical industry, although they were the AstraZeneca-based vaccine, very early in 2021. And the country knows that just before that, you gave us 150,000 US to contribute to the work of developing effective programs. We also have several existing bilateral agreements, which Mr. Hall is better able to analyze on. And I'm encouraged by several others are being finalized as we talk. So the analysts project that India could become the world's third largest economy during the next 5 years. Well, this is significant, and it is important that Jamaica maintain a relationship, not only from our friendship, but from lessons we learned in that. It is true that India has achieved as in economic growth in a system that is more easily modeled by Jamaica. Makes sense? It's easier to model what India has done to grow its economy and become a rich country, which they are moving towards, than it is to model others. China has done outstandingly well. Minister pointed that out, but they operate in a different ecosystem. The Chinese business are in Jamaica. They have done well. They have invested heavily in our infrastructure, in our real estate, in the commercial activity. But the model for national development is a completely different activity. Minister alluded to their election, and I want to congratulate the Indian government for being elected a third term. And I think Mr. Godfrey there would love to hear the third term. I'm sure Godfrey and we want to hear the term third term, right? But we commend the government. They had an outstanding election. But their election, and this will give you a sense of the proportion between Jamaica and India, but the parallels. The election took them over 10 weeks. We take 10 hours. We were from 7 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. And we're complete. India took over 10 weeks, I think 12 weeks, going from the northeast across different states, because they had 800 million people on the ballot, as indicated by our minister, which tells you the size of the country, but reflects their commitment to democracy. And I think that's some 700 parties running, but 3 main big ones. And of course, the BJP is back in power with some support from others, while the Congress party was well known before, is now at another level. And they remain stable. There's reports of some arguments, but we know that in any democracy, arguments must be there. In fact, the arguments are a signal of the strength of the democracy. And we still got through that point. So we commend India. But I mentioned that because it tells you we can, in fact, develop our economy within the democracy. That's what we're seeking. And that's why India is a good model to look at and to work with, and a good partner to work with. So we look forward to working with the team here. And Montego Bay, we view as the center of activity at this point in time. The north and west coast of Jamaica. We have at a very parochial level, a very strong Indian community in Montego Bay. And Dr. Morper reflects the new direction of the community in terms of business. But we have a very strong service sector. Right? Montego Bay has the business process outsourcing, tourism, of course, the world's largest service sector. And all that goes with tourism, the restaurant, the transport, etc. We also have supporting the infrastructure that is critical to development in any sector, whether service or industrial. We have the Caribbean's and Jamaica is certainly the largest airport, we have extended the runway to be able to accommodate long distance flights. So you'll be able to fly from Hyderabad, maybe one stop and maybe even direct, and your plane will be able to take off from the Montego Bay airport. And it's right beside this area. So you can land in Montego Bay, get into a fine hotel or villa within 5 minutes, in a secure space. We have the only multi-purpose port in the region. It serves a cruise ship here as well as a cargo pier. So you can, in fact, ship into the carpet in the Kingston, but anywhere in the Caribbean, and it's a small boat for specific activity. So it can be part of the logistics center. The logistic port we have is, of course, the Kingston port, which is one of the finest ports in the Caribbean. And we are expanding and developing to make it a center for logistics. But Montego Bay, which is international airport, international multi-purpose port, is a center of services. And what we're seeing here today, besides resort development, transportation, all what I've mentioned, outsourcing, is that this facility represents a move in the area of education and signals that Jamaica can become a major player in the knowledge processing outsourcing. I want to highlight components of national development programs that are relevant to our decision, because Jamaica, nationally, we set the program. I just have to emphasize that we're in Montego Bay. I think that's why I'm here today speaking after the Minister of Industry. We have demonstrated the ability to to develop the service sector and to have a cross-section. Maybe while we are not a multi-million population, we are a metropolis. We have everybody living in Montego Bay and working in Montego Bay in all the service sector, and they're all, when they come to Montego Bay, they want to stay. We have what challenges, like any developing country, but we have in fact made every effort to ensure we create a safe space for people, and you'll hear of the criminal activity, but like many urban centers, gangs and gangs. Law-abiding citizens move around without any issue. Any time of the day you come to Montego Bay, there are people walking, driving around. And we have had many investors here who feel comfortable and continue to operate. Dr. Morpur has lived here all his life, and he wants to stay because he has felt comfortable, as well as the many other investors who are in this area. We think we have offered quality service, and we offer an environment in which all are welcome, and we want to keep expanding that area. Knowledge processing outsourcing is an area we'd like to go to. I think my friend mentioned when I spoke to him some time back when I had some responsibility in this area that would love to begin to link with the Indian giants. And when we made some inquiries, they said, well, you need 1,000 engineers to start. So I said, we need to find a way to get them, whether we bring them in from India and we start training them here. But unfortunately, our education system currently produces less than 200 engineers per year, even including UTech, University of the West Indies, and all of them put together, just about 200. We're going to change that, and we're changing that, and we're looking at training down the line, not just at the highest level, but from high school up to begin to introduce on a much broader scale the science and technology. We're in fact building 6 STEM schools, population of 2,500 each. We are strengthening the work of HEART, which is now into basic robotics and technology activity to provide people with the technical skills to operate even before we get to the creators. But we are fully aware, and we are very proud of it, that we think we have some very creative people in Jamaica. And if we can provide the educational training and link with your own people, we can create some of the finest, even with in the new age of artificial intelligence. Jamaicans are great musicians, not only great athletes, they're great musicians, artists, but they have a demonstrated extremely high quality creative talent. That has been the base of Indian development. Although you start out with the processing, and companies like Wipro and others who are huge and providing backroom outsourcing services, today India is writing its own software. in every area. Not only in and software that we take, we are fascinated in technology. Here you have the ID system that we are looking at a model which allows you to reach your entire population. But you also have what competes in North America and what we call the entertainment creative side. Indian movies compete with the American movies globally. So we know that you have highly creative skills. I think if we combine that with Jamaica, we create a product that will be unique and world beater in every way. But most critically, India has a facility to, as you advance, to combine all aspects of development because of your size. So you are doing digital transformation, you're doing educational expansion, you're providing great services, but you also have great industries. Tata Industry has both a huge software arm and a huge industrial arm. In fact, they're about to do reverse colonization and buy up half of the English industry in UK, which reflects the growing strength of Indian industry. Jamaica cannot go in that heavy industry phase. We accept that. So the engineers are returning that India to build motor cars and trains and airplanes. We have to get engineers to this, to software, manage computer, hardware, etc. Because we're a small economy and we have to go for the knowledge services. So it's really a pleasure to welcome you today and to say to you, we look forward to working with Dr. Chaudhary and the team and other members who are here, because we'd love to share with India our creative side, but also share your experience for mutual benefit, building our country, improve the lives of people, and make our people more prosperous. It works both ways, because you are so big, we are near, as our minister indicated, the largest market in the world. All I want is a little piece of the service to that market. Right? You know, when you combine the US and Canadian market, it's huge. And we are also very near to South America. We are geographically centered between two large continents. South America is maybe a bit behind the north, but they're coming on big. Brazil is there, Argentina, Chile. These are big economies. And they will need to have services to catch up and build their own economy. We are located, as I said, in the middle. There are other people who use us for other reasons. The pirates did that some couple hundred years back. That were the best location in the Caribbean. We make it the best location for tourism today. And we want to do legal transshipment and logistics to build the wealth of our country. So we are building not only our port in the corporate area, and we are building the services in this town, which has grown considerably. Said we maybe have about 30,000 people just in the outsourcing services, or more in Montego Bay. In Montego Bay. It's about 17 there now, but about 35 in Montego Bay. But in addition to that, we're the center of tourism, which has a lot of service attached to it, restaurants, quality restaurants, attractions, and of course, the hotel rooms that go with that, villa centers, and we have accommodation for all levels, in addition to excellent international airport, still being worked on like any airport. We expand. We just finished the runaway. We're doing the reception here and now to ensure that you can come. And from the day you land in Jamaica, you're welcome, feel good, and know we have run an efficient economy. And that I have to emphasize. We too are pursuing to be able to participate effectively in this section of the world development, and below is that we are in a digital transformation phase. We have in fact appointed a minister to deal exactly that our services can be done. Just as you walk into the airport, you walk through kiosks and e-gates, we want to do like that for everything. Our police is being outfitted to make them more efficient with entire digitization of the force, from station records to case management to communication. And we are taking that throughout the economy and throughout the government service, that you will not feel at odds coming to Jamaica to work in the digital age, and therefore provide a foundation on which you can build. The modern economy requires huge infrastructure to develop. So we know roads, airports. We don't need much in railway, a small highway systems, water supply, but communication, which leads in digital age. And we are putting in place, we are spending our capital in all of these areas. That I said, when a company or business enterprise from like India come, you can fit easily into that. We provide the basic foundation on which to build the new economy. But in that, we do need the hard infrastructure. But critically, we are focused on ensuring we have a digital space in which we can operate efficiently and well. And we also provide security in digital space. We have built our police force. We have built MOCA, which is a special agency, which does monitor the dark web, have this capacity to do cyber defense, and assist any company that may be invaded by hackers, be able to unravel and work. And of course, we have linked users with partners beyond Jamaica. Just last week, we were influential to apprehend and break a network of hackers in Lagos, taking from one of our utility over $1 million US. But we were able to catch it before they transferred all the money. In fact, what they did, of course, is you'd be familiar with, and this area we will continue to work and expand. They took, I think, like $10,000 to see if the system worked. By the time they went to the $1 million plus, we were on it, and we were able to stop the transfer, restore the money to the company, and track them down with, of course, cooperation with that. One of the beauty of the digital world, as you said, we can stay in India or North America and work here and share knowledge and infrastructure. So it has made it indeed create the global village where we can talk to each other, work with each other, and share experiences from where we are. And for that reason, we look forward to work with India and be a part of the great Indian economy, digital economy, that will allow you a closer, despite the efficiency of the communication, it allows you a physical and nearer space to the big market while we work with some friendly people as brothers and sisters in this region to in fact build our economy and as part of your economy. Again, let me thank you for being here with us to join and look at what we're doing. Montego, as I said, we'll continue to, as a government, ensure the basic infrastructure in place. Currently, beside the airport, we're doing highway, perimeter road, which is there, at the port, but we're also doing some serious work on the connectivity across the island to ensure that our cable system, which we're using, as well as we have to use other systems, satellites, etc., is fully connected across the island. Also, I have to go back to mention that we are trying to remodel HEART, which is our National Training Institute, not only await the output of the universities, and I see one of our private universities here, which we're going to work with, additional manpower, but we're also training, not only building new schools to focus on science and technology, but we are encouraging National Training Institute to take on program of training people in the new technology that is required. And I said, our people are very adaptable. They are very creative. And in particular, the young men who tend to be the ones who tend to diversify. They jump into the cyberspace very quickly. And once we provide the framework, you know you'll have a good workforce. We have reduced unemployment in the statistical term to a level that we are happy for. But like your own country, we have a large body of people who are not looking employed. And I know you're onto programs to reduce that. We turn up more. You're big and can tolerate more than we can. We have to reduce that near 200 plus thousand people who are not looking jobs. I want to create the skills they have. And I'm confident among that is if we train them in this new field, give them their own creativity, they will adapt and we make them all productive. And our schools and training program will bring all the younger ones on stream. Our government continues to invest in these critical areas, and we're seeing the gains from the strategic investment. We are mindful that as global investors emerge post-COVID-19, Jamaica is uniquely positioned to not only attract investors, but to retain and provide high rates of return on your investment. We make no apology for saying we are happy when you come here and make profits. You'll realize your profits. We don't apologize for that. We will get to our take. We have a good, efficient tax collection system, and we take a fair one. Our government has removed a lot of what we call dysfunctional tax, small tax that damage small business, asset tax and so forth. But we have a reasonable tax system and efficient system, and we will use that to do the public investment award. Our capital investment have grown since we have been elected, something that sometimes our own people don't take recognition of. When we're elected, and I suspect you could relate that to your own government, in India, as they have moved to expand the economy, it has grown considerable while we have made your third term, right? But we were using a basic capital investment in Jamaican dollars of about $20 billion. Our total capital investment now exceeds $140 billion 8 years later, which is why we can build highways, build airports with our own money, and provide the basis on which you can invest safely, knowing that the economy, the devaluation and the other variable interest rates don't become unpredictable and damage your investment, and you have to keep wondering, what do I do? Rather than focus on your business, you keep wondering what the government is doing and what may happen tomorrow. That is what we are. This is the path we are on. So we look forward to working with the Indian business community. I want to partly thank you for bringing here the let me get the name right, Indian International Startup Foundation Global Stakeholder Summit in Montego Bay. I think we're an ideal location. We are used to having outstanding visitors. We have at different levels, but today as an investment startup, we are particularly pleased and really look forward to keeping you in touch and look forward to having you come back, not only for the conference, but when you come back to team up with Dr. Morpur and other members of the business community to start some new initiatives, some startups, which we can build to build the big ones that we want. We may not be able to jump as fast as you'd like. As I said, in closing up, people should understand the knowledge industry can grow the economy much faster. This is the fourth industrial age. The rate of growth in the first four was decades. To move from, say, the ancient press to print books to even typewriters, and then we came into gestetna printers and that kind of offset printers, and then you went to radio, what you call analog radio, etc. But the rate of change coming to the fourth industrial as you move from in the digital age is rapid. What was taking 50 years is now 5 years and less. So we are preparing our economy for that, and would love to see you come and build out our activity. I mentioned, as I said, that small countries can go fast. If we get the right creative activity, it won't be maybe as Nokia did in Finland. At one stage, Nokia as a company provided nearly 40% of the GDP of Finland, a bigger country than America, when they expanded the cell phone and make cell phone easily available and accessible to the wider population. Creativity of our Indian friends, Brighton said, coming out of the Indian Technical Institutes. You mentioned that Indian Technical Institute, and, by Minister mentioned it in one of, I'd like to go. I remember that when India started this, they didn't start a huge amount of capital. My understanding, they were first in India, they focused on the human resource. In fact, they were having the old buildings that the British left them. And they would say, take some of the class on the trees, but they had the brightest people. And they offered the best education. And the Indian Technical Institute today are considered the best science undergraduate courses across the globe, without any qualification. American colleges and business sweep them up when they can, but the Indian economy will expand to absorb them and make it Indian economy one of the finest and largest economy. We want to work with you and as partners build the same thing in Jamaica. So while we know when we train, some will migrate, if we do it fast enough, we'll create the economy to absorb the Jamaican trainees, build a prosperous economy, a safe place for our community, and really ensure that all our people can enjoy greater wealth and prosperity and a better quality of life. That's the ultimate objective of investment or all section of services will have to be modernized, and we are building infrastructure in security, infrastructure, and education to create a dynamic framework for growth, development, and for investment by all, but in particular our friends from India. Again, to Dr. Morpuri, a special thank you for organizing this year. Dr. Chaudhary, a really special welcome. You are always welcome here. As the Minister of National Security, I'm responsible for citizenship and passports. And to say to my friend, not only in Montego Bay, but across Jamaica. So, you know, because there are parallels between Montego Bay and your own part of the country. The Minister, speak about the southern part of India, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore. But you see, what every country have this kind of spread, and that's, I would notice what where when you are near to the center of power and government, you are more enwrapped in the bureaucracy. So if you even talk of the North American economy, people that California is a different country. And India, southern India has its own peculiar, one country. And so in Jamaica, in Montego Bay, Dr. Chaudhary, so if you hear somebody say that Montego Bay is a republic, that's what we are, because we're out of Kingston, and I'm in charge down here. But we consider that it reflects our own spirit of independence, entrepreneurship, and the willingness to take risk, which is why it's a good place to invest. You'll find the atmosphere, what you're used to. People who are very friendly, enterprising, and creative. And while I say we're a small country, we happen to have in the corporate area, your shipping, etc., but we think this part of Jamaica lends itself to your kind of activity and your presence and business colleagues. Again, welcome. Really blessing. Good to have you here. Enjoy the stay and look forward to seeing you again very soon back in Montego with your first startup. And maybe the second, because I gather my friend as well is about to start. And you can start 2 and 3 simultaneously. We'll be happy to have them. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security and the General Secretary of Jamaica Labour Party and the Member of Parliament for this area. Not only that, my mentor, I grew up seeing patients in this medical practice almost 30 years ago. That's my journey with the Honorable Deputy PM. And the Honorable Minister, Obin Hill, Minister of Investments, Industry and Commerce. Another mentor of mine, the very first day when we started our own pharmaceutical business, I met him at a breakfast in Montego Bay. Mr. Hill and his lovely family. That was almost 20 years ago. He was then fresh from banking business. He's from Harvard University. Then he just came to Jamaica to start a new journey. And my journey still is with him. And he has been my mentor on the stock exchange when we listed our company on the stock exchange. So it's a great pleasure to have the both mentors here. Now, there's another one here in this room, the youngest man in this room, Mr. J. Chaudhary. I have to, from 2016, when Andhra Pradesh got bifurcated into 2 different states, sir, you do not know how many times I tried to get your appointment. I'm getting goosebumps. And I know you sit on the board of Asia's largest battery manufacturing company, Amaraja Batteries, which is from my own native village, Mr. Ramchandra Naidu Galla and the family. Still, I couldn't get the appointment to see you, sir. The reason was, I was so inspired with you there in the government of Andhra Pradesh that I want to do something back to my home city in India, but I just couldn't get to see you. Welcome to Montego Bay with the entire ISF team here. And I just want to say something here. Before I say something, I want to greet His Excellency, Mr. Jason Hall, for coming all the way, accompanying the investors from India. And His Excellency, Mr. Sanjay Gupta from Indian High Commission in Jamaica. Thank you for being here. most importantly, his worship, the Deputy Mayor of Montego Bay, Mr. Crawford. Thank you, sir. And then other dignitaries here, Indian nationals must understand what you say in India, the highest civilian honors, Padma Bhushan. We have one similar kind of person in this room, the legendary Dr. the Honorable Mr. Godfrey Dyer, JAMPRO, Jamaica Special Economic Authority, and of course, Bypress Group. Last but not least, I want to thank my lovely wife, who has been behind the scenes, my two children. The tea coffee kettle breakdown, we got it in 10 minutes. She is there behind the scenes. We'll see her later. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm really excited to be here in this hall. In fact, when I started my journey promoting the Indian IT industry about 30 years back, those days in India, though we had the premier institutions like IITs, entrepreneurs used to recruit them and place them in some companies in the United States of America and maybe some European companies. We used to call the so-called body shopping. Indian students were able to get good salaries, compensation in countries like United States, but they were not adding to the economic development in India. Thanks to the decisions taken by Government of India to set up the single window government clearance mechanism, the so-called software technology parks of India, we were able to convince all the customers from United States and other countries to give the work back to India. That created a lot of manpower working in India. In fact, those people who went to USA, they are actually spending money in the malls and other facilities in the United States. They were adding economic activity to the United States of America, but not to India. Whereas when we moved the work to India, from where we were, at one point of time, to get the foreign exchange, we were not having money to buy some essential medicines and other things during before 90s, and we had to pledge all our gold to get the foreign exchange to import those essential medicines. From that situation, once we brought the reforms during the P.V. Narasimha Rao's, the Honorable ex-Prime Minister of India, during that time the Indian reforms have taken place from license Raj to the reforms Raj. And from then onwards, from nowhere, today we are touching the $5 trillion economy in India. And our Honorable, thank you. Our Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Jamaica was mentioning that whatever you people have done in India, the same thing can be replicated in Jamaica. Sir, it is possible. We already done it. We know the recipe, how to do it, and what are the mechanisms involved. And definitely I need to work with yourself and the Honorable Minister and the team, and how we can make it happen. Today, fortunately, the technologies are changing. In the era of artificial intelligence, the old BPO companies are going to be eliminated because those jobs are getting automated. So we need to find maybe knowledge capital industry, product companies, startup companies. They are the ones who are going to be growth engines for the new economy. That's the reason why we started the International Startup Foundation. We know that services industry per se, like KPO, BPO, all these sectors, they're going to lose jobs because of the automation tools of generative AI and all that. But in India, with 1.5 billion population, we can't afford to not to have the employment creation happening regularly. That's the reason why we decided to create more startups from India who can become unicorns. Unicorn means a $1 billion company. And already there are about 83 unicorns came from India. And the next 2 years, about another 200 unicorns are coming up from India. They are actually spreading their markets all over the globe. And most of these successful startups who have become the $1 billion companies, What they're doing is, though India is a big market at this point of time, they also wanted to look at the US markets. They are setting up their units in the United States of America to have the market access in North America. That's where I see the potential. Whereas instead of going to United States of America, these companies, startup companies, already made their mark as $1 billion companies. They can as well come to Jamaica, set up their development center because the cost of operations are less and they can train the people, and North America is close by. So this is the opportunity which I am thinking is possible. For that, we need to create the ecosystem, how we can make it happen. The so-called 80-20 formula, even the Silicon Valley startup companies are what they are doing. When they get first $1 million funding from VC, with $1 million, they can't have all the employees in Silicon Valley because the cost of operations is very high. What they are doing, 20% of the manpower only they recruit in the United States, 80% of the manpower they are actually employing in India, either Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune and all the centers. So the same model, we can have 20% of those Silicon Valley companies be there in the Silicon Valley, 80% we can have them in Jamaica because it is not that far away and cost of operations are lower. And also we don't have the visa restrictions. What suppose if my company wants to take a lot of people to United States, lot of restrictions on the H1 visas and L1 visas to take them to United States. Whereas I was also already told that from Krishna Bandapudi that you have got excellent ecosystem here. We don't have any such hassles. So all these things we have to take into consideration, how we can create more jobs here, not just ordinary jobs. Sir, creating those ordinary jobs, I don't think they can create the economic activities. We need to create very high-end jobs. That will happen through the startups. When the startup is incubated in Jamaica and they create a product, that product can be sold in North America, that product can be sold in India, anywhere in the globe. For that, you need to create that kind of ecosystem, and they are the ones who are going to give the taxes to you, and they are going to the people who are going to employ the very high quality people from educational institutions. So world is changing. All the low end of jobs, whether you like it or not, because of the automation tools, they are going to be faded away. How do we create jobs for the young generation who are coming out of the institutions? That's where we are a International Startup Foundation. We are working on that. We already figured out how to do it. The same formula, we can bring it to Jamaica and see that your citizens also will be benefited. And definitely we'll be working with Dr. Guna, Dr. Krishna Bandapudi, who has already done. Though his model of addressing the nearshore operations, that's still possible. There are a lot of companies who are in North America and also in India. They wanted to have access to the customers in North America for the IT services nearshore operation. While that is going on, we need to bring the startup companies. And how do we make the startup companies succeed? Out of Jamaica, out of other places, and create opportunities for Jamaican citizens and also for the whole citizens across the globe. In India, in our Sanatana Dharma, we believe in whole world is one family. We don't think that we are Indians, our families are only in India and all that. Wherever they are, that's why our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji always keeps talking about this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means whole world is one family. Why we have to only help our people in India? Why not we help our neighboring countries? Why not we help the citizens in Jamaica? Why not we help citizens in America? So that is the kind of a concept that India has got. This ethos were there for thousands of years, the so-called Sanatana Dharma. And we will be more than happy, sir. Wherever there is a need, we are there to help so that it's a win-win situation. We also believe in the whole world should do very well. That's why in most of the Sanskrit slokas, when they do any rituals, fire rituals and all that, Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. That means the whole world has to be happy. Not that only in India, only in Andhra Pradesh, only our community, our caste and all that should be happy. Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. That means the whole world should be happy. Then only we can have a happy environment. So we are targeted towards that, sir, and definitely we'll be more than happy to work with the Jamaican government and see that whatever your vision and whatever the infrastructure created by Dr. Guna for bringing entrepreneurs like Krishna Bandapudi, we'll bring more such entrepreneurs to your country. Only thing is, we need to create that capsule of what is that we need to do in Jamaica to bring these entrepreneurs to get convinced, yes, they are going to do well by coming to Jamaica. Not only in the other sectors like food processing and all that, maybe it's a little easier. Whereas in the knowledge industry, we need to create manpower first. We need to create maybe infrastructure which is conducive for these startup companies to survive and succeed. So I am very positive about making the Jamaica like what we did, $500 billion economy to with targeting to $10 trillion economy. The same thing can be done, but since we have population is small, we need to look at very high-end jobs so that your taxes comes to the Jamaican government will be better, and the quality of living also will be better. And we can create, why not we create the companies like Google, Microsoft, Apple from Jamaica? It's possible today. If only we create that environment ecosystem through the startups, it is possible. Once we create one company, for example, I was the managing director of NVIDIA in India. Yesterday I was watching BBC News. They said of all the companies, NVIDIA stocks have gone 5% up. They have beaten Apple. Now their market cap is more than $3 trillion. Second largest after only Microsoft. We sold our company to NVIDIA. Why not we create such companies from here? It's possible. With this, I want to thank Dr. Guna for making this ISF to come to Jamaica. I also want to thank Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, and entire the senior officials who are here. And I also want to thank my ISF members who have traveled all the way from USA and India to be part of this organization. Thanks a lot.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcoming investors to Jamaica in general and to the city of Montego Bay in particular is always an exciting and happy occasion. In that same breath, it is an honor for me as Deputy Mayor of this great city of Montego Bay to be here today, not just sharing in this opening ceremony for this exploratory investment mission to Jamaica, but to be representing our Mayor, Councillor Richard Vernon, who unavoidably is absent as he's on another mission, but send his regards, Guna and the team. Let me express commendations to the Indian International Startup Foundation and its partner, the Biopris Group, for this joint approach in facilitating this investment to Jamaica. Our country, Jamaica, remains a hotspot for new investments, and on behalf of the St. James Municipal Corporation, ladies and gentlemen, I want to state clearly that the municipality supports new investments and will continue to do necessary work to make the process of doing business in our city and our country an enjoyable experience. The government is on a mission. The government is on a mission to make Jamaica the place of choice to do business. And in that regard, I am extremely happy to know that the Indian International Startup Foundation and Biopris are keenly looking into establishing Jamaica as their home. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big deal for a small country like Jamaica. And I thank you again, Guna, for being such a pioneering individual. I'm sure that an investment like this would also play a role in further reducing Jamaica's unemployment rate, which is currently at 4.2%. The vision of a new Montego Bay and a new Jamaica is truly coming to reality. Work is currently underway on the Montego Bay Perimeter Road and very soon will start up on the Long Hill Bypass. This will result in an easier commute experience for everyone. If time is money, then we have no time to waste in traffic. We need to get our people and our investors where they need to go. Work on the future expansion of the Sangster International Airport is going apace, while the shopping port remains one, if not the most modern in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, our government has been putting in the necessary infrastructure. I'll say this again, our government has been putting in the necessary infrastructure in place to facilitate more investors. So what the Indian International Startup Foundation and Embark are proposing will come to life. Ladies and gentlemen, sincerely on behalf of the St. James Municipal Corporation, the city of Montego Bay, and the wider Jamaica, we welcome this expected investment and want to make it clear that the municipality stands as a solid supporter and partner of this. Thank you again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I am so tremendously grateful to be here this morning. Not because last week it was 127 degrees in Delhi, but because it's so incredible to be home. And those of you visiting us, I'm sure you're feeling it already. There is definitely something unique and special about this island we call home. Another point of gratitude I have, of course, is to you, Dr. Mapuri, for hosting this great event. I think when I first met you and you shared with me your plans, I thought to myself, this is what happens when Indian innovation meets Jamaica's readiness for business. There is simply no limitation as to how far one can go. And so all of you here visiting should be commended for making this courageous step, because I'm sure you'll find value proposition presented by Jamaica is not only a strong one, but it's multi-layered and it spans so many areas of opportunity. And I believe that Jamaica is uniquely poised and positioned to be the gateway for Indian innovation into this region. So I welcome you all very warmly. You know, in business, timing is everything. And this is a most remarkable time to be in India. Honorable Minister Hill was previously High Commissioner to India before me, an excellent wicket for us to bat on. And when we look at what is happening in India today, India's current role in the world as a leader on so many fronts, whether you're talking about sustainability, technology, digitalization, it is truly fascinating. You know, driving to the airport on Saturday evening, I got stuck in traffic. And whilst I'm there, I'm looking outside, and what I see is a country that is existing simultaneously in 3 centuries. You have a man pulling a hand-drawn cart that has been done for centuries. On that cart, he has some coconuts which are being sold, and there's a QR code on the cart which people are scanning and paying for the coconut right there and then. So right off the bat, you see a level of cellular penetration, you see digitalization, and you see banking inclusion. And these are all pillars of development. And we, of course, here in Jamaica are on that trajectory. I talk about timing, and of course, it's also great timing for Jamaica. This is our strongest economic growth in our trajectory, thanks to the administration in place and to the policies undertaken, thanks to their business enabling environment that they have created, that we see this level of growth. And it certainly bodes very well for the future. You will, of course, get to hear more about the multiple value proposition presented by Jamaica by my colleagues. And of course, I do call them colleagues because I see here many former colleagues and friends. I used to work at JAMPRO, and I actually, in my mind, still do. And it's just great to see you all This is going to be a very brief visit, but I certainly will carry it home back to India, relishing and cherishing the time I've had here. I've had to cram all of my favorite dishes into into the brief period that I have here. Nobody knew you could have oxtail for breakfast, but I certainly have done that. But I just want to say that it is a tremendous honor to be here before you. It's immensely gratifying to see you here. I wish you an extremely successful visit. I hope that amidst learning more about Jamaica and what we have to offer, you have the opportunity to really soak Jamaica in. Jamaica is easily one of the most diverse countries you'll come across as you travel from ocean reef to mountain ridge. There is just something here that is empowering, that's uplifting, and altogether positive. And so we hope that you enjoy this to the fullest. We hope that this will not be the first time that you'll be here, and that you'll join the many others who come to Jamaica on a repeated basis to get that feeling, to get that benefit. And once again, thank you, Jampro. Thank you, BioPris. And thank you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I intend to congratulate Jampro, BioPris, and Indian International Startup Foundation, ISF, for organizing this wonderful exploratory investment mission. India and Jamaica share the links for a period little less than 2 centuries. We have shared history and values of democracy. India has granted $1 million for the Kitson Town project, which is under implementation by FAO. Donated life-saving medicines worth $100,000, 50,000 of COVID-19 vaccines in 2021, and 100 sets of cricket kits during the visit of the President of India. There is also an ongoing proposal for donation of electronic scoreboard in Sabina Park worth around $200,000 of US, maybe increasing. But the excellent bilateral relations we have are not reflected when we look at the trade figures between the two countries. While these have been steadily increasing over the past few years, but yet to see the actual potential that exists between the two countries. India is a SME strong country, and the collaborations between the two economies may complement each other to a great extent, despite a big geographical distance in between. Though Jamaica is the third largest island, yet the biggest English-speaking one in the Caribbean, and its central location favors the increased scope of trade in the region. There are many areas which can be worked upon to increase the bilateral trade. Some of these are health and medical services and Indian pharmaceuticals. The High Commission has been making all efforts to bring Indian investment to Jamaica in this sector, and many of the renowned Indian health facilities are ready for coming here to establish super specialty hospitals. Narayana Group has been here for 3 times, and KIMS Hyderabad is also willing to invest around $40 million on their proposed hospital in Jamaica. The local regulations, however, are expected to be eased to implement and realize these proposals. Similarly, huge potential is there in Jamaica for Indian pharmaceuticals. The High Commission is working together with the local authorities towards having a relaxed registration process for Indian pharmaceutical companies. Education. India intends to facilitate capacity building through science, technology, and engineering. India's top engineering institutions, IITs, are open to start their facilities abroad. While Jamaican side has shown interest into it, some financial and infrastructural aspects need to be worked out more closely. Additionally, ICCR scholarships are being offered to the Jamaican students to study in prestigious institutions in India, and the offer needs to be given a wide publicity to reach the interested students. India is keen to promote the investment opportunities in Jamaica in this sector as well. And looking forward to the Parliament building project, rail network, and development of ports. Defense and security. Several JCF personnel have availed ITech training courses on cybercrime and forensic science. JDF has also been sending their cadets for military training in the Indian defense establishments. The courses are fully sponsored by the Government of India. We have also offered Jamaican specific courses under this program and hope to receive an enthusiastic response on it. There is also a scope of supply of vessels for the Coast Guards. SME QIP projects. As announced by the External Affairs Minister, India has offered SME projects worth $1 million. As the grants have aimed the SME sector to benefit from, both the sides are working together and we hope to see some fruitful results in the near future. German Ship Repair Jamaica Limited has recruited 32 engineers and technicians at the shipyard through agencies in India. This seems to be a viable model which can be explored also in other sectors. There are other potential sectors as well for increasing trade, namely renewable energy, film and animation, e-governance and digitization, tourism, etc. Before concluding my remarks, I once again congratulate all stakeholders who have put in their efforts to organize this conference. As such, business-to-business interactions play a pivotal role in increase of trade between the two or more countries. The High Commission is keen to facilitate and support all engagements which bring together the entrepreneurs, investors, and industry to openly discuss the viability of business proposals. The High Commission is also looking forward for a bigger participation from Jamaica in the 10th CII India LEC conclave to be held in the last quarter of this year. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
My cabinet colleague, Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. More importantly, the Member of Parliament for this region. That's what makes everything works. That make everything to work. His Excellency Jason Hall, who is the first resident High Commissioner of Jamaica to India. I was non-resident High Commissioner. I couldn't afford to leave Jamaica, so I stayed. Mr. Sanjay Gupta, of course, who's here with the Indian High Commission. Commissioner Masar Rungsung just left to Vancouver, I think yesterday. We're happy to have you, Sanjay. We see you everywhere. Good. But especially importantly, Mr. J.A. Chowdhury. Mr. Chowdhury is, as you have heard, started his foundation, sold some of his shares that he owned in NVIDIA. That's my interpretation. He hasn't told me anything. But he has been such an outstanding investor, such an outstanding starter of business. When I listen to him talk, and Shulette and Kelly Dawn isn't here yet, Shulette has been traveling with me all over the place. It's the same story that I tell. What I'm going to tell you is that with the new election, you listen for the name of Dr. Chowdhury and listen for the name of Andhra Pradesh. Now, Prime Minister Modi is going to be back making India the outstanding country has done in the past 10 years. But this time, with the BJP having only about 240 seats out of the day, Andhra Pradesh is king made. No, that's not, those are my in terms of having Prime Minister Modi continue to lead India. So you're going to hear a lot more about Andhra Pradesh. But Dr. Chowdhury has control of southern India from Chennai, Bangalore up to Hyderabad, and all of that area, all the areas that I know. I've been, I know all that area very well, but I wanted to give him a special round of applause for leading this delegation to Jamaica. Also, Dwight Crawford, our new young deputy mayor. In 2 years' time, he'll be with us. I said, but it was good to see you this morning. Mr. Sri Adnuri, good to have you here. You work on the New York Stock Exchange, among other things. And of course, our host, Dr. Gunnar Corey, wonderful founder, CEO of BIMS. I met him 24 years ago, maybe. I was on vacation at the half moon with my family. He had just come to be a doctor in Jamaica, he and his wife. And I think his son was probably just born then, or maybe right after. And we became good friends. I mentored him through the stock market, of launching his company through the stock market. And we've been very close friends. So I am amazed. I know where this is coming from nothing. I'm amazed to see what has happened here, what he's turned Biopris into. And I want to give you to give him a very special round of applause. That we get from business people, that pays the deputy prime minister, the prime minister, the finance minister, me, Shulet, everybody else that works in government. Oh yes, you're going to say, but we pay taxes too. We pay taxes after we get paid from the money from business. So I'm very appreciative of sponsors, and I always take a minute to say thank you very specially to sponsors, media practitioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. India has just gone through an election where they had approximately 800 million people vote. That is unheard of, in unprecedented, completely amazing. I have been associated with India before I was 30 years old. Long time I've been there, been to India over 100 times. My banking career in the Middle East was made by Indians. The guys who I recruited to do credit, to do analysis, to do operations, to do IT. We were changing from, in 2000, all my IT, 2 degrees from IIT. That's the Indian Institute of Technology, which is right up there with Caltech and MIT. In fact, everyone in India, the big American companies that you see have Indian CEOs, including IBM. They're Indians, and they all generally pass through IIT. So I've seen that. I've seen India change. I was the executive vice president, very young age, for a big bank in Kuwait. Dr. Manmohan Singh was advisor at the Ministry of Finance, not even yet Minister of Finance, advisor. Dr. Narasimha, not Dr., Prime Minister Narasimha Rao was Prime Minister. Because India is the fastest growing large economy in the world, I can say this now, with great admiration for where India is. At the time, India was on its economic knees. It had to pledge its gold to the Bank of England, you remember, and UBS. Okay? Kuwait, they needed oil, didn't have it. ONGC had money, but Indian Oil Corporation had no money. So I, as a young banker from Kuwait, went to India on a New Year's Eve and loaned India $250 million in order for it to continue to get its oil. It couldn't afford it. But Kuwait and India had a great arrangement. In my bank, I had one deposit of $600 million. That's Kuwait. Because Kuwait is rich, still very rich. And so we were able to do that. So my history with India, not only did I lend to India, but India made my career. And I'm so happy today to have so many Indians in my country welcoming you to Jamaica. I'm happy to have you. So that's my very brief, much longer history, but that's a brief story of the wonderful impression I have of India. But now I have 800 million people going to vote. No mishap. They voted. They started on April 19th, if I remember. Counted one day, finished in June 6th, because it's all electronically done. The national ID has made it so easy to do what you have to do. And again, brought in by Prime Minister Modi. He has done a tremendous job. Glad to see him back in the job. I'm sure he is. But he's going to have to be, being the fox he is, he's been in government. You're going to watch him manipulate and operate. So I wish you guys well in Andhra Pradesh. You have a master to deal with. So, but you know something? India and Jamaica is a similar thing. Not only are we in the Commonwealth, not only is India the largest, the biggest English speaker in the world, whatever America and England think, the largest amount of English speakers in the world are in India because your population is so big. We have a legal system. Yes, well, they have a lot more Hindi speaker, but your population is so big that you're more than 300 million, which is in the US. So you have that huge population, but you have a legal system that we both understand. Supreme Court in India at least 9 times, well, before it came into being. So we're familiar with that. We have cricket in the same way, but we have something else. We have a democracy that is amazingly strong. Dr. Chang was MP and General Secretary of the party. I worked with the leader of the opposition, then now Prime Minister, in 2015-16 to make sure we craft an economic policy that got us into power. But we have a democracy that is amazingly strong. We won by 1 vote in 2016. 1 vote. The Prime Minister that was Prime Minister leaves Jamaica House that evening. The next morning, Andrew Holness was Prime Minister. That's the strength of our democracy. We have a currency that is not under any control. We have a free, transferable, negotiable currency. Bring clean money in, take clean money out. And in case the money is not clean, we have good friends that Sri is close to that will tell us the money is not clean. So we don't have to worry about it. You can't fuss about with funny money in Jamaica. We have a clean system. We have a stock exchange that is strong. Twice in 5 years, Bloomberg said it was the best. We have a government that has not raised taxes in 8 years. We have cut income tax twice, and we have reduced the VAT, what you will know as VAT, in our period of time. And we have a revenue stream that has been stronger than our estimates every single year. In other words, we've gone through the pandemic, spent 100 billion Jamaican dollars we didn't expect to spend, and we have not raised taxes any of those period of time. We have a government, the Andrew Holness administration runs an economy that is anybody's pride. The outgoing head of the IMF, Christine Lagarde, and the incoming one, Georgieva, praised us together because of how we run our economy. It's an accolade we don't want to ever have again because it means we were a basket case. That's why they're praising us. We're not interested in that. Not anymore. So we thank you for the accolades. We don't want it anymore. Because we're now running an economy that is important. But you know what? A picture is worth 1,000 words. Put up some slides here for me. Let me finish. You see this slide? Jamaica's balance of trade. I start off here to let you know why we welcome investors so much. In the 62 years we have been independent, we have had 1 year when we had a positive trade balance. That was in 1966. In other words, we have a long history to overcome. You know how we brought down, we had a debt to GDP of 147% in 2013. We brought it down by making it a national event. We have to bring down our debt. It's now down to 74%. Will be down to 60% in a couple of years. By 2028, it's be at 60% or lower. That's where we're going. We have done it. We run faster than anybody in the world. And except for two Indians called probably Tendulkar and Virat Kohli, we bat better than anybody else in the world. Okay, so, but you know something? We know where India is coming from. I'm going to show you that in a minute. So this is why, this challenge is why we want you here. We want that positive trade balance to come back to place and become strong, because you can only become strong when you are positively trading. Germany came from nothing by trading. Singapore didn't even have a country. And Israel had to be carved out of the Middle East. They're all strong. In the next slide, I'll show you why. I want to show you something. Per capita GDP. Now look at that. I have three countries up there. Jamaica, India, and China. Take the numbers from 2001. Why? Because 2001, the last thing Bill Clinton did was to make sure China entered the WTO. It is in the same quarter, the same year, we were in gap. India and Jamaica were in gap. So we were in the trading system. But we had to join the WTO because it came to be, we joined the same year as China. So the blue line is Jamaica. We were about $5,000 at that time. In fact, you go back to 1970, we had 5,000 US dollars as the per capita GDP. So where India was just above 2,000, China was just above 2,000, India was below 2,000 in 2001. This is something that you need to, I walk around this in my brain. Because China entered WTO and therefore became the trading nation of the world. They turn everything, and remember now, China is a command economy. You can't do that in India. We can't do that in Jamaica. My God, you would have something in there. You try that stuff. Especially after the last election. We can't do that in Jamaica. China has a command economy. But look at what China did, because it was able to trade. By 2009, you see the Chinese, the green graph crossed Jamaica. They caught us up. We haven't moved very much. We moved up now to about 6,000 plus 2023. But since between 1970 and 2022, we're about $5,000. India has meandered a little bit higher. You're getting bigger. But look at where China is, 12,000 thereabout dollars. When you multiply that by 1.3 billion people, you understand why they're the second largest economy in the world, which means I know where you're going, because I know where the size of your economy today. You're going to be the third economy in the world shortly, and you're going to continue to grow because you have a young population. China's population has leveled off. It's going to come down. We have that same issue a little bit. We haven't leveled off yet, but near it. So this is a graph that you, my good friends from India and Jamaicans, are going to continue, because we want to see both of our lines going right up. We want to cross green. You know why it's not impossible? Trinidad and Tobago have 14,000, 15,000. Bahamas has 31,000 per capita GDP. It's not impossible. We can do it. And with you coming in here, with the size of our economy and how it's structured now, we can get there very quickly. So this is why I wanted you to see this graph and to digest it and come back, Shri, and come us help us make this grow down here, you and all your friends. So we look at Jamaica's real GDP. You see what happened? We were growing well since we came to power. It started in 2011. We came to power in 2016, which is when it gets green. Green is the wonderful color of the Jamaica Labour Party. the governing party in Jamaica. So the graph is green. But look at what happened to us. We're going so well. 2019 going up, pandemic. Our economy dropped 10%. But look at how quickly we recovered because we managed our economy so well. Remember now, we pumped in another $100 billion, didn't borrow any money, didn't raise taxes, and we're back to where we are. This is the country you must come and invest in. This is where you must come. No other country in the Caribbean can match those numbers. We run a good economy. We know how to run a good economy. You think I'm lying? The FT, the Financial Times, said to a big country that Sri knows well, say, you want to know how to handle your debt? The 31 trillion that you have? Talk to Jamaica. So, I mean, we talk about that because the truth is, in 2011, 2012, all the economists in the Financial Times would call us a basket case. So when they say something good, we say it. We're very happy to have it. And of course, Bloomberg has said this. When I visited Bloomberg last year, I went there, I think Shalette was with me. They said to me, why aren't you putting out any paper? They want bonds. They said on the emerging market pile, Jamaica is the best paper. You know why? Because we haven't borrowed any money. Bankers love you when you don't borrow. Them comes tough money down your throat. Well, we haven't been taking it because we know what it is when you have debt you can't manage. Next. Jamaica's net foreign direct investment. This is where you come in. I have net foreign direct investment. And when you look on that graph, there's a little thing at the bottom there that said GOJ, Government of Jamaica, out of the local capital market from 2016 to 2023. There's a reason I tell you that. In other words, we have our foreign direct investment has gone down, but our local direct investment has been strong because the government has not been borrowing. Usually governments go in the capital market and squeeze out the private sector. Private sector can't get money to borrow to build their business. You're looking to bring people in here. Our banks have money. We're looking to bring investors in here. We wanted to look at our special economic zone. We have pension funds that want to invest. This is the place to come. So you don't have to look at only foreign capital. We have money to invest, and the government is out of the capital markets. Now, we are a country that they called in 2011, 2012, 13 a basket case. This country has turned around. We haven't borrowed a penny in the local market. So money is there to grow the economy. This is the economy to come to, Mr. Chowdhury and your team. You're in the right place. Let me see if I have one more slide. Now look at this. Jamaica's debt to GDP. See that long spike up there in 1991? 240 or so % or debt to GDP. Only Japan that we survived. I have no idea. You know, I tell you a story. It's a true story. And when I lived in the Middle East, I came back every summer. And when we were going through this tough time in the 1990s, I said to myself, I studied economics, I understand finance. How on God's earth we don't have a revolution? Things are mercilessly tough. Then I met a program. I heard a program on the radio called Mutty Perkins. And Dr. Chang, I said, this is why we don't. Every day the Jamaicans will be on there and they say anything they want about the politicians. They cuss them. They quarrel with them. They call them all kinds of names that their mothers would not be proud of. But that was the safety valve. They got the stuff off their chest and were able to survive. This is my own social interpretation of how we survived till we got a government led by Andrew Michael Holness in 2016 that looked at what has happened to our debt to GDP. The only spike you see there is that 2021, 2020 because of the pandemic. Look, we're coming back down and going back down. This is the country you should be in the Caribbean to invest. All my friends from my rich neighbors in the Caribbean, all the big companies are now on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. All of them have come because people want to buy their stocks around the world. But if the stock market is located in a country that has currency controls, the stock people won't buy it. So Jamaica has no currency controls. We have free currency and we have a free and well-run stock market. So when you want to make sure you monetize some of your wealth, Jamaica Stock Exchange is there for you. Now I know you have what you have in India. Lots of good stock markets. I've traded on them myself. So I know them very well. And I know your big bears when they were big bears and what happened to them and how that has happened. So, we have a stock market here that makes fun. In other words, we have an ecosystem here. A tax system that works. We don't tax it. We don't raise taxes. We have a stock market that works, recognized by Bloomberg. We have a debt to GDP that is going in one trajectory down. We have an unemployment level. Put up the Jamaica's constant drop in unemployment. Look at that. Look at where we're coming from. 14 odd % in 2013. In 2016, when we took power, it's 13.4. Now, if you look from 2020, from 2019, we've been hitting new records. We spiked up in 2020, 2021 because of pandemic. But look at where we are. 2022, a record low. 2023 at 4.2% in an emerging economy that's almost no, and the economy is at equilibrium. So we have bright people. So we now have BPOs that employ 71,000 people. We're moving that on. We're using onto knowledge outsourcing a product, which is what Mr. Chowdhury said. But I'm saying all that with the numbers so you can recognize that this is very rare that I don't use PowerPoint when I'm speaking, but I rarely get business people who can walk the numbers with me. So you got it this morning. And it's really a good story. But we have the story, right? Guyana has found 11 billion barrels of oil. It's going to be a major oil economy. Guyana has a draft because of the big rivers bring down silt. They have a draft of 4 to 6 meters. Jamaica is a natural logistics center for Guyana. They're going to have a port like Singapore and Antwerp in 5-7 years time, but between then and now, there's a lot of money to be made. Jamaica is the place to be the logistics center. Everything comes here. Jamaica is closest to the largest market in the world, 75 minutes. But if you use the F-35, it's probably 20 minutes round trip. So we're saying you're in the right place. We welcome you here. And in this our 7th decade of independence, Jamaicans must become known as excellent scientists. Yes, we run well. Yes, we sing well. We can even play cricket well. But we must become known as excellent scientists, leading innovators and creators of very useful and desired technologies around the world that people will buy, goods and services. Every day we must strive to become known nationally, regionally, internationally as focused, performing, and very smart innovators and business people. This is a critical objective. To secure our political independence, which we've had since 1962, we must secure we as Jamaicans. Canadians not going to do it for us. Trinidadians not going to do it. The British not going to do it. We as Jamaicans, working with our Indian friends, must carve out our own economic independence. More and more, we Jamaicans must grow our international recognition as excellent economic managers. And ladies and gentlemen, that's just a start. So, Mr. Chowdhury, and your delegation, we invite you as Indian investors to join in this noble Jamaican partnership economic endeavor. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
That we're a government agency, we're fully funded. We are actually called Jamaica Promotions Corporation, but we're very big on acronyms in Jamaica, so JAMPRO it is. And we're a part of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, which has been dubbed Jamaica's business ministry. We are one of 20 agencies that have been charged with making it easy to do business in Jamaica. So we facilitate your investments. So any investor that is interested in Jamaica, that is investing in Jamaica, we handhold you through that entire process. And I'm very happy to see Right Software nodding their heads because they're one of our newest clients. We are very focused on exports as well. So all the sectors that we work in are export-led investment sectors. So when we help you to make your investment project in Jamaica, we also help you to secure overseas markets. One of the other things that we do is that we help you find local partners. We're very excited about the fact that as a business ministry, our ministry has been working with medium, small, and micro companies to build their capacity so that when investors come into Jamaica, you can buy locally. And so your investment stretches across the economy. And finally, we advocate for you. We advocate for business. And a lot of you would have felt the energy coming from the podium this morning when my minister spoke. That's the kind of advocacy that goes behind business. Because when we can't handle it at our level in JAMPRO, we just put the minister on it and he's our main advocacy person for businesses in Jamaica. So why Jamaica? And I always like in this kind of forum to talk after my minister. In some instances, the Minister of Finance or the Prime Minister. Today, we were honored to have the Deputy Prime Minister. Because I want to re-emphasize some things that we've heard today and put it all together to paint a picture of why Jamaica is the right place for us. We're an English-speaking country, and funny enough, as small as we are, we're the largest English-speaking country in the Caribbean with a population of just 2.8 million. Very small compared to India. But we have a workforce of half of that, 1.4 million. My minister spoke about what we have done as a country to build a very resilient economy. Very rarely countries get an opportunity to test their mettle in terms of what they can do in managing an economy properly. And the pandemic did that for Jamaica, and it showed the world the resilience of our country. Minister put up a graph that it's called what we call the J curve. We literally had 2 quarters of decline when the pandemic started. And then it's been growth ever since. And that speaks very strongly of the government that is inviting you to put your business here and what they're prepared to do to make sure that you have the economy that is right for business. We have a stable and supportive democratic government. And that's something that we have in common with you. Between administrations, whether or not it changes from one to the other, the fundamentals of what we believe in our vision to be remains very stable. We are very open and transparent. We have no foreign exchange controls, and I spoke to some of you last night about this. There is no rules that say that you can't move foreign exchange in and out of the country as long as we do it in keeping with the rules. There's no limitation on foreign ownership. Foreigners can own Jamaican property, Jamaican land. And there's no restrictions on how you repatriate your profits to whatever country you wish to. The government of Jamaica shows a commitment to business. We have a national investment policy and we have a business reform agenda that is committed always. And it's an ongoing agenda to making it as easy to do business as possible. About 5 or 6 years ago, the World Bank declared that Jamaica was the 6th easiest place to start a business in the world. And nevertheless, Companies Office of Jamaica, it's an agency under the ministry, it's a sister agency of JAMPRO, is still working to see how we can make that even easier. We do not rest on our laurels when it comes to facilitating business. The Deputy Prime Minister spoke to our digital transformation program, making sure that our country is ready to be a digital economy. And we have a massive national broadband network project that is going to be rolled out to make sure that every corner of the country is connected and that there is no digital divide between the various communities and towns and cities of Jamaica. We are just rolling out as well our data protection policy to make sure that when you come to Jamaica, there are no questions that clients can pose to you about how protected their data will be in Jamaica, because we have put in place a data protection policy that will ensure that your clients will be comforted by the legislative framework in Jamaica. The ministers also spoke about our global reputation, and we're very proud today to have our partner here, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, who was declared by Bloomberg to be the world's best performing stock markets in 2015 and 2018. We continue to have extremely good global rankings, and Minister Hill spoke about the fact that the global markets are itching for when we will come back to markets. Standard & Poor's upgraded Jamaica late last year to say that we have a stable outlook and we're now at BB minus. And Fitch has done the same earlier this year. So the world is looking at us and they're saying that we're a good bet. So for companies in India, we believe that Jamaica offers a nearshore delivery hub. We have a strategic location for air and sea connectivity. We have high port container capacity. We have a number of trade agreements. We layer onto that our trainable workforce that is ready to be upskilled, a developed transport and telecommunications infrastructure, and a diverse ecosystem of value chain sectors. Our strong sea connectivity is marked by a port community system with 6 seaports and 3 international airports. We have over 25 shipping lines that visit Jamaica, connecting us globally to 140 ports. Port of Kingston has a TEU capacity of 3.2 million, and already we are birthing post-Panamax ships that carry 14,000 TEU. Last year, we had 945 international weekly flights along 39 airlines, and Deputy Prime Minister, Montego Bay here is one of the busiest airports that we have in the region. It's not in Kingston, it's in Montego Bay. And our air connectivity is important because it puts us an hour away from the US. Literally, people can come to Jamaica in the morning and go back to the US in the evening. And nevertheless, we have direct flights going all the way to Europe, as far as Italy. We have direct flights going into those countries. So the connectivity that we have is significant. We might be a small country, but we are highly connected. Don't think of us as a market of 2.8 million. We're not only close to other markets in the Western Hemisphere, but we have 4 million tourists that come here annually that are buying products here. We have a Jamaican diaspora that is outnumbering us in overseas markets. We have a CARICOM, a Caribbean community that provides preferential trade access to 18 million people and trade agreements with the USA, Canada, the UK, and Europe. So all of those markets are open to you once you're doing business in Jamaica and exporting from Jamaica. We have a framework of incentives, and Jamaica is very proud that we structured our incentives, that most of our incentives can be accessed by any person, any company that is here. We have an employee tax credit that when applied to our already low 25% corporate income tax rate can lower your income tax to 17.5%. For the special economic zones, we have 12.5% that can be reduced as well to 7%. Can you imagine paying 7% corporate income tax? That is unheard of anywhere. And those special economic zones allow you also to bring in everything into that zone, duty-free, tax-free. And when you develop that zone, when you are the person, like Dr. Guna, that builds out a special economic zone, you don't pay any taxes on the rent that you collect from the people in that. The Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce also administers what is called a productive input relief, where companies can get duty-free all the equipment, all their raw material into the country. And that's for the manufacturing industry. But we also have it for agriculture, for tourism, for entertainment, and for healthcare. So anything that you need to bring in order to do your business, that's zero duty. We also have other incentives such as group headquarters. If you decide to domicile your group headquarters in Jamaica, we have incentives for large projects, pioneering industries, and we have the Junior Stock Exchange, which is also run by our stock exchange, which incentivizes companies to start off small and get tax breaks for the period that they're on the stock exchange. The minister spoke about our record low 4.2% labor unemployment rate. That's almost full employment. We have a job seeking rate of 2.7%, but what it means is that we are now ready to take our skills of our people to that other level. We are ready for knowledge process outsourcing. We are ready to make sure that the jobs that we are talking about when we talk to investors are high value quality jobs, because that's where we are in our economy. So our labor costs are competitive and our adult literacy rate is 88%. So even at school leavers level, you're getting a quality candidate to work in your firms. We have in government what we call HEART NSTA, and that's the Human Employment and Resource Training National Services and Training Agency that has 26 training institutions. And in 22-23, that fiscal year, April to March, over 59,000 people were trained in technical skills. And the beauty of how HEART Trust works is that we can sit with them. If you have a nuanced requirement for your labor pool, you can sit with HEART and build a curriculum, and they will work to get people certified for your company. That is complemented by 50 tertiary institutions across the island. So that's just the framework of what we're working with in Jamaica. And of course, we're very happy to talk to you more about that. Very quickly, I want to just emphasize some of the key focus sectors, and you're going to hear more details about them today. Global digital services. We've spoken about the fact that we are the nearshore advantage for companies in India. We're in the same time zone as North America for the most part. North American clients can visit Jamaica very easily to meet with companies here and go back. We have the labor force. Right now we have almost 70,000 people working in our outsourcing industry. And you have the commitment and the support of the government of Jamaica. We literally just wrapped up, or in the process of wrapping up, a $15 million loan program for this industry, where we trained people, management skills, supervisory skills, apprentices for this industry, US dollars, $15 million US dollars over 5 years. That is how much this government believes in that industry. And we have a proven track record. Induja Global and company out of India is here. We have other companies such as Sutherland, Alorica, Ibex. ITEL is our homegrown outsourcing company that has locations all over the region. And we're doing contracts for companies such as Amazon, AT&T, Scotiabank, Lyft, and KPMG. And there are opportunities not just around KPO, but mobile app and software development and shared services. And you'll hear more about that. In agribusiness, our temperate climate makes us ideal for in-demand fruits, starches, and vegetables. Jamaican orchard crops, breadfruit, ackee, mango, avocado are prime export products. And we have over 120 hectares of land, much of that owned by the government, that we are charged to make sure that they go to investors. And I know I have at least one investor here that I'm going to talk a lot to about orchard crops. But we have more than that. We have an agency in this ministry called JANAC, the Jamaica National Accreditation Agency. And JANAC actually accredits bodies or companies on behalf of the FDA. Only 4 companies in the world do that. 2 of them are in the US, 1 is in Asia, and the 4th is in Jamaica. They certify 10 out of 11 protocols on behalf of the FDA. So you don't have to get the FDA to come here to certify your company. We have that entity, and they're actually working in 12 countries across the Caribbean. So again, it talks about the commitment that the government has to making sure that you're successful. Tourism. I don't think I need to talk a lot about tourism. Our tourism reputation precedes us. But Jamaica has a very resilient tourism brand. We love that word in Jamaica. Because during COVID, our tourism industry was still going at it. And we maintained, and I know High Commissioner also has a history at Jamaica Tourist Board. And we maintained throughout that leading up our reputation. This year, we were declared yet again the global destination for tourism. So that reputation that we come with is a strong foundation for any tourism entity that wants to be established in Jamaica. And it's not just about hotel rooms, because when you think about the 4th million, we had 4.3 million last year, and it's growing. Cruise ships are coming in. The opportunity is right for attractions, for people to come out of the hotel and go to different places. And Jamaica is unique in that we can give you a jungle experience, and then 45 minutes later, we can give you a beach experience. Where else can you find that within that time zone? Medical tourism is also something that we're looking very strongly at. Our doctors a lot of our doctors are board certified and very experienced. Every year we lose so many nurses from Jamaica to the UK and US just because of the quality. And so for medical tourism, marrying that with our tourism product is a huge opportunity. Manufacturing. When you look at some of the things that we talk about, logistics, manufacturing here as a nearshore location, offering just-in-time manufacturing is important. Just a few weeks ago, I was talking to a company out of Indonesia that makes furniture. And I said to them, but look at it. When you make those big, heavy tables, you can only put 6 of that in a container and send it halfway across the world. Why not send all that lumber halfway across the world and manufacture it here? And then over the weekend, it gets into the US. So we can offer that opportunity here. And so rather than just looking at agriculture for agriculture's sake and exporting mangoes, we can do mango puree and we can do dried mango and we can do value added because that's what we want to do. I spoke about logistics and the opportunities around that. Our logistics-centered economy is on its way because we're fully digital. Our customs is digital. All our government agencies are digital. Our truckers are digital. The entire port community system, it's the largest one in the world, and it's ready for your business. SEZs, special economic zones, warehousing, and manufacturing. So ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever, I will say, is the time to do business in Jamaica. And we're very happy to be here. We have a number of JAMPRO team members that are looking forward to furthering this discussion with you. And of course, anything that you require to help you make that decision, we are here to serve. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
A team with a passion, with a dedication, really to give back. What they started is to bring everyone together, to really bring in mentors, investors, and to be able to nurture the talent and really be able to build the next generation leaders. That's exactly what is happening across the world. Jamaica is no exception. And what we saw from yesterday is a warm welcome. And the Jamaica, all the friends that we have here, JAMPRO, we have Shirley and rest of the team, we met briefly, and the way they are actually building that economy and really creating jobs here is fantastic. And what I really would like to say is about the talent and really building the next generation leaders. And ISF, we see that future leaders can be built here and the jobs can be created. And we are happy to help in any way, shape or form that we can and we will. And there are people that we brought in here, not only to invest, but to learn and to take something, learn from the culture standpoint. And we wanted, yesterday, one of our colleagues were talking about agriculture. And we were talking to Mr. Hill about opportunities that we can have in order to take it to India and United States. And we are going to work with the government, work with the friends here to take it to the next level. I have started a foundation called Quality Engineering Foundation. We launched very recently. I can tell you we will start a location, a branch or a chapter in Jamaica to educate people in Jamaica on quality education. And I'll work with officials here to make it happen. Some of our foundation members are here, happy to discuss further as to how do we collaborate and take it to the next level. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I want to greet His Excellency, Mr. Jason Hall, for coming all the way, accompanying the investors from India, and His Excellency, Mr. Sanjay Gupta from Indian High Commission in Jamaica. Thank you for being here. Most importantly, His Worship, the Deputy Mayor of Montego Bay, Mr. Crawford, Deputy Prime Minister, and the Minister of National Security, and the General Secretary of Jamaica Labour Party, and the Member of Parliament for this area. There's another one here in this room, the youngest man in this room, Mr. J. Chowdhury. Welcome to Montego Bay with the entire ISF team here.
Spirit of independence, entrepreneurship, and a willingness to take risk, which is why it's a good place to invest. You'll find the atmosphere what you're used to. People who are very friendly, enterprising, and creative. And while I say we're a small country, we're happy to have you in the corporate area, your shipping, etc., but we think this part of Jamaica lends itself to your kind of activity and your presence and business colleagues.
I have started a foundation called Quality Engineering Foundation. We launched very recently. I can tell you we will start a
location, a branch or a chapter in Jamaica to educate people in Jamaica on quality education. And I'll work with officials here to make it happen.
I wish you an extremely successful visit. I hope that amidst learning more about Jamaica and what we have to offer, you have the opportunity to really soak Jamaica in. Jamaica is easily one of the most diverse countries you'll come across as you travel from ocean reef to mountain ridge. There is just something here that is empowering, that's uplifting, and altogether positive. And so we hope that you enjoy this to the fullest. We hope that this will not be the first time that you'll be here and that you'll join the many others who come to Jamaica on a repeated basis to get that feeling, to get that benefit.
I once again congratulate all stakeholders who have put in their efforts to organize this conference. As such, business-to-business interactions play a pivotal role in increase of trade between the two or more countries. The High Commission is keen to facilitate and support all engagements which bring together the entrepreneurs, investors, and industry to openly discuss the viability of business proposals.
So ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever, I will say, is the time to do business in Jamaica. And we're very happy to be here. We have a number of JAMPRO team members that are looking forward to furthering this discussion with you. And of course, anything that you require to help you make that decision, we are here to serve.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister Hill. We are really excited to be in Jamaica. I heard your speech as well as our Honorable Deputy Prime Minister's speech. So in that, I noticed that you have trade agreements with all the countries, but not with India. When are you going to have a trade agreement between India and Jamaica?
I'm so glad the High Commissioner Hill is sitting right here, because he's going to go right away and talk to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Foreign trade agreements are made by the Foreign Ministry. We will work with them, but given the relationship we're looking to build with India, the truth is the WTO and the other international agreements are wonderful, but it's really bilateral trade agreements properly work that really develop trade.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chaudhry is absolutely right. I would commit, High Commissioner, to work with you and Foreign Minister to make sure we put in the necessary trade agreements in the next few months so that we can get it done to energize this visit into something that turns out to be productive for business.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. The other important thing, Honorable Minister, if we have to develop the knowledge industry, the startup industry in Jamaica, manpower is going to be critical. Because it's all manpower driven. With 2.8 population, I don't know how many students come out of the institutions every year. I don't think that manpower will be sufficient. For example, there is Krishna. If Krishna wants to expand operations in Jamaica with, say, 5,000, 10,000 employees, because he can service all his North American customers. Like Krishna, suppose we want to bring 100 more such companies to Jamaica. So how do we take care of the manpower requirement for that kind of a growing industry? Our cost of operation in Jamaica may be more than the cost of operations in Silicon Valley. So how do you, what is...
There's a place for businesses to say, I can identify Jamaicans, work with heart, here is my curriculum, I want to train you for my business. And you find that Jamaicans now, instead of going away, will come back. Something else will happen. I am very convinced that given the way we're developing our country, our infrastructure is growing, but we believe that Jamaica, so fluent in English, producing still at a higher than mere replacement rate in our population, still for now, we'll have enough young people, and we have a relatively young population. We also, outside of the North American continent, we have the largest English-speaking population in the Caribbean and South America. So this is the place to be. One of the things that part of, when you're setting up a business, a line item has to be trained people, whether you're in India or not. I know in the late 70s, early 80s, when I visited India for the first time, Citibank, I remember going to Citibank and they had a room 5 times the size of this. And they were all young engineers, young men then, I didn't see any young women at the time, young men, white shirts, black pants, uniform in there, it was called Coastal. Those who know the history well enough know that Costals were there training those people. And they were coming out of India's best university. Any business that wants to be exceptional will have to invest in the people. It's the biggest asset you will have because they're the ones who create the microchips and whatever else you want for AI. So we have to make sure that you put a line item, and training in Jamaica is much cheaper than anywhere else because we graduate them for you and you can train them. But yes, we also are recognizing you manage your immigration properly so that we get the right people in. And the Prime Minister is on public platforms saying, as we get to this stage, your Indian friends can tell you, we're going to have to bring in technical people at a higher level. But when you bring them in, they must be prepared to train Jamaicans. So we do not now have a visa requirement for Indians to come in. Thank heavens we got rid of that some years ago. You're going to have a work permit, but you make a case and it will take 6 to 10 weeks, 8 weeks to get your work permit when you place it right. We want to grow. We know we cannot grow without the right amount of people. So we're training Jamaicans well, and where it's necessary, we get help to bring in the right people. A little long answer, but I wanted to give you a background.
The other important thing, since we are now supporting the startup companies in a big way across the globe.
Right.
For the startup industry, the most important thing is the innovation-led startup, R&D-led startup. So the R&D infrastructure, the creative infrastructure in the universities. For example, what is happening in India? Why suddenly there's so many unicorns started coming? Not only the Indian premier institutions like IITs, IIITs, and all that, they have set up a large number of the R&D labs and all that, this thing. So they're creating that kind of intellectual property within those institutions. Because of that, we see there's a sudden growth of the unicorns from the startups coming out of these premier institutions in India. So what is that is going to happen in Jamaica if you start developing that kind of startup companies from here? Do you have that kind of R&D infrastructure or innovative infrastructure in your premier institution?
The CMU has a fantastic, if you ever get a chance to go to Kingston, see it, go and look at their robotics arrangement. Jamaicans just participated in a robotics conference in France last year, and they're coming from our universities. The MCU in Manchester is the same thing. We know that Wipro, Larsen & Turbo, Infosys, these companies, these huge Indian companies, of course the Ambanis and the rest of them, Tata, before all of those that I just named, Tata was doing this. They made sure they invested a lot in R&D in India. And while the university, because the universities weren't rich, it's a lot of help came from the companies. And so, as I said to you, a line item must be in there for not only training R&D, and the government now, you heard the Deputy Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister himself is a doctor, is a technical person, understands this. We just talked about it. And more, as we know that Jamaica, we cannot become a rich country selling to only 3 million Jamaicans who have a per capita GDP of $6,000. We're never going to get rich. We're not going to be able to do that unless we move, in fact, leapfrog the quality of people that we have. And that means investing in R&D in our university and get our companies who come here, including wonderful Indian ones, to invest here and make sure you help with our R&D investment. So we're open for that. We're an open economy, and you have a government that is committed to business.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. The other important ingredient for the software, particularly knowledge startups to survive and succeed, government is investing heavily, creating incubators. For example, in Hyderabad, government of Telangana created a fantastic facility called T-Hub. They provide the entire ecosystem, not only just the building, the workstations and all the conference rooms. They bring the investors, they bring the prospective customers there, and all that kind of infrastructure they have created. Because of that, I mean, a lot of startup activities are happening. So for promoting the startup industry, because you are going to push your, as you just now mentioned, all your citizens to the next level, definitely this is the path. But for that, how are you going to, I mean, do you have plans to create that kind of a high quality T-Hub kind of infrastructure, not only the physical infrastructure, but the intellectual infrastructure, the market infrastructure, and all those things have to be provided. See, government is a big buyer, they are a big purchaser. They themselves either use that product or they connect to the other the partners within their country. So do you have any such plans?
I tell you, I know what Mr. Naidu, Chief Minister Naidu did in Andhra, and how he built Andhra to the state where it is today, where it has always been a leader in India. And a lot of that he did through the private sector.
Yes.
You know why Deputy Prime Minister, General Secretary of the governing party, the Minister of National Security, who handles visa and all those kind of stuff, is here today? Why we spend so much time here? Because we want companies like you from India to understand the commitment of the government. You can go away and say, we understand. You have a contact that you can go to. Because why we want you from India is to help us to do exactly that.
Yes.
Part of what, yes, we want money. Yes, we want people, but the biggest thing we want, we want technology. But the biggest thing we want is the people that will come with the ideas. We don't want to recreate the wheel. It's very costly to create a wheel. We want to make sure the wheel that you have, we adjust to our size. And we know, we really don't, to be totally honest with you, we really don't know all the ecosystems that you will need to make that work. But we know you know. So we want to make sure that you and your colleagues in this delegation say to us, this is what we need. We say, all right, give us a proposal. We then look at what we have to do, where we're going to take the economy, because we've given up sugar. Sugar is not in our economy anymore. Bananas not in our economy anymore. Okay. The way we have to go is to go up the technology field and make sure, even if it's healthcare, and our nurses, like some of yours, have the best cachet in the United States. You go up and down the East Coast of the United States. I forget California. We leave that to you. You go up and down the East Coast in the United States, you find 5 matrons in any Mount Sinai hospital and a bunch of nurses. Because if you get a nurse from that has been trained in the Kingston Public Hospital, there is no disease, no problems that she can manage by herself. So they're very welcome. So even the healthcare business, we want to say, yes, we have good nurses, we understand, but you have the technology. I've been to your healthcare areas in India. What the pies have done in southern India is amazing.
Manipal hospitals.
Exactly. So we want to make sure that when you come, you bring that and you say, here Jamaica, we will help you, but this is what you need to do. So it saves us from spending money that we might waste without your knowledge. So come to Jamaica.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Before we leave, I have a request.
Yes.
To take these discussions to the action-driven program. We mean business. We don't want to waste your precious time. At the same time, I don't want to waste my CEOs who have come and participating, coming all the way from India, North America and all that. It has to result in getting into actual quick results. For that, I propose to sign an MOU with ISF, with the Jamaican government, clearly articulating what is that we are planning to do, what is that we expect from Jamaican government, this thing, what are the milestones, and I request you to review these milestones at least once in a quarter in a Zoom call, whatever it is, so that if there are any bottlenecks, we can clear all those bottlenecks so that there is a smooth passage, because ultimately we have to succeed. Ultimately, the citizens of Jamaica has to be successful citizens. For that, we are here to help. At the same time, we want to help our companies also to take advantage of your location and access to the North American market.
As I said, we do not recreate the wheel. We take their wheel and adjust it to the Jamaican requirement. And very quickly, we must have an MOU, because it's going to be, I suggest that you make it between you and ISF, so that we can get that done quickly. The next step, of course, is a larger level of MOUs, which, of course, you will work with the High Commissioner. At that level, I will have to take it to Cabinet, because it will be government to government. That's for when we are probably going to go to India. So we make sure we get that done, but include the High Commissioner now, so he's fully aware of what we're doing. And I think a two-week period, 20th of this month, I can have a draft fully reviewed and ready to go, so that Mr. Chaudhry and myself, we don't waste time. I'm so happy that you're here in my country this time, because I've been to yours so many times, to make sure we make this work. And you know what, Mr. Chaudhry, I wanted to work for Jamaica, because even our friends in the Caribbean, when we do this, we just multiply across the region. So let's get this done, Shalette, and the 20th is when I expect to see you.
So the query is, Jamaican Investment Ministry, led by you, sir. All the graphs I have seen, one thing which was missing, and I have a question related to that, the interest rates actually.
Our finance minister cannot tell the central bank what to do. It's independent. He has a currency board. It has a board of directors. And it has one mandate. The mandate is to control inflation, not to manage the currency. Well, all hell broke loose in the business community, for which I'm now in charge as the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, to say, how you mean you're not going to manage the currency? Well, we said the central bank has one mandate: to manage inflation. Inflation, we said, and we renewed it earlier this year, must stay in the range of 4 to 6%. Well, we made our law, and Mr. Putin made his decision, and Hamas made their decision, and the world wasn't quite as even as when we made the law. Oil prices went up. India had a privileged position, good for you, and therefore inflation took off. Oil prices push a lot of things. Then the pandemic happened, of course. Pandemic messed up everything in the world, but it affected the whole world. Our inflation, we were managing within the 6% all those years, and then the inflation took off and went to as high as, I think, 10.5. Very high. However, we stayed the course. We wouldn't change the law. And in between that, our currency, now we live in a hurricane region. Usually if there's an announcement that there is a weather formation off the coast of West Africa, our currency started to wobble. Very unstable. Well, in the past 5-6 years, the currency has had a variance of between 2.5%, 3.5%, 4% maximum variation. Now that's unbelievable. Let me tell you how unbelievable it is. Lenders have now agreed with our Minister of Finance to accept Jamaican bonds. We don't increase our debt, but we replace existing debt that is becoming mature. They are now willing to issue bonds denominated in the Jamaican dollar. You cannot get any more respect than that from your international lenders. So the interest rates have now, in the past couple of months, come back. It's now down to 5.3%. The range that we're looking at to manage our currency has come back within the range. Interest rates is still a little bit high at about, I think it's about 7%, but I see that the Europeans start to cut interest rate. We have now been back in the range that we've set it for, so we can, I can't speak for the governor because the governor doesn't take instructions anymore, except that he must work within the policy. I expect the Bank of Jamaica to begin to cut rates so that businesses can begin to feel the benefit of that rate. And we never know what will happen in the US. If the US, because of a change of administration or whatever happens, decided to pump a lot more oil and get the Keystone pipeline back in operation, oil prices will fall, and inflation then can be expected to come down, and interest rates then can follow it in Jamaica. That's a broad economic posture that we see going ahead. But we're in a good place. We're back in the range of inflation that we want to be in.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think we will certainly make it happen.
Now, this is a picture that we have to have.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'm here to attend the conference organized by ISF, BioPrist, and other of their partners. Bilateral relations between these two countries are very old, and India gives due importance to its relations with Jamaica. We have been having people-to-people contact for many years. The only thing is that the figures of the trade figures which are there at present still growing. The only thing is they didn't meet the potential which is existing between the two countries. Where the High Commission is constantly working hard to to make grounds for such
such businesses and such investments from India. Jamaica has a great potential. It is the third largest country in the Caribbean, but the largest one as English-speaking country. Its location is very important, and it can prove to be a good trade hub in the region. And as far as this ISF conference is concerned, the events like this are definitely going to help both the countries, because when business to business contacts are made, they can discuss in details the viability of any proposals, any policies of the government which they take, and then provide a basis for further investments. So definitely it is going to make provide a wide base. Definitely there are so many sectors, as I mentioned in my initial address also. Health sector is the main thing. Jamaica requires cheap medicines, which India definitely can help with. Our health facilities are ready to open the super specialties hospital in Jamaica. We need to discuss more on this with the Jamaican side, and the High Commissioner is doing that. For the cheap medication, India is the best option for Jamaica. The only thing is there are kind of not so quick registration processes which are in place, and we are in touch with the Jamaican authorities to relax a bit. Even at a bilateral level, it will be done.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I came here in 21. This is my third year. But I returned home in 2018. And everything was by divine intervention. And also by divine intervention is meeting Dr. Mapuri. So everything for me is divine intervention, because if you ask me if I was going to be in Jamaica about 5 years from now, I would say, you're crazy. When I left high school in 1980, even though I look like Senator Albin, the same age group. You see how we look? Good, don't it? 1980, I left high school. And since then, I was educated overseas. All my formative studies, went to Great Lakes, Illinois, joined the United States Navy, left there, went to the federal government at Bethesda Naval Hospital, that's in Washington, D.C. It's a President Hospital. Got educated there, University of Miami, University of Maryland, and came back home. When I came back home, went into politics. It didn't work. Everybody know about the NDM. But the good thing about it then, the NDM was the only political party that got 5% in a national vote, and it's worldwide, and a lot of people don't know this. We created history back then. Anyway, that didn't work out. And, and I went back to America, and I went back to America in 2006 and went back to school for another 7 years non-stop and dealt with healthcare to the highest level. I understand there is more to come. So COVID is preparing us. It's over 100 years where I've never seen anything like that. And Mr. Hill mentioned to all of us earlier our inflation rate, our unemployment rate, and trust me, everybody forget that we had COVID, which 2 years by 6 o'clock, you're locked down. And we have recovered our health care. Every disappointment is for a good reason. So nobody knew the problems the public hospitals had until COVID. So now they know, and government has gone further to add more for our budget. Never before we have seen so much ambulance in this western region. 8 we bought last year, one time. Western Children Adolescent Hospital coming on. The SMO is here. We have already selected her, Dr. Colleen Davis. We have the Cornwall Regional Health, the Cornwall Regional Hospital, the rehabilitation program that's going on right now. That is coming on also. I will not tell you when, I'll just say soon. soon. But the Western Children is the middle of next year. We have changed a lot. We have aligned ourselves with the public sector and the private sector with salaries. So the mass migration that you're seeing with professionals and all of that, we kind of tempering it down because our nurses, even though the senior ones are leaving, we're putting in younger ones and they are not so quick to run anymore like before because the headhunters are coming, because nowhere on the planet was prepared for what happened recently, or were they prepared for the coming home of the baby boomers, which include Mr. Hill there and myself and most of you here. We are in the waiting area now at the airport. We're next. And because it's a big cohort group, the world was not prepared. So everybody is scrambling now for nurses and technocrats and all of that to deal with the accident and emergency rooms that are filled everywhere and the internal medicine departments and wards that are filled everywhere. Because our group, we drink liquor enough, we party, and some of us did smoke marijuana enough to see a whole lot of things with that cohort group. We were the revolutionists in those times, and we did not exercise. So the non-communicable disease, that's taking us over, the lung disease, the cancer disease, all of these things, the dialysis, all of that.
You would have heard it over and over again. We will want to provide a nearshore solution to our Indian partners for your North American clients. So we are positioning ourselves as a KPO destination to be able to service your clients right here from Jamaica. The global digital services for us is really on a trajectory. We are now moving up the value chain. As you can see, I'm wearing the branded shirt, Upsource Jamaica, because what we're trying to say to our investment community is that we have the track record in our BPO offering, and we're now looking to move up the value chain to what we're referring to as Upsource Jamaica. Our tagline is outsource to play, upsource to win. And we're offering you that opportunity to win with us as partners here in Jamaica in the global digital services field. So thank you for being here, and I look forward to your questions. I hand over now to my colleague, Carol Straw.
Again, as my colleague Conrad indicated, you would have heard of our performing economies, you would have heard of how the sectors are performing, but I just want to leave you with some takeaways for tourism. Our Minister of Tourism, Minister Ed Bartlett, you would have seen or heard of him in the press speaking about how well our country has been performing in the tourism sector and the number of awards that the country and even he himself has won as a result of the performance. So the first thing I want you to take away, and let me test it by seeing if you know, does everybody know Usain Bolt? Does everybody know Bob Marley? And who has heard of jerk chicken? The power of the brand. Okay, so our brand is so powerful, and your investment here in this country will only help to enhance that. The second thing is that Jamaica is a performing destination, and Our tourism, the numbers, I mean, we, like everybody else, got hit by COVID, but we were also one of the first countries in the region to open for business, right? So we started welcoming back tourists, and our tourism industry has grown from strength to strength. As a matter of fact, we were targeting 5 million tourists between 2020 and 2025, and it's highly likely that we're going to achieve that number in 4 years. So we are doing well there. And then there are a number of niches that you can look at. We're well established in the all-inclusive space, but we also have a number of luxury EP or non-all-inclusive properties. We have the meetings, incentives, congresses, and events, the MICE market that is literally untouched and shows a lot of potential for development here. There's also medical tourism and just high-end or barefoot luxury type accommodation and attractions that can be done here. So many niches that you can look at, and of course Airbnb, growing by itself, is doing pretty well. The other thing is that our destination is centrally located, so we're near to all the major gateways. 1 hour, 1.5 hours from Miami. If he drives the plane fast enough, you can get here in 1 hour and 15. You have 8 hours from London, 4 hours from Canada, 3 hours from New York. Easy to get to, easy to connect with anywhere else. Another takeaway for you is that as an investor in the country, you are free to own your asset. There's no restriction on owning your asset, and there is you are able to repatriate your profits, right? So no issues there, and our tax incentives are there. Once they're granted to you for a hotel development, you have it for the life of that development. No need to reapply to remodel your hotel and so forth. You remodel your hotel at will. The incentive gives you an extensive list of items that you can import free of import duty. And as I said, remodeling, which usually most people do every 3 years or so, it's not an issue. So there are those things, and then we have a number of opportunities. I'm getting the time, but I don't want to leave without saying this, right? Apart from all those factors, our ADRs, our average daily rates, and our revenue per available rooms are pretty high. On record, it's around $370 or so for the ADR per night, but anecdotally, you hear between $600 to $800 per night. So good profits, right? And there are a number of opportunities that you can look at. Could you scroll to the lands that are available? There are a number of opportunities that are available that you can take advantage of all along our coastline. Just scroll through them, please. And in the government, we have established resorts in Montego Bay. You're here in Montego Bay, Ocho Rios, Negril, and Port Antonio. But there are other areas that are now developing, such as Trelawney, which is nearby. And we do have a project owner here, Dr. Winston Adams, who is planning to build a university town in Trelawney, which is just 15 minutes up the road. So there's an opportunity to invest in that. That involves a hotel, villas, a university campus, and of course, I think some of these opportunities you'll find very attractive. And the last thing I want to mention is that we have high quality, locally produced goods and services. And as an investor, you will not regret taking the opportunity to support our local economy by supporting these manufacturers of goods and services. They are well done and again contributes to enhancing your product. So since I only have 5 minutes, that's it in a nutshell.
Seek out partnerships between our countries. In terms of the sustainability aspect of agriculture, it goes without saying that with the concerns around food security, seeking out things for economic growth, and the climate change and environmental issues, it is really very important at this time. And our government is actually very much undertaking programs and initiatives to ensure that sustainability remains, that we are able to sustain the sector right up the value chain. As part of the background, I just would like to share with you that the agribusiness sector is an important sector for Jamaica. It accounts for combined both the fresh and the processed goods side for 15% or so of our GDP, and it employs a significant number of persons, 15% as it is. Just a look at the export side of things. For the fresh produce side, you can see that yam, just the whole root and tuber section, account for about 50% of what we're seeing in terms of our exports here. And then again, we have within it that areas that are doing quite well is our coffee, of course. Coffee is doing well, and our herbs and spices. There are significant opportunities on the fresh produce side. And when you go to the processed goods side, we're again seeing strong performances on our beverages side. And of course, you heard our president talk earlier on about orchard crops. Ackee is a very important crop at this point in time. There's so much demand for ackee. We can't even fill it. And it happens with so many of the other crops that we're talking about. And I'm speaking to ackee on the process side here now. And so the opportunity exists for us to look at these. And it is not just in the typical traditional areas, but how do we begin to take advantage of some of the trends that we're seeing and come into the value-added space. For example, the Generation X's, for example, used to be there wanting all this ultra-processed goods. There's now this gap here where they're looking for healthier lifestyles, and so you're seeing that as a big opportunity space. In addition to that, gluten-free products, alternative proteins, things like these within the value chain are opportunity areas for us to consider. As part of what the government is doing, it is creating space using previously owned sugar lands and agri-parks, creating special agri-parks, which are zones that put together various facets of services within their roads, the infrastructure and technical services, to ensure that we have the inputs, the intermediate goods, etc., to support our sector, and also to the value-added side, and also for our export markets. We spoke to the areas of opportunities generally, but I just want to add to it the opportunities around aquaculture, great opportunities there. In the livestock area, poultry is doing extremely well. We have even established some outward investments in this space as well, and the post-harvest facilities to support it, and distribution centers, cold storage, etc. Finally, there are some other areas of opportunities that I'd like to touch on in the organic space. There's a high demand for organic products. Agritourism is another investment area. Carol is right here talking about tourism. How do we integrate both? And of course, AgTech. My minister spoke earlier on about the way you operate in the area of technology. This is an opportunity to come in for partnerships, equity partnerships, to work with some of our current investors, not just in the fresh produce area, but also in the processing area, to bring this level of technology to bear on our industry. The value propositions Shelette spoke to earlier on. I just want to add that the export markets are real. Minister, you have been going out there, and they are real markets, real demand out there for all the products that we're talking about. So that's the only addition to those that Shelette shared earlier on that I would like to put on the table. And just reiterate, technology transfer is something that we see as an area for collaboration, your expertise around the area of research and development can also add tremendous value. And we can talk about all of this and capacity building, technical support as well. And we can have some conversation on it. And intended to share with you how we have seen some strong cases here in Jamaica where we have applied technology like the time is out, but there are areas in which we have actually done this and we're seeing tremendous benefits from it, both within the fresh produce and the agro-processing space. Finally, I just want to invite you to speak with us after, anytime, so that we can start that conversation. I think it's important for us to begin the conversation, and for me, that's a major next step to having something happen for both our countries. Thank you.
We are talking about come set up business, do business with Jamaica. At this point in time, we are talking about like 10,000 feet high. Like if we have to really come and set up and invest and set up an office here or a company here, how do you think the system here helps in getting the basics to be done? Or how many days would it take for you to really set up everything and get the first employee hired? Or the management level hire first or the entry level hire first? How does it work?
I was listening carefully to the interview with the minister and Dr. Chowdhury, and he was speaking primarily to those same types of questions. But what is really helpful for us here is that we have an anchor tenant right here at BIMS, Right Software, that has established their business in Jamaica and are ready to open their doors real soon. And one of the discussions that we had with the principal of Right Software, Mr. Krishna, earlier this week, is the ease at which you are able to do business in Jamaica. Yes, there are some issues around certain, aspects of the getting your business up and running, but nothing that we at JAMPRO, being your investment facilitator agency, cannot help you to overcome. That's part of the reason why we are positioning ourselves as your partner, because we recognize to navigate the landscape here might be a little challenge because of the different cultures and the expectations, and we have presented ourselves as your facilitation partner to ensure that you have access to all that you need to have your business open, up and running in the shortest possible time.
I'm going to just say that the company's Office of Jamaica, which is one of the 20 agencies in my ministry, is very much geared and is constantly being improved to make it easy. As Shulette said earlier today, the World Bank, when it was publishing that report before they got in trouble, it was an Asian fact, and they got in trouble and stopped publishing that report. We were the 6th easiest country to do business with, and it's easy to set up your business here. But I want to go further. Yes, you'll get a lawyer, but the first place you want to go is not to a lawyer. Why do I say that? I don't have anything against lawyers. You're going to have to go to them eventually because you're going to have to get the thing set up. The first place you want to go is to one of the agencies, JAMPRO. Go to JAMPRO. Go to the company's office. Go to Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority. They lead you through this. The lawyer, everything the lawyer tells you is going to charge you for it. We're going to give you most of everything you need for free. You only get from them what they actually have to sign. But you, especially if you're American bound, and that has nothing to do with Shri. I have nothing against Shri. Where is he? Right here. You know, the Americans, they love to go to lawyers. Good for them. All right, lawyers make a lot of money in the process. But we want our lawyers to make money too. But we want our businesses to find it easy to do business in Jamaica and not get the gobbledygook that lawyers have to give you to make the law work. So go to JAMPRO, go to Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, go to Company Office of Jamaica, come to the ministry. But I'm going to ask Dr. Gunnar to walk you through how does he get all this done? How does he get all his stuff from Gujarat? Of course, the marble comes from Gujarat and so on. He'll tell you all that, and he will tell you how JAMPRO and our other agencies helped him not to pay any huge duties. Doc, you're on. And Kelly Dawn will wrap that up part as to how we get this done, because I want your Indian colleagues to understand how well you can do in Jamaica by just following the rules that we, the government, set for you.
So I have one problem to mention to you, sir. JAMPRO does not treat Jamaicans right. They give priority to Indians. This is my...
No, he's both.
As a 26 years, I have been carrying Jamaican passport. I'm a bona fide citizen of this lovely country. I'm a citizen. I go to India with a Jamaican passport. My problem here is I have applied for my work permit sometime in January. My faculty members are here. I did not get my permits, sir, on some of them. But JAMPRO, I introduced Right Software to JAMPRO. How many weeks you got your work permit, sir, for your employees? So I must say that there's a lot of discrimination, right? The preferred treatment you're getting, Indians are getting preferred treatment over Jamaicans. So what I'm saying to you, when I introduced Right Software to JAMPRO, they were already established an office. Mr. Shoban, he's here, Director of Operations, Caribbean Operations for Right Software. Lawyers and circles. No. Let's meet, Conrad. Immediately we had one meeting with the CEO of CESA and the president of JAMPRO. Everything happened just like that. I was shocked that our applications were left behind. They got all the approvals. So this is what we're talking about. Ministry, the Honorable Minister has 20 agencies under his power. Every name you call, it's there. Now, what he says that it's nothing but single window approach we have in India. That's my experience here now.
How did you build this?
Yes, so that's where I'm coming now. I'm very proud to say today, in this country, when the Jamaican government moved legislation from old free zone to Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, I want to say this to you. I'm a proud company, a citizen of this country. I received the first Special Economic Zone license under this government's regime. It was given to me. Even the Medical Association of Jamaica, when they introduced the Best Physician of the Year award, the inaugural award was given to me, not for a Jamaican-born stalwart. What does it say to you? This is a country, home away from home. This is where we must invest every dollar and cent if we want to retire and invest. Now, coming to my experience here, when I wanted to buy the tiles for this building, 50,000 square feet, it was costing me $275,000 US. All I did is, I used my Jamaica Special Economic license. We got 7 container loads of tiles. I paid only $75,000. There's no middleman. There are no taxes, no import taxation, no VAT, no GST, nothing. And in return, what happened? Most of you, when you came inside, wow, beautiful. Do you know all these things came from India? And this is what Jamaica Special Economic Zone has done to me as an investor in this country. You buy the real estate, you build Special Economic Zone. Every dollar you earn is income tax free for perpetuity.
In rent.
Right.
Every day.
Rent. As a landlord, all the rental revenues, it is tax free. Buy goods, buy materials, you don't pay any tax. And what we could deliver is to the country, we upgrade the country's product. We are a country's product. The benefit what we got, we did not pocket it as investor. You know what we did? We poured back into the country's asset. You know one thing, we own nothing today. The people of the country owns everything. We are just custodians for the time being. We all have shelf life. But what we are entrusted with the obligation as the CEOs and the entrepreneurs, we create wealth and generate wealth for generations to come. That's what we are learning from you, sir, Jay, sir. So having said that, come to Jamaica. You just come to JAMPRO. You don't need even Gunamupuri. I'm just a poster boy for you. But the job is done by honorable ministers, all agencies, president, the CEO of authorities. And on the ground, I'm a little partial. Montego Bay is my destination.
I agree.
Conrad, Conrad, my life has been so, I don't know who is coming. And I heard that Conrad has been in the airport, there, everywhere. Fantastic job, Conrad. This is your show. He's the man behind all these things. So, don't worry. Come here, I'm here 32 years. You see what's happening today. I came with 2 main bags and 1 roll-on, that's it. I came with nothing. Everything I have today, Jamaica gave.
Yeah, I have a question for food and agri sector. Are there any duties and taxes when you import agri or food raw material from other Caribbean countries? That's my first question. And any taxes if you export the processed material from here to US or any other European countries?
On the production side, we have the productive input relief incentives under that, which allow you to bring in the raw materials, your equipment, all intermediate materials duty free. And there are other associated benefits that you have with that. In terms of the export side, we work apart from the technocrats and the kind of technical support you get in getting ready for exports, there are the trade agreements that you can, once you manufacture or produce your goods here in Jamaica, I hope I understood your question, once you produce here in Jamaica, you're able to have access to these duty-free entry of your products into these markets that we have the trade agreements with, and we do have them with all the major markets and with our regional markets and others as well. We can talk more about it as well.
You did well. In the case of the CARICOM, we have an arrangement where on the coated, which is an economic arrangement between CARICOM countries, you can get a special tax relief if you grow sugar and produce sugar up to 75% of the need in CARICOM. You get a CET relief which allows you that you declare to CARICOM, show them that you can make 75%, and then they will put on a barrier, a tax barrier of 10 and sometimes up to 40%. I think in fact in sugar it's 40%, so that you get protection. But you have to produce, you have to show that you can produce the material up to the 75%. What I've been seeing, people are looking at the technological stuff that you're looking at, batteries, the ion batteries. They're looking at that and saying that we're producing, but when you find out is that they get a few pieces from a foreign country in Asia and put it together and say that they're producing. They're not producing anything. So you have to make sure you can prove that you are producing. But once you prove that, and the quoted secretariat sees it, and it goes to all the ministers in the region, then vote on it. And yes, once that CET goes on, you get a protection. So it's harder for somebody to come in to the CARICOM region. So what I'm saying to you, I'm glad you asked that question. This is where you come to the ministry again, and you say, what is being produced in CARICOM? Better yet, what is not being produced in CARICOM? That we can, given your amazing facilities, can quickly produce 75% and then lock down the market. From Jamaica, put the business in Jamaica. We will work with you to make sure you do that, and you employ people here, you get protection for your product, and you make money. And we love to see that people make profits, because when you make profits, we get higher taxes without raising the tax rate. All works for all of us.
We spoke about SEZ authority. There's something that we also need to understand. The ease of doing business in the country, it also comes with the financing. This property, which is 50,000 square feet, it was built by the funding we received from the Development Bank of Jamaica. Mr. Paul Chin is here from DBJ. He's a government bank, and I pay only 50% of the market price from the private capital markets. Scotiabank is here, Barita is here, they are here to meet with you all. And the ease of doing business with DBJ is there's a cap. We received the highest, which is $1.5 billion for this medical school building. But for your kind of investment, if you need more, we have capital markets. We have Barita Investments is here, Barita Bank, and we have Scotia Investments sitting there. Luckily, our Chamber of Commerce president is from Scotia Bank. He's sitting there. And Sarah from Scotia Investments is there. You can also talk to the private banks also. It's very easy. Once you comply, it's very easy to do business. Thank you.
So I think since in the interest of time, we let the minister take over the panel. Okay, so in the interest of time, I would request if anybody else has any questions for the panel, we could do one round of closing remarks from each of you.
Let me welcome each and every one of you to the Republic and invest.
So I really want to add back, because it's important for us to recognize that you being our Indian partners, we are Commonwealth countries, yes? That means access to Jamaica is as easy as if you were traveling from one city in India to the next. The truth is, you don't require a visa to enter Jamaica as a Commonwealth citizen. And you can be here in Jamaica and apply for your work permit while you are in Jamaica. So I want to make that very clear in my closing remarks.
I just want to say that Jamaica is a very resilient country. During the global financial crisis and also during COVID, we lost not one investor. Our tourism investors may have slowed down the progress of their projects, but they didn't pull out. And now they are all in, most of them are in heavy expansion mode.
And I want to take it back to food security. With the concerns that we're seeing out there, there's a lot. We have the big markets are close to us, and a number of these markets are nearshoring or reshoring as part of the concern in ensuring that they have sustainable supply chains. So here's where we need to go, the trade agreements that we spoke to and that the benefits that our minister spoke to. These are opportunities for us, and we look forward to having the conversations with you going forward on agriculture. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Mr. Hall, High Commissioner, I'm going to start with you. And I'm going to ask you, from your vantage point, what do you see as a natural entry or partnership as it relates to business between Jamaica and India?
Of targeted sectors that JAMPRO is actively pursuing investment in. And these are the primary sectors. But I would go a step further to say that based on the attributes and the key success factors that are presented by Jamaica, that we are uniquely poised as that gateway for Indian innovation. And what you see here is a very enabling business environment. You see a very well capacitized organization in JAMPRO that is able to actually walk you through the entire process. Now, we're focusing primarily on how we can leverage Indian innovation in technology, and that spans multiple sectors. We're also looking at that strategic geographic location that lends itself perfectly for Jamaica to be your center of operations. So we're looking at companies that are interested, and what I should hasten to add that what we found is that in India and its environs, you're very India-centric, and there's not much outlook towards our part of the world other than North America. So one of my greatest tasks is generating awareness about Jamaica's value proposition. Having said that, there is tremendous scope for companies looking to this hemisphere to headquarter operations into Jamaica, to use Jamaica as that hub. to engage the wider Caribbean, to engage North and South America. There's a slide that Jampro shows which gives you an indication that you are within a 4-hour radius of close to a quarter, half of the population of the Western Hemisphere. And this, of course, is a very important fact and something which can be built on tremendously. What we are hoping to achieve is to see some of that Indian innovation come across in a meaningful way, partner up with Jamaica, because as you have seen, as evidenced by my newfound inspiration in Dr. Gunamapuri, this which he has created here is testament to what an innovative mindset combined with an enabling environment and the capacity that Jamaica has can achieve. This is nothing short of remarkable, but it's not unique to Guna. The potential lies there for anyone who has these ingredients. And I think you can share the formula. I think you're ready to share the formula. And what's most heartening is the level of government support that you see. It's not very often that you'll see 2 ministers be present for such a gathering. So this underscores our commitment, our readiness for business, and our eagerness to get it up and going.
Recently, you must have heard about artificial intelligence, and the notion and the feeling is it's going to take away a lot of jobs. And there is an opportunity. Every crisis, you can turn that into an opportunity, particularly when you see things are moving in a direction that you don't want to see. You can actually see how the talent can be upgraded and how certain roles can be redefined and how some of the people can be made future ready. That's one of the drivers, including ISF and QEF, both of them, working together in making the workforce be future ready. That is something we started reiterating recently in New Jersey conference, that we are training quality engineers for free. And we have multiple occasions, there were partnerships made with another similar organizations like People Shores. They find people from underserved or unserved communities and they train them on technology and they place them. And we announced that we are going to help train those communities for free. So these are things that we really would like to do that in countries, friendly countries like Jamaica. And we wanted to start our chapter here. And we would work with Mr. Guna and rest of the government officials to make that happen here as well.
Physical representation of vision meeting reality. I remember meeting Dr. Mapuri a couple years ago, and he said earlier that the Special Economic Zone Authority issued to him its first ever license, and we did. And it started with a vision that Guna had that was very clear, that has now manifested. This is location number 4, Guna, is that correct? Yes, and we have more. Guna has quite a grand and even grander vision that he's looking at. And so we invite Dr. Mapuri to speak a little bit about his experience, the vision, and just the opportunity that he took advantage of, and what led him to stick to it and to really make it come to life. Dr. Mapuri.
High Commissioner Jason Hall said, vision, and what's my formula? My formula is very simple. Keep it simple. That's it. But this is what the philosophy I believe in. When you have vision driven by passion, automatically wealth creation and generation becomes a byproduct of it. This is my jerk seasoning formula, sir. So, when you're simple, the focus will be there. But at the same time, I'm not here for short-term gains. I'm here for a long haul. There's a Jamaican proverbial saying, which we call it as, which we say, a patient man rides a donkey. Whenever the donkey reaches the destination, that's the time you reach the destination. You have to be patient. These kind of investments to build a vision, it needs patience. Keep it simple and focus. But there's going to be a lot of frustration too when it takes long. That's it. Now, I want to just jump quickly onto Mr. Sri Atluri, what he said. Innovation. Yes, when you're simple, you add innovation to it. You get a different product out of it. That has been my recipe too. And he spoke about artificial intelligence, which is the future. Everywhere you're talking about AI. If you look at that banner there, by President of Medical Sciences, which is this building, which is such a coincidence, which is a startup. We are ISF, is a startup foundation. We are a startup by President of Medical Sciences. So what's so special about BIMS? You're another medical school. No, we are not. I can very proudly say that we are the Tesla of the medical schools in the entire region. I can even challenge many schools in the United States. There was a kid last month from Temple University doing her third year medicine. Her father is a radiologist at UPenn in Philadelphia. He is Dr. Muralidhar Mupavarapu and is a professor of radiology. His daughter sat with me in my boardroom. She used her gadgets. Uncle, we don't have all these things at Temple University. What I'm saying is, our school is going to be driven with AI and AR integrated, technology integrated, driven learning of medicine. I can proudly say that there's nobody in the Caribbean is carrying this concept. That's why I said we are Tesla of the medical schools. There's innovation in it. And I always feel proud that I am the trendsetter in this sector. Because you said artificial intelligence, I can very proudly say that I saw a young doctor, Dr. Meghna. Where is she? I saw her, I got a glimpse of her. She's the one and only daughter of mine, Meghna Mupuri. She's a doctor. She is just completing this June her master's AI in medicine. Very first cohort of students, I believe, in the world at University of Alabama, Birmingham. And the first doctor from Jamaica to be graduating with a master's degree in AI in medicine, biomedical innovation. So we already have taken the bait from you, sir, in advance. So I'm talking about my own kid. What am I saying to you is, my kid is my own guinea pig in the experiment I am doing. And she has excelled very well. She did that. Now she got into residency program matching also. She's moving to New York for residency this month. If I can do that to my own kid who was brought up in Jamaica in Montego Bay, I'm telling again to all the investors coming to Jamaica, if I could live here for 32 years in this city of Montego Bay, well, I lived 5.5 years in Kingston, but this is home, Montego Bay. If I could live comfortably without any adverse event, that means we are good. Jamaica is excellent. I raised two beautiful kids. One is my daughter, I have another son. One little son is younger than her. He went to public schools here. Because we need to address a lot of engineers coming, IT sector coming into Jamaica, into Montego Bay. What about education? My both kids went to public school. They didn't go to super rich or a rich kids school. I'm very proud to say that my kids went to public schools. They did extraordinarily good job. The same teachers are going to be teaching in this school, pre-med, for our incoming students. So there's a lot to speak about the Jamaican treasures we have. This is why I say that I have now my son, he became number one in science in this country, fourth in the Caribbean, from the public school. He finished first year medicine here at the University of West Indies. Great schools are here. Coming to what is that I am going to do for these kids here? If I can do to my own children here, I can do to every kid in this country, every kid in the Caribbean, every kid across the continent. That's where my new journey has started, building bridges with knowledge through knowledge empowerment. And this knowledge empowerment integrated with technology, we're going to produce super humans, super intellectuals. And for this particular reason, now a data was released just yesterday. NEET exam results were announced in India. Results have come out, and there are many kids going abroad from India to China, Philippines, Russia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, you name it, East European countries, just because with which is 5 million rupees, approximately $100,000, maximum $100,000, they can finish the medical course. But what's life after doing medicine? You come back to India, you cannot pass your Indian Medical Council exam. Until last year, the average passing score was 20%. This year, I got results yesterday, they released in Government of India. These foreign medical graduates who go to those East Asian countries, their passing rate has dropped to 14%. That means 86 children coming back from those countries are becoming useless. They're taking odd jobs. Please, this is the message I want to tell the Indian citizens, that don't go for shortcuts. That's where we are here. We can bring them to Jamaica. We can educate them. If you pass exams in Jamaica, you can practice in 20 countries in the Caribbean. You don't need to do any council exam again. So there are a lot of opportunities. For that purpose, we also have announced scholarships for Jamaican students. Then that it went on to Indian diaspora. Now it went on to Caribbean diaspora, Caribbean citizens. Now, because I'm a recipient of the Indian National Honor, so I requested my High Commissioner to New Delhi, our Jamaican High Commissioner, His Excellency. He must also extend the scholarship program through his office. Anybody who can reach out to him in India, New Delhi, he can sign off, and we have announced a scholarship of an average of 2 million rupees, which is approximately $25,000 United States dollars, you can receive it from our High Commissioner in New Delhi. Not only that, because we are a startup, we are an Internet Startup Foundation, we also declared this scholarship for India Startup Foundation also. Anybody you recommend from India to Montego Bay, we can give them a tuition scholarship of the same $25,000 that any other citizen would get. So what I'm trying to tell you is, it's not just a business, it is a phenomenon. Let's embrace it. Like I said, Vasudhaika Kutumbakam, world is one, and it has become very small with technology in place. So at the end of the day, I'm telling you, Montego Bay, Jamaica must be the destination. Important medical education sector, which is very new to us, especially academic zone. If you do, Indians, Jamaicans, they're all Commonwealth citizens. We follow British curriculum. After your high school, you have to do +2. In India, you call 12th grade is +2. But in Jamaica, you have to do +1, one more year, 13 grades to get into medical school. And then they have to do 6 years of completion of the course. And then thereafter, you have to apply for the American exams. What we are teaching here is the American curriculum. After 12th class in India or 12th grade, you just come here, you do 1 year of pre-medical sciences. You're qualified to get into medical school. We are not 6 years there afterwards. We're only 4 years. That means, on an average, every kid will save 2 years of their valuable life. Now, what it means as a physician coming out, you come to your earnings life 2 years early. When you finish your medicine with us, the very first month, your average salary or stipend as a trainee, postgraduate trainee, in India, it's about 85,000 rupees, which is $1,000. But if you go from here to United States, it's an average of $6,000 a month. After your 3 years of MD program, in India, your salary is barely 2 lakh rupees or $3,000 a month. But when you finish your graduation, your average salary is 17.5 lakh, or when you convert it, is about $25,000 a month. So we are bringing value. We are giving you the guarantee, proper training. So we're future. Yes, USMLE is a part of
everybody's life in the United States or any foreign medical graduate. You cannot avoid it to do your postgrad training or residency program. The beauty with us is, unlike India or even Jamaica University of West Indies, which is a British curriculum, USMLE training is not part of their curriculum. We're a 4-year US medical curriculum. USMLE training program, mandatory passing score, is part of our curriculum, is inbuilt in our training program. At the end of second year, you have 4 months of intense training for the USMLE Step 1. At the end of the fourth year, you have 4 months of intensive coaching for the Step 2. So we make sure that your kid passes all the exams. You just heard earlier on when Mr. Sinclair, our Regional Director for Western Region Health Authority, there's a mass migration of health professionals from here to United States or England like that. There's a huge turnover of medical professionals. Therefore, we have a lot of jobs available. And also, as I said to you, when you take exams when you study with us, it's also a responsibility to ensure that you pass Caribbean Association of Medical Councils examination, CAMC exam. If you do that exam, which is like a final year exam, you're qualified to get licensed to practice in 20 or all the 20 Caribbean countries. Jobs are there.
And Oral is the president of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber of Commerce, ladies and gentlemen, plays a critical role in bridging the gap between the public and private sector, but also representing the interests of the private sector. So Oral, I'm going to invite you to give us a little bit about the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and the role that that entity can play in this opportunity that we're discussing here today.
Create collaboration to expand the opportunity to others. That, congrats. Like is also a good member and support of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Now, we have heard it here all morning, all day about our location, our strategic location here at Jamaica, where we're situated. The Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our role simply is to represent our members, the business community. We're the business group of Montego Bay. And Jamaica is open for business. Montego Bay is open for business. There are so many opportunities that exist between India and Jamaica. And you have heard it. Yeah, India have a robust technology system, expertise in pharmaceuticals. In India, sports, medical tourism, you name it, it's there. Now our business is spread right across those sectors. So our business interest is having you coming here, forming those, collaborating with us. Our business is to increase trade. Now, tech park, creating a tech park where there are so many opportunities that can come out of having a tech park. Medical facilities, whether it be school, hospitals, whatever it is. But the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry as a business group welcome these ideas, welcome these opportunities, and welcome these collaborative efforts. You heard it by Jampro, Conrad said it, it's easy to do business in Jamaica. Whatever hiccups you have, Jampro will assist. But we as a business group too, you come to us, we partner with agencies, all agencies. So you come to us as a business group and we'll help you to make life easier. Banking, registration, whatever it is, we are able to assist you to make your life easy to establish that relationship in Jamaica. So this is a great opportunity. The business community welcome this opportunity, welcome the efforts. Ms. Hamilton mentioned that this is your fourth dock, and I know you're moving and going other places, you'll create more opportunities, and we are happy to have you here in Montego Bay. I was about to say the better city, but I'll leave it at Montego Bay. To have you in Montego Bay, working with us, growing this city, and you said it. There's no limit as to where we'll go and where we can go and where we'll go as a business community. And welcome the investors. We welcome the International Startup Foundation here in Jamaica. And you're in the right place as it relates to growth, startup and development and collaborative effort. We have over 350 membership, and we have been around for 92 years.
Empowering the local graduates with AI kind of tools Madam President Jampro and Madam CEO of CESA, can I have your permission as a CEO of Special Economic Zone Authority? Can we use this facility for this kind of internship program to be built in collaborative effort between Jampro, ISF, Chamber? Why don't we bring our graduates and we can do that? I believe it's this is home. Can we announce this will be the home for your foundation and to train our Jamaican citizens with AI and all those things?
Thank you. And with that, thank you, that. And with that being the home for the foundation, the Chamber of Commerce will produce those startups that will come and benefit from this great initiative now.
So we have some very live next steps coming out of this engagement already, and some positive next steps, and some things that will move the needle forward, because we spoke about the opportunities in Jamaica with our medical professionals leaving. We spoke about the AI and how that will impact our workforce and the future-proofing our workforce as well, which is critical. And so I think that opportunity, it connects all the dots and helps us to cauterize that wound. So thank you very much for that. And certainly, Jampro President, we on the government side will work with you on that. So we're going to hear now, ladies and gentlemen, from Mr. Krishna Bendapudi, and Krishna will speak about Right Software and that organization that is doing great things, and that we will hear about it in another session. But give us your perspective, sir, on Right Software and what is happening with that entity.
As most of you know, it's a Right Software. We have several service lines and the product lines. We have our own tools that augments our customers in their digital transformation. Basically, it expedites the overall process, right? Just like the way we work is we find something, we try to solve that problem in a repeatable manner, and that's what gave us around 6 products, and that is helping our customers in their digital transformation, especially around the ERP world, enterprise resource planning, which is the accounting and the HCM softwares. That's our specialty, core specialty. We are based out of Houston, Texas, and we started our offshore development center in Hyderabad, India, and then we started another development center in Bangalore, a smaller office. But what we noticed overall is there is a gap out there, especially I will be clear about this. When your 80% of the revenue comes from US, you got to have a location close by, number one. That means I can bring in my customer in less than 3 hours, from Houston. Number two, I have my resources working in the time that is aligned to the US time zones, right? Number three, if I have, like a friend like Dr. Guna, I didn't have to worry too much about it. I said, I came here, to be honest, I first visited Kingston. And then I had to thank Shoban. I said, Krishna, you may want to visit Montego Bay. And it was a no-brainer for me. First of all, I logged to Jamaica considering number one, the location, number two, English speaking, right? And number three, the way Jampro helped us, amazing actually. I could never imagine a government entity helping us to make it as if it's their own company, right? And I was like, man, is this real? How is this happening so fast, right? They helped us all along. We didn't know anything. Honestly, I'm a programmer to start with. I didn't even know about enterprises and all that. We started, one by one. But when I came here, I had no understanding of how to set it up. And, thanks to Dr. Guna, thanks to Jampro, and, our Shoban, they all aligned it to us so quick, and I'm like, man, now I need to really work hard to enable this center, right? So I'm thankful on that. And in terms of we operate from these 3 countries as of now, and our strategic decision is to support our customers in Americas from Jamaica and support customers in Europe and Asia Pacific from India for the time alignment purposes. And also, there are other things too, right? If I have to bring a customer in a 3-hour flight to show our premises to gain the confidence of their, our working conditions, it's a lot easier for them to travel here for 3 hours and see the premises and realize what they are going to get, right? So that's another thing. And as an organization, we grew more than 450% in 18, but in COVID time, year on year, we were growing 50% pretty much just because of our innovation. And I am not just going to utilize this place as just a service center. I do want to have my product engineering also done here. And on top of it, I'm going to explain upfront. Our goal is to bring in the core pillars who understand our business first, and have each core pillar have 6 resources working for them from here to support them, and also resources. Our goal is to produce resources who can generate produce products for us, develop products and build for us. So we may be going to universities to get some of these folks, and I do want to utilize talent here, and also architecture and a vision from folks who I worked with. That's my comfort level. So then they can extend it further. That's the action plan for Right. And I'm really thankful to Jampro, Gunagaru, and also I just have, I don't know, do I have time or I can? Oh, of course, okay. I have to tell one small story, okay? This is very important for me. So I finished my college in electrical engineering, and today I can personally say I am here because of Mr. J. Chaudhary, because he is the one who transformed our state towards the computers, right? Otherwise, I would be chasing some electrical poles, right? So I'm always thankful to you, sir. When I heard, when Dr. Guna mentioned about J. Chaudhary Garu, I was like, man, is this real? So I went and, so when we met in India, he met us in our office, and I was, that's what I want to say. This kind of change he could able to bring in India. I am sure with ISF Foundation and his vision, we can repeat the same here as well. That's what I wanted.
So in a nutshell, we provide 3 major incentives. The first of which is a lower corporate income tax rate. So Guna spoke earlier to the fact that if you have special economic zone status and you're operating as a landlord, in our world we call that a developer, your corporate income tax rate on your rental income is 0%. So ultimately you're not paying any corporate income tax as a landlord. Now, for companies that operate within the zone, so if Right Software were to come into the zone, then they would pay 50% of the corporate income tax rate that companies pay in the regular economy. So in the special economic zone, you're paying, and that's the headline rate. So in the regular economy, you're paying 25%. Marlene spoke earlier about productive input relief. So there are those incentives outside of SEZ. With the application of the Omnibus suite of incentives, you will pay, you can go to as low as 17.75. That's in the regular economy. Within the special economic zone, your headline rate is 12.5%, and that can go to as low as 7.75%. You do not pay duties on items that you import for use in your zone, and you don't pay our local value added tax, which is 15%. Right? So there are a number of cost savings to be had, and also the opportunity for value added for your company as well within the special economic zone regime. So, Rashmi, I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to ask my panelists to just share their last thoughts, their guidance to the members of the audience, or their own thoughts on the opportunity that exists between Jamaica and Indian businesses to just close this panel. And I'm going to start on this side.
My thought process is the synergies are very good between two countries, right? I can see it in just matter of 3-4 months, right? That's the and the more we work together, I think we can achieve, and sky is the limit for this. Yeah.
Relationship between India and Jamaica is evident, it's clear, and we are ready. The organization I represent is ready to work with the Indian businesses so that we can continue to grow and build, and we really, really look forward to this partnership.
The country is here to work with you. You get what you want. Compliance is very, very important.
Passion to purpose. I think what you know you need to do, I would ask you to do in a Nike way, just do it.
The High Commission, since setting up in India, has been actively striving to strengthen the bilateral relationship between Jamaica and India, which, as you've heard, spans over 2 centuries. What's interesting is that we need to create as many exchanges at multiple levels. So here we're talking about the B2B aspects. There are G2G aspects which will further facilitate and enable this. But I find that one of the more important aspects of this sort of exchange is what we call at the embassy the H to H, which is the heart to heart and the people exchanges. And so it's the opportunity to get people to come to Jamaica from India, as well as from Jamaica to India, because we do share a lot in common, and in that commonality is a certain lack of awareness about each other. So we need to bridge that gap, and the High Commission stands ready to facilitate that. And we also look forward to the academic exchanges. Let me not forget that particular critical and important fact.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
ఇండియా ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ హైదరాబాద్ మొదటి ఎడిషన్ ఇక్కడ ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. ఇందులో కొన్ని వందల స్టాల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, వందలు కాదు వేల రకాల కళా ఆకృతులు, అంటే ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్, కళలు గొప్ప నైపుణ్యంతో వందలాది వేలాది మంది తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ఇక్కడ ప్రదర్శించడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. అసలు ఇవి ఇటువంటి మనం చూడాలంటే గతంలో ఎడిషన్స్ పోవాలంటే హైదరాబాద్, బాంబేనో, బెంగళూరు, ఢిల్లీ పోస్ట్. ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్కి వీళ్ళందరూ అంతర్జాతీయ స్థాయిలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా, హైదరాబాద్ అంటే బాంబే, ఢిల్లీ, బెంగళూరు, ఈవెన్ లండన్, అంటే ప్రపంచంలో కూడా తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. కాబట్టి ఇది మంచి అవకాశం. కాబట్టి హైదరాబాద్లో ఉన్న ప్రజలందరూ కూడా దీన్ని సందర్శించి వాళ్ళకి నచ్చినటువంటి ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ను కొని వాళ్ళ ఇళ్లలో ఉంచుకుంటే అది ఒక స్పృహను కలిగజేస్తుంది.
Here you will find यहाँ जो आर्ट वर्क्स एग्जिबिट किए गए हैं उसमें अपकमिंग आर्टिस्ट, यंग आर्टिस्ट, बडिंग आर्टिस्ट, इवन मिड करियर एस्टेब्लिश आर्टिस्ट और इवन मास्टर आर्टिस्ट, ऐसा सब टाइप का आर्ट, एवरी फॉर्म ऑफ आर्ट, वेदर इट इज abstract or figurative or semi abstract, landscape, portrait, religious art, this kind of art available here in all the stalls in different mediums, different styles. So I request all the art
enthusiasts, art lovers in Hyderabad to please join, come to India Art Festival and celebrate make the celebration of this mega event, India Art Festival, along with the 290 artists.
సో ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు అనేవి హైదరాబాద్ కి చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి, ఇది మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఈ ఆర్ట్ యాక్టివిటీ ఇక్కడ జరుగుతుంది. అండ్ దీని ద్వారా మన ప్రాంతీయ కళాకారులకు ఎంతో ఉపయోగము. అంటే ఆర్ట్ మార్కెట్ అనేది దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఎంతో అభివృద్ధి చెందున్న క్రమంలో హైదరాబాదు ఇంకా ఆ స్థాయికి ఎదగలేదు. కాబట్టి ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహించడం ద్వారా మన కళాకారులకి ఎంతో ప్రోద్బలాన్ని, వాళ్ళకి సర్వైవింగ్ కి లేదా వాళ్ళ ఆర్ట్ వర్క్ ని సేల్ చేసుకోవడానికి చాలా ఉపయోగపడేటువంటి డాస్ ఇది.
Art gives me happiness. All my senses get alive. I just want to tell you how happy I am to be a part of this show.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, I'm Anju Poddar. I want to tell you how happy I am. For me, art is my prana. It gives me so much happiness, and this brings happiness to everyone around us. And I want to congratulate the organizers for doing such a nice show. So many artists, upcoming artists, so many galleries, because it gives you happiness. And I've seen so many new artists, so many art galleries showing such nice work. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
और इस वक्त मैं हूँ हैदराबाद में, जहाँ पे इंडिया आर्ट फेस्टिवल का बहुत ही प्रेस्टिजियस प्लेटफॉर्म लगा हुआ है। और यहाँ पे हमारा ऑरा प्लैनेट का बूथ है, जिसमें काफ़ी सारे कलाकारों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया है और काफ़ी अच्छे आर्ट वर्क्स आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं। करीबन 12 आर्टिस्ट हैं जिनके आर्ट वर्क हमने शोकेस किए हैं, जो हैदराबाद के भी आर्टिस्ट हैं। इसके अलावा दिल्ली, मुंबई और भी कई जगह के आर्टिस्टों ने अपने काम यहाँ पे शोकेस किए हैं। तो अभी ये फेस्टिवल आज 7 जून है, आज से स्टार्ट है और ये चलने वाला है 9 जून तक शाम 7 बजे तक। तो आप लोग आएं, पेंटिंग देखने के साथ ही आप पेंटिंग को खरीद भी सकते हैं। बहुत ही अफोर्डेबल प्राइजेस में आप अपने घर ले जा सकते हैं।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Congratulations on this beautiful venture, the first venture of India Art Festival, and it's wonderful to see stalls of different artists here. అంటే మనం యూజువల్లీ ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ కంతా పోయినప్పుడు వేరే స్టాల్స్ అన్ని చూస్తాం, కానీ ఇక్కడైతే కలర్ఫుల్. ఇట్స్ అ ఫీస్ట్ టు మై ఐస్ అండ్ ఐ థింక్ ఇట్ ఇస్ డెఫినెట్లీ అ ఫీస్ట్ టు ఆల్ దోస్ art lovers, and I wish and hope that more and more events happen and they are connected to common people also, so that a value for art, because AI is already taking up the world around, but then I think creative intelligence is going to be the on the top always, and nobody else can ever conquer it also. So hats off to all the artists over here and all the best to all of you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Art Festival organizers, excellent organizing idandi. It's a good platform for young budding artists వాళ్ళ వర్క్స్ షోకేస్ చేసేదానికి. మేము హైదరాబాద్ సిటీని ఇంత చూస్ చేసుకొని ముందుకు వచ్చిన దానికి we're happy, and దీనివల్ల you're promoting young artists and the people of Telangana to buy art. So in this process, I think we are going to the economy of artists for survival. Wala, I would say it will promote them to progress, to work harder in the art field. Thanks, Andy.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I have been participating in India Art Festival
for last many years. And it's always wonderful to be a part of this festival, as this is the only festival of its kind which promotes artists of all the level, whether they are student artists, they are junior artists, they are senior artists. The organizers, they take care of each and every artist. They have a student section, artist section separately, and other section as well. As for the masters also, you can see in different galleries. And I am a professional artist from Delhi College of Art. I have done my masters. You can see here some variety of the products. You can see my painting. I am specialized in spatula work, Varanasi, and dance and music. These two things and few moments of daily life I have always been capturing in my paintings. You can see here the vibrant colors and all knife work in my paintings. In Banaras, in dance and music and other, you can see this festive mood. So there are many things you can see, and there are a painting of other artists also. There's one artist is from Calcutta, Basu Haldar. One artist again from NCR, Saurav Mohan. And these sculptures are very special sculptures. These sculptures nobody else does in India. These are Dogra style, but you can see closely they are stone and metal casting. So nobody does this kind of work. He is the only artist from Shantiniketan, and this is an exclusive work which attracts a lot to all the visitors and buyers. And this is also designed by us, ceramic pottery done in Shantiniketan, West Bengal. This is the best platform we have to showcase our talent, to showcase our vibrancy of the participation. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
మన హైదరాబాద్ లో ఫస్ట్ టైం ఈ ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ జరుగుతున్న శుభ సందర్భంలో మేము స్టాల్ తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఈ స్టాల్ లోపల ఆల్మోస్ట్ 35 స్కల్ప్చర్స్ నేను డిస్ప్లే చేశాను. దాంతో పాటు ఆయిల్ పెయింటింగ్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ డిస్ప్లే చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఇందులో ఫైబర్ గ్లాస్ స్కల్ప్చర్స్, ఆయిల్ పెయింటింగ్స్ ప్లస్ బ్రాంజ్ స్కల్ప్చర్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిస్ప్లే చేయడం జరిగింది. హైదరాబాద్ లో జరగడం అనేది చాలా సంతోషకరమైన విషయమే చెప్పాలంటే, ఎందుకంటే మొదటిసారి జరుగుతుంది. సో వేరే వేరే రాష్ట్రాలలో ఎప్పుడు జరుగుతూనే ఉంటది, కానీ హైదరాబాద్ లో కూడా ఈసారి జరుగుతుంది. నెక్స్ట్ టైం కూడా జరగాలి. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం జరిగితే ఇక్కడ ఆర్టిస్టులకు కానీ, లేకపోతే ఆర్ట్ బయర్స్ కానీ, ఆర్ట్ లవర్స్ కానీ ఎంతో యూస్ఫుల్ గా ఉంటదని నా ఉద్దేశము. ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ అనేది ఈ నెల 7వ తారీఖు నుంచి 8, 9 అంటే 3 రోజులు ఈ ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఈ 3 రోజుల ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ లో ఇందులో ఆడియన్స్ కూడా చాలా, అంటే ఆర్ట్ లవర్స్ చాలా బాగా స్టెప్ ఇన్ అవుతున్నారు, వస్తున్నారు, చూస్తున్నారు, చాలా ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తున్నారు. వర్క్ ఎంక్వైరీస్ కూడా జరుగుతున్నాయి. వాళ్ళు అంటే పర్చేజ్ చేయడానికి కూడా చాలా ఇష్టపడుతున్నారు. సో ఇది ఆర్టిస్ట్ కి నిజంగా చెప్పాలంటే చాలా సంతోషకరమైన విషయం. మంచిది, ప్రసాదం జరగాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I left my job for painting and Jesus for my parents, and now for the last 10 years I am doing my painting, and these 2 paintings I have done it on the greatest epitome of love of Jesus on the cross. And he loved so much that he gave his life on the cross for the remission of sins of all mankind, to save us. And Jesus, and this one is the second painting on the truth, my way, the truth and the life, because Jesus is the only way to life, and he is the only way, and he is the only truth. And Jesus, he is not a religion as people think. He wants to build a relationship. He is the creator of the universe. Though I come from a Hindu background, but when I came to know about him, then all the misconceptions were removed, and now our family is totally in Jesus. And thank you, Jesus, for everything.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
आफ्टर रिटायरमेंट मैं आजकल ये मिक्स मीडिया में काम करता हूँ। ये 4 वर्ष है मेरे। और मिक्स मीडिया का मतलब क्या है कि इसके अंदर वाटर कलर, ऑयल पेंटिंग और फोटोग्राफी और सब कुछ आ जाता है। तो क्या है, मैं क्या कंप्यूटर के ऊपर उसको पास करके वहाँ कंपोज करके और वहीं पेंटिंग बनाता हूँ पूरा। और फाइनली आई टुक प्रिंट्स ऑन कैनवस एंड there is no question of touching and everything I did finished. And okay, I am doing.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
హలో నేను లభ్య. నేను హైదరాబాద్లో ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇండియా ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఐఎమ్ రియలీ హ్యాపీ అండ్ ఎక్సైటెడ్ టు డిస్ప్లే ఆల్ మై paintings, and this is the third time in this platform, and I have already exhibited my paintings in Bombay and Bangalore as well, and in Hyderabad this is the first time. And my concept is mythology based abstract, and it's been my signature paintings. And yeah, I've done 12 paintings here. I've displayed 12 paintings. Yeah, this is the
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
ఈ ఆర్ట్ ఇండియా ఫెస్టివల్ అనేది చాలా బ్రహ్మాండంగా మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో స్టేట్ ఆర్ట్ హైదరాబాద్ లో మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా జరుగుతుంది. చాలా బ్రహ్మాండంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఎందుకోసం అంటే ఇంత మంచి షో మన హైదరాబాద్కి వచ్చినందుకు మనం చాలా సంతోషపడుతున్నాము. అందులో ఈ రోజు నా డెమో ఉండడము, ఈ రోజు 3:30కి నా డెమో ఉంది. ఆ డెమోలో నేను లైవ్ వర్క్ చేయడం అనేది నాకు వచ్చిన అరుదైన అవకాశం. ఆ అవకాశం వచ్చినందుకు నేను చాలా సంతోషపడుతున్నాను. ఈ సందర్భంగా రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ సార్కి నేను థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఇంత గొప్ప షో హైదరాబాద్ రావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయము. ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ఈ వర్క్స్ ని చూడాలి, నేర్చుకోవాలి. స్టూడెంట్స్, బయర్స్, ఆర్టిస్టులు ఇన్ని గానం ఒకే చోట ఇన్ని గొప్ప గొప్ప వర్కులను చూసే అవకాశం హైదరాబాద్ వాళ్ళకి వచ్చినందుకు దీన్ని ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ చూసి ఆనందించాలి, దీన్ని ఆస్వాదించాలి. మళ్ళీ వీళ్ళు నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఆల్ ఇండియా మొత్తం భారతదేశంలో కొన్ని కాకుండా సింగపూర్ నుండి పెద్ద పెద్ద గ్యాలరీస్ కూడా వచ్చాయి. ఈ అవకాశము మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రాల వాళ్ళు దీన్ని తప్పకుండా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. అందరూ ప్రతి ఒక్కరు చూడాలి, దీన్ని మనం ఆస్వాదించాలి. ఇట్లాంటి షోలు మళ్ళీ హైదరాబాద్ లో చాలా విరివిగా తరచుగా జరుగుతూ ఉంటే ఆర్ట్ మార్కెట్ అనేది ఇక్కడ గొప్పగా క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది. అందరికీ ఆర్టిస్టులకు అందరికీ ఒక ఉపాధి, మంచి ఆర్టిస్టులకు అందరికీ మంచి వర్క్స్, సేల్స్ అవన్నీ జరుగుతాయి. ఈ మార్కెట్ క్రియేట్ కావడం వల్ల ఇంకా కొంతమంది ఆర్టిస్టులకి మంచి జరుగుతుంది. అప్పుడు గొప్ప గొప్ప ఆర్టిస్టులు కూడా రావడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటది. కాబట్టి ఇట్లాంటి షోలు రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ ఇప్పుడు ఈ షో ఫస్ట్ షో చేశారు. ఆయనకు చాలా హ్యాపీనెస్ ఉందని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఈ షో గొప్పగా జరుగుతుంది కాబట్టి ఆయన నెక్స్ట్ షోలు కూడా దీనికంటే బ్రహ్మాండంగా నిర్వహించడానికి చాలా మంది వస్తుంటుంటారు. హైదరాబాద్ మార్కెట్ ని అందరూ ఆస్వాదించాలి, దాన్ని నేర్చుకోవాలి. మనమందరం కూడా దానికి ప్రోత్సాహంగా నిలబడాలి, ఆయనకి మద్దతుగా నిలబడాలి. ఇట్లాంటి షోస్ ఎన్నో రావాలని రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ కి నా యొక్క థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు నేను కూడా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ అండి.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
इंडिया आर्ट फेस्टिवल यहाँ हैदराबाद में this is our first edition happening from today till Sunday 9 June. Here there are almost 30 art galleries participating from different cities: Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, even Hyderabad, Singapore, and some smaller cities like Baroda, Pune. There are 80 stalls here, and in the 80 stalls, 290 artists are exhibiting almost 3,000 paintings, sculptures, photography, some pottery, ceramic works, serigraphs, prints. Here you will find यहाँ जो आर्ट वर्क्स एग्जिबिट किए गए हैं उसमें अपकमिंग आर्टिस्ट, यंग आर्टिस्ट, बडिंग आर्टिस्ट, योर मिड करियर एस्टेब्लिश्ड आर्टिस्ट और योर मास्टर आर्टिस्ट, ऐसा सब टाइप का आर्ट, एवरी फॉर्म ऑफ आर्ट, whether it is abstract or figurative or semi abstract, landscape, portrait, religious art, uh, this kind of art available here in all the stalls in different mediums, different styles. So I request all the art enthusiasts, art lovers in Hyderabad to please join, come to India Art Festival and celebrate make the celebration of this mega event, India Art Festival, along with the 290 artists. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are with a lot of variety of artworks, Indian art, like we are representing Indian culture, Indian art and culture and everything. Like, you can come and visit here and see our artworks, which has a lot of variety and like colorful stuff also. So you can come and visit, please.
Hi everyone, I am Debarshi, one of the artists of this gallery, and what she says that we are representing the art of Kolkata and the traditional art form, and definitely it's a few of them are a modern art also. So please visit, you'll get different type of art here and join us, and you can collect and you can decorate your room, everything with the beautiful art. So do visit our store.
नमस्ते, मैं गौतम दास हूँ, कोलकाता से आया। मैं कॉन्टेम्पोररी आर्टिस्ट हूँ। तो बेसिकली मैं लैंड के ऊपर काम करता हूँ। मेरा खेजूर का पेड़, उसके ऊपर मैं कुछ स्टोरी रखता हूँ।
And one more thing is, we are my father-in-law is an artist, and since 50 years he has been working in this field actually. So we are trying to extend the legacy of his artwork, and his son is also joining. So we are trying a lot to exploring in the art world. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So what we do at House of Emerge is we collaborate with artists to recreate existing art in our form, which is showing or showcasing a portrait or an artwork from one side, and as you walk through it, changing dimensions to showcase a completely different artwork from the other side. And the story is also what emerges from the center as a composition of the two. So if you look at any of the artworks, from one side you'll see the guy singing, from the other side you'll see the lady listening to him intently, and from the center it'll look like he's singing to her. So that's what's emerging as a composition, and that's what we want to kind of grow as our skill set of artworks. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ఈరోజు కోహినూర్ కన్వెన్షన్ మేదీపట్నంలో జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఇండియా ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ 7th, 8th, 9th జూన్ తారీఖులలో జరుగుతుంది. ఇది దేశంలోనే ఒక ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ లాంటిది. అంటే ఇది ఒక ఆర్ట్ ఎక్స్పో లాంటిది అన్నట్టు. ఇక్కడ దాదాపు 30 గ్యాలరీలు, 250 మంది ఆర్టిస్టులు, 3500 ఆర్ట్ వర్క్లు ఇక్కడ ప్రజెంట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలన్నిటి హైదరాబాద్ కి చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి, ఇది మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఈ ఆర్ట్ యాక్టివిటీ ఇక్కడ జరుగుతుంది. అండ్ దీని ద్వారా మన ప్రాంతీయ కళాకారులకు ఎంతో ఉపయోగము. అంటే ఆర్ట్ మార్కెట్ అనేది దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఎంతో అభివృద్ధి చెందున్న క్రమంలో హైదరాబాదు ఇంకా ఆ స్థాయికి ఎదగలేదు. కాబట్టి ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహించడం ద్వారా మన కళాకారులకి ఎంతో ప్రోద్బలాన్ని, వాళ్ళకి సర్వైవింగ్ కి లేదా వాళ్ళ ఆర్ట్ వర్క్ ని సేల్ చేసుకోవడానికి చాలా ఉపయోగపడేటువంటి డాస్ ఇది. సో కాబట్టి హైదరాబాద్ ఆర్ట్ సొసైటీ తరఫున మేము పూర్తిగా సహాయ సహకారాలు అందించి ఇక్కడ ఈ కార్యక్రమం నిర్వహించడానికి పూర్తిగా తోడ్పడ్డాము. సో ఇది అద్భుతమైన కార్యక్రమం. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా ఆర్ట్ లవర్స్, ఆర్ట్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ పీపుల్, ఆర్ట్ బయర్స్ కానీ, సో వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ఈ ఆర్ట్ వర్క్ ని తిలకించాలని ఆశిస్తున్నాను.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to My Startup TV.
హైదరాబాద్ లో ఐ థింక్ దిస్ ఇస్ నియర్ అత్తాపూర్ పివి ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ వే పిల్లర్ నంబర్ 68 దగ్గర కింగ్స్ కోహినూర్ కన్వెన్షన్ హాల్లో జాతీయ స్థాయి అంటే ఇండియా ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ హైదరాబాద్ మొదటి ఎడిషన్ ఇక్కడ ఏర్పాటు చేసినారు. ఇందులో కొన్ని వందల స్టాల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, వందలు కాదు వేల రకాల కళా ఆకృతులు అంటే ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్, కళలు గొప్ప నైపుణ్యంతో వందలాది వేలాది మంది తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ఇక్కడ ప్రదర్శించడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. అసలు ఇవి ఇటువంటి మనం చూడాలంటే గతంలో ఎడిషన్స్ పోవాలంటే హైదరాబాద్, బాంబేనో, బెంగళూరు, ఢిల్లీ పోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్కి వీళ్ళందరూ అంతర్జాతీయ స్థాయిలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా హైదరాబాద్ అంటే బాంబే, ఢిల్లీ, బెంగళూరు, ఈవెన్ లండన్ అంటే ప్రపంచంలో కూడా తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ తీసుకోవడం కాబట్టి ఇది మంచి అవకాశం. కాబట్టి హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉన్న ప్రజలందరూ కూడా దీన్ని సందర్శించి వాళ్ళకు నచ్చినటువంటి ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ను కొని వాళ్ళ ఇళ్లలో ఉంచుకుంటే అది ఒక స్పృహను కలిగజేస్తుంది. దాంతో పాటుగా ఈ రోజు ఉన్నటువంటి నిరుద్యోగ పరిస్థితుల్లో, అన్ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ సిచ్యువేషన్ లో ఇవి కొని మన ఇంట్లో పెట్టుకుని మనకు సంతృప్తి ఉంటది. ఇది వాళ్ళకు ఒక ఉపాధి. ఇటువంటి ఆర్టిస్టులకు కష్టపడి నెలల తరబడి ఒక్క బొమ్మ వేయాలంటే, పెయింట్ వేయాలంటే కొన్ని 6 మాసాలు పడతా ఉంది. అంటే అటువంటి వాళ్ళకు మనం వాళ్ళను ఆదుకున్న వాళ్ళు అంటే వాళ్ళు పోషించే వాళ్ళది కూడా ఇందులో అందరూ పాల్గొనాలా, చూసి తరించాలా, కొని తరించాలి. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
और यहाँ पर मैंने अपने वर्क डिस्प्ले करे इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, लेकिन इस बार यहाँ नहीं किए, लेकिन नेक्स्ट टाइम करूंगा क्योंकि मैं और प्लेनेट के साथ कोलैबोरेशन में हूँ। तो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहता है यहाँ पर, डिफरेंट आर्ट देखने को मिलती है, आर्टिस्टों से मिलने को, बात करने को मिलता है, बात करने का मौका मिलता है और अच्छे अलग अलग स्टाइलों में वर्क देखने को मिलता है जो कि यहाँ की खासियत है। और यहाँ बहुत अच्छे अफोर्डेबल आर्ट्स वगैरह हैं जो कि आराम से आप परचेज कर सकते हैं, खरीद सकते हैं। तो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है और यहाँ पहला एडिशन है इंडिया फेस्टिवल का, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और आर्टिस्टों से मिलकर भी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। और हमारे बूथ में जो वर्क डिस्प्ले है वो भी बहुत ही डिफरेंट और सुंदर अलग अलग आर्टिस्टों के, जो कि बहुत खूबसूरत है। थैंक यू.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm Zahra Hussain from UK, London. These are my paintings, watercolor paintings on paper. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Let's get into our next program, which is into the panel talk on biotechnology. My guests today are Ramji Palela, who is the COO of AICCCMB. Hello, Ramji Garu, namaskar. My next guest is Lakshmipati, who is the founder of Mabag Jennings. And then my third guest is Vinita, who is the co-founder of Physics Expo 44. Welcome all. Welcome to the show. So let's start with you, Vinita. If you could tell us, about Physics 44. What is it all about?
Yeah, so it's I'll start with the name of the startup, Fix 44. Fix 44, as the name suggests, this is basically for fixed carbon dioxide. So we are into a domain which is called as alternative protein domain, which is trying to elevate the negative carbon footprint of the animal farm industry. So you would have already heard about plant proteins and all those things, which are kind of replacing the animal proteins. But we are a deep tech startup where we are trying to get the same animal proteins in the microbes, so that the taste wise, functionality wise, unlike the plant proteins, these are exactly the same animal proteins which we generally consume. The only difference is that we are trying to get it into the microscopes, and it involves a lot of technology. The technology is similar to what we have already is there, recombinant protein production, like for the example, insulin generally which the diabetic people use, or various biologics. So the technology is somewhat similar. The challenge is the scale, because insulin few mgs is enough. I mean, and people would be ready to pay for it. We are mostly focusing on the dairy proteins. So what we want is we want to reach where we can say, okay, we are replacing the right now the dairy which is coming from the animals. So that is the challenge which we have to cross.
Given that India is promptly a vegetarian country, a dairy protein makes much more sense, isn't it, Ramji Garu?
No, in fact, adding on to the Vanita's great works, India having its strengths in traditional and Ayurveda foods, and also having the resources. And from the pandemic times, I think, the food and nutrition area, okay, the cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals area is also just growing exponentially. In that sense, yes, this is the right time that these kind of startups can actually add much value to fill those gaps of protein and other supplements. Yeah.
Very true, and this is what we have seen, as you rightly brought out. Post pandemic, there is a huge push among people towards Ayurveda and natural.
Yes.
So coming to you, Lakshmipati Garu, tell us about your startup venture. What is it into?
Hi, I'm Lakshmipati. I'm the co-founder of Mapgenics Private Limited. Similar to what everybody is trying to do now, we are trying to move away from natural resources which are finite and go to an in vitro biotechnology type of technology where we can have infinite resources. So we are basically a biologics company. Our thrust is in the production of development of monoclonal antibodies against diseases of interest to India. Normally, when we try to produce antibodies, we have to immunize animals with the protein of interest and get antibodies out of those animals and then purify and everything. So this adds a level of complexity where animal host proteins can interfere and cause severe allergic reactions within our body. So as an alternative to animal immunizations, what we are doing is set up a platform technology where all the possible antibodies are already synthesized in bacteria or in yeast, and just we have to identify the correct antibody using our antigen of interest. For example, we can use anti-venom, for example. We can use venom components of any of the snakes and just use that as a kind of fishing rod to get the antibody that can neutralize neutralize the venom components. So we have the platform technology already established, and we are identifying antibodies against many diseases of particularly of interest to India.
What stage are you at, Lakshmipati Garu? I mean, are the trials on? Have you already have MVP? What stage are you in?
We are actually at the preclinical stage. We have not gone to a trial stage yet. We have the antibodies in hand, but even before we go to the clinical trials or anything, we have to first test whether our antibodies are safe. Naturally, they are safe, but still we have to do it practically and show that not only these are safe, but they are also able to do the work they are supposed to do. Like, for example, if you take anti-venom, they have to neutralize the venom toxins. So even before we go for clinical trials, we have to do a preclinical stage, and that is where we are in right now.
Ramji Garu, when you talk about antigens and our immune system or the trials that happen, ethical, the issues of ethical comes up in a big way. What's your take on that?
Yes, it's a good question because most of the biotech or almost everyone working in the biotech and life sciences domain, especially related to the healthcare, they need to follow certain dossiers of ethical clearances. If you can see, starting from the biosafety clearances or the institutional ethical clearances, what I mean to say, we have human ethics, animal ethics. So each step, will be guiding our startups to follow. And it's like a boon having a host organization like CCMB, where these startups that are incubated here, they no need to form separate committees for their companies. So they can actually root out these clearances with CCMB, and they actually get the ethical clearances and the paperwork in place so that they can go to the next level. And yes, next level of regulatory clearances and understanding, of course, we help them to help these startups by coordinating with such kind of regulatory agencies. So I think that's what I can actually answer at this moment.
Very true. So just to remind our viewers, we are going live. This is our inaugural daily live show on MyStartupTV, which is an international channel, and MyStartupTV regional, which is in 14 languages. And we have been watched in about 80 plus countries. Coming back to you, Vinita, you mentioned that you're in the in the dairy side of it. So what's the scope for you, and what stage are you in?
So right now we had our proof of concept ready, and we are into a stage where we are going for product development. Our first approach is B2B, that is, we are looking for other businesses like, let's say, for example, yogurt making company, frozen desserts and all, who can take our protein, which is our product, and then kind of use in their products. So that's why right now we are for immediate challenge is the scale when we talk about fermentation. So right now we are at a level where we are putting it in a 100-liter tank, but when you want, so that's when I said you want insulin in very small amount. When we are talking about dairy proteins, they are in grams per liter, right? So that's the stage we are in. We are at 100 liter. We want access to more fermenters and all. We can scale and get more protein so that we can give it to our partners for the product development.
Ramji Garu, so in scenarios like these where startups need support both in terms of marketing and sourcing products or their raw material ingredient that would go into their research or product development, what kind of support does CCMB provide?
So generally for a typical startup, I think in the biotech and life science area, lot of burn rate is in the consumables area. I mean, of course, manpower too, because skilled manpower is one important factor for running such kind of startups to address some questions in the research and translation. So I think after the manpower cost, I think these consumables are taking up a lot of. So what we do is that we don't provide consumables, but actually the grants that support such kind of consumables or such kind of services, that we guide them. So the raw materials where they can get, we can guide them. Or even if someone want to develop a prototype where that can be done, that design and prototyping. So we actually guide them. We can actually also negotiate with the vendors to actually subsidize some of the costs or maybe reduce the cost or give good discounts to them. So I think our role being an incubator, other than the equipment and services, we actually kind of help them, kind of reducing the burden in their material sourcing and consumables. Yeah.
To adding to Ramji's saying, one of the most important factor in biotech research is also the kind of equipments we use, right? So if I have to start a startup right now, my immediate need for a small bio thing would be like crossing 2 crores, 3 crores, right? If I have to buy each and every instrument, and even if it is a second-hand instruments. That is where again incubator centers like AIC, CCMB helps us, because everything is in place. We can use the equipments and they are maintained so well, particularly at AIC, CCMB. So in that way, that's a huge help. We can't even start our work, our POC kind of thing without that kind of support. And the next level is also like Ramji particularly is very helpful in this thing, is like he's in that environment. There are the connections that is most important for a startup, right? I know how to be done, but I know to get to the right people. And that is where I think AIC, CCMB and people like Ramji comes in, because sometimes we scientists are very comfortable at our bench, but the connections are to be made to if we have to run a business, and that's how it happens.
Just as you mentioned about the raw material, again, I have to acknowledge the great works of our host organization. Some of the clones or some of the cell lines, okay, or some strains of microbes on a material transfer agreement mode, okay, exclusively and only for the research purposes, not for the commercial purposes. They extend the offers to our startups. So that is very much important, Sunil, that I'd like to highlight here, because incubator can be there, but they may not be able to provide such kind of facilities unless until you don't have such kind of greatest support by the host organization. That's where our director, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, always says that startups are just like our employees of CCMB. So whatever the resources that we have, whatever the infrastructure that we have, they are like family. We have to extend our best help for them. So just quickly to add this.
So, Lakshmati Garu, coming to you, as a startup, what's your timeline by the time you can have your first product out into the market?
Yeah, so especially in the field of biologics, the timelines are very big, simply because we have talked about this before also, where there are particular regulations where we cannot actually do human testing or clinical trials without passing through animal testing phase, or even a preclinical stage where we show in the laboratory itself that yes, our antibody is working. So for any, not just for a startup, for even an established company in the monoclonal antibody fields, the time it takes for development to the product to going to the market can be as high as 5 to 8 years. So our model of engagement is that we do the initial development, but then we request or we partner with a already established company so that they are much more faster as well as much more knowledgeable about the kind of regulations that are required. So once we develop our product, most of the clinical testing or clinical trials will have to be done with the help of an established company in this particular field. Unfortunately, that is the truth for anything that goes into a human body, let it be a monoclonal antibody or any injectable, any drug that has to be taken. The timelines are quite big, actually. They are quite long.
Ramji Garu, this is a very interesting, situation where startups by nature don't have, deep pockets, and also given the fact that anything in biotechnology takes a lot of time. So would it be right, way of approaching where startups bring up the initial, do the initial part, and then collaborate with some big partners, big players, who can then not only help them scale but also the pace?
Yeah, I can actually answer this two ways. One is that the students or faculty or even the startups, if they have ideas, we try to help them validating their ideas, whether there is a feasibility of taking that idea towards market. So in that sense, we help them to pre-incubate with us or engage with our startups as well for about 2 weeks or a month or 2 months. And then they can actually work on that idea to, make it as a small business plan or something like that. and then we guide them for raising grants. So that is one way to support at the initial stages, at the idea level. And then when they come here, or maybe outsiders also, any other freelance startups or any other startups at the TRL3 range, if they come here without grants also, we'll tell them, okay, this is the way to attract grants on your stage of technology or the productization. So this is a big boost for them. So at that, so always the startups need to remember, especially in these kind of deep tech domains, each level or each stage of your startup, you need different level of funding and also mentorships. So your advisors or mentors need to change on different levels. So ideation stage different, and lab level, POC level is different. Validation partners to be there, or maybe outsourcing partners or outsourcing advisors or business people. And again, marketing and supply chain in case if you already reached to the pre-commercialization and commercialization stage. So my point here is that understanding or having that consciousness of tapping into those particular funding scenarios is very much important. That's where we actually keep on triggering and try to point these factors to the startups to take it to the next level. Other than the funding, yes, you used a word actually, I liked it. Connecting to the right business players or channel partners. I think everybody may not be commercializing. So this point is very clear. A scientist can understand, or maybe a student can understand, or a startup even can understand. So before setting up a startup, everybody may not be an entrepreneur. They can be working with entrepreneurs and other startups. And every startup may not be doing its commercials. They can actually simply identify the other market players who can actually sell their technologies or transfer their technologies or form the JVs. I think these modalities are to be understood. Then I think, at least we can increase our startup success rate to from the 5% to 7% to even 10%. So that's what the message.
So, as MyStartupTV, a media house, we are doing our bit by providing the platform to startups, enablers, where we take your, the news from startup community, the startup ecosystem to the world out there. So, before I go, Vinita, what do you think? Media platform like ours, when we carry the stories, when we carry the news, or create the visibility, how do you see that?
So when we talk about biotech scenario or system, if you Google or find it out in the major news, established companies come about, right? Whenever you talk about biotech companies, there would be 10 top companies list which comes, and then beyond that there is like nothing. But it's unless being a scientist, unless I came to AICCCMB and we started working with a startup, I didn't have an idea that there are so many startups working with such beautiful ideas. And so that is where I think TV channels, startup TV channels like yours will help, like students need to know there are more options for them. And the typical traditional pathways like academic or established company industries. But then when they come to us, there's a lot of growth, particularly when people who are working with a startup, there's a lot of growth. They will join and they get to know the ideas fit in a normal big company. Not all people get to know all the ideas. So in that way, you can go, your outreach will kind of, and apart from that, there's also like personally for a company like us, more people need to know that yes, we are developing a product. And so that what it will create is like, if you can spread the word, we will maybe at the end of the day have more consumers who are interested in our products. And particularly in a country like India, where although people have started, there are vegans and all those things, and that is where people will get to know more about our products. First, if
That's
at
the
all, I'm
intent.
like,
Where
they know that the company is there, and then they can go and search. Yeah, so then they come to know about our products, and that's how it. So
well, that's the intent. That's the whole vision for and the mission of My Startup TV. Brings stories, showcase startups and incubators and enablers without without categorizing them or putting them to blocks of unicorns and sunicorns. Ramji Garu, we have been interacting on at various levels and for a couple of years now. What do you think about platform like ours that can that's carrying the stories and showcasing the startup ecosystem?
Yeah. See, probably in 19 or I think around pre-pandemic times when I see something like My Startup TV, I was so quite excited. The first global global Bio India, right? GBI, yes. GBI started by Dadan, Secretary Swaroop, DBT, then My Startup TV started covering the road shows. Um, you know, it's not like, a typical commercial media that does, identifying who can pay and do cover them only. I think this is the uniqueness that I saw in My Startup TV, despite of having small sustainable or maybe small revenues that you actually look for maintaining or managing your team activities and your media activities. You actually reached out to all the stakeholders of the ecosystem, and that's where we understood this partnership can actually take it to the next level. That's where we engaged you for many of our activities, including the recent demo day, which is an awesome activity. We got a lot of response and many. I get several LinkedIn requests in the past 2 days, considering our social media presence through this coverage by My Startup TV. So it's an amazing journey where we would like to be part of it, Sunil, and we will be doing very different activities for sure. That's where our startups should be getting more mileage than us. So that's what the idea. And thanks for doing great works. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramji Garu. Thank you for all the support that you have been providing us and the AICC team there. Lakshmi Garu, the final word yours. What are your thoughts?
I can only, encompass whatever Ramji and Dr. Vanita has said. The major problem for a startup is to reach out to people. I may know whatever is going on in my own field, but the problem is that people do not know us. So we need some kind of a platform where everybody in the world knows that, hey, there is MapGenX who is doing some work in monoclonal antibodies. Do you want to partner with them to maybe get your work done? That kind of exposure is just not possible for a single startup, not just because of the amount of money or the energy that is involved, but also simply because a word of mouth is difficult to reach towards all corners of the world. A platform, something like My Startup TV, who focuses only on startups to a wider audience around the world, is a very big boon for startups like us. So I thank you for reaching out to us. Thank you.
And thank you, panelists. Thank you for being on our show. You are our first, set of panelists who are coming on our inaugural daily live show. And Dr. Ramji Garu, thank you very much. Dr. Vinita, Lakshmipati Garu, thank you very much for being on our show. And we hope to see you again on our subsequent biotechnology shows. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks to the world that is witnessing the growth and development of the wonderful ecosystem under the umbrella of One Health. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunilshetty. This is our inaugural daily live show, both for the international and domestic audience in India. We will be broadcasting in 14 Indian languages in our daily live show. We will feature thought leaders, founders, and entrepreneurs. So join us every day from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. India time for live updates on the global startup ecosystem. So today we are starting our inaugural broadcast with a dive into the fascinating world of biotechnology, exploring groundbreaking medical discoveries and sustainable solutions. Let's get started. My today guest is Ramji Palela, the Chief Operation Officer at the Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Microbiology, also known as AICCMB. Welcome, Ramji Garu. Welcome to our inaugural daily live show on MyStartupTV.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil. Very glad to be here.
Ramji, let's start by understanding, what is AICCMB? What's the vision? What's the mission for AICCMB, given that you're in the biotechnology space?
Atal Incubation Center, CCMB. CCMB is our host organization. It is called CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. So our host organization thought of encouraging and supporting scientists, students, and other startups in the year 2016 to apply for Atal Innovation Mission of Niti Aayog, Government of India, to set up this Section 8 company. So since 2017, Atal Incubation Center CCMB, with a mandate of focusing exclusively in the life sciences and biopharma and healthcare medtech space, they accept applications for incubation in the early stage of startups and the early stage of innovators who can actually engage with the incubation center. So if you can see in the past, 7-8 years, government has come up with a lot of programs. And even way before, Government of India through DST, DBT, if you can see NSTEDB of DST, Department of Biotechnology set up another center called Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. Similar way, we have mighty startup hub of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So several of such aligned with the Startup India, Invest India mandate of Government of India, where our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi introduced or supported several such schemes to accelerate life science ecosystem or healthcare ecosystem all over the India. And of course, blessings in disguise, the pandemic came and altogether the life science startups or biopharma related startups or healthcare startups start budding up, and a lot of startups formed. Today, if you can see, I think over 10,000 healthcare related or core biotech related startups came in. But before to that, it's hardly about 300 or 600 startups by 2019. So AICCMB having its wonderful infrastructure, dust-free and fully functional, all biochemical, genomics, proteomics based, and molecular biology related. So all these kind of equipments that we have, and our host organization also offering such kind of infrastructure and equipment to support till now more than 125 startups. Because AICCMB, through its journey since 2017, partnered with so many national programs with government and without government support, and also some of the international programs to engage these innovators, be it in social startups, or be it in ICT interventions in healthcare, or be it in some of the medium scale startups as well, where they can come and use our facility to become successful entrepreneurs. So out of the 125 startups that we have supported till now, at least 15 to 16 startups, they productized their products very well. And some of the technologies are patented. We have, our startups patented more than 40 patents in these past 7 years. and some have been transferred to other companies as well. And at least half a dozen to about 8 companies, they're already in the market and they got the market traction. So fundraising is one scenario for these startups, but yes, this is one of the major challenges in biotech sector. And though government is really pushing up, a lot in the past 5 to 6 years to fill this gap of funding, be it starting from 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs to even 1 crore, 2 crores, 3 crores. So I think government is trying its best, but yes, the private funding to the deep science or deep tech startups is a bit very difficult in the healthcare domain. So in that sense, recently, if you can see, we try to actually expose our best curated startups to some of the investors, and a dozen of investing companies. They came and they tried to understand, where are they, and they got excited. At least 3 to 4 startups would be kind of getting engaged with those enablers as well as investors for the next another 2 to 3 months. At least 1 or 2 may be getting investment. So I think the medium we have to create and the platforms we have to create, but otherwise this is one of the greatest sector. As you're actually bringing this medium to global audience, I can offer one thing. Our startups also can actually engage with the global partners, the way they are actually getting their US FDA and EU regulatory certifications. Some of the EU companies and the US and other countries, startups and innovators also coming and looking at Indian markets to collaborate with our host organization and our incubator and many other institutions as well. So we try to engage in such a way that people can co-develop the technologies, and they can market, they can form other JVs. The foreign company and Indian company can form a JV so that they can actually align their marketing channels through that JV. I think, so a lot of scope that we have. I mean, thanks to our government actually, who opened the gates, opened the doors for all these kind of avenues, where AIC CCMB today, we are trying to accelerate such startups which are really potential to create larger impact. So I welcome all of startups and innovators to look at us. Let's join the hands together to create, not only national impact but for global impact.
Very well brought out, Ramji Garu. One of the things you rightly said, with the support that government is providing through institutions and the incubators like you, the talent now no more needs to go out looking for opportunities. They can with their, like you said, 40 plus patents with 120 startups. Now they can do things here in India, and that also leads to to the vision of making India the pharmacy of the world.
Absolutely. See that you're absolutely right, because if you want to do a business from deep science or deep technologies, I think strong know-how and a strong patentability is key. That's what probably you're addressing. Yeah.
Tell me, what support do you provide? Because what we understand from when you talk about biotechnology, the equipment runs into crores of rupees, right? So what if you can just talk about, if you can paint the picture for our viewers as to how does AICCMB look, what do you have there, and the kind of support they get right from being at your incubation center to beyond.
As I mentioned to you, the equipments, yes, of course, different programs. The government is really pumping a lot of money to support such infrastructure. And we are very blessed with our host organization, CCMB. They have a lot of such high-end equipment where that can be extended to startups as well. So they can come and use those host organizations' equipment as well at a subsidized rates so that they can actually get the POC done or get the validations done. So that's one thing. And other than this infrastructure and equipments, having equipments is something very important, but, maintaining them, that's where another plus point, as you may be thinking, how AICCMB is very differential, because the technical mentorship by the scientists or the instrumentation staff that can look at these equipments to run them continuously without any trouble or anything that's coming up in between. So this is one of the best advantages that people who are incubated here or who are engaged or associated with the AICCCMB. So along with that support, we'll be providing IP connections, intellectual property connections with right agencies, and also regulatory, not only with the CROs or any other regulatory agencies who can help them for regulatory certificate, but also with the government agencies like ICMR and CDSCO, where some of the questions can be addressed. So like, MedTech Mitra, that we are trying to actually channelize our partners to ICMR. So this way, we can't provide end-to-end solutions being an incubator, but yes, we would be knowing the ways to fill those gaps and understand those lacunas. So that's the greatest support that we are anticipating to support our startups.
And when it comes to statistics, as AICCMB, in the last 4 or 5 years, what has been key milestones or achievements that as an institution and your startups have achieved in the past few years?
As I mentioned to you, the IP is one critical factor. How many IP filed here, be it patents or trademarks or copyrights. So it's 40 plus, and funds raised, funding is the key. So in the AIC ecosystem, the incubatees ecosystem, till now, it's been close to about $25 million. That has been raised here. And also, mostly the startups, out of 125, the percentage of success, if we can see, generally India, we have 3 to 5% in the healthcare sector or core biotech sector. So here it is above that, 7 to 8% or even close to 10% of the success that we have seen here. So manpower creation is one factor that we see. More than 150 plus employees have been generated through these programs in this incubation center. And also, if you can see the revenue that they generated, that's also very much important. And also AICCCMB itself invested close to $1 million fund, about 23 companies. And we are thinking probably at least 1 or 2 exits can happen by 2025 or 2026, hopefully. Or even if it is not too early, but maybe another 3-4 years, I can say. So statistically, if we can say that the graduates, they actually gone to their bigger facilities. Some have been pausing their activities due to certain constraints. Some dropouts are there. I have to accept that obediently, because this is a typical ecosystem scenario. But I can say one thing really, much exciting way that, when the products now are getting some attraction from the investors' perspective as well as marketing perspective, I think global avenues are getting created and global partnerships also getting created. Like recent partnerships with AICCCMB, if you can see, not only local government grants and the private HDFC Parivartan kind of CSR grants. We got 3 CSR funding and another 2 recently joined us. Even blockchain for impact, if we can see here. So all these kind of partnerships really accelerate these startups at least to do their POCs and large validations or scale up at least by 2x or 3x. So that's what the greatest success that I can anticipate.
That's commendable because biotechnology as a for startups is pretty much new when you see as a sector, right? And within the short period of time, given that you lost 2 years of 2 years of time to corona, but also that was, as you rightly said, that was also a time blessing in disguise for the sector, that the awareness got created among startups, among people who are working in biotechnology space. But then what you achieved in this last 3-4 years, I think it's commendable given the short period of time you've been in the sector. So how do you, there are other incubators also in India who are working in the same space. How is AICCCMB different or from the others?
We have hardly life science incubators, if you can say, India, close to about 60, 70 or maybe 100, you can say, core life sciences, I'm telling. It's not about healthcare, or maybe health tech and related, but core life sciences and biotechnology. And out of that, we have best 10 to 15 life science incubators in India. And among that, if you see the biospectrum reports and in the past 3 to 4 years also, so ASC stand top 5 or top 6 kind of rank incubator. So we can say proudly that top 10 incubators. Beat one reason is that, the approachability and accessibility of the incubation services, and also the economic way of actually utilizing the space as well as infrastructure. And more advantage is that in this particular domain where life sciences and core biotechnology, getting the mentors from the host organization is very difficult. So AICCCMB is kind of, creating avenues to collaborate or co-develop such kind of technologies with the host organization's scientific pool. And also, there is a continuous way of actually workflow that can be created with a fully functional infrastructure. So I think these are the 3-4 factors. So I can't say in the real estate mode that AICCCMB is so cheap, but yes, we are so proud that that these startups can utilize whatever the limited space that we have today. They're using it, and of course they are raising grants here. So another important thing is that getting grants attracted to these startups that are incubated. So the chances of getting such grants and funding is high. So I think there are several such small factors that can differentiate AICCCMB from other incubators.
And when you talk about biotechnology, life sciences, research, the image or a perception is that boring kind of a thing, right? Which drags on and time consuming. But you guys are doing something. You have made an attempt to break that mold, because we have been at your center and we saw the way the incubate center is built. And to top it up, you also the demo day that you did was completely at a different location, which was like kind of breaking away from the usual. Do you want to talk about the demo day that you did 2 days ago, and what was it about, and why did you choose that particular location?
Yeah, in fact, the major drawback or whatever I can say, the researchers think in their domains and in their boundaries. Myself being a researcher, once upon a time, I can say that we work at the benches. We may not be knowing the outside world sometimes. So I think let's do it outside than the the core areas, premises. In fact,
what better than having a pub, right?
Yeah.
What
So
better
that's
than doing in a pub?
Yes, because most of the successful incubators or such kind of accelerators, they have such kind of events outside their core areas or core premises. So I think that gives a lot of exposure to interact and engage and share the information or share the experiences. So the recent one that we kind of did it as a first of its kind of attempt from AICCCMB. We have done several gatherings and networking events and workshops, but this is one of its kind to attract a lot of investors. We reached out to some of the unknown investors as well. We don't even know actually, but they are very much keen to engage with biotech startups, and a dozen of them, kind of attended this event, and they understand what are the positive features of the startups and what are the gaps that they found in the pitching. So they advise, they give the feedback and comments. I think this kind of demo day is a kickstarting way of encouraging such deep tech innovators, and I hope we'll be doing a lot of such events in the near future, maybe quarterly ones or half yearly ones, so that we can at least tell what we do and what our startups can do, and the startup founders not limited to the benches but also the businesses. So that's what I can say.
That was we were at the event, and definitely the location that you picked was out of the regular. So if you have to look for next coming years, what's the vision? What's the roadmap for AICCCMB? When it comes to biotechnology.
So typically an incubator starts its life to actually, let's lease some of the spaces for the startups or innovators, and okay, let's engage them or create a pipeline for startups for not only incubation, for let's welcome them for the services, so that the small revenues can be there to manage the OPEX of the incubation center. So I think in the past 6-7 years, we successfully achieved that, pipeline creation, and also having those serious startups with us, with a lot of learnings. Year on year, we learned a lot, and we have seen a lot of evolution of our activities as well. So in the coming next 2 to 3 years or 5 years, I think we are looking a bit differently to attract global partnerships. That's one thing. And also, I think being in the city, we could able to get much traction, but again, we have to expand our support systems or services to other cities or other tier 2, tier 3 cities, or within the state or near adjacent states, for example, Andhra Pradesh. So we can expand our services and our collaborations and pipeline in such a manner so that we can show our presence nationally by being set up our small offices or small incubation services in collaboration with the private agencies or government agencies. That's what the plan. And the third point is that we are now kind of planning ourselves to be the serious life science accelerators, because that is where we find a lot of gap, and we try to actually attract some serious partnerships from 1 or 2 VC communities, where they can be joining and run kind of 6 to 8 weeks acceleration programs, at least half yearly ones. So I think the incubators, unless until they convert to be an accelerator, we can't see great exits and great successes in the life science domain. So I think these 3 things that we are looking at seriously, and expanding portfolio slightly from the life science and biotech sector to maybe environment and environmental health, or maybe wildlife conservation, and all these areas probably would like to look at in the broader picture, so that we can contribute to the ecosystem, not only the startup ecosystem, but ecosystem that we have on the earth.
We wish you all the very best, and we rightly said, for the success to or reach your milestone, you have to go, have more partnerships, including private, and taking it to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So
Yes.
thank you very much, and the viewers do stay on. Following this, we go for a short break, and we'll have a panel talk after this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening to you from Srinagar, Kashmir, JK. माई स्टार्टअप टीवी का ये रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट एक बार फिर आपकी खिदमत में हाजिर। हम श्रीनगर कश्मीर से आपसे मुखातिब हैं, आपके सामने ही माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट लेकर। जी हाँ, जैसा कि वादा हमारा है कि हर जुम्मे को हम आते हैं आपके पास एक नया प्रोग्राम लेकर, एक नया एपिसोड लेकर माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन का। आपसे दरख्वास्त कि आप हमारी इस ब्रॉडकास्ट को, हमारे इस चैनल को लाइक करें, सब्सक्राइब करें और कमेंट करें। हमें अपनी राय से जरूर नवाजिएगा, उससे हम सीख जाएंगे, हमारी हौसला अफजाई हो जाएगी। मैं आपका मेजबान हूं, आबिद गौहर। तो हस्बी वादा हम बात कर रहे हैं पहले कश्मीर के मौसम की। कश्मीर के मौसम के बारे में ये सब लोग जानते हैं हिंदुस्तान में कि यहाँ ठंडा ठंडा मौसम है। यार आज गर्मी का महीना है, गर्मियां आ गई हैं, और इस टाइम जहां टेम्परेचर होता था कश्मीर में 32, 35 वही टेम्परेचर अभी है, जस्ट 15। यस, ठंड ठंड सी लग रही है और बाहर बारिश हो रही है। पिछले 1-2 रोज से यहाँ ठंड है, सचमुच ठंड है। स्वेटर लगाने को जी करता है, कोट पहनने को जी करता है, लेकिन ऐसा होता नहीं था। ये कुछ चेंज हमें दिख रही है मौसम के हवाले से। जहां बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी बाहर की स्टेटों में पड़ रही है, वहां कश्मीर में आजकल ठंड है। खासकर श्रीनगर में टेम्परेचर होता था वो इससे बड़ा होता था, इससे ज्यादा होता था, लेकिन आजकल ठंड है इस साल। तो हम अब बात करेंगे यहाँ के आज के अखबारों में छपी सुर्खियों की, खासकर बिजनेस रिलेटेड जो न्यूज होती है वो हम आपके लिए पेश कर रहे हैं। तो चलिए नजर दौड़ाते हैं आज के अखबारों पर। ये हेडलाइन है आज के अखबार की, कश्मीर फ्रूट ग्रोवर्स एलिज एक्सप्लॉयटेशन, नॉक ऑन गवर्नमेंट डोर्स। एक और खबर की है कि कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी नॉर्थ कैंपस क्लिंचेस सेकंड प्लेस इन आरबीआई पॉलिसी चेंज। और एक और सुर्खी है यहाँ जो अखबार छपे हैं बिजनेस पेज की, ये सुर्खी है, कुलगाम कल्टिवेट्स वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट गार्लिक वेराइटीज इन कंट्री। तो एक और सुर्खी है, JKEDI पुलवामा होल्ड्स EAP फॉर स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज त्राल। अखबार लिखता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट JKEDI डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंटर पुलवामा इन कोलैबोरेशन विद गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज त्राल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड एन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम यानी EAP within the college campus. The awareness program was held at Government Degree College Tral as part of the institute's mandate to foster entrepreneurship spirit among the youth of J&K. Another headline is that GDC Magam, Government Degree College Magam, organizes industrial tour for students. Those students were given a chance to visit industrial estates to get knowledge of the entrepreneurship business unit is there. And another news is that Kulgam is the district of Kashmir. Kulgam cultivates one of the finest garlic varieties in country. ये अखबार की सुर्खी है। अखबार में ये लिखा गया है कि जो नेशनल एजेंडा है जिसके तहत हम कहते हैं कि अंडर द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नमेंट वन प्रोडक्ट, और गवर्नमेंट का ये इनिशिएटिव है हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमें करना है कि एक प्रोडक्ट को लेना है किसी एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, और कुलगाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने जो अपना प्रोडक्ट डेवलप किया है वो प्रोडक्ट है गार्लिक। गवर्नमेंट GBEI स्टूडेंट्स इन जोनल लेवल बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज। और एक और सुर्खी है यहाँ अखबारों में, वो ये कि यहाँ की जो अशिया खुर्दनी है, खाने पीने की चीजें हैं, वो रोज बरोज महंगी होती जा रही हैं और सरकार का इन पे कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है। एक और सुर्खी ये कि फनी जादूगरी जिसे कहा जाता है, जिसे पंजरेकारी भी कहते हैं, उसका वजूद किससे पारीना यानी किससे पुराना हो चुका है, उसकी तरफ कोई तवज्जो नहीं है। बाहर के जो प्रोडक्ट्स आर्टिफिशियल प्रोडक्ट्स आ रहे हैं उन्होंने यहाँ की कारीगरी पे काफी बुरा असर डाला है। तो ये थी अखबारों की कुछ सुर्खियां जो कश्मीर से आज 7 जून को कुछ अखबारों में आई हैं। तो अब चलते हैं अब अगले सेगमेंट की तरफ। हमारा अगला सेगमेंट जो है वो आज के मेहमान का होता है, आज के गेस्ट का होता है, आज के एंटरप्राइज का होता है। आज का हमारा स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर है एक ऐसा प्रोफेशनल डॉक्टर जो नौकरी की तलाश, नौकरी की जदोजहद जो करता वो उसके बगैर जो ही उसने डिग्री कंप्लीट की, जो ही उसने अपना मास्टर्स कंप्लीट किया, MD किया, तो उसने अपना स्टार्टअप बिजनेस का सोचा। और क्या बिजनेस डॉक्टर साहब कर रहे हैं, कौन सा प्रोफेशन है डॉक्टर साहब का, कौन सी डिग्री है डॉक्टर साहब की, उन्हीं से बात करते हैं। चलिए चलते हैं हमारे आज की गेस्ट डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन के पास। डॉक्टर समीर, आप हमारे पास हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम डॉक्टर साहब।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
डॉक्टर साहब कैसे हैं आप?
बिल्कुल खैरियत से, आपकी दुआ से।
अच्छा, आपके बैकग्राउंड से हमें पता चलता है आप अपने क्लिनिक में अभी बैठे हुए हैं।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल।
तो हम माफी चाहते हैं कि हमने आपका बहुत कीमती वक्त लिया। अभी जो आपके काम का वक्त था हमने उसमें से कुछ मिनट आपसे मांगे। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। डॉक्टर सईद समीर हुसैन, आपने बीडीएस के बाद एमडीएस किया, मास्टर्स किया और उसके बाद अपना डेंटल क्लिनिक चला रहे हैं जिसका नाम है ब्लिस द ब्रेसेस। तो आप मुझे बताइए कि आपकी एज क्या होगी इस टाइम?
इस वक्त 33 इयर्स।
ओके ओके। तो अपनी जो डेंटल डिग्री है वो कब मुकम्मल की?
जी मैंने 2008 से 2014 तक मैंने नॉर्मल बैचलर्स डिग्री इन डेंटल सर्जरी खत्म की।
ओके। कहाँ से डिग्री आपने ली?
ये डिग्री मैंने गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू से ली, इंदिरा गांधी गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू।
ओके, वो प्राइवेट कॉलेज है या सरकारी कॉलेज?
जी वो गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज है, जो हमारे में प्रोमिनेंट डेंटल कॉलेज है इस वक्त।
तो अपने मेरिट पे आप गए थे बीडीएस करने?
जी जी बिल्कुल। एक्चुअली मैंने सीईटी क्वालिफाई किया था, कॉमन एंट्रेंस टेस्ट मेडिकल का जो होता है, तो उसमें मैंने किया फिर बैचलर्स डेंटल सर्जरी का प्रोफेशन। और मैंने गवर्नमेंट डेंटल कॉलेज जम्मू से ये स्टार्ट किया था 2008 में, और 2014 में मैंने मैंने डिग्री खत्म कर दी।
डिग्री के बाद आपको कुछ देर इंतजार करना पड़ा या डायरेक्ट आपने फिर मास्टर्स किया?
हम जानते हैं कि यहाँ पे कुछ जो हमारा डेंटल प्रोफेशन है उसमें थोड़ी सी हमारी बहुत ये मतलब सैचुरेशन हो गई है इस वक्त। तो बहुत सारे डेंटल ग्रेजुएट्स निकल रहे हैं इस वक्त हमारे प्रोफेशन से, जिनका मतलब फर्दर गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स तो नहीं निकलती है। फिर हमें हमारे पास कुछ ही ऑप्शंस होते हैं, या तो हमारा जो हमारी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन होती है या तो हम उसमें जाएं या बिजनेस वेंचर कोई स्टार्ट करें। अपनी बीडीएस खत्म करने के बाद मैंने सोचा कि मैं अपनी जो स्किल्स है थोड़ी और बढ़ाऊं, इसलिए मैंने मास्टर के लिए ऑप्ट किया। और 2018 में मैंने नीट क्वालिफाई किया, जिसमें हम 28 स्टूडेंट्स थे जिन्होंने क्वालिफाई किया। और मैंने एमडीएस किया, जो हमारी मेन डिस्ट्रिक्ट की ब्रांच है ऑर्थोडोंटिक्स एंड डेंटोफेशियल ऑर्थोपेडिक्स, जो हमारा ब्रेसेस के रिलेटेड होता है, उसमें मैंने जो टॉप ब्रांच होती है इसकी, उसमें मैंने सीट पाई और मैंने 2018 में स्टार्ट किया हमारा अपना एमडीएस, और 2022 में मैंने अपना एमडीएस खत्म किया।
4 साल हो गए जब आपने डिग्री कंप्लीट की, उसके बाद 4 साल के बाद आपने मास्टर्स स्टार्ट किया। तो उन 4 सालों में आपने क्लिनिक अपना छोड़ा कि अब मास्टर्स के बाद?
क्लिनिक मैंने अपना मास्टर्स के बाद ही स्टार्ट किया, क्योंकि जो हमारा नीट का जो एग्जाम होता है काफी टफ होता है, क्योंकि उसमें कंपटीशन बहुत ज्यादा होता है, क्योंकि उसमें सीट्स बहुत कम होती हैं और स्टूडेंट्स बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं। हमारे ऑलमोस्ट 5000 डेंटल सर्जन्स हैं जो इस वक्त नीट के लिए पढ़ते हैं, पीजी के लिए तो मुझे 3 साल ऑलमोस्ट 3 साल लगे नीट क्वालिफाई करने में।
ओके।
क्योंकि हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद ये वो कितने सालों का कोर्स था? वो 2 साल का कोर्स या 3 साल का?
जो हमारा एमडीएस का कोर्स होता है वो 3 साल का होता है।
अच्छा, उसके बाद 3 साल आपने मास्टर्स किया ऑर्थोडेंटिक्स में। तो ये जो आपने अपना स्टार्टअप डाला मास्टर्स के बाद, आपने कहा 2022 में गालिबन आपने अपना क्लिनिक छोड़ा।
जी जी जी।
तो जब आपने अपनी पढ़ाई मुकम्मल की, पहले ग्रेजुएशन, पहले डिग्री बीडीएस, उसके बाद एमडीएस, तो एकदम आपको ख्याल आया कि बिना मैं नौकरी के लिए वेट करूं, मैं अपना एक बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज डालूं, अपनी एक दुकान को स्टार्ट करूं, अपनी क्लिनिक स्टार्ट करूं। तो ये क्लिनिक स्टार्ट में, चूंकि ये टेक्निकल मसला है, क्योंकि ये डेंटल रिलेटेड है, इसमें काफी सारी इक्विपमेंट्स की जरूरत पड़ती है। तो ये इक्विपमेंट्स आपने कहाँ अरेंज किए? खुद से अरेंज किए या कहीं से लोन लिया?
जो हमारा ये बीडीएस का मतलब डेंटल क्लिनिक का ये मसला है, इसमें हमें बहुत सारी फाइनेंशियल इम्प्लीकेशंस तो आती है, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत काफी बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट होता है। इसमें हम एक इंसान अपने दम पे ये कर सकते हैं, इसलिए हमें फाइनेंशियल हेल्प की जरूरत थी। तो हमने जेकेएआई से हेल्प ली। तो जेकेएआई की एनएफडीएफसी जो स्कीम है उसके तहत हमने लोन लिया 4 लाख का, और उसके बाद हमने डेंटल क्लिनिक जिसमें हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है, कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी है इस वक्त हमारे पास, जो हमने सेटअप किया और सारी सुविधाएं हमने यहाँ पे रखी।
तो आपने कहा जेके एरिया है, तो आप चूंकि आप कहाँ रहते हैं, पहले मुझे ये बताइए कि आप श्रीनगर से कितनी दूर रहते हैं?
हम श्रीनगर से ऑलमोस्ट 20 किलोमीटर्स अवे रहते हैं, पेरिफेरी में।
वहाँ पास में आपका जेके एरिया का ऑफिस है या आपको श्रीनगर आना पड़ा?
नहीं, हमारे इसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट गांधरबल में है जेके एडीआई का ऑफिस, विद इन 5 to 10 किलोमीटर्स। तो उन्होंने हमारी बहुत हेल्प की, जो हमारे जो बिजनेस वेंचर है इसको डेवलप करने में, तो उसमें उनका बहुत अच्छा हाथ रहा है और उन्हीं की वजह से ऑलमोस्ट ये हमारा बिजनेस वेंचर जो है जो स्टार्ट हो पाया है।
तो कितना फाइनेंस, कितना लोन उन्होंने दिया आपको?
उन्होंने हमें 4 लाख का लोन दिया, जिसमें हम अपने इक्विपमेंट ले पाए।
अच्छा, 4 लाख में हो गया वो सारे कुछ इक्विपमेंट्स आ गए 4 लाख में?
ऑलमोस्ट सारे तो नहीं, बट विद टाइम इसमें हमने विद टाइम थोड़ा नए इक्विपमेंट्स तो आते ही रहते हैं। विद टाइम हमने खुद से जब बिजनेस वेंचर थोड़ा सक्सेसफुल हो गया तो उसके बाद हम नए जो टेक्नोलॉजीज है इस वक्त की एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज, वो हमने इसमें धीरे धीरे करके ऐड करनी स्टार्ट कर दी। जैसे हमारे पास इस वक्त है RVG जो डिजिटल रेडियोग्राफ्स है, जो हमारा फ्रीक्वेंट एक्सपोजर ऑलमोस्ट 70 to 80% एक्सरेज का एक्सपोजर हमारा कम करता है और हमें हाई एंड एक्सरेज देखने को मिलती है, डिजिटल एक्सरेज। दूसरा हमारे पास एंडोमोटर्स हैं जिसकी वजह से हम सिंगल सिटिंग RCTs रूट कैनाल ट्रीटमेंट्स हम कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे। तीसरा हमारे पास है इस वक्त ब्रेसेस, सारी ब्रेसेस, मेटालिक ब्रेसेस हमारे पास है इस वक्त, सिरामिक ब्रेसेस। और जो इस वक्त की हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है जो इनवेजिलाइन या क्लियर अलाइनर्स की जो है, जो जिसकी आप विराट कोहली वगैरह आप एड्स देखते होंगे उनकी, मतलब बड़े बड़े स्टार्स जिसकी ऐड करते हैं, जैसे टूथसी अलाइनर्स है हमारे पास, इनवेजिलाइन है, वो क्लियर अलाइनर्स जो ब्रेसेस का जो हाई एंड है जो हमारे पास ऑप्शन है वो भी अवेलेबल हमने यहाँ पे रखा है।
आपको लगता है कितनी चेंज इस टेक्नोलॉजी में आई है, डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी में?
डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी जो कि हमें पता है ये साइंस का एक ये है पार्ट है, जो तो साइंटिफिक साइंस तरक्की करता रहता है, वैसे ही डेंटल टेक्नोलॉजी भी बहुत तरक्की करती रहती है। दिन ब दिन नए नए इक्विपमेंट्स आते हैं, तो हमें हमेशा वेल इक्विप्ड रहना पड़ता है। इसमें हम साइंस के साथ चलना पड़ता है हमें भी, और इस वक्त बहुत ज्यादा तरक्की कर रहा है हमारा डेंटल फील्ड भी, इसलिए हम उसके साथ हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप चल रहे हैं इस वक्त।
डॉक्टर समीर, मुझे बताइए कि जब आपने लोन लिया जेके एडीआई से, तो उसको चुकता करने के लिए आपको मंथली जो इंस्टॉलमेंट्स हैं, EMI है, वो भरना होता है, तो वो कैसे अरेंज हुए आपको?
जो हमें मंथली जो हमारी इंस्टॉलमेंट्स थी ऑलमोस्ट 22,200 के आसपास थी, यही हमारी इंस्टॉलमेंट आफ्टर 3 मंथ्स हमें पे करनी पड़ती थी। तो हमारा पहले तो इसमें जो भी बिजनेस वेंचर है थोड़ा मुश्किल तो होती है, लेकिन विद टाइम तो धीरे धीरे हमारा जो जितना बिजनेस वेंचर हमारा काम करता है उतना सक्सेसफुल होता है, तो फिर ये इजीली हम कर पाते हैं, इतना हम इजीली कर पाते हैं। तो हमने ऑलमोस्ट 2022 से 2024 तक हमने अपना वो सारा चुकता कर दिया लोन।
अच्छा, तो आसपास आपके यहाँ ऐसा कोई क्लिनिक है मौजूद
इस वक्त? मेरे हिसाब से ये जो गांधरबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट का मेरे हिसाब से सबसे एडवांस पे जहाँ पे सारी सुविधाएं है।
अभी आपने कहा कि मैंने लोन वापस कर दिया, सारा लिक्विडेट हो गया लोन जेके एडीआई का, तो जेके एडीआई ने उसके बाद आपकी तरफ देखा कि आपने क्या कुछ किया है, कैसा सफर रहा है, या कैसा प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन उनके पैसों की हुई है, उन्होंने चेक किया उनका?
जी, उन्होंने टाइम टू टाइम हमारे बिजनेस वेंचर पे विजिट्स किए हैं। उन्होंने हमारे बिजनेस वेंचर का ये जो सक्सेस है उन्होंने भी मतलब फॉलो किया है स्टेप बाय स्टेप, मतलब जितना हम आगे चल रहे थे वो भी हमारे साथ ही चल रहे थे, और लास्ट में उन्होंने अपना ये स्टोरी, सक्सेस स्टोरी के तौर पे भी छापा हमारा डेंटल।
बहुत अच्छा।
जी।
तो डॉक्टर समीर, आप जेके ईडीआई के भी सक्सेस स्टोरी है, तो अभी मुझे बताइए कि अभी क्या आप सोच रहे हैं? अभी अगर आपको यहाँ नौकरी के कोई तलाश आप कर रहे होंगे कि नहीं कर रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि यू आर नाउ फुली सफिशिएंट?
फुली सफिशिएंट तो नहीं कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि एक वो होता है वाइड की गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो होनी चाहिए, जो हमारा इस वक्त डॉगमा है पे, जो हमारे कश्मीर में डॉगमा है कि गवर्नमेंट तो होना चाहिए। क्योंकि अगर इंसान मेहनत करता है 10 साल 15 साल, तो उसका कुछ जो गवर्नमेंट मतलब उसको थोड़ा रिकॉग्नाइज करें, तो वो तो रहता है इंसान को। लेकिन फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम तो इस वक्त कोई भी नहीं है, क्योंकि हम अच्छे से अपना ये जो बिजनेस वेंचर है चला रहे हैं, हमारा ये सक्सेस है इस वक्त। और हम आगे जाके दूसरे लोगों के लिए भी इसमें हम जॉब्स ये कर सकते हैं अपने
इसी सवाल की तरफ मैं आना चाहता था डॉक्टर समीर, क्या कोई और है आपके साथ जिसको आपने रोजगार दिया है अपने क्लिनिक में?
जी जी, इस वक्त है हमारे पास एक डेंटल असिस्टेंट है जो हमारे मतलब इसमें काम करते हैं। आगे जाके इंशाअल्लाह हम चाहेंगे कि कुछ और भी हमारे साथी इसके साथ बिजनेस में इन्वॉल्व हो जाए और उनका भी जी जी उनका भी जॉब मिल जाए हो जाए।
इसका मतलब है आगे चलकर आप ये आपका जो वेंचर है, आपका जो स्टार्टअप है, वो 2-4 लोगों को और एडजस्ट कर सकता है।
जी 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 बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, इसमें स्पेस है, क्योंकि जितना हमारा वेंचर बढ़ता जाएगा तो उस हिसाब से हमें लेबर की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी एक्स्ट्रा, तो उसमें हम 1-2 बंदे और ऐड कर सकते हैं, हमारे टेक्नीशियंस वगैरह, तो हम आगे जाके प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं 1-2 बंदों के लिए ये जॉब सर्विस।
डॉक्टर साहब, आपका जो क्लिनिक है ये खुद का है, सेल्फ ओन्ड है या रेंट पे आपने लिया हुआ है?
इस वक्त ये हमारा सेल्फ ओन्ड क्लिनिक है। जो पहले हमने यहीं पे इसको स्टार्ट किया, पहले हमने स्टार्ट किया था ऑन रेंट बेसिस, अब हमने अपना इसको अपने मतलब सेल्फ ओन है ये सारा।
एक बात मुझे बताइए कि अगर आपको फाइनेंस की और जरूरत पड़ेगी, क्या आप ईडीआई के पास दोबारा जाना चाहेंगे?
क्योंकि ईडीआई की ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हमारी फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ की जो भी इम्प्लीकेशंस थी फाइनेंशियल, उन्होंने वो कमियां सारी पूरी कर दी। तो मुझे लगता है वो एक उनके साथ अगर आगे भी थोड़ी जरूरत पड़ेगी तो उनके साथ और ये करना पसंद करेंगे।
अच्छा, क्योंकि आपका जो क्लिनिक है वो गांव में चल रहा है, अगर ये सिटी में होता, श्रीनगर में होता
जी जी
या टाउन में होता, आपको लगता है कि आप कुछ इसमें से और ज्यादा ये कामयाब रहता आपका ये बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज?
फर्क तो पड़ता, लेकिन एक होता है इंसान सोचता है कि हम ये कहीं और जगह भी शिफ्ट कर सकते थे, लेकिन हमने सोचा कि हमारा अपना ये एरिया है, यहाँ पे कोई डेंटल सर्जन अवेलेबल नहीं है और हमारा हक बनता है कि अपने लोगों के लिए कुछ करें, तो हमने अपने इलाके में ही इसको सेटअप किया। वरना हम कर सकते थे मेन टाउन में भी कर सकते थे या श्रीनगर सिटी साइड भी कर सकते थे इसको, लेकिन अपने जो इलाके के लोग हैं वो सफर करते उस वजह से।
डॉक्टर साहब, ये आपकी एक सोशल सर्विस भी है और दूसरा आपका बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज भी है। मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि इस एंटरप्राइज में जो हम सोच रहे थे ना कि आज से 10 साल पहले जो प्रैक्टिस हुआ करती थी दांतों के लिए, जैसे फिलिंग किया करते थे, दांत निकालते थे, एक्सरे करते थे, तो वो कितनी आसान हो गई वो चीजें। क्योंकि मुझे याद है जब फिलिंग करने जाते थे या रूट कनाल करने जाते हैं किसी डॉक्टर के पास, उसमें महीनों लग जाते हैं। डॉक्टर साहब कहते हैं कि आज एक टर्न है, अब हफ्ते बाद दोबारा आना है, अब तीसरे हफ्ते आना है, बहुत सारा कठिन मसला है। उसमें कुछ आसाइश आ गई है नई टेक्नोलॉजी से?
बहुत सारी आसाइश आ गई है। हमारे पास इस वक्त जो एडवांस्ड ये है, हमारे पास एंडोमोटर्स वगैरह है, ड्रिल्स वगैरह है ऐसी, जो हमारा काम बहुत आसान कर देती है। जो आरसीटी या रूट कनाल ट्रीटमेंट जिसमें एक टाइम पे 7 दिन लगते थे, 7 विजिट्स लगते थे, अभी हम सिंगल विजिट में कर सकते हैं। और पेनलेस डेंटिस्ट्री इस वक्त है, जो हमारे पास जो एनेस्थेटिक्स आ गए हैं, इतने पोटेंट एनेस्थेटिक्स हैं जो हमारा काम इतना आसान कर देते हैं कि पेशेंट को फील भी नहीं होता है कि कुछ हो रहा है हमारे पास हमारे साथ। तो आज एक तो पेनलेस हो गई है और क्विक और इमीडिएट हो गई है।
पेनलेस मतलब क्या दांत निकालते वक्त दर्द नहीं होता है?
जी नहीं, बिल्कुल दर्द नहीं होता है, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो एनेस्थेटिक्स लोकल एनेस्थेटिक्स हम देते हैं उसकी वजह से कोई जो हमारा टीथ नम हो जाता है और पेशेंट को फील नहीं होता है कुछ।
अच्छा, आपका पैगाम क्या रहेगा जो पढ़े लिखे नौजवान हैं, प्रोफेशनली क्वालिफाइड लोग हैं, डॉक्टर हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, या बाकी आप जैसे डेंटल सर्जन जो आते हैं, उनके लिए आपका पैगाम क्या होगा? क्या कर सकते हैं वो?
जी बिल्कुल, क्योंकि अगर मैं कर सकता हूं तो कोई भी कर सकता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैंने देखा जो हमारा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर है, यहाँ पे जॉब्स की बहुत ज्यादा किल्लत है। इसलिए मैं लोगों से यही कहना चाहूंगा कि अपना जो है ना बिजनेस स्टार्टअप कर दीजिए, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो आपको फाइनेंशियल हेल्प की जरूरत है, हर कोई बैंक हमें दे सकता है, या हमारे जेके एरिया जैसे हमारी ये है संस्था है वो भी कर सकते हैं हमें हेल्प, फाइनेंशियल हेल्प। तो वो प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं होती है, इसलिए अपना बिजनेस वेंचर स्टार्ट कर दीजिए और बाकी अपनी सक्सेस स्टोरी आप खुद लिख सकते हैं।
डॉक्टर साहब, फैमिली का सपोर्ट इसमें आपका कितना रहा?
फैमिली का सपोर्ट बहुत जरूरी होता है इसमें, क्योंकि एक फैमिली ही है जो आपको हमेशा पुश करती है कि आप कितना सक्सीड होते हैं, कितनी हेल्प चाहिए होती है। जब आप स्टार्ट करते हैं आपको पता नहीं होता है कि आप सक्सेसफुल हो जाएंगे या नहीं हो जाएंगे। अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट करो, जो हमें रास्ता दिखाते हैं, जब हम होते हैं तो हमें पुश करते हैं कि नहीं आप कर सकते हो।
कॉन्फिडेंस आती है बिजनेस में। तो हमने आपका वक्त लिया, आपका कीमती वक्त लिया, आपके कई पेशेंट्स आपके वेट कर रहे होंगे, हमने आपका अपना कीमती वक्त हमें दिया, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल टेलीविजन की जानिब से हमारी तरफ से आपको शुभकामनाएं। बेस्ट ऑफ लक टू योर बिजनेस वेंचर। थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब। तो नाज़रीन, ये थे हमारे आज के गेस्ट डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन, जिन्होंने BDS के बाद MDS किया, मास्टर्स किया, PG किया डेंटल सर्जरी में, उसके बाद अपना एक स्टार्टअप बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, अपने क्लिनिक खोला जिसका नाम है ब्लिस द ब्रेसेस। ये थे डॉक्टर सैयद समीर हुसैन। अब आपको इंतजार होगा हमारे आज के खूबसूरत सेगमेंट का, जहां हम आपको ले चलते हैं कश्मीर के खूबसूरत नजारों की तरफ। जी हाँ, आज का कश्मीर का खूबसूरत नजारा है बागे शगुफा। मैं अपनी टेक्निकल टीम, ये है बागे शगुफा, ये हजरत बल के पास निगीन झील के पास ये बाग है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत बाग जिसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं। महकमे फ्लोरिकल्चर ने इस बाग को तामीर किया है साल 2002 में। इस बाग का इफ्तिताह उस वक्त के चीफ मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला ने किया। अब 22 साल इस बाग को हो गए बने हुए। ये है बाग का नजारा जो निगीन लेक के पास है। इसके एक तरफ है निगीन लेक, एक तरफ है झील डल। तो जो कैपिटल श्रीनगर है वहां से 5-6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे आउटस्कर्ट्स ऑफ श्रीनगर में है, पास में ही है। डल झील के एक किनारे पे है, जहां डल झील के एक किनारे में निशात बाग पड़ता है, शालीमार बाग पड़ता है, हारवन, परी महल, एंड दूसरे सिरे पे निगीन लेक है, और उसी लेक के किनारे ये बाग है। बहुत खूबसूरत बाग, बहुत बड़ा बाग। इस बाग की एक अच्छी बात यह कि हम मॉर्निंग में लोग मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए आते हैं, और अपने फैमिली को लेके यहाँ लोग आते हैं, चाय पीते हैं, खाना खाते हैं, खेलते हैं, बैठते हैं। बहुत ही खूबसूरत पार्क है जिसको बागे शगुफा कहते हैं। साल 2002 में बनी ये पार्क सड़क के बिल्कुल किनारे, जहां पार्किंग की अच्छी फैसिलिटी है, जहां अंदर दरख्त लगे हुए हैं, मेवे के दरख्त हैं, चिनार के दरख्त हैं। ये देखिए चिनार का दरख्त वहां दूर से, और बीच में हट्स भी बने हुए हैं बैठने के लिए। ये बहुत बड़ा चिनार है जो आप ये दरख्त देख रहे हैं, चिनार का दरख्त है बागे शगुफा में। बागे शगुफा का ये चिनार का बहुत ऊंचा, बहुत बड़ा दरख्त है। इस बाग की एक तरफ हारी पर्वत है। यह हारी पर्वत का नजारा, वो जो चोटी आप देख रहे हैं यह हारी पर्वत की चोटी है। तो लेफ्ट साइड में ये चिनार का एक और पेड़, और ये शगुफा इसको वो कहेंगे कि फूलों का बाग है, कई सारे फूल है अंदर लगे हुए हैं। ये बाग भी है और पार्क जैसी भी लगती है। मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए सुबह शाम आते हैं लोकल लोग इस पार्क में। तरह तरह के फूल हैं इस पार्क में, बहुत खूबसूरत पार्क। मॉर्निंग में यहाँ काफी सारे लोग होते हैं जो मॉर्निंग वॉक को आते हैं, सैर तफरी को आते हैं, या छुट्टियों में आते हैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके, अपने बच्चों को लेके। तो यहाँ बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं बच्चे। टूरिस्ट भी यहाँ आते हैं, काफी सारे टूरिस्ट भी हमने देखे इस पार्क में। इस पार्क की एक खूबी ये भी है कि एक तरफ इसको झील डल है, एक तरफ इसको झील नगीन पड़ता है। दो झीलों के दरमियान ये पार्क वाक़ा है दरगाह हजरत बल में। ये पार्क लोकल्स को बहुत पसंद है। यहाँ भीड़ भाड़ ज्यादा नहीं होती है जैसे आम मुगल गार्डन्स में होती है। यहाँ भीड़ भाड़ ज्यादा नहीं होती है, इसलिए लोग यहाँ पसंद करते हैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके, अपने बच्चों को लेके यहाँ आना। और एक और अच्छी बात यह कि यहाँ पार्किंग की अच्छी फैसिलिटी है। बाहर आप गाड़ी रख सकते हैं, आप स्कूटर रख सकते हैं, या कार में अगर आप रेंटेड कार में आते हैं तो उसमें भी आप आ सकते हैं। अच्छी जगह है, वो दिक्कत नहीं है, कोई शोरगुल नहीं है। इस पार्क की दूसरी तरफ है शंकराचार्य का टेम्पल, शंकराचार्य की वो पहाड़ी, और इसके एक किनारे पे आपको दिखेंगे हाउस बोट भी, जो नगीन लेक में हाउस बोट हैं, वो भी इसके किनारे हैं। हम देखना चाहेंगे वो हाउस बोट भी। ये फूलों की क्यारियां, ये सरसब्ज, ये देखिए यहाँ से ये हाउस बोट हैं। इसी तरफ नगीन लेक है इसका, झील नगीन। तो ये हाउस बोट हमें नजर आ रहा है नगीन लेक में। तो ये है अंदर, जो ये देखिए यहाँ से जाते हैं और लेफ्ट साइड में ये पड़ता है हाउस बोट जो नगीन लेक पे ठहरा हुआ है। यहाँ पर सैलानी आते हैं, टूरिस्ट आते हैं। ये हारी पर्वत का नज़ारा यहाँ से देखा जा सकता है, और साथ में एक तरफ ये शंकराचार्य का टेम्पल भी दिखाई पड़ता है। दो खूबसूरत जगह, दो पहाड़ियों पे। ये चिनार का दरख्त है इस बाग शुगुफ में, और इस बाग के नज़ारे को देखिए तो बिल्कुल राहत महसूस होती है देखते ही। तो वहां जाके कितनी राहत महसूस होगी, कितनी खुशी महसूस होगी, कितनी फरहत खुशी नसीब होगी, वहां आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। इस खूबसूरत पार्क में नज़ारे दिल लुभाने वाले, देखने लायक। तरह तरह के फूल हैं इस पार्क में। इस पार्क के चारों तरफ, इसलिए इसको बाग शगुफा कहते हैं कि यहाँ शगुफे हैं, छोटे छोटे पौधे हैं, छोटे छोटे फूलों की क्यारियां हैं जो देखी जा सकती हैं। ये फूलों की क्यारियां कश्मीर की खूबसूरत तरीन जगहों में एक खूबसूरत जगह, जहां आप आज सैर कर रहे हैं माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन पर। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, ओरिजिनल चैनल को देखते रहिए। हम आपको हर प्रोग्राम में, हर फ्राइडे को जो ओरिजिनल प्रोग्राम कश्मीर से आपको हम पहुंचाते हैं। ये फिल्म देखने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन आपको बहुत थैंक यू कहता है, शुक्रिया कहता है आपके, आपने हमें देखा। हमारे आज के स्टार्टअप के साथ हमने बात की, मौसम का हाल आपको सुनाया, अखबारों से सुर्खी आपको सुनाई कश्मीर के हवाले से। जी हाँ, आपसे गुजारिश, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कि आप माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और कमेंट कीजिए। हमें अपनी आरा, अपनी तजावीज़, अपने जो भी आपकी सजेशंस हैं उनको हम तक पहुंचाइए जरूर, और देखते रहिए माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
नमस्ते और माई स्टार्टअप टीवी में आपका स्वागत है। मैं जयश्री हूं और स्टार्टअप की दुनिया की नई नई खबरें मैं आप तक ला रही हूं। आज हम जानेंगे आज हम आपको ले चल रहे हैं कश्मीर की तरफ। क्या आप जानते हैं कि कश्मीर के युवाओं के कदम अब स्टार्टअप्स और नए कारोबारों की तरफ तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं? इस बारे में हम जानेंगे आज, और हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं हमारे क्षेत्रीय प्रमुख अबीद गोहर। अबीद जी, कैसा है श्रीनगर में मौसम?
थैंक यू, आदाब जयश्री, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी में जम्मू कश्मीर और खासकर श्रीनगर कश्मीर से ये दूसरा शो, लास्ट फ्राइडे को हमने पहला शो किया था और आज हम दूसरी बार अपने नाजरीन की खिदमत में हाजिर हैं कश्मीर से। कश्मीर से सबसे पहले मौसम का सूरत हाल ये है कि अभी खुशगवार मौसम है इस टाइम, लेकिन दिन में बारिश हुई, अभी धूप निकली हुई है बाहर। पिछले 2 दिनों से काफी गर्मी पड़ी हुई थी। जो कश्मीर की खूबसूरती है ना, यहाँ का मौसम भी इतना ही खूबसूरत है। 2 दिन 30 डिग्री पारा चला गया, आज 17 डिग्री, दिन में ठंड थी और अभी धूप निकली हुई है और अच्छा खासा खुशगवार मौसम है। जी जयश्री।
क्या बात है, पूरा देश तप रहा है लेकिन कश्मीर का मौसम ही सुनने में ही इतना अच्छा लग रहा है।
यस।
अभी ये नए स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में बात करने से पहले क्या आप हमारे दर्शकों को कश्मीर की कुछ बड़ी खबरों के बारे में बता सकते हैं?
जी जरूर। बड़ी खबरें जो आज की अखबारों की जीनत बनी हुई है, आज की खास सुर्खियां इस तरह रही कि श्रीनगर से हज परवाज़ों का आगाज हो गया, यानी जो हज को लोग जाते हैं वो स्टार्ट हो गया। तो कल यानी 9 मई को 644 जो हुजाज हैं, जो आज़मीन हैं, जो पिलग्रिम्स हैं, उनका पहला काफिला मदीना सऊदी अरब के लिए रवाना हुआ। और एक और खबर हमारे आज के अखबारों में है कि श्रीनगर पार्लिमानी हल्के में 17,50,000 वोटर्स जो 20 उम्मीदवारों की किस्मत का फैसला करेंगे। 18 असेंबली हल्कों में 2135 पोलिंग मराकज कायम, 13 मई को वोट डाले जाएंगे। और तीसरी बड़ी खबर यह कि वादी में दिन और रात के दर्जा हरारत में इजाफा, जैसे मैंने पहले आपको बताया, लेकिन 11 और 12 मई को एक बार फिर बर्फ या बारिश पड़ने का इम्कान है। चौथी बड़ी खबर जो कश्मीर से आज के अखबारों में शाया हुई वो ये कि हुकूमत ने पहली बार खुद रोजगार के लिए नई राहें पैदा की। हिंदुस्तान में करोड़ों स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं जो मुल्क की तरक्की का हिस्सा है। इस बात का ऐलान वजीर दाखिला ने किया है। और एक और खबर के मौसमी गर्मा शुरू होने के साथ ही हजारों चरवाहे वादी के मैदानी इलाकों की तरफ रवाना दवा। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि जो सरमा के दिन होते हैं, सरमा के महीने होते हैं, उनमें जो चरवाहे भेड़ बकरियां होती हैं वो पहाड़ों को चली जाती हैं। तो उसमें उनको घास मिलता है, यहाँ घास नहीं मिलता है, अब वो वापस आ रहे हैं। और एक और खबर की वादी के तूल अर्ज में रोजमर्रा की अशिया की वजह से बीमारियां पैदा होने का खदशा, क्योंकि गर्द गुबार से जो खाने पीने की अशिया होती हैं उनसे काफी फिक्रमंद है लोग। एक और खबर की लिथियम की प्रोसेसिंग के लिए सब्सिडी पर गौर कर रही है हुकूमत, प्राइवेट कंपनियों को रागिब करने के लिए कोशिश। एक और खबर की जम्मू कश्मीर के रोमलू राम को आर्ट के शुरू में पद्मश्री से नवाजा गया, सदर द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने एजाज दिया। एक और खबर के रेड क्रॉस दिन के हवाले से कई मकामात पर तकारीब। और आखिरी खबर जो मैं अपने नाजरीन, अपने सामने तक पहुंचाना चाहता हूं वो ये कि अमेरिका और ईरान की सेब ने कश्मीरी सेब इंडस्ट्री को काफी दचका दिया है, काफी नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं। कश्मीरी सेब की मांग में कमी आ रही है, जो बाहर के सेब यहाँ आ रहे हैं मुल्क में। तो ये थी अखबारों से कुछ सुर्खियां। और अब जयश्री आप क्या चाहती हैं और हमारे यहाँ से?
धन्यवाद अबीद जी। हम अब बात करेंगे नए स्टार्टअप्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की। जैसा कि हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था कि कश्मीर के युवा कारोबार की तरफ तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और आज शाम भी हम ऐसे ही एक युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलेंगे। लेकिन उससे पहले दर्शकों और भी ऐसी दिलचस्प स्टार्टअप जगत की कहानियों के लिए हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। आप ऐप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, हमें पॉडकास्ट पर सुन सकते हैं, स्पॉटिफाई और अमेजॉन म्यूजिक पर, और हमें सोशल मीडिया में फॉलो भी कर सकते हैं। हम फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, याहू, ट्विटर और लिंक्डइन पर भी हैं। चलिए अभी जी, अब हम अपने मेहमान से मिलने चलते हैं। बताइए हमें आश्रम हमारे मेहमान कौन है?
जी जयश्री, हमारे आज के मेहमान हैं मिस आयमन अली। आयमन अली 28 साल की एक युवा लड़की है, नौजवान लड़की है, जिसकी कहानी बड़ी दिलचस्प है। आयमन ने पढ़ाई की पहले मेडिकल से स्टार्ट किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने एमबीए किया एक डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट में। तो आयमन ने एक राह चुनी एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने की, एक स्टार्टअप को शुरू किया। स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहती है एक नौजवान लड़की। हालांकि इसके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत सी हैं, क्योंकि टेक्निकल डिग्री इनके पास है, इन्होंने बहुत सारे सेमिनारों में हिस्सा लिया है, इन्होंने ये कुछ नया सोच रही है, नया करने के लिए ये तगदो कर रही है, आगे बढ़ रही है। आइए मिलते हैं आयमन से। आयमन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, गुड इवनिंग सर, मैम।
वेरी वेरी वेलकम टू माय स्टार्टअप चैनल, वेरी वार्म वेलकम।
थैंक यू सो मच।
कैसे हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
कैसे आप?
कैसे हैं?
ठीक। जैसा कि मैं आपका प्रोफाइल देख रहा हूँ, आप मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में आपने 12th किया, उसके बाद बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया, और अभी आप जो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं उस बारे में बताइए कि आप अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो आपका शुरुआती दौर है उस बारे में मैं दोबारा बात करूंगा। लेकिन पहले मैं जानना चाहता हूं अपने नाज़रीन के लिए, आपका स्टार्टअप है क्या, आप क्या कर रही है और क्या आपका मुद्दा मकसद है?
सर मेरा जो बिजनेस है उसका नाम है स्किन ब्लिस, और मैं डील करती हूँ, खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ हैंडमेड स्किन केयर, लेकिन ऑर्गेनिक, कंप्लीटली केमिकल फ्री, उसमें कोई केमिकल यूज नहीं होता है। हैंडमेड स्किन केयर और हेयर केयर मेरा जो पर्पस है, मेन मोटिव है, ताकि मैं अपने जो कंज्यूमर्स हैं उनको केमिकल फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स प्रोवाइड करूं, जिनमें कोई केमिकल्स ना हो और प्लस उनको कोई नुकसानात ना हो उससे। क्योंकि आजकल मार्केट्स में वेरियस प्रोडक्ट्स आए हैं, मतलब लोगों को अवेयरनेस नहीं है ज्यादा, बट हो रही है अभी अवेयरनेस के जो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स है उनकी वजह से बहुत सारे नुकसानात हो रहे हैं लोगों को, प्लस एनवायरनमेंट को भी नुकसान पहुंच रहा है। फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे पास शैम्पूज वगैरह है, उनमें वो प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स में आता है जो लिक्विड फॉर्म में होता है। लेकिन मैंने एक थोड़ा सा रिसर्च करके खुद फिर थोड़ा सा रिसर्च किया, इनोवेट किया, मैंने शैम्पू के बजाय शैम्पू बार्स ना बनाए, जिनमें कोई प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स वगैरह कुछ नहीं लगती है, जो थोड़ा एनवायरनमेंट को भी बचा सकती है। और इनमें जो पैकेजिंग लगती है वो पूरी बायोडिग्रेडेबल है, मतलब उसको नुकसान नहीं होगा, अगर हम फेंकेंगे भी वो अच्छे से जो जमीन में है वो डिग्रेड हो जाएगा। प्लस जो मेरी सोप्स या मतलब शैम्पू बार्स, इनमें कोई भी केमिकल नहीं, इवन जो बच्चा है 1 ईयर का बच्चा वो यूज कर सकता है ये प्रोडक्ट। तो और बाकी जो मेरे प्रोडक्ट्स, इवन मैं कैंडल्स भी बनाती हूँ, जो कैंडल्स जो मेरे हैं उनमें वो वेजिटेबल बेस्ड होता है, मतलब उनमें टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं, 100% टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं, एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान नहीं होता। मेरा मेन पर्पस ये है कि एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान ना हो। आजकल लोगों की बहुत सारी स्किन कंडीशंस होती है, लाइक वो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स यूज नहीं कर पाते हैं, जिनसे अगर वो करेंगे यूज तो उनकी स्किन मोस्टली सेंसिटिव स्किन वाले और जिनको स्किन इश्यूज होते हैं उनको बहुत नुकसान हो सकते हैं, और आगे जाके जो एजिंग होती है बढ़ जाती है, रिंकल्स आ सकते हैं, बाकी नुकसान, स्किन कैंसर हो सकता है। इनसे बचने के लिए मैंने ये मेरा यही पर्पस है कि लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादातर ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करें, उनको अवेयरनेस बढ़ जाए कि ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करने से मतलब फर्दर फ्यूचर में बहुत ज्यादा फायदा मिल सकता है।
आयमन, आप ये प्रोडक्ट्स खुद बना रही हैं, आप मैन्युफैक्चर कर रही हैं प्रोडक्ट्स को?
जी सर, मैं खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ अपने, फिलहाल मेरा स्टार्टअप है तो मैं अपने घर पे ये बनाती हूँ।
अच्छा, तो घर में ऐसी जगह, मवाफिक जगह है, सुटेबल प्लेस है आपके पास जहां आप ये बनाती हैं?
जी सर, मेरा एक अलग रूम है इसके लिए जहाँ पे मैं ये बनाती हूँ ये सारी चीजें।
ओके, तो रॉ मटेरियल कहाँ आप लाती हैं?
सर मेरे यहाँ बड़े बड़े डीलर्स है जो मतलब बहुत ट्रस्टेबल है, और मतलब उनकी क्वालिटी, ये क्वालिटी पे डिपेंड होता है। मैं मेरे जो डीलर्स है जहाँ से मैं लाती हूँ वो एश्योरेंस देते हैं कि क्वालिटी उनकी बहुत अच्छी, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रिजल्ट भी अच्छे मिलते हैं। तो मैं डीलर्स होते हैं कॉस्मेटिक डीलर्स बाहर से मैं लाती हूँ, मोस्टली ये केरला में, केरला साइड से ये चीजें ज्यादा, वहीं पे हैंडमेड चीजों का ये है, डीलर्स वहीं होते हैं, तो मैं वहीं से केरला साइड से, चेन्नई साइड से लाती हूँ ये चीजें।
और रॉ मटेरियल में क्या कुछ खास चीजें इसमें आप यूज करती हैं? रॉ मटेरियल क्या
सर
होता है?
इसमें जो हर किसी में अलग अलग होते हैं यूज, लाइक सोप्स है उनमें होता है, ऑयल्स वगैरह यूज होती है, बटर्स होते हैं यूज, और जो नेचुरल क्लेज है, नेचुरल लाइक जो है ना, ये सोप है फॉर एग्जांपल, इसमें जो कलर है ना, ये कलर नहीं है, ये पाउडर है। हम कोई आर्टिफिशियल कलर्स यूज नहीं करते इसमें, जो सारा कुछ है प्लांट बेस्ड है। इसमें प्लांट बेस्ड एक्सट्रैक्ट्स यूज होते हैं, आर्टिफिशियल कलर, कुछ एसेंशियल कलर्स जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स यूज होते हैं जो एक्सट्रैक्ट होते हैं प्लांट से, जो एक कंसंट्रेशन होता है, कंसंट्रेटेड ऑयल होता है, वो हम यूज करते हैं। उसके बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स होते हैं, लाइक ये शैम्पू बार है, इसमें जो फोम के लिए हम कोकोनट बेस्ड, वो कोकोनट से बनता है वो फोम, वो यूज करते हैं। इसमें मतलब पूरा पैराबिन फ्री है, सल्फेट फ्री है, एनिमल क्रुएल्टी फ्री है। मैं मतलब मेरा ये भी मोटिव था कि एनिमल को कोई नुकसान ना पहुंचे कभी, उस चीज को भी मैंने ध्यान में रखा। तो उसी
तो मार्केट
मकसद से
जब आप
मैंने
बनाती
ये
है तो मार्केट कहाँ है? मार्केट कहाँ है अमन?
जी 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 सर,
आपका मार्केट आपको कहाँ दिखता है? मार्केट आप ऑनलाइन बेचती
सर
हैं या
मेरी जो मार्केटिंग
मार्केटिंग नहीं है उसके लिए?
सर मेरी जो स्ट्रेटेजी है मार्केटिंग की, पहले मैंने इंस्टाग्राम से स्टार्ट किया। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैंने पेज बनाया इंस्टाग्राम पे, तो मैंने स्टार्ट उसी से किया। फिर उसके बाद मैं एग्जीबिशंस पे गई ताकि लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा पता चले मेरे बिजनेस के बारे में। और थर्ड चीज, मैं जो डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स होते हैं, मैंने कुछ कैटलॉग्स बनाए। मैं जाती हूँ हर, अभी भी इवन जाती हूँ डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स के, हर डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर के पास, छोटा हो बड़ा, जैसे यहाँ पे फेमस है कुछ, लाइक पिक एंड चूज है, अर्बन बास्केट है, उनके पास मैं जाती हूँ। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मेरा वहां पे भी अच्छा खासा चलता है, मतलब अभी स्टार्टिंग में, बट लोगों को पसंद आ रही मेरी चीजें सारी।
अच्छा,
उनको
ये जो आप
रिजल्ट अच्छे
बिजनेस
मिल
कर
रहे
रहे
हैं।
हैं आमन, ये जो आप बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, इसकी तरफ आपका माइंड कब गया? कब आपने सोचा कि मैं ऐसा करूंगी?
सर एक्चुअली
जी आमन, यस
जी सर, सॉरी सर, एक्चुअली जब मेरी डिग्री कंप्लीट हो गई तो उसके बाद कोविड आ गया।
जी
कोविड आ उसके बाद, तो उन दिनों मैं थोड़ा हो गई थी, क्या बोलते हैं, इंसान घर पे बंद हो जाता है, बट मैंने उन दिनों ही थोड़ा अचानक से मैं स्क्रॉल कर रही थी यूट्यूब, तो मैंने एक वीडियो
अच्छा,
देखा सोप
2020 की बात है ना? ये 2020 की बात है?
जी जी
ओके
सर, लेकिन मैंने उसके बाद ये स्टार्ट किया, 22 में स्टार्ट
ओके
किया। उसके बाद मैंने ऐसे स्क्रॉल किया, तो मैं देख रही थी, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा, लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं दिया। फिर मैंने कुछ टाइम, मैं एज अ टीचर मैं गई थी डीपीएस, तो मैंने वहां जॉब किया, बट मैं आई फील कि मैं वहां कुछ एग्जॉस्ट हो गई, मुझे लगा जैसे मेरे लिए नहीं है जॉब। इवन मैंने गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स के लिए अप्लाई किया, आपको पता है यहाँ पे कितना इशू है जॉब्स का, हार्डली मिलती है जॉब्स, गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो अभी
सही है,
बहुत मुश्किल है। तो मैंने अप्लाई
बहुत
कर
मुश्किल है।
दी थी, लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने जॉब की वहाँ डीपीएस में कुछ टाइम के लिए, उसके बाद मैं वहाँ एग्जॉस्ट हो गई। मुझे 9 to 5 जॉब, मुझे लगा कि मेरे लिए नहीं बनी है, मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। कुछ 7-8 मंथ मैंने जॉब की, मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। उसके बाद फिर से मुझे अचानक से माइंड में स्टक हो गया कि मैं वो लास्ट टाइम वो वीडियो मैंने वो डाउनलोड किया था, मैंने वो देख लिया, मेरा ना जैसे वो, मैं फिर और वीडियोस देखती गई, फिर मेरा इंटरेस्ट बढ़ गया। फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना मैं अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करूं। ताकि मैं
बहुत
फ्यूचर
अच्छा।
में बाकियों की भी हेल्प करूँ, बाकियों को भी जॉब प्रोवाइड कर पाऊँ, बाकी लड़कियों को, क्योंकि आजकल बहुत सारी लड़कियां, मतलब हर कोई इंडिपेंडेंट रहना चाहता है, इवन लड़कियां, कोई
सही,
अपने पैरों पे हर कोई खड़ा रहना चाहता है। तो
बिल्कुल सही।
उसी चीज ने मुझे स्टक किया मेरे दिमाग को। देन आई स्टार्टेड दिस बिजनेस। ऑलमोस्ट मुझे 1 साल से ज्यादा हो गया इस बिजनेस को। अब मैंने ये बिजनेस
तो
स्टार्ट
अभी आपको
किया,
आपको
उसके
लगता है कि
बाद
ये जो बिजनेस
धीरे धीरे पहले मैंने
आयमन
सोप्स।
आयमन,
जी सर।
आपको लगता है कि ये जो बिजनेस आप कर रही हैं इससे आपको अच्छा खासा रेवेन्यू जनरेट होता है
जी
या आप अच्छा खासा
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। अभी तो
कमाते?
सर ये असल में बिजनेस में क्या होता है ना, स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा करना पड़ता है, मेहनत एफर्ट्स लगाने पड़ते हैं, मार्केटिंग पे काम वो ये, बट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इसमें रेवेन्यू भी अच्छा है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
ओके,
क्योंकि
अब
एक चीज है,
एक और
मेहनत भी काफी है, ये तो जरूरी एफर्ट्स, लेकिन एक बार
बहुत जरूरी
मार्केट
है,
बन जाए,
बहुत जरूरी है।
मार्केट बन जाए
और
फिर
ये जो आप इनोवेटिव,
मार्केट।
सही आयमन,
जी सर।
अपनी क्रिएटिविटी की वजह से आपने ये सफर शुरू किया, ये बिजनेस का सफर आपने शुरू किया। अभी लगता है कि उतनी ज्यादा कमाई शायद नहीं हो रही है आपको, तो लेकिन लगता है कि इसका फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। आपका इनोवेटिव जो नया ख्याल है आपका, वो बहुत शानदार है, बहुत शानदार है। अब मैं आता हूँ एक और चीज की तरफ। अमन, आप एक लड़की हो और भी कश्मीर में रहती हैं, यहाँ समाजी कुछ बंदिशें भी हैं, हर जगह हैं, कश्मीर में ज्यादा ही। तो
जी सर।
पहले मुझे बताइए, आप कितने भाई बहन हैं घर में?
सर मेरे 2 भाई है और मैं बड़ी सबसे, मेरे छोटे भाई।
वो आपके छोटे हैं?
जी सर।
जी। अच्छा, वालिद अपने फादर ने आपको कोई इसे एनकरेज किया या कुछ आपको लगा नेगेटिव अप्रोच है उसका?
नहीं सर, उनका पहले से ही था, वो उन्होंने मुझे कभी किसी चीज के लिए नहीं रोका लाइफ में। जो मैं करना
ओके।
चाहती थी उन्होंने मुझे करने दिया, तो उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया। इवन राइट नाउ ही सपोर्ट्स मी अ लॉट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। आई थिंक आई हैव गॉट अ बेस्ट फादर इन दिस वर्ल्ड। वो बहुत सपोर्टिव है। इवन माय ब्रदर्स, माय मदर, इवन मेरे सारी फैमिली, पूरे रिलेटिव्स, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला। इवन वो बहुत ज्यादा खुश है मेरी, वो मतलब क्योंकि मैं पहली लड़की हूँ फैमिली में जिसने ऐसा स्टेप लिया। बाकी तो सब मतलब करते थे जॉब, लेकिन वो 9 to 5 टीचिंग वगैरह। मैंने ये स्टेप लिया, वो इस चीज को के लिए मुझे बहुत ज्यादा शाबाशी देते हैं कि तुमने हिम्मत की, तुम निकली, तुमने खुद को मतलब एक डिफरेंट फील्ड चुना। तो इसके लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
Okay, Ayman, one thing comes into my mind that you have done graduation in agriculture sciences, okay? और उसके बाद आपने BA किया, तो एग्रीकल्चर जो आपकी पढ़ाई है वो क्या अभी यूज हो रही है आपके प्रेजेंट जो पैशन में, प्रेजेंट आपकी बिजनेस है उसमें?
सर क्योंकि ये ऑर्गेनिक है ना, ऑर्गेनिक चीजें, मतलब इसमें जो भी चीजें यूज होती है उसका कहीं ना कहीं लिंक है एग्रीकल्चर के साथ, क्योंकि प्लांट्स,
ओके, गुड।
इसमें फ्रूट्स यूज होते हैं, हम फ्रूट्स यूज करते हैं। मुझे इसमें जो, क्योंकि ये सारे एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो हम यूज करते हैं इन ऑर्गेनिक स्किन केयर, तो है इसमें काफी लिंक। और
अच्छा,
मुझे
उसके बाद आप
थोड़ा फिर जी जी।
ओके, ओके, गॉट इट। उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया, आपने हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस में, ओके?
हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस।
ओके, हॉर्टिकल्चर। ओ, तो वो जो एमबीए जो उसने आपको फायदा दिया या फायदा दे रहा है कुछ वो?
लेकिन एक सर, एक चीज आपको बताना चाहूंगी, जो हम प्रैक्टिकली पढ़ते हैं ना, प्रैक्टिकली थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज जो होती है वो काफी डिफरेंट होती है प्रैक्टिकल से। जब हम प्रैक्टिकली, तब तो मुझे ज्यादा नहीं था ये सब, क्योंकि बुक पे पढ़ते थे वो ज्यादा समझ नहीं आता था। अब मैं लेकिन फील्ड में निकली, मैंने देखा मार्केटिंग कैसे क्या होता है, स्ट्रेटजीज सीखी। मैंने बुक पे पढ़ा था लेकिन वो तब इंसान को याद नहीं रहता है, बट जब हम प्रैक्टिकली अप्लाई करते हैं उन चीजों को, हाँ काम तो आई काफी चीजें। बट मुझे लगता है तब मैंने ज्यादा कुछ नहीं सीखा। जब मैंने बिजनेस अपना स्टार्ट किया, मुझे ज्यादा उन चीजों ने नॉलेज दी, बेनिफिट दिया। वो चीजें मुझे बहुत इस्तेमाल में आई फिर, जो मैंने अब खुद सीखा है। जी सर।
बहुत अच्छा। आपने अपने बिजनेस का नाम, अपने स्टार्टअप का नाम रखा है स्किन ब्लिस। ये आपने क्या सोच के रखा है? इसके पीछे क्या राज है?
सर राज कुछ नहीं है, जस्ट जनरली मैंने स्किन, ये तो स्किन केयर का ही बिजनेस है, तो मैंने उसी रिलेटेड ये मैंने जनरल नाम लिखा, इसके पीछे कुछ राज नहीं है, बस रख दिया
अच्छा।
ऐसे मैंने।
लेकिन जो आपके प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, जैसे मैं देख रहा हूँ सोशल मीडिया पे या इंस्टाग्राम पे या फेसबुक पे जो आप डाल रहे हैं, उसमें कॉफी सोप आप बना रहे हैं, कुछ कैंडल्स बना रहे हैं, तो उसको तो स्किन के साथ ताल्लुक नहीं है ना?
नो सर, स्किन के लिए कॉफी बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी,
ओके।
वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर स्किन।
आप बना रही हैं कैंडल्स, सेंटेड कैंडल्स। वो कैंडल्स किसमें होती है? और
एक्चुअली मेरा फिर पैशन, मैंने स्किन का भी स्टार्ट किया था ना पहले, फिर मैंने सोचा मैं कैंडल्स भी ऐड करूं इसमें, ये मेरा ना अब बन गया था वो शौक जैसा। तो फिर मैंने सोचा, मैंने ट्राई के लिए कैंडल स्टार्ट किए थे, बट मुझे रिस्पांस अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा मिला। तो फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना ऐड करूं मैं डिफरेंट कैंडल्स भी साथ में, स्किन केयर भी। तो फिर इसीलिए मैंने कैंडल्स का भी रखा, इवन कस्टमर्स को बहुत पसंद आए मेरे कैंडल्स वगैरह भी, तो इसलिए मैंने साथ में वो भी रखा।
वन इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग, क्या ये आपका स्किन ब्लिस है ना, क्या ये रजिस्टर्ड है? आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन की कराई है किसी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में?
सर अभी प्रोसेस में है वो रजिस्ट्रेशन।
ओके। कभी बैंक के पास आप गई फाइनेंस के लिए कि नहीं? आपको जरूरत नहीं पड़ी?
नहीं सर,
अभी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी।
मैंने सर ये बिजनेस 2000 रुपयों से स्टार्ट किया है।
ओके
जस्ट
ओके।
रुपीज।
अभी आपको लगता है कि 2000 रुपए कितने पहुंच गए हैं, कितने लाख पहुंच गए हैं?
सर लाख तो नहीं बोल सकते, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, मतलब 3, मतलब काफी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आगे बढ़ चुकी है। 40 कभी कभी मेरा, मैं आपको बताती हूँ रेवेन्यू पर मंथ ही बताती हूँ, मतलब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 40,000 में हो जाता है कभी कभी, ऐसे मेरी अभी से होती है मंथली। बिकॉज ये ऑनलाइन तो ऐसा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स में जाती हूँ।
अच्छा, और कौन जुड़ा है आपके साथ?
जी सर।
और कौन जुड़ा है आपकी इस कोशिश के साथ, इस बिजनेस के?
सर मैं अकेली संभालती हूँ सब कुछ।
ओके। तो अभी इरादा है आपको, जब आप बढ़ाएंगे तो किसी और को साथ रखेंगे?
सर ये मैंने आपको अभी बोला कि मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं बाकियों को भी थोड़ा, मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं जॉब प्रोवाइड करूँ बाकियों को भी, ये बाकी जो लड़कियां हैं जिनके पास जॉब्स नहीं है, मैं उनको रोजगार प्रोवाइड कर सकूँ। मेरा ये गोल है, इंशाल्लाह मैं जल्दी ये पूरा करूंगी।
अच्छा, मुझे लगता है अब मुझे 2-3
मेरा एक स्टोर हो। जी सर।
यस, मुझे लगता है कि 2-3 चीजें जो आपने समाई है इसमें, एक तो आप बनाती हैं डेकोरेटेड पीसेस, सम यूनिक पीसेस। दूसरा हो गया आपका स्किन केयर, ठीक है?
जी सर।
तो तीसरा आप वो कुछ ऐसा बना रही है कि जो शादियों में काम आता है, जो चीजें समथिंग यूनिक, दिलचस्प है, जो यंगर जनरेशन ज्यादा यूज कर रही है आजकल। इज इट सो? अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आपकी हॉबी क्या है? ये तो हो गया आपका काम, आपका पेशा।
मेरी हॉबी है, एक तो मुझे कुकिंग बहुत पसंद है।
ओके।
कुकिंग मैं करती हूँ, और थोड़ा सा ट्रैवल करना मुझे पसंद है।
अच्छा। और मैंने पढ़ा आपकी इसमें स्पोर्ट्स और एडवेंचर भी है आपकी हॉबी में?
हाँ, स्पोर्ट्स तो मैं खेलती थी बचपन में, बट ज्यादा नहीं। अभी तो मैं, जब से मैंने यूनिवर्सिटी छोड़ दी तब से ये सारा हो गया ना, भूल ही गई अब स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह।
क्योंकि एडवेंचर आपका आपकी हॉबी है, स्पोर्ट्स आपकी हॉबी। आप अपनी स्टेट जे&के से बाहर गई है कभी?
जी सर।
कहाँ गई है जिसने आपको
एक्चुअली
मोटिवेट किया?
सर
जी,
आवाज नहीं आ रही है अच्छे से।
आप कभी बाहर गई हैं इस वास्ते कि मैं कुछ सीखूं या किसी ऐसे स्टार्टअप से मिलूं, ऐसे बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलूं ताकि वहां से एक्सपीरियंस हासिल हो सके? ऐसा ऐसी कोशिश आपने की?
नो सर, फिलहाल तो
हम्म,
नहीं गई मैं। बस मैं जब
हम्म।
पढ़ाई करती थी तभी गई हूँ। उसके बाद मैं हाँ गई हूँ ऐसे घूमने वगैरह के लिए, बट ऐसा कुछ अभी मैंने नहीं सोचा।
अच्छा, अभी आपका गोल क्या है? आप नौकरी के लिए जाएंगे किसी या इसी पेशे को आप आगे बढ़ाएंगे?
नहीं सर, इसी
अगर
बिजनेस
आपको
को
कहा
आगे
जाए कि आप ओके, सो यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब नाउ,
नो सर।
इज इट सो? इज इट
Yes,
सो
sir.
यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब?
No,
अच्छा,
sir.
नौजवान
I'm
लड़कियां
not prefer.
ओके, गुड। जो नई नस्ल है हमारी, पढ़ी लिखी लड़कियां हैं या पढ़ी लिखी यूथ हैं, जो नौकरियां तलाश करती हैं ग्रेजुएशन के बाद ही, हालांकि आपने मास्टर्स भी किया है बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में, उनके लिए आपका पैगाम क्या होगा? अब वो वेट कर रहे हैं, इस वेट के बजाय अगर हम किसी बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर में लग जाएं, किसी स्टार्टअप में लग जाए, आपकी तरह किसी इनोवेटिव चीज में लग जाए, तो आपका पैगाम क्या होगा उनके लिए?
सर मेरा यही पैगाम है कि मतलब मैं चाहती हूँ कि जैसे मैं हूँ, मैंने भी गलती की, वेट किया पहले जॉब के लिए, बट आई डोंट थिंक यहाँ पे ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी है जॉब्स की। बट आई थिंक बिजनेस इज द बेस्ट आइडिया फॉर एवरी, इवन लड़कों के लिए भी, लड़कियों के लिए भी, क्योंकि इससे मतलब हमारी कंट्री की बहुत डेवलपमेंट, इवन अपनी स्टेट की बहुत डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है। और एक चीज मैं बोलना चाहूंगी कि हमारे जो लोकल लोग हैं उनको बहुत सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, यहाँ के जो लोकल बिजनेस ओनर्स हैं। ये चीज मैंने देखी है, ये करते बहुत कम लोकल्स को सपोर्ट। मैं चाहती हूँ कि लोग बिजनेस करें, लड़कियां अपने पैरों पे खड़े हो जाए, और साथ में लोगों को ये भी बोलना चाहती हूँ, प्लीज एंड प्लीज सपोर्ट योर ओन पीपल, क्योंकि जब आप उनको सपोर्ट नहीं दोगे वो मोटिवेट नहीं हो जाएंगे, ऐसे वो काफी उनको डिमोटिवेशन हो जाता है। क्योंकि मैंने खुद ये फेस किया, लोग मुझे बोलते थे पता नहीं क्या बेचती होगी, ये इतनी महंगी चीजें बेचती हो। इनको एक तो डिफरेंस नहीं पता है कि इंसान अपने हाथों से चीजें बनाता है फिर बेचता है, इनकी पैकेजिंग और प्लस ये ऑर्गेनिक होती है, हैंडमेड चीजें हैं, तो इनमें थोड़ा एफर्ट्स लगते हैं, खर्चा लगता है। बट नहीं, ये बोलता है कि चलो सस्ता है कहीं पे भी, ये क्वालिटी, कुछ लोग हैं जो क्वालिटी को ये प्रेफरेंस देते हैं, कुछ लोग होते हैं जो प्राइस को देते हैं। मैं लेकिन यहाँ के लोगों को अपील करना चाहती हूँ कि प्लीज अपने जो लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है उनको सपोर्ट करें, उनको इस चीज से बहुत वो लिफ्ट अप हो जाएंगे, ताकि हमारी जो अपना J&K है वह काफी डेवलपमेंट आ सके, हमें फिर कहीं से लाने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर हमारा अपना ही जो स्टेट है, ये वहाँ के लोग बेचना स्टार्ट करेंगे, स्किन केयर है, बाकी चीजें हैं, जैसे फूड है, फूड में भी काफी चीजें, अचार लोग बेचते हैं, उनको सपोर्ट करें, जो क्लोथिंग है उनको सपोर्ट, हमें बाहर की ब्रांड्स की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। बस यही मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ लोगों को, प्लीज अपने आप को, इनको लोगों को सपोर्ट करें और अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करें, ताकि अब दूसरे लोगों को भी ये जॉब प्रोवाइड कर सके, ताकि यहाँ पे कुछ जो लोग बेचारे सफर करते हैं, फिर इसकी वजह से जॉब ना होने की वजह से लोग बहुत सफर कर रहे हैं, डिप्रेशन की प्रॉब्लम होती है, एंजाइटी की प्रॉब्लम होती है, सुसाइड, बहुत ज्यादा सुसाइडल रेट्स भी बढ़ती है, किस वजह से? अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की वजह से। तो मैं चाहती हूँ लोग अगर पहले दिमाग में रखे कि हाँ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बहुत अच्छी चीज है, बट अब हमें थोड़ा एफर्ट्स लगाने हैं इसमें, बाकी कुछ नहीं है। और हाँ, बाकियों को भी हमें सपोर्ट करने की बहुत जरूरत है, हमारे अपने लोकल्स।
आनंद, एक और सवाल मुझे ज़हन में आता है, वो ये कि अपने सोशल मीडिया को आप कितना इस्तेमाल करते हैं अपने इस बिजनेस के लिए?
सर मैं सोशल मीडिया ही यूज करती हूँ, ये मुझे ऑर्डर्स वहीं से आते हैं, मोस्टली इंस्टाग्राम या
सोशल
फेसबुक
मीडिया
पे।
से क्या आपने सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग पे कोई कोर्स किया हुआ है कि नहीं, ऐसी आपको?
नो सर, नो सर, मैंने
ओके,
नहीं किया है।
अच्छा यू आर
सर लेकिन मैं
ओके,
चाहती हूँ कि मैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग पे कोर्स करूँ, क्योंकि वो बहुत ज्यादा बेनिफिट देगा आगे।
मार्केटिंग बहुत जरूरी है और आपके लिए बहुत जरूरी है। ऑनलाइन अगर आप अपनी चीजें रखेंगे बेचेंगे तो उससे भी इंटरनेशनल मार्केट आपको बन जाएगा।
जी सर।
अच्छा, एक और चीज, आपने लेवेंडर, हाँ, आपने वैल्यू चेन ऑफ लेवेंडर पे कुछ काम किया है, कुछ सेमिनार आपने किया है?
जी जी,
इज इट ट्रू?
यस सर।
ये
मेरा
कब की बात है?
प्रोजेक्ट था मास्टर सर, 2020 में मैंने किया, 19
अच्छा,
से 20 तक।
तो उसका वो सेमिनार क्या था, आप क्या करना चाहती हो थी उसमें? कुछ दूसरा बिजनेस आइडिया था आपका?
सर मुझे असल में मार्केटिंग देखनी थी उसमें, मतलब मार्केटिंग यहाँ पे कैसे होता है, और मतलब वो सारा कॉस्ट कितना लगता है उनको। मैं इनके पास गई थी, जो फार्मर्स यहाँ के हैं, जो ग्रो करते हैं, उनके पास गई मैंने क्वेश्चनियर बना के उनको दिया था, लाइक आप कितने में बेचते हो ये सारी चीजें, खरीदते हो, आई मीन जो लेवेंडर के प्लांट्स है।
ओके,
सर यहाँ पे काफी स्कोप है, जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स का बिजनेस है उसका भी काफी स्कोप है, क्योंकि उसमें खर्चा है थोड़ा बहुत, बिकॉज हमें क्या करना होता है, हम एक बार वो ग्रो करते हैं, फिर वो बहुत सालों तक हमें ग्रो नहीं करना पड़ता है, ये प्लांट वो 6-7 साल रह जाता है ऐसे, मतलब हर साल वो हमें प्लांटिंग देता है, ऐसे होता है उसमें। प्लस हम उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन कर सकते हैं, ऑयल्स एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं, जो ऑयल काफी महंगा आता है। एसेंशियल ऑयल उसका रेट होता है पर केजी 10 to 15,000 रेट में मिलता है वो। तो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे फार्मर्स हैं जो इस चीज में बहुत आगे बढ़ चुके हैं, इवन फीमेल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, लाइक रेहाना तबस्सुम, वो एक काफी वेरी फेमस ये है फार्मर, मतलब एंटरप्रेन्योर है, जो बेचती है, खुद बनाती है, खुद ग्रो करती है काफी सारे एसेंशियल ऑयल्स, फिर एक्सट्रैक्ट मशीन है उसके पास, वो खुद एक्सट्रैक्ट करके बेचती है। तो इसमें भी काफी अच्छा
आई मीन एक
स्कोप है
दिलचस्प
यहाँ।
बात, हम आप our good wishes are with you with the second bliss and Ayman Ali। लेकिन अपने नाज़रीन को मैं ये बताऊं कि आयमन ने मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में 12th पास किया है 74% मार्क्स के साथ। शी कुड हैव बीन गॉन टू मेडिकल डॉक्टरी, BBS or something outside of this. Ayman has thought something different. Ayman took some initiative, something differently.
I was not interested. I was not
Okay.
interested in MBBS and all.
Okay. ओके, तो एमबीबीएस में आपको दिलचस्पी नहीं थी, बिजनेस में आपको दिलचस्पी थी। हमारी गुड विश आपके साथ है आयमन।
सर वो
लेकिन एक और सवाल
थी, वो अचानक से आ गई। जी सर।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपको ये होगा कि अभी आयमन अली अपने माँ बाप के पास है। आयमन, आपकी एज 28 साल है। जब आपकी शादी हो जाएगी उसके बाद आपका बिजनेस कैरियर ऑन हो जाएगा, और इट डिपेंड्स।
यस सर, मेरा ये मकसद है कि मेरा बिजनेस आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, और इसके लिए मैं
आयमन अली वो कल मिसेज आयमन अली होगी, तो कल का क्या आप सोच रहे हैं? शादी के बाद बिजनेस जारी रहेगी?
जी सर।
Okay. Anything else you want to convey to our viewers? Anything else out of your heart?
सर बस यही कि हमें हमारे जो स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स है, मेरी तरह यहाँ पे काफी ज्यादा ओनर्स है, बस आप सपोर्ट करते रहे और हम पे ट्रस्ट करें। हम लाइक लोगों को है ये इशू कि शायद हम क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट नहीं बेचते, बट मुझे लगता है कि स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स जो है वो बेस्ट क्वालिटी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, क्योंकि वो अपना खून पसीना मतलब एक करके बेचते हैं प्रोडक्ट्स, मेहनत करके बेस्ट क्वालिटी। आप एक बार हम पे भरोसा करें और हमें सपोर्ट करें, दैट्स इट। थैंक यू सो मच।
जरूर, we will trust you and we request all the people, all our customers to trust Ayman Ali, proprietor Sikkim Police। Ayman, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच, आपने मुझे इनवाइट किया, मुझे थोड़ा मौका दिया बोलने का।
मोस्ट वेलकम, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। जयश्री, जयश्री आप हैं वहां? जयश्री, हाँ जयश्री, ये थी आयमन अली हमारे साथ, सिक्किम पुलिस की प्रोपराइटर। अभी घर में ही, घर से स्टार्ट ही कर रही है, घर से इन्होंने ये किया। इनका घर जो है ना वो शालीमार के पास है। शालीमार बहुत मशहूर गार्डन है, और शालीमार गार्डन जो है ना वो एक लेक है, उसके किनारे पे वाक़ा है, उसको कहते हैं डल झील। आप सुनना चाहते हैं डल झील के बारे में?
जी अभी जी मैं वहां तक पहुंच ही रही थी, उससे पहले मैं चाहती हूँ आप या
जी
आ रहा है यहाँ से, और उन्हें उनके कैसे कांटेक्ट करें एनएम जी को, क्योंकि उनकी स्टोरी बहुत दिलचस्प है। हम चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर में ऐसे बहुत सारे नए कारोबार बने, उससे नौकरियां जनरेट हो और इकोनॉमी में ग्रोथ करती रहे। तो प्लीज आप या एनएम उनको हमें बताइए कि कैसे हम एनएम का प्रोडक्ट खरीद सकते हैं, स्किन ब्लिस के प्रोडक्ट्स ले सकते हैं।
Yes, thank you. I will convey to Ayman. I will definitely convey this your message to the Ayman. In fact, she has grown up her customers by virtue of my startup. अच्छा, मैं जयश्री, मैं ये बताना चाहता था कि जहां रहती है ना ये अयमन, वो डल झील के बिल्कुल किनारे रहती है। उसको कहते हैं शालीमार। शालीमार में एक बाग भी है, उसको शालीमार गार्डन कहते हैं। शालीमार गार्डन, निशात गार्डन, ये मुगल गार्डन हैं, ये डल झील के किनारे हैं। मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपको लेना चाहता हूँ डल झील की सैर।
हाँ, वहीं जा रहे थे। इनफैक्ट अभी भी मेरा अगला सवाल यही था कि आप जिस तरह अपने लास्ट एपिसोड में हमें कश्मीर में मानसबल की यात्रा कराई थी, इस बार आप हमारे दर्शकों को कश्मीर में कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं? सब जानते हैं कि कश्मीर घूमने के लिए बहुत खूबसूरत जगह है, एक नई जगह
आपको ले चलते हैं,
जो
बिल्कुल सही, आपको ले चलते हैं डल झील के किनारे। डल झील की सैर आपको कराते हैं, और डल झील के पास ही रहती है हमारी आज की एंटरप्रेन्योर, हमारी आज की स्टार्टअप जो स्किन ब्लिस की प्रोपरेटर मिस आयमन अली भी। चलते हैं और देखते हैं डल झील का नजारा।
पसंद आया अभी जी, सच में बहुत सुंदर है डल लेक। कश्मीर में नए कारोबारों के बारे में आपने हमें बताया, डल लेक का सैर कराया आपने, सच में बहुत अच्छा लगा हमें। तो दर्शकों, स्टार्टअप्स की और अन्य खबरों के लिए माई स्टार्टअप टीवी से जुड़े रहें।
माई स्टार्टअप टीवी का रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट श्रीनगर JNK से आपकी खिदमत में लाइव ब्रॉडकास्ट हो रहा है अभी। तो हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं आज का रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट माय स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन के लिए। अपने सभी नाजरीन को हमारा नमस्कार, आदाब, गुड आफ्टरनून। 24 मई की आज की तारीख, आज J&K कश्मीर श्रीनगर से मैं आपकी खिदमत में लाइव मुखातिब हूँ। तो सबसे पहले बात करते हैं कश्मीर के मौसम की। तो कश्मीर में मौसम आज बहुत गर्म है। बहुत हमारा मतलब ये है कि यहाँ के टेम्परेचर के हिसाब से अच्छी खासी गर्मी यहाँ है। आज 32 डिग्रीज के आसपास हमारे टेम्परेचर रहा यहाँ कश्मीर श्रीनगर में, और अच्छी खासी धूप है, अच्छा खासा मौसम है। काफ़ी सारी सैलानी आए हुए हैं कश्मीर। तो आज हम एक टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पे जाएंगे, आपको कश्मीर के नज़ारा दिखाएंगे ज़रूर, लेकिन सबसे पहले नज़र दौड़ाते हैं आज के चंद अखबारों पर और बिजनेस के हवाले से, स्टार्टअप्स के हवाले से क्या कुछ खास मौजूद है कल परसों और आज के अखबारों में। तो हेडलाइंस मैं पढ़ता हूँ कश्मीर के हवाले से। यह है डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंडस्ट्री सेंटर श्रीनगर rallies unit holders to cash in on NCSS initiatives. Stock market at all-time high as Nifty inches closer to 23,000. Production of good quality seeds, post-harvest management are key focus area. Director Agriculture. और एक और सुर्खी अखबार की है जो आज के पन्नों पर शाया हुई है, वो ये है कि EV sales declining globally even as India market witnessing growth. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक व्हीकल्स की बात हो रही है। और एक और सुर्खी है हमारे आज के अखबार की, आफ्टर BSE market cap of NSE listed companies now touch $5 trillion. Sweltering heat pushes India's power demand to fresh high. और एक और सुर्खी है, India only country among world's top 5 to register rise in steel production in April. तो एक और खबर में की तरफ आपको दौड़ाते हैं। ये अखबारों की आज की सुर्खियां बनी हुई हैं बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट पेज पे। RBI approves record dividend of rupees 2.11 lakh crore to central government. और partnerships growth opportunities and focus at industries and commerce departments. Investors meet in Jammu. G20 Sherpa spellbound by Kashmir's handicraft heritage. Director Agriculture visits potato development farm Bosia. Director Sericulture inspects silkworm rearing operations at Mirgon Seed Station. And RBI SEBI Home Ministry meet try officials to discuss how to check misuse of unsolicited calls. India to gain as global oil prices decline despite geopolitical tensions. तो ये चंद सुर्खियां आपकी खिदमत में यहाँ जो कश्मीर श्रीनगर से जो कुछ अखबार शाया हुए थे और बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट के हवाले से जो कुछ खबरें हमारे पास थी हमने आपको पहुंचा दी। माय स्टार्टअप टीवी के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। आपसे गुजारिश कि आप माय स्टार्टअप टीवी चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें, लाइक करें, कमेंट करें और हमें देखते रहें। इस ब्रॉडकास्ट को हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं श्रीनगर कश्मीर J&K से। और हमारे प्रोग्राम में आज के गेस्ट, आज के मेहमान एक नए एंटरप्रेन्योर, एक नए स्टार्टअप। हमारे आज के स्टार्टअप हैं आसिया बानो, जो टूर एंड ट्रैवल एक एजेंसी चला रही है अपने बलबूते पे। कश्मीर की लड़की, 40 साल की ये नौजवान औरत अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर रही है उस फील्ड में जहां उसको स्कोप दिखती है। कश्मीर के टूरिज्म के हवाले से, कश्मीर के टूर ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर के हवाले से और ट्रैवल्स के हवाले से, टूरिज्म के हवाले से। आसिया बानो से हम बात कर रहे हैं। चलिए मिलते हैं आसिया बानो से और कुछ सवाल उनसे जानते हैं और कुछ उनसे सीखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चलिए आसिया जी, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो आसिया, कैसी हो?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ऑल वेल। हाउ आर यू सर?
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू, हम ठीक हैं
सर। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू दैट you give me this opportunity to introduce myself on your special program.
देखिए नाज़रीन, मैं आपको बता दूं कि आसिया बानो 4 बहन भाइयों में से सबसे छोटी, ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद नौकरी न मिलना और घर के माशी हालात को बेहतर बनाने की गर्ज से एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल कंपनी में नौकरी की आसिया जी ने, और चंद साल कबल अपनी एक ऐसी कंपनी शुरू की जिसे आसिया चला रही है अपने बलबूते पे, अपनी टांगों पे, खुद एक लड़की होके, खुद एक औरत होके, और जहां उसको लगा कि टूर एंड ट्रैवल ऑपरेशंस में कश्मीर में बहुत डिमांड है, जरूरत है, तो आसिया ने ये अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया। आसिया से बराह रास्त मुखातिब होते हैं। आसिया
जी,
सबसे पहले हमें अपने बारे में बताइए, आप कहाँ से हैं?
जी, जी।
आपकी पढ़ाई
सबसे
कब
पहले
मुकम्मल
तो
आपने की है और घर के हालात वगैरह कैसे हैं?
जी, अभी मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताऊँ, सबसे पहले तो आपने इंट्रोडक्शन में मेरा नाम जो लिया है आसिया बानो, मैं एक्चुअली कश्मीर से ही बिलॉन्ग करती हूँ, कश्मीर में पैदा हुई, कश्मीर में पली-बड़ी, पढ़ाई वगैरह वो सब कश्मीर में ही हुई और रहती हूँ अलमगरी बाज़ार, डाउनटाउन एरिया में। तो और पढ़ाई भी वही हुई है, ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट की है और 1 ईयर डिप्लोमा किया है कंप्यूटर्स में। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी अपना एक्सपीरियंस भी आपको बताऊँगी, वो भी सब शेयर करूँगी आपके साथ। तो फिलहाल तो स्टार्टिंग में जो मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन आपने कराया टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिज़नेस से रिलेटेड, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है मेरा और मैं बहुत सैटिस्फाई हूँ इसमें, जो मैंने स्टार्ट किया है।
आसिया, जहाँ पढ़ाई नौकरी ढूंढने निकलते हैं, सरकारी नौकरी की
जी,
तलाश
जी,
में रहती हैं,
बिल्कुल। जी,
आपने
जी।
भी नौकरी की तलाश की होगी। उस तलाश में आप एक बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज आपने कैसे बनाया?
सबसे पहले तो बता दूँ कि कश्मीर में जो भी हम जैसे लड़कियाँ ख़ासकर जो पढ़ाई के सिलसिले में पढ़ाई के दौरान ही हम लड़कियाँ एक ये माइंडसेट बना के चलते हैं कि शायद पढ़ाई के बाद हम एक जॉब कर लें, छोटा-मोटा जॉब ही सही, तो लेकिन जॉब होना चाहिए। तो पढ़ाई ऐसे ज़ाया ना हो, तो हम एक माइंडसेट करके चलते हैं कि चाहे गवर्नमेंट जॉब हो या प्राइवेट जॉब हो, कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है। लेकिन मेरा एक ऐसा इंटेंशन था नहीं पहले से कि मुझे बिज़नेस में आना है। बिज़नेस तो बिल्कुल मान के चलिए ये बाद में हुआ, लेकिन पहले शुरुआत से वो एक आम लड़की की तरह मेरे दिमाग में भी यही था कि मुझे पढ़ाई के बाद एक छोटा-मोटा जॉब ही करना है। कंटिन्यू पढ़ाई पता नहीं होगी, नहीं होगी लेकिन जॉब ही करूँगी। लेकिन एक चीज़ की बाय चांस मैं बता सकती हूँ कि ग्रेजुएशन के बाद ही मैंने एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल कंपनी जॉइन करी। तो वहाँ पे मैंने काम स्टार्ट किया है। एक ये चीज़ बताऊँ कि अपना 110% दे दिया, अपनी डेडिकेशन वो सब पंक्चुअलिटी वो सब रहा। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वहाँ पे अच्छा खासा मैंने गेन किया एक काम जो करना था वहाँ पे जो काम दिया गया मुझे एज़ अ कंप्यूटर ऑपरेटर, वो मैंने अपने एंड से 110% दे दिया। और साथ-साथ काम करने के दौरान ही मेरा एक शौक बढ़ा, अंदर ही अंदर इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता गया कि चलो ठीक है मैं काम कर रही हूँ, लेकिन ये भी कब तक चलेगा एज़ एन एम्प्लॉयी काम करना। साथ-साथ वो इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता गया और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उसके बाद एक माइंडसेट कर लिया मैंने कि अब अगर जॉब छोड़नी है तो फिर अपना ही कुछ स्टार्ट करूँगी। तो ये मैंने एक प्लान बनाया मन ही मन, किसी के
अच्छा।
साथ शेयर किए बिना मन ही मन मैंने एक प्लान बनाया कि एक फ्यूचर प्लान कि मैं ट्रैवल एजेंसी स्टार्ट करूँगी। लेकिन उस बीच में मैं एक चीज़ आपको बता दूँ कि जो एक मैंने माइंडसेट अपना किया कि मुझे ट्रैवल एजेंसी चलाना है, किसी के साथ शेयर नहीं किया। एक ये चीज़ कि जो जिनके साथ मैंने काम किया, जिनके अंडर मैंने काम किया एज़ एन एम्प्लॉयी, उनसे मैंने मशवरा लिया बाज़ाब्ता। ये नहीं कि मैंने पीठ पीछे कोई ऐसी प्लानिंग करी कि मुझे कुछ करना है, लेकिन उनसे मशवरा करके, उनसे राय-मशवरा करके मैंने उनसे पूछा। उनका नाम लेना मैं चाहूँगी यहाँ पे मीर वली वहीद साहब जिनकी ट्रैवल एजेंसी एक मोस्ट सीनियर टूर ऑपरेटर है वो, मीर वली वहीद साहब, उनके साथ मैं काम करी थी। तो एक बार मैंने उनसे ये पूछा कि सर मैं चाह रही हूँ कि अपना ट्रैवल एजेंसी मैं चलाना चाह रही, स्टार्ट करना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि मैं कर पाऊँगी? तो उनकी एक बात मुझे अभी भी याद है, उन्होंने बोला क्यों नहीं आप कर पाएँगी, स्टार्ट करो अल्लाह साथ है, आप कोशिश करके देख लीजिए। तो वो एक कोशिश जो उन्होंने मुझे पॉज़िटिव रिप्लाई किया, पॉज़िटिव रिप्लाई उन्होंने मुझे दिया कि हाँ, आप कर सकती हैं, तो बस वो दिन और आज का दिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। जी।
लेकिन बहुत सारे बिजनेस आप कर सकते हैं जो आपको कंफर्ट लेवल और भी दे सकते हैं। टूर एंड ट्रैवल ही क्यों?
नहीं, टूर एंड ट्रैवल इसलिए क्योंकि मैंने 3 से 4 साल वहाँ पे दिए हैं टूर एंड ट्रैवल बिज़नेस में। अगर मैं किसी और प्रोफेशन में जाती, कोई और चीज़ सोचती, तो उसका नो हाउ मुझे पहले चाहिए था, मुझे किस तरह करना है, चाहे कोई भी फील्ड हो, उसमें हमें हमारे पास एक गट्स होने चाहिए, क्या हम कर पाएँगे या नहीं कर पाएँगे। अब जब मैंने कहीं पे 2 या 3 साल किसी काम में मैंने अपने बिताए, तो उसका मतलब ये कि मैंने कुछ गेन किया है, मैंने कुछ सीखा है, और जो मैंने सीखा अगर मैं कुछ और किसी और फील्ड में जाऊँगी तो वो मतलब ही नहीं है। पीछे 2 साल, 3 साल, 4 साल मैंने जहाँ पे दिए वो सब ज़ाया हो जाते। इस वजह से मैंने वही प्रोफ़ेशन चूज़ किया जो मैंने सीखा। तो जो सीखने के साथ-साथ मैंने सोचा कि अब अपना काम स्टार्ट करना है, तो ये दिमाग में था कि अगर मैं कर पाई, आगे अपना स्टार्ट कर पाई, काम चला पाई, बिज़नेस स्टार्ट जो करना था वो कर पाई मैं, फील्ड में रह पाई मैं, तो इसका मतलब ये कि मेरे वो 3 या 4 साल या 5 साल ज़ाया नहीं हुए।
ज़ाहिर नहीं हुए। हाँ, बिल्कुल सही।
जी, बिल्कुल। तो वो था और मैंने स्टार्ट कर लिया।
कश्मीर, मुसलमान लड़की और बिज़नेस कितना
जी।
मुश्किल है, हम सब जानते हैं। लेकिन आपको किन मुश्किलात का सामना करना पड़ा, ये जानना चाहती हैं?
मुश्किलात तो देखिए हर फील्ड में आते हैं, चाहे कोई भी फील्ड हो, कोई भी बिज़नेस हो, चाहे लड़की हो, लड़का हो, कोई भी हो, मुश्किलात तो आते हैं हर फील्ड में। लेकिन जब आप डेडिकेटेड हो, जब आपके अंदर गट्स हो, तो कोई मुश्किलात हम हर एक मुश्किलात का सामना कर सकते हैं, लेकिन खुद पे एतमाद हो कि हम कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? बीइंग अ कश्मीरी लेडी मुझे पता है यहाँ के जैसे जिस सोसाइटी में हम रह रहे हैं, कश्मीर की बात पर्टिकुलरली मैं करूँगी, कश्मीर में अभी भी मैं बता रही हूँ कि अब फिर भी कुछ हद तक लोगों में एक अवेयरनेस आई है, लोग ब्रॉड माइंडेड बन गए हैं। वो ऑर्थोडॉक्स जो पहले हुआ करता था 4 साल, 5 साल पहले, जो चीज़ें होती थी लड़कियों के साथ आगे काम करने नहीं देते थे किसी भी फील्ड में जाने के लिए, तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा उनको हर्डल्स होती थी, ऑब्जेक्शंस घर की तरफ से, फैमिली की तरफ से, तो वो अब बहुत हद तक वो नहीं है। अभी भी किसी-किसी फैमिली में देखा जाता है, लेकिन मुझे जहाँ तक लग रहा है अब इतना नहीं है। मैं अपनी बात करूँ कि मेरी फैमिली में जब मैंने ये बात अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ की, क्योंकि बिना इजाज़त के तो मैं देखिए मेरे मन में जो था प्लान,
नहीं कर
वो तो
सकती थी।
इजाज़त के जी, पेरेंट्स की इजाज़त के बिना तो नहीं हो पाता। लेकिन उनके साथ डिस्कस करने के बाद मैं एक जॉइंट फैमिली में एक साथ मैं बता दूँ कि मैं जॉइंट फैमिली में पली-बड़ी हूँ। वहाँ पे मेरे अंकल्स, आंट वगैरह वो सब मेरे फादर, मदर, ब्रदर, सिस्टर्स वो सब की राय जानना ज़रूरी था। एकदम से मैं खुद ही फैसला नहीं ले सकती थी। और उनके साथ बात करने के बाद उन्होंने बोला अगर आपको लगता है कि आप कर पाएँगी तो हमें कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है, ठीक है? तो मैंने स्टार्ट कर लिया, ख़ास करके मैं अपनी मदर का बता दूँ, मेरी माँ जो है, वो जो है, मैं आपको बताऊँगी 110% सपोर्ट उनका है।
अच्छा।
किसी भी कहीं पे भी एकदम से अगर मुझे प्लान बनता है कहीं जाने के लिए, तो मुझे कभी रोकते नहीं हैं, ये चीज़ है। लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 2-3 साल मैंने जो काम स्टार्ट किया है पहले वाले सालों में, तो मैंने फ़ोकस अपने काम पे किया, स्टार्ट जो मैंने किया, तो फैमिली का काफ़ी सपोर्ट रहा मुझे, अभी भी स्टिल कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं उसमें। हर फैमिली मेंबर से मुझे काफ़ी सपोर्ट रहा।
आसिया, हर स्टार्टअप या हर कारोबार में रुपए पैसा बहुत मायने रखता है।
जी।
आपने वो मैनेज कैसे किया?
देखिए एक ये चीज़ है कि रुपया पैसा इंसान अगर मैंने पहले भी बताया अगर इंसान में डेडिकेशन हो, उसको लगे कि मैं जो काम स्टार्ट करूँगा इसमें नुकसान फ़ायदा वो अल्लाह के हाथ में, लेकिन जब हमें खुद पे भरोसा होता है कि हाँ, हम कर पाएँगे ये चीज़, तो हमें करना चाहिए, सबसे पहले तो वो। स्टार्टअप में जो जैसे बिज़नेस कोई भी बिज़नेस हम स्टार्ट करेंगे तो उसमें तो फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, फंड्स हमारे पास हो तब हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? तो फाइनेंस के साथ-साथ हमें अगर एक मैं बताऊँगी कि मेरे फ़ील्ड में मुझे एक ऑफ़िस की ज़रूरत थी सबसे पहले। वहाँ पे जैसे हमें स्टार्ट करने के टाइम पे हमें लैपटॉप की ज़रूरत है, फर्नीचर की ज़रूरत है, कोई क्लाइंट आएगा तो उसके लिए हमें कम्फ़र्ट ज़ोन देखना है कि कहाँ पे इसको बिठाएँगे, तो उसके लिए हमें फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत तो पड़ी बेशक। तो वो फैमिली ने ही सपोर्ट किया, ठीक है? मेरे पेरेंट्स ने सपोर्ट किया उसके लिए फाइनेंशियली दे हैव सपोर्टेड मी अ लॉट। और अभी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ रही है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का लाख-लाख शुक्र है। काफ़ी ज़्यादा मेहनत करी तो उसका रिज़ल्ट भी बहुत अच्छा आया है।
अच्छा, कीप इट अप। और एक और सवाल मेरा कि आपने निम्रा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स कंपनी स्टार्ट की।
जी।
निम्रा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स, ये नाम आपने कैसे चुना?
नाम देखिए, नाम जिस टाइम मैंने चूज़ किया, एक तो सबसे पहले मैं सोच रही थी अपने नाम पे करूँ, किसके नाम पे करूँ, ये दिमाग में चलती रहती थी चीज़ें। कि किसके नाम पे स्टार्ट करना चाहिए। और स्टार्ट करने से पहले मैं गई थी उम्रा करने के लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
ओके।
तो उम्रा पे जब गई तो वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि मक्का शरीफ में एक मस्जिद है, मस्जिद निमरा, कोई नुमेरा के नाम से भी बोले जाते हैं, मस्जिद निमरा, मस्जिद नुमेरा। तो ये एक मैंने नाम वहाँ पे ही सोचा कि निमरा एक ये जैसे एक लड़की का नाम लगता है, ठीक है। अभी मैं एक चीज आपको बताऊं कि मेरा नाम जो है आसिया, आसिया तो अब बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि मेरा असली नाम आसिया है, तो लेकिन मैक्सिमम लोग जो मुझे अब जानते हैं
निमरा
वो
ही
निमरा
पुकार रहे हैं।
टीवी से नाम से जानते हैं जी।
ओके।
तो वो मैंने निमरा, मस्जिद निमरा के नाम से कंपनी का नाम रखा है, निमरा टूर एंड ट्रेवल्स।
अच्छा आसिया,
जी।
जब हम करते हैं बात, हर चीज की शुरुआत हर कोई जानता है कि मुश्किल होती है और उसके बाद चीजें धीरे धीरे आसान होती जाती हैं। आपके लिए भी
जी।
मुश्किलें जो कम होती गई होंगी, और हम जानना चाहेंगे कि आगे आपके इरादे क्या हैं, अभी आगे की मंजिल आपकी क्या है?
आगे की मंजिल तो देखिए वो अल्लाह ही बेहतर जानते हैं। हमारी मंजिलें तो हम अल्लाह ही बनाने वाले हैं, ठीक है। तो हम जो प्लान करके चलते हैं कल का आने वाला, कल जो हमारा बिजनेस को लेके मैं बताऊंगी कि जो मैंने स्टार्ट किया है उस दिन भी, और उस टाइम पे मैं सोच रही थी क्या मुझे एम्प्लॉय ही रहना है या मुझे एम्प्लॉयर बनना है, ठीक है। एम्प्लॉय थी तो अपना 110% दे दिया, एम्प्लॉयर बनी तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज मेरे ऑफिस में 4 से 5 लड़कियां काम करती हैं, तो 3 लड़के जो है फील्ड में काम करते हैं। तो वो एक है। तो एक बिजनेस चलाने के लिए हमारे सबसे पहले एक फ्यूचर प्लान भी होना चाहिए। अगर हम आज सिर्फ पैसा ही नहीं है, फाइनेंशियली एक लड़की, मैं बताऊंगी, फाइनेंशियली हमें साउंड रहना है। एक लड़की को हमेशा इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए, चाहे वो मैरिड हो अनमैरिड हो, उसको हमेशा इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए। और उसके लिए इंडिपेंडेंट होने के लिए हमें डेडिकेशन चाहिए, हमें हार्ड वर्किंग करनी है, हमें हार्ड वर्कर बनना है, ठीक है। एकदम से चीजें हाथ में नहीं आती है, उसको हमें सबसे पहले तो टाइम देना है। हर एक बिजनेस, हर एक
अच्छा
काम
निम्रा,
में
आप अपने, बिल्कुल सही निम्रा,
जी
मुझे
जी
एक बात, अब मुझे भी निम्रा ही नाम आता है जुबान पे।
जी जी
अच्छा
जी।
अच्छा आसिया जी, मुझे ये बात बताइए कि अभी तक आपने कितने ऐसे टूर ऑपरेट किए अपनी एजेंसी की तरफ से, और
जी जी
कितने लोगों को आपने सहूलियत पहुंचाई, इजीनेस प्रोवाइड की,
जी जी।
ऐसा कितना, ऐसा
एक चीज
आपके
तो
पास
मैं आपको
रिकॉर्ड?
बोलूंगी जी जी। जो जब भी मैंने स्टार्ट किया, स्टार्टिंग से बताऊंगी, मैंने सिंपल डोमेस्टिक टिकट से स्टार्ट किया है अपना बिजनेस।
ओके।
डोमेस्टिक टिकटिंग हुई, उसके बाद इंटरनेशनल टिकटिंग हुई, उसके बाद साथ साथ में जैसे पासपोर्ट सर्विस, स्टार्टिंग से छोटे छोटे कामों से अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ठीक है। तो डोमेस्टिक टिकटिंग, डोमेस्टिक पैकेजेस, कश्मीर पैकेजेस से स्टार्ट किया, फिर इंटरनेशनल टिकटिंग करना स्टार्ट किया। उसके बाद जब मुझे लगा कि एक और चीज ये बताऊंगी कि मैं पहले कम से कम 4-5 महीने मैंने अकेले काम संभाला। 5-6 महीने बाद मुझे लगा कि नहीं, मैं अब अकेले नहीं कर पाऊंगी, क्योंकि
मुझे
जब
सपोर्ट
काम
चाहिए।
आता गया, जी जी, काम आता गया तो एक बंदे के बस की बात नहीं है। एक बंदा काम नहीं कर सकता
नहीं
अकेले,
नहीं कर सकता।
सपोर्ट चाहिए, मैन पावर चाहिए। तो उसके लिए मुझे लगा कि मुझे अब एक एम्प्लॉय की जरूरत तो है, तो एक लड़की हायर करी, एम्प्लॉय एज एन एम्प्लॉय वो आई, उसके साथ दूसरी तीसरी, काम बढ़ता गया। जिस क्लाइंट को हमने काम दिया उसी ने दूसरे क्लाइंट को भेजा, उसी ने तीसरे क्लाइंट को भेजा, वही एक चेन बनती गई। टिकटिंग साइड बाय साइड करते रहे और साथ साथ मैंने फिर पैकेजेस स्टार्ट किया।
ओके
जैसे उम्रा से स्टार्ट किया, उम्रा के बाद हमारा होता है रिलीजियस पैकेजेस की बात कर रही हूँ मैं। डोमेस्टिक तो पैकेजेस है ही, उसके साथ साथ जो रिलीजियस पैकेजेस है, जैसे उम्रा है, जियारत है, ईरान, इराक, सीरिया, प्लस
ये
हज वगैरह।
रिलीजियस, राइट राइट, रिलीजियस या पिलग्रिम टूरिज्म के अलावा आपने कुछ लोकल टूरिज्म के लिए काम किया, लोकल टूरिस्ट्स के लिए?
लोकल टूरिज्म में भी मैंने लोकल पैकेजेस भी मैंने किए हैं, और उसके बाद मैंने ज्यादा जो है 90% मैं बताऊंगी उम्रा पे फोकस किया।
अच्छा
जी जी।
अच्छा, आपने सपोर्ट की बात कही, तो आपने कहा मुझे सपोर्ट चाहिए था, मुझे लगा कि सपोर्ट मुझे चाहिए। सपोर्ट के अलावा, लोकल सपोर्ट के अलावा, क्या आपको सरकार की तरफ से सपोर्ट मिला? आपको चाहिए था रजिस्ट्रेशन में, आपको चाहिए था नेटवर्क, आपको
जी,
चाहिए था
देखिए एक
लाइसेंस?
जो भी, जी जी, एक मैं बताऊंगी, एक टूर एंड ट्रैवल में अपने ही बिजनेस का बताऊंगी। जो जैसे टूर एंड ट्रैवल स्टार्ट किया मैंने, तो उसमें सबसे पहले हमें चाहिए होती है टूरिज्म की रजिस्ट्रेशन। बिना रजिस्ट्रेशन के हम काम नहीं कर सकते। काम तो कर सकते हैं लेकिन वो एक प्रॉपर सिस्टम नहीं
दैट
है।
विल बी इलीगल।
जी जी, वो इलीगल है, उस तरह हमें काम नहीं करना चाहिए। तो मैंने क्या किया, स्टार्टिंग में मैंने एक नाम चूज किया, यही निम्रा टूर एंड ट्रेवल। सबसे पहले तो टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट गई, वहां पे अपना नाम रजिस्टर करा। उन्होंने लेकिन सबसे पहले बोला कि हम आपकी यहाँ पे आके पहले ऑफिस देखेंगे कहाँ पे है आपका, ये कहाँ पे रन कर रही है। तो लकीली वहां पे एक लेडी उस टाइम पे थी, तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है हम वहाँ पे आएंगे, पर्सनली मिलेंगे आपसे एक वेरिफिकेशन के तौर पे। तो वो आए यहाँ पे, तो उन्होंने जब देखा, मैं अकेली ही थी उस टाइम पे, एक छोटा मोटा ऑफिस था, तो उन्होंने देखा ऑफिस भी है, सब कुछ है, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा कि आपका ये साइन बोर्ड कहाँ पे है? अगर आप टूर एंड ट्रेवल बिजनेस चला रही है तो साइन बोर्ड कहाँ है?
बोर्ड
आपको
कहाँ है? हाँ।
होना चाहिए। जी जी, वो तो है ही नहीं, हमने तो देखा ही नहीं। मैंने कहा मैडम वो मैं अभी तो जब तक रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगी तब तक मैं कैसे अपना साइन बोर्ड
बोर्ड
बाहर।
चढ़ा
जी जी, आप
आप ही
मुझे
मुझे कहोगे कि आपने
रजिस्ट्रेशन।
कैसे बोर्ड लगाया है?
जी जी, मैंने कहा आप मुझे दे दीजिए साइन बोर्ड, आप मुझे रजिस्ट्रेशन दे दीजिए, अगले दिन आप साइन बोर्ड भी देखेंगे। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उन्होंने काफी सपोर्ट किया और विद इन अ वीक्स टाइम मुझे वो रजिस्ट्रेशन भी मिल गई और उसके बाद एक एक रजिस्ट्रेशन होती गई। तो इसमें हमें सबसे पहले तो रजिस्ट्रेशन जरूरी है टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट में। और हज एंड उम्रा सर्विसेज रिलेटेड जो भी हम काम करते हैं उसमें एक एसोसिएशन हमें होनी चाहिए, उसमें हमारा होना चाहिए नाम कहीं पे भी। लोकल रजिस्ट्रेशन जो हमारी है एसोसिएशन की वो भी है साथ साथ, आटा मैं हूँ वो भी है साथ साथ। देखिए काफी सारी जो भी इसमें हमें ऑफिशियली रिक्वायरमेंट होती है रजिस्ट्रेशन वगैरह की, वो सब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह है।
आसिया, दीगर जो स्टार्टअप्स की बात में करूं तो लड़कियां बहुत कम आती हैं स्टार्टअप्स के लिए। आपने ये कदम उठाया है, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, बहुत एनकरेजिंग बात है दीगर तालीम याफ्ता लड़कियों के लिए। और आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या होना चाहिए? कोई सरकारी इकदाम या कोई कमी पेशी आपको लगता है कि हमारे सिस्टम में मत है जो एनकरेज नहीं हो रही है नौजवान लड़कियां स्टार्टअप्स के लिए?
नहीं, स्टार्टअप्स के लिए तो मैं एक चीज बताऊंगी, अभी काफी ज्यादा जो लड़कियां फील्ड में आ रही हैं, ठीक है, उनमें स्किल है, वो आ रही है, चाहे लड़के हो लड़कियां हो, फील्ड में आ रही है, उनको रोका ना जाए। एक ये चीज कि अगर उनमें कोई हुनर है, उनमें कोई स्किल है, उसको हमें सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, ठीक है, उनको एनकरेज करना चाहिए ताकि वो अपना स्किल दिखाए, अपना हुनर दिखाए, तब जाके तो वो फील्ड में आ सकती है। अगर हम उनको एकदम से उनको बोलेंगे कि नहीं आप नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो वो मान के चलिए उनको लगता है कि चलो इन्होंने बोला नहीं तो हम नहीं कर पाएंगे। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, जब हम सपोर्ट करेंगे, एनकरेज करेंगे बच्चों को, तब जाके वो फील्ड में आएंगे। जी,
आपका जो अभी फाइनेंस की जरूरत पड़ती है, आपको टिकट अरेंज करनी है एडवांस में, फिर आपको पैसा आएगा, आपका टूरिस्ट आपको बाद में पैसा देगा, लेकिन पहले आपको खुद इन्वेस्ट करना है।
नहीं
उस गैप
इन्वेस्टमेंट तो देखिए मैं
क्या कर रही हैं आप?
जी जी, एक चीज मैं आपको बताऊंगी, स्टार्टिंग में तो फाइनेंस की जरूरत पड़ती है, चाहे आप कहीं लोन ले, घर से लोन ले, बैंक से लोन ले, कहीं से लोन ले, उसके स्टार्टअप के लिए तो आपको पहले फाइनेंस की जरूरत पड़ती है। लेकिन उसके बाद जब आप अपने फील्ड में आते हैं, अपने काम पे आते हैं, आपका फोकस जब काम पे है, तो वो फिर आपका बिजनेस ही आपको पैसा देता है। फिर
अच्छा,
फाइनेंशियली फिर आपको जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है, कि उसका भी एक प्लान होता है कि जैसे मैं सोचूंगी कि मुझे 10 रुपए की, फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे 10 रुपए की चीज लेनी है, अगर मेरे पास 11 है तब मुझे 10 की चीज लेनी चाहिए। अगर मेरे पास 10 ही है तो 12 की चीज नहीं लेनी चाहिए, ये मेरा अपना मानना है। इसी तरह मैं अपने टिकटिंग पे जो भी फोकस रहता है या पैकेजेस पे फोकस रहता है, अगर मेरे पास इन हैंड है कुछ, तब जाके मैं कोई चीज करती हूँ, तब जाके मैं पैकेजेस बनाती हूँ, तब जाके मैं टिकट एडवांस लेती हूँ, तब जाके वीजा के लिए प्रोसेस होता है। और साथ साथ ये पहले तो होता नहीं था, लेकिन अभी जो मैं बताऊंगी कोविड के बाद जो फाइनेंशियली लोगों में फाइनेंशियल ट्रेंड जिसको बता सकते हैं कि लोगों में काफी ज्यादा हो गया, इकोनॉमिकली बहुत वीक हो गए, तो हमें भी काफी इफेक्ट पड़ा उस चीज का। लेकिन फिर से अब जब हम इस फील्ड में है तो हमें प्रॉफिट भी फेस करना है, हमें लॉस के लिए भी तैयार रहना है। तो हमें इस तरह अपना बिजनेस स्टैंड करना है कि अगर अचानक से जैसे कोविड आया, पता ही नहीं था किसी को, तो जब मेरे पास था कुछ सेव किया हुआ, ये इसी बिजनेस से आया हुआ था, तब जाके हम आगे चल पाए। अदरवाइज तो इंसान सोचेगा कि अगर बिजनेस में कुछ पैसा नहीं बचेगा तो फिर तो फायदा ही नहीं है कोई बिजनेस चलाना।
आसिया, हमसे बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। लेकिन एक और चीज मैं आपको बताऊं कि हम माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन से आपसे मुखातिब हैं, आपने हमें वक्त दिया, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू आसिया, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
जाते जाते एक और चीज मुझे बताइए कि माई स्टार्टअप टीवी को आप लाइक कीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और कमेंट भी
इंशाल्लाह
कीजिए।
जरूर, इंशाल्लाह
थैंक यू,
इंशाल्लाह। थैंक यू सो मच।
हमारी दुआएं आपके साथ हैं।
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. So nice of you.
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू,
Khuda
थैंक यू,
Hafiz.
थैंक यू आसिया,
Khuda Hafiz.
थैंक यू, खुदा हाफिज। सामीन, हम आसिया जी से, आसिया बानू से बात कर रहे थे, जो न्यूमरा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स की ओनर हैं। स्टार्टअप बिजनेस उन्होंने किया है अपना, और खुद से चला रही हैं अपने बलबूते पे। और अभी हम एक और सेगमेंट की तरफ आते हैं। वो जो सेगमेंट है हमारा, उसमें हम आपको कश्मीर की सैर कराते हैं, खूबसूरत जगहों की सैर कराते हैं। आज भी हम आपको कश्मीर की कुछ जगहों की सैर कराएंगे। कश्मीर के खूबसूरत नज़ारे आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। मैं अपने टेक्निकल टीम से ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो हमारी कश्मीर के हवाले से क्लिप दिखाएं अपने नाजरीन को। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी को देखते रहिए, सब्सक्राइब कीजिए माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन रीजनल। जी, कश्मीर के हवाले से ये खूबसूरत नज़ारे आप देखिए जी। ये है कश्मीर का डल झील। डल झील के बाद ये एरियल व्यू कश्मीर की खूबसूरती की ताज़ा तस्वीरें हैं, इसी मौसम की तस्वीरें हैं, इसी मौसम की में खींचे गए ये वीडियोस हैं। ये डल झील में शिकारे चल रहे हैं आजकल, काफ़ी सारे टूरिस्ट आए हुए हैं कश्मीर। तो शिकारा राइड बहुत मशहूर है। जब हम डल झील की तरफ आते हैं तो डल झील में एक फ्लोटिंग मार्केट भी है, आप देख सकते हैं। एक फ्लोटिंग मार्केट में लोग शॉपिंग भी करते हैं और शिकारा राइड भी डल झील में करते हैं। तो शिकारा राइड के हवाले से हर कोई टूरिस्ट जो कश्मीर में आता है उसको ये तमन्ना होती है, उसकी ये चाहत होती है कि वो डल झील में घूमे फिरे इसी शिकारे में। कश्मीर की खूबसूरत नज़ारों की सैर कीजिए अब ज़रूर। कश्मीर की टूरिज़्म के हवाले से जब हम बात करते हैं, हज़ारों और लाखों में टूरिस्ट यहाँ हर साल आते हैं, हर साल लुत्फ़अंदोज़ होते हैं। तो हम डल झील के कुछ मनाजिर आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जहाँ शिकारे चल रहे हैं, जहाँ पीछे से बहुत खूबसूरत पहाड़, बहुत खूबसूरत नज़ारे और हज़ारों के टूरिस्ट यहाँ इन छोटे-छोटे शिकारों में सैर करते हैं, लुत्फ़अंदोज़ होते हैं। इन गर्मियों के मौसम में, इस गर्मी के मौसम में बहुत सुहाना मौसम होता है जब हम शिकारे पे चढ़ते हैं। बड़ी ठंडी-ठंडी, भीनी-भीनी हवा चलती है। ये है हाउस बोट, बहुत मशहूर। ये एक बहुत शानदार, बहुत आलीशान मकान होता है जो पानी के अंदर होता है, लकड़ी से बना हुआ। ये अंदर का नज़ारा है एक हाउस बोट का, आप देख सकते हैं। बहुत खूबसूरत होते हैं हाउस बोट भी कश्मीर के। तो जब भी आप कश्मीर आएँ तो डल झील की सैर शिकारे में ज़रूर कीजिए, हाउस बोट में बैठिए। जी हाँ, अब एक और नज़ारा, ये हमारा श्रीनगर, गुलमर्ग, श्रीनगर से 50 किलोमीटर दूर गुलमर्ग का नज़ारा। जब हम गुलमर्ग की तरफ जाते हैं तो बहुत खूबसूरत रास्ते, बहुत खूबसूरत सड़कें, और जाते-जाते जब हमारी मंजिल अगर गुलमर्ग है तो, लेकिन जाते-जाते आप इन रास्तों को नहीं भूल सकते हैं। ये रास्ते भी बड़े सुहाने होते हैं, बड़े लुत्फ़ अंदोज़ होते हैं। कश्मीर का हर नज़ारा, हर चप्पा बहुत खूबसूरत है। ये जो आप क्लिप देख रहे हैं, ये मैंने शूट की थी जब बर्फ़ पड़ रही थी कुछ महीने कबल। कुछ ही महीने हो गए जब ऐसा नज़ारा था गुलमर्ग में, जब गंडोला राइड लोग करते थे। बाहर बहुत बर्फ़ है, ये गंडोला राइड, गंडोला पे ये नज़ारा आप देख रहे हैं गंडोला से, तो ये बर्फ़ के नज़ारे हैं। 1-2 महीने कबल की ये वीडियो फुटेज गुलमर्ग की है। गुलमर्ग की जो वादियाँ हैं, बर्फ़ पोश होती हैं, और इन बर्फ़ पोश वादियों में जब ऊपर से इंसान देखता है, नज़ारा देखता है, तो जैसे फ़ील होता है कि हम जन्नत में हैं। इसीलिए कश्मीर को जन्नत बेनज़ीर कहा जाता है। अब देखिए, कश्मीर में टूरिज़्म के हवाले से एक और बात, यहाँ ये गुलमर्ग का वो मंदिर है जहाँ लोग जाते हैं, पूजा करते हैं, और गुलमर्ग की ये हसीन लुत्फ़अंदोज़ बर्फ़ानी ये स्कीइंग करते हैं, बर्फ़ में की जाती है जब विंटर्स होते हैं। ये भी बड़ा मशहूर होता है यहाँ। इसके ओलंपिक मुकाबले भी मुनक्कद हुए हैं, नेशनल लेवल पे भी स्कीइंग के मुकाबले होते हैं गुलमर्ग में। तो गुलमर्ग जाना जाता है वर्ल्ड स्कीइंग सेंटर है, खूबसूरत स्कीइंग सेंटर। तो कश्मीर का हर चप्पा बहुत खूबसूरत है। यहाँ का जर्रा जर्रा मेहमान नवाज है। पानी की ये रवानी, खूबसूरत पहाड़ों का ये मंजर आप देख सकते हैं। चाहे मैदानी इलाका है, चाहे पहाड़ी इलाका है, जहाँ जहाँ नजर जाती है आप जैसे जन्नत का नज़ारा कर रहे हैं, आप जैसे जन्नत को देख रहे हैं। कश्मीर की इन्हीं खूबसूरत वादियों में जब इंसान सैर व तफरी के लिए आता है, दिल लुभाने के लिए आता है, प्लेजर के लिए आता है, लेजर के लिए आता है, दिल के सुकून के लिए आता है, तो ये चीज़ें ज़रूर मैसर होती हैं कश्मीर में। कश्मीर के हवाले से एक और बात ये कि यहाँ के लोग आपको मिलनसार लगेंगे, बड़े हॉस्पिटल लगेंगे। यहाँ के खाने बड़े लजीज, अपने मन मर्जी आप जो भी खाना चाहें आपको खाने मिल सकते हैं कश्मीर में, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बहुत लजीज खाने कश्मीर में आपको मैसर होते हैं हर जगह, चप्पे चप्पे पे खानों का मजा लीजिए। ये कश्मीर के चंद जो स्टार्ट हुए हैं, ये भी स्टार्टअप्स का ही काम है, जो ये हर टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पे ये खाने की चीज़ें मैसर होती हैं हमें। जी, कश्मीर में ये टोटल बजट आपका 8-9 हज़ार का, जब आप एक जगह ट्रैवल करते हैं। खाने की इन खूबसूरत चीज़ों को देखने के बाद वो रास्ते जहाँ से आप कश्मीर पहुँच जाते हैं, जहाँ से आप कश्मीर का नज़ारा करते हैं, तो बड़ा लुत्फ अंदोज़ नज़ारे हैं। तो इन्हीं नज़ारों के बीच कश्मीर की वादियाँ, बड़े खूबसूरत नज़ारे, सारे नज़ारे कश्मीर के एक से बढ़कर एक, एक से बढ़कर एक। ये गुलबहार कश्मीर का, ये बर्फानी चोटियाँ कश्मीर की, ये हैं वो चोटियाँ जहाँ लोग ट्रैकिंग के लिए जाते हैं। ये है वो नज़ारे, शंकराचार्य के ऊपर से आपको श्रीनगर की पूरी व्यू आती है, या मौसम सरमा में ये व्यू बहुत खूबसूरत होता है। तो आप देखते रहिए, हमारे चैनल को लाइक और शेयर करते रहिए। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी के लिए ये सौगात आपके लिए श्रीनगर कश्मीर से। माई स्टार्टअप टीवी में आप देख रहे हैं कश्मीर के नज़ारे। जी, मैं अपने टेक्निकल टीम से अब उनका शुक्रिया कि उन्होंने ये सपोर्ट फराहम किया बैकएंड से, हमारे कश्मीर के नज़ारों की सैर करा दी। और आज के प्रोग्राम में हमने बात की कुछ बिजनेस हेडलाइंस की, हमने बात की यहाँ के मौसम की, हमने बात की आसिया बानू के साथ जिन्होंने अपने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया है निमरा टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स नाम से। और आज के प्रोग्राम का वक्त भी अब खत्म हुआ जाता है। अपने मेज़बान आबिद गौहर को आज के माई स्टार्टअप रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट से दीजिए इजाजत। अल्लाह हाफिज, गुड बाय, नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to My Startup TV Africa, a show that showcases entrepreneurship across this dynamic continent. I'm your host, Jayshree, bringing you this show from the beautiful Dar es Salaam city in East Africa's Tanzania. Before we dive into tonight's exciting content, here's a quick reminder to all our viewers that you can stay connected with us and My Startup TV Africa 24/7. Subscribe to our podcasts on Spotify and Amazon Music. Visit our website www.mystartuptv.in for exclusive content. Download our app from the Google Play Store and follow us on all your favorite social media platforms, including YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Koo, Instagram, and LinkedIn. We are constantly churning out inspiring stories and insights for the entrepreneur in you. So now let's get you up to speed on the hottest startup news from the week. This week, the most exciting headline is that Ian Aboyeji, a legendary African entrepreneur, recently launched Accelerate Africa, a program designed to catapult promising early stage startups across the continent. This initiative is a major step in nurturing the next generation of African tech leaders. It aims to be the Y Combinator of Africa. For those who don't know, Y Combinator is a highly admired accelerator program in the US. Accelerate Africa focuses on early stage ventures across Africa, offering mentorship, funding, access to networks to propel their growth. The inaugural cohort has selected 10 startups from various sectors, including fintech and logistics, demonstrating the program's broad outreach. This is a promising development for nurturing the next level of enterprising African tech companies. So moving to the next news, this is from Ethiopia. Ethiopia's booming startup scene is taking the center stage this week with the first ever Ethiopian Startup Awards, which will be held next week in Addis Ababa, which is the capital of Ethiopia. This event recognizes and celebrates the country's most innovative startups, highlighting entrepreneurship's growing significance in the country's economic landscape. These awards are scheduled to be held from June 3rd and 4th in the city of Addis Ababa, once again, which is the Ethiopian capital. The award ceremony will likely feature workshops and networking opportunities for entrepreneurs, along with a competition to recognize and celebrate the country's most innovative startups. This recognition can significantly boost awardees' visibility and growth prospects. To the next headline, GTEx Africa, the largest technology gathering on the continent, recently hosted 31 African entrepreneurs in Morocco. This event provided a valuable platform for these entrepreneurs to showcase their businesses and connect with potential investors from around the globe. Gaining exposure at such a large-scale event can be instrumental in attracting investment, forging partnerships, and scaling their ventures to a wider market. These connections can propel African startups into the international stage. Now, speaking about scaling ventures on the international stage, it is time to welcome our guest of the evening, a true advocate for African startups, Mr. Mark Ameyo, who manages climate tech portfolios and other responsibilities at Kenya Capital Ventures. And he's joining us from Nairobi, Kenya. Mark, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Jayasri. It's quite a pleasure to be on this platform this evening. I'm calling from Kenya, Nakuru, Kenya, to be specific. And Mark Ameyo, representing Kenya, gender inclusive and climate impact investor in Kenya, providing both capital and technical assistance support to micro and small and medium enterprises in Kenya, specifically in the 5 target sectors mostly affected by climate change, that is agribusiness, waste management, water management, commercial forestry, and renewable energy.
That's interesting. That's actually how I wanted to begin the interview as well. I was about to tell you to introduce what work you and your team do in climate in Kenya. I especially wanted to know what Kenya Climate Venture does and what's your role within the company. Do you want to give a quick brief to our viewers before we get started on the discussion?
Sure, Jasper. So yes, my role specifically at Kenya Climate Ventures is to, I'm an enterprise development officer, and that essentially means that I provide both financing and capacity building support, essentially portfolio management support to our 23 enterprises within Kenya. That entails starting from participation that are in the market in terms of the sectors are interested, and management of these funds altogether till the duration of the contract. And when I mean management, I essentially mean performance management. That essentially means provision of technical assistance and business development support, along with linkages to some of these startups, some of these SMEs with other investors. I also manage a platform that enables the interaction of investors and applicants in the Kenyan market. So this is a real-time web-based platform exclusively owned by KCB that enables our investors in the Kenyan space to interact with portfolio and pipeline companies and be able to provide access to follow-on financing for our portfolio companies. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So for some of our viewers may not be familiar with a lot of terms and jargons involved in the world of investing. For such viewers unfamiliar with impact investing, could you explain the concept and maybe in very few words explain what impact investing is and its role in Africa's development?
Great. So impact investing is essentially investments that is essentially drawn towards generating sustainable impact or effect in the life, in the social and economic livelihoods of people, directing or channeling investments to enterprises that have a capacity and magnitude to generate impact that alleviates some of the effects of climate change. Essentially, we are talking about either reduction of greenhouse emissions, improvements of households' incomes. We're also talking about reduction of use of fossil fuels and maybe incorporation of more clean energy sources. Yes, to enterprises that will generate both a social and economic and even a climate impact in the societies. Yeah.
So from the climate point of view, so what are the key focus areas for Kenya Climate Ventures in terms of climate smart solution? Are you talking about agribusinesses? Are you talking about waste management and water management alone, or there are other areas as well?
Good question. So what we try to do at Kenya Climate Ventures is to focus on the sectors that will be able to generate as much impact as possible. Based on our analysis, we narrowed down to 5 predominant sectors. One of the sectors is agribusiness, and there we're talking about some subsectors like agri-tech, agri-processing. We're also talking about another sector called water management. How do we access to water and sanitation? We're also talking about renewable energy, and yeah, we're talking about clean energy. We're also essentially clean energy. We're talking about cook stoves. We're talking about briquettes. We are also talking about another sector is commercial forestry, and yeah, we are majorly speaking about seedling production. We are majorly speaking about some of these difficult claims. We're also talking about waste management. How do you convert waste into something that is sustainable? For instance, we're talking about sugar bagasse. How you convert sugar bagasse to briquettes, and you sell the briquettes, and briquettes are examples of clean energy and emit less fossil fuels into the environment.
That sounds very exciting. Can you give an example of a successful company at KCV and the impact it is creating? Perhaps our viewers would be very excited about knowing about such kind of a company. Hello? Mark, I think you're on mute. Could you please check your audio once again?
Great. Can you hear me now? Apologies.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, perfect. So I was saying I can start off by giving an overview of the impact generated so far by KCV, and then maybe an example of a portfolio company. So far, KCV, we have been able to deploy assets under management of about 4.3 million USD. And we have impacted 4,600 direct and indirect jobs. These are the jobs that our portfolio companies, the 23, have created in the Kenyan market and also beyond. 50,074 households have also been able to access sustainable livelihoods. Benefited and 60 micro enterprises, installed more than 6.9 megawatts of grid renewable energy, contributed to the reduction of CO2 emissions amounting to 400 CO2 emissions. In terms of some of our portfolio companies that we have seen have been able to generate a lot of I can see impact into the Kenyan market. Impact into the Kenyan market. We can talk of one of our companies that is 100% women owned and led, which is an agro processor and exporter. They aggregate macadamia nuts from smallholder farmers, and then they also sell it to the export market. We're able to put in an investment of debt in 2017. And then of course also a convertible debt in 2020, and we have seen that the business has actually grown to include from a portfolio of 1 to 10 in the US, in Europe, China, Japan, and other markets, and leveraged an estimated 2 million of follow-on investments from critical investors such as Rubber Rural Fund, Root Capital, USAID, and WRI. This same enterprise has been able to create and sustain 163 jobs, provided 7,500 households with access to markets for their products, and supported retail enterprises in accessing business opportunities.
That's actually quite impressive. So from the point of view of a company like Kenya Climate Ventures, what are the biggest challenges that such kind of companies face when evaluating and supporting climate-focused businesses?
All right, great. That's a very good question. So one of the key challenges that we have actually noticed in some of our enterprises that actually made us to not only offer financing, but to also offer capacity or other technical assistance support, is you find that sometimes in the investment scale, in the investment market, if an enterprise could have a very good business model, it's validated that it can actually generate as much capital, both commercial and social capital into the market. However, you find that there is a challenge in capacity of some of these enterprises. You'll find that they have weak governance structures, they have weak financial management structures, they don't have adequate sales and marketing or other growth strategies put in place. They might even be having challenges in supply chain. So what we normally do at Kenya Climate Ventures is, over and above the financing that we provide, we also link some of these enterprises and to a great extent the founders and the management with expert technical assistance support. This is to capacity build them to be able to provide more services and more value to their target markets. So this capacity assistance support can range from a period of 6 months to 1 year, specifically targeted and tailor-made to specific challenges that these enterprises are facing, maybe challenges in supply chain, maybe challenges in governance, maybe challenges in sales and marketing. Build these challenges, and this is post-technical assistant monitoring, and this entails constant reviews and making sure that the recommendations put forth are actually being followed through, and these enterprises are continuing on to generate as much impact as possible.
It's interesting. So, at My Startup TV Africa, we are not creating content just for entrepreneurs. We are also focusing on ecosystems that support such entrepreneurs. We know that a lot of our young audience are keen on pursuing careers in the startup ecosystems in their country, their states, and whatever. So the profile you have at Kenya Climate Ventures, it is actually quite exciting and it sounds very interesting. So maybe we could spend the next few minutes trying to understand about what your day looks like and what it is to have a career and a profession in the line that you choose. So could you just walk us through your typical day as an enterprise development officer at Kenya Climate Ventures? What are, for example, your key responsibilities? Let's start with something like that.
Right. So it's quite an interesting question. So for those who want to maybe venture into this space, I can tell you it's a space of long hours, but you will be able to put a smile on somebody's face at the end of the day. So my typical day usually starts with a review of maybe a deal, maybe an investment pitch deck that has been possible evaluation, not only to for investments, but also for access to follow on, understanding the value proposition, what this entrepreneur wants to actually generate, wants to deploy market. And then, of course, I will be to investors, then actually support this entrepreneur wants to achieve.
Please go.
Knowledge, is this a business model that will scale? Then, of course, from there, then you start also evaluating what will be the possible capacity needs that this entrepreneur will require. Evaluate to make sure that this is in the long run, and then interact with some of my portfolio clients. Find out what are some of the challenges are going through that you are looking at introducing them to. Then I also have to interact with the investors, find out how are they interacting with some of our portfolio companies on our platform, what are some of the key issues that they may need addressed. Then maybe towards the end of the day, catch up with your colleagues, trying to understand what are some of the areas that you can provide more support in. Yeah, so this is a very interesting market, and for one to be able to join this market, they must love people, they must love impact, they must want to generate as much impact into the market as possible. They must also love not losing investors' money, because at the end of the day, we also don't want to lose the funds that we have been given to actually deploy. Yeah,
that's exciting. So, someone in your position, how do you measure a company's success, the companies that you support, their success? Is it purely financial, or are there any broader metrics?
Okay, very good question. So yes, so our metrics that we measure performance are on one, we measure business performance, and this one we're looking at essentially financial. We're looking at revenue growth. We're looking at maybe bidder growth. We're also looking at wage bill, how many jobs have they been able to increase over time during the course of the investment. Then we also look at some social indicators, like households that are benefiting, women owned or led. So you know there's a lot of push into gender lens investing currently. So you look at women owned enterprises that have benefited, youth owned or led enterprises that have also benefited. We also look at some environmental indicators, such as waste recycled, the tonnage of wastes that have been recycled, CO2 emissions that have been reduced, CO2 just greenhouse gas emissions that have been reduced. We also look at clean energy that have been installed, especially for most of our renewable energy projects. We also look at other factors such as water saved, if there's been water that has been actually been saved, liters of water that have been saved. We also look at more so in the employment avenue. We look at the women employed, women in management, women in the board, and then what else? Yeah, I think those are pretty much the main indicators.
Oh, so gender diversity is an important conversation happening in the startup ecosystem in Kenya, it seems, because you have stressed earlier and even now about how, you know, number of women in the workforce, number of women in leadership positions. This is a very interesting takeaway from this discussion. So I had one more question to add to this. I wanted to know that of the so many companies that you manage, I mean, you have a portfolio of so many companies. In your work experience, what do you think is the most important quality in an entrepreneur that will take him or her to you know, to the path of success? Like, a startup has a good, I read somewhere that a startup has a good future if the you know, the entrepreneur is of a good kind. It really all boils down to how the founder is you know, conducting himself or herself. So in your, other than that, but this is again read from a book from someone who's actually working on with the startup community day in and day out. What do you think is the most important quality in an entrepreneur?
Okay, so the thing that we really look at in terms of an entrepreneur is, as you may or not be aware, is that there's a common saying that 95% of businesses, I think it's 95% of businesses actually fail within the first year of them starting. So what we are really looking at in terms of our entrepreneurs is resilience. Are they resilient? Can they be able to put in the work? Yeah, we look at entrepreneurs that are teachable, entrepreneurs that are looking for more support. They are willing to go an extra mile to actually make sure that they are able to bring their businesses to the point where they want to go. And these are entrepreneurs that will take advice. These are entrepreneurs that will be resilient. They will not give up. These are entrepreneurs that are hungry. They are always searching for opportunities. These are entrepreneurs that are quick. Yeah, quick in terms of documentation requests, quick in terms of linkages, support, quick in terms of that kind of interaction between government, between investors, etc. So resilience is one of the key things. A mind that does not want to give up is a very attractive trait for an investor to look at an entrepreneur.
Okay, I'm going to devote the next few minutes into the future of climate smart solutions in Africa. So my first question in this segment would be, what are some of the most promising trends in climate smart solutions across Africa? Let's start with Kenya. What do you think are some of the most promising trends in climate solutions in Kenya?
Well, I tend to believe that the various opportunities essentially in Kenya will be in the area of agri-tech. Right now, technology is playing a very big part of the investments, especially in climate, and we are finding out that some of these enterprises that are encompassing technology are actually enterprises that will be sustainable for the future. Can give you an example, like a company that provides solutions for post-harvest losses of produce, a company that connects CBOs, cooperatives, farmers in extension to export markets, to more international markets. Those are some of the enterprises that will be very, very key for an investor to invest in, not only in Kenya, but also in Africa. Another key place would be in aquaculture. We are seeing that there's a great move of now investments in fisheries and in projects that can be able to improve our coastal biodiversity. We are also looking at investments in renewable energy. As you may or not be aware, right now 98% of electricity in Africa is actually being generated from clean energy sources. And these are some of the avenues that investors are putting in more money, especially in solar. We're talking about majorly solar PV projects. We're also talking about clean cook stoves, especially for the markets mostly in the refugee settlements and in the marginalized markets. So these are some of the areas that I believe investors are really looking into. One of the other areas is, of course, on water and sanitation, to be specific. We're looking at how do we mostly purify water. So companies that come up with solutions or water purification solutions, like water filtering solutions, will be very, very key.
That sounds very inspiring. But how do you think the government and such policymakers can support the initiatives that you just mentioned, the businesses that you just mentioned?
So the government can usually come in terms of policy, just enacting proper laws that actually support investments. Government can also come in by pushing more blended investments. For instance, KCV participated in the recent WASIC conference, that was a water investment conference in Nairobi, and the government was actually very much willing to work with the private sector, being asked the private investments to actually draw in more investments into water through blended mechanism. By blended mechanism, I mean combination of various forms of capital, could be debt, could be equity, convertible debt, together with capacity building support. Right, with technical capacity support, because we found out that these entrepreneurs not only need financing, but they also need capacity to be able to be competitive and to draw impact into the African market by extension. Yeah. So government can come in through push of more blended investments, enacting more laws, try as much as possible not to overtax enterprises. That is one of the areas enterprises are actually feeling up. But I think most of these laws needs to be enacted with a lot of consultation with the private sector.
Yeah, okay. Looking ahead, what do you hope for the future of impact investing and its role in tackling climate change?
Well, I think the future of climate change and climate investments is actually very bright. More and more financing is actually being channeled into specifically Africa, majorly because of the past historical aspects of not being properly financed. And we are seeing a lot of investments, especially in climate. You must be aware that there's, of course, the COP27 and the generating initiatives that are being channeled through the United Nations, and some of.
Seems like there's a technical issue and probably an internet problem. I can see Mark's image frozen, but I can't hear him. Perhaps we'll wait for 1 or 2 more minutes and check if he can fix something. So viewers, it seems like we have lost Mark from the interview. I think there's a technical snag at the other end, but I think it was by and large a very insightful discussion. Mark gave us some very useful insights into the world of climate tech and impact investing. Now, I wish we could. I could have thanked him on air for sharing his expertise and passion for Africa's entrepreneurial future, but I think this is it. The interview has to be concluded here. But before we bid goodbye to all of you, I have to serve another quick reminder. You please do visit our websites, our social media pages, and our different other platforms on the internet, like our podcasts and websites. Starting for My Startup TV, I have said about it in the beginning of this program that we have podcasts on Amazon, on Spotify. We are on all the prominent social media channels like LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Of course, we have our website, and you can also download our app from the Google Play Store. You can access us 24/7. For viewers who just got very interested in climate impact investing, I also encourage all of you to check Mark's company. It's called Kenya Climate Ventures, and their website is at www.kcv.co.ke. So maybe if it will also guide you to their social media channels as well. So this is a wrap on tonight's episode. Thank you all of you for joining us. We have a vibrant community of entrepreneurs and supporters waiting on our website and social media channels. Keep watching My Startup TV. We'll be back next week with even more inspiring stories. Until then, this is Jayshree. On behalf of all my team, have a very pleasant evening. Thank you. My Startup TV, bringing you news about the startup community in Africa, all the way for My Startup TV. So today on the guest, we have Agudor Agabas, a very important waste tech management company is named App Cyclers. He has founded and he is running it Tamale in northern Ghana. In spite of very few resources, he is running a very successful company there. Here is something very interesting for our Indian audience. He recently traveled to India to learn more about clean tech, and Agabas here will take over the conversation. Welcome to the show, Agabas, and we are very excited you are here.
Thank you very much, Yashari, and namaskar to all your viewers in India. And I'm truly honored to be joining you from Ghana.
So I request all the viewers right now to look up on App Cyclers on the internet. You'd be very excited to see what kind of work they are doing in northern Ghana. And let's start by trying to understand a little bit about App Cyclers and its mission. So I have a few questions here. Agabas, can you start telling us about App Cycler and its mission to promote sustainable e-waste management in Tamale?
So Upcyclers is a social enterprise which was founded in 2019, and we are based, as you rightfully mentioned, in the northern part of Ghana, which is called Tamale. We started as a result of young individuals coming together in a hackathon to really find innovative solutions in solving e-waste problem. So that was where, together with my team, we came to realize what electronic waste is, and we're able to put together some solutions to basically see how we can contribute our quota in solving the e-waste menaces generally. So we emerged winners of the hackathon, and that was where the journey of upcyclers started. So we are a startup. We basically use data analysis, web technology, and community sensitizational programs to ensure that electronic waste is safely collected and disposed of in a sound and environmental friendly way. We do have our flagship product, which is basically a web-based platform that is digitalizing the whole value chain of electronic waste in terms of the collection, in terms of sourcing, and then in terms of purchasing of most of this material. Our goal is basically to ensure that we increase the volumes of electronic waste, and as well to be able to ensure that all recyclable raw materials are being able to recover in an ethical way that would really help in enforcing remanufacturing, and as well as promoting a circular economy environment where we live in. Yes.
What challenges did you initially face in starting AppCyclers, and perhaps you could tell us about how you overcame them?
A young graduate graduating from the university with less knowledge on the e-waste industry, because the e-waste industry was also an emerging sector, and with no little infrastructure available, as well as no information. So it was very, very difficult to basically step on ground. But then we were very passionate about what we were doing, because we basically find the social intervention aspect, whereby we'll be able to help prevent pollution onto the environment, and as well as looking at the economic potentials out of it. So we really kept in the necessary resources that we have to be able to build the company up till now. So most of the challenges were basically lack of the enabling environment for us to thrive on, lack of infrastructure, and even capital to really fuel the operational activities of the company, because these were not sort of in terms of the investor perspective way, people would be investors would be slow in putting much more of their investments, looking at restarting at that time. Okay, yeah, so that was the basic challenge we encountered basically starting, but we really kept in much more effort, the energy to really ensure that we keep on doing what we expected to do, and then we're able to build a greater product till now.
Would you mind telling our audience, how do you collect and process e-waste in Tamale? And if the weak digital infrastructure, poor internet, does it come as a hindrance, or have you found a way around that problem?
What we basically do in terms of facilitating collection is, currently we use our digital platform, which is the web base, of which when an individual or an organization wants to dispose of their electronic waste, they firstly reach out to us on the platform, they request for pickup of their electronic waste, and then we are able to go pick it up from their various location. Secondly, we do also have drop-off points available that consumers can really drop off their electronic waste off there, and then we'll be able to pick it up and then safely dismantle most of those material. So this is what we currently putting in place to ensure that we are able to collect much more electronic waste from the environment. Yeah.
Would be all linked to your recent travel to India, especially what you have learned in the recent trip. Tell us what brought you to India and what did you learn about e-waste recycling technologies there?
To be frank, rightfully, starting upcyclers was basically from the help of imitating most of the Indian recycling firms and startups. So basically, reading a lot of papers, research papers online, and then following a lot of most of this recycling firm. And I was really grateful when we started. Great thanks to Dr. Dipali, who is an Indian, who really took us through the hackathon and ensured that we really understood most of those processes. So Dr. Dipali has been a great influence onto what we were doing at Upcyclers. So we've been able to learn from what Indians are doing, and then replicating it in Ghana was one of the strategic ways. So coming into notice that GIZ was organizing a field trip to India for e-waste recyclers, I was super excited, and greatly I kept in an application, and I was selected among the 10 people that was basically selected, 10 recyclers selected from Ghana to basically have a greater experience in the e-waste management scene in India. And trust me, when we got there, it was really inspiring. We basically got to learn a whole lot of business models in terms of how Indians operate with regards to working with the local scrap dealers and ensuring that various business models are being integrated. The various sectors in terms of plastic, in terms of thermoplastic, in terms of battery, in terms of the tech aspect of it also. Okay, so it was really interesting, inspiring, and then exciting to really learn a whole lot of technologies as well. And one of the most interesting things for me is knowing that Indians themselves build their own recycling machines to really ensure that most of the manufacturing products that are being used in the recycling processes are built from the grassroots, from scratch by Indians, which is really marvelous. And we look forward in seeing how we'll be able to collaborate to ensure that we are also doing that currently in Ghana. Yep.
Which cities in India did you visit?
I think we were in Bangalore and then as well as New Delhi.
How do you see these new technologies impacting e-waste management in Tamale or Ghana in general?
Currently, in terms of technology, I think we are doing our best, but not to the maximum epic as compared to India. Currently, what we're really ensuring is basically to put the necessary infrastructures available. There are less recyclers with the kind of state-of-art recycling facilities such as what we saw in India. So really ensuring that most of the infrastructures are kept in place, and then as well as the value chain within the industry are being explicitly known in terms of who are collectors, in terms of who are the recyclers, in terms of producers coming in to support recyclers to take back most of the electronic waste, the EPR schemes and stuff to be kept in place to ensure that the whole value chain of the electronic waste system is being robust. In terms of technology, we are basically championing to see how we'll be able to effectively use our digital platform to ensure that we are able to connect various local recyclers within the ecosystem, whereby most of these various local recyclers will be able to explicitly source recyclable raw materials, and as well as to be able to make the necessary benefits in terms of pricing mechanisms and in terms of even getting off-takers to be on board and supporting most of this value chain. So digitalizing the whole value chain is what we are looking at. It's currently picking up, but then it's on a slower pace. So we're ensuring that we'll be able to penetrate into the industry, and then we'll be able to bring forth new technologies as well.
What has been the impact of app cyclists on the Tamale community so far? You can cover environmental, social, and maybe even economic impact.
Currently, in terms of environment, we've been able to basically create some awareness among the various local communities that we live in. We've been able to build much more capacity in terms of people knowing how, where, and how to discard off most of their electronic waste. We've collected over 45 tons of electronic waste from reaching out into the environment only in Tamale. And in terms of economic, we sort of work with the local recyclers here as well. So we've been able to, in a way, provide livelihood to over 100 local recyclers within the value chain in Tamale here, that we cordially work with them, ensure that they get the best value of their of their operational activities that they are embarking on. The longer goal is basically to ensure that we become a Pan-African go-to marketplace whereby everything recyclable, everything electronic waste would be able to be collected, would be able to be sourced, and would be able to be basically reused into safely promote circular economy and then a greener and safer environment in Ghana as well.
That would be, in a way, your long-term goals for app cyclists?
Yes.
And what advice would you give to other aspiring entrepreneurs who are passionate about sustainability in Africa?
Regardless of whatever you're doing, I think if you really have the passion for what you do and you really want to solve a problem, you should be able to put in all the necessary efforts and the little resources available to ensure that on a daily basis you are doing something that would really help you pragmatically to basically achieve a greater thing. So this will be my advice, and this has been most of the strategies we kept in place to be able to ensure that we are valuable within the ecosystem, and we are also being able to employ a lot of people, provide livelihood for a lot of people, and ensure that electronic waste is also collected for safer recycling.
You have spoken about resources that helped you form an idea about upcyclers and put various ideas in place. If our viewers want to learn about e-waste recycling and sustainability, what kind of resources would you recommend them to look for and search for, maybe on the internet, or any books or podcasts that really helpful just for like information purposes? What do you recommend?
Yeah, so in terms of informations, in terms of courses, I think UNITA really champion most of this. You can find the Global E-Waste Monitor reports on a yearly basis. They do bring forth much more reports detailing strategically most of the key data you would have to know, the insights, and as well as most of the trends available. So those are one of the critical ways. I think ITU, International Telecom Union, also kind of offer some courses that you'd be able to take to really ensure that you have the basic knowledge in terms of policy, in terms of how electronic wastes should be collected, safely dismantled. So these are the various platforms that you can basically get much more information, data to be able to build up on your startup. Yeah.
What do you think of in general if you had any interactions with the startup community in India? If yes, what were your impressions? And I will add one more questions after you answer that one. Please tell me.
Yes, I think I met a few I met a few online on LinkedIn. We were hoping to meet up, unfortunately, but then I think most of the startups in India are truly doing awesome work. One of which is Recycler, and yeah, those guys are really doing well, and we really look forward to becoming like what they are really doing. Okay, they being a pan-Indian digital platform, which is really facilitating most of these processes. So we look forward in becoming one of those startups. And yeah, I think Indian is really awesome, and really looking forward to be back anytime soon. Looking forward in building much more partnerships with the network we built there, building relationships with a whole lot of key stakeholders within the value chain that will really ensure that we'll be able to transfer knowledge and also share ideas within the two continents. Yeah.
You actually took me to the next question naturally. Broadly speaking, how do you think the startup ecosystems in India and African countries can support each other, learn from each other, and in a way push each other further? I'll tell our audience something that very few people know, that while the population of India is 1.3 billion and crossing, the total population of all the African countries is also standing at 1.4 billion. They are an exciting and very young market right now, and the whole world is looking at Africa because it's like a hotbed of a lot of potential. Please go ahead, Agabas.
Actually, you've said it all. I think one of the very ways is having most of this exchange of knowledge and exchange of ideas, and as well as technologies, to really learn about the culture, to really learn about some social vices, to really get to know what can be replicated within both countries, and as well share a lot of information and knowledge once a while. So these are some of the things that basically we'll be looking out for, and getting the opportunity to travel. It's basically coming to Indian, and as well Indians also coming to Ghana to basically learn from what we're doing here as well. So basically that's what I'll be able to iterate on.
That's fantastic. It's a beautiful vision, and I hope it comes true. Thank you so much for your valuable time, Agabas. We are really thankful that you were able to join us. I'm sure our audience has learned a lot about App Cyclers and its mission in Tamale and the concept of e-waste management as a whole. I hope many of them go back and look up on the terms like circular economy and such similar concepts, and even the names of Dr. Deepali and the startups in India that you were mentioning. It was quite informative. Thank you so very much for joining us today. I wish you all the best, and I wish your team also the very best with Upcyclers.
Thank you very much, Yashri, and then the startup team. I'm really grateful for having me, and I look forward to most of the greater impact that will come forward soon. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jayshree, and I'm bringing you the latest in the world of African startups from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. So, welcome to My Startup TV Africa. Tonight, I bring you exciting news from the world of African startups, and I will also introduce to a very special guest who is joining us all the way from Africa in Morocco. Before we get started, I request all of you to subscribe to our different channels. We have a podcast on Spotify and Amazon. We are also available on different social media channels, which is Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Koo. And lastly, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is My Startup TV. We also have other channels connected to it, like My Startup TV Regional. Now without wasting any more time, let's quickly get to the news. So the most exciting development in Africa right now, something that gets me exciting as well, is the GTEx 2024. So you all know African tech is booming. The continent's biggest tech event, GTech Africa, is happening in Morocco from May 29th to 31st. This year, the event will see over 1,400 companies showcasing their concepts and solutions in 21 halls, marking a 70% increase since last year. Artificial intelligence is a major focus, with experts discussing its potential to transform everything from healthcare to finance, a much needed requirement in Africa. The event will also bring together investors and startups aiming to raise as much as $10 billion by 2025. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Africa's movement to define its own digital future. Coming to next news, it's from West Africa. The UNICEF Ghana's Startup Lab program is launching it has already started its 2024 Accelerator program. This 6-month program will support 25 tech-based startups that are focusing on social impact. The startups will get help with refining their business models, finding investors, and building networks. They'll also collaborate with UNICEF to improve their products and reach more children. The program is a big step forward in using technology to improve the lives of children and young people in Ghana. And in last news, according to a report, Francophone Africa is the only African region to demonstrate year-on-year growth in numbers of deals and investor participations in 2023. The region displayed resilience in terms of the number of deals, reaching a total of 93 deals and marking a 16% year-on-year increase, whereas the rest of the continent experienced a significant 32% year-on-year drop. This now accounts for 20% of the continent's total deals, up from 12% in 2022. Now, interestingly, our guest this evening is also someone who is an expert in the field of startups investments in Francophone Africa. I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Ali Ketani, the founder and managing director of Athena Africa Ventures, a private investment bank operating out of Casablanca and Paris. But to give you more information about this, I will have Ali on the show itself. Welcome to our show, Ali.
Hi, Shayasri. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Fantastic. Before we get started, please tell our audiences about Athena Africa Ventures, and I will quickly get to all the questions.
Yes. First of all, thank you for a broad introduction, and you gave the actual background of what's going on, especially the excitement around the fact that GITEX Africa is coming to Marrakesh in Morocco for the second consecutive year next week. So this is very exciting for us. The second thing, I will quickly introduce Athena Africa Partners. We are a boutique investment bank. Our history comes from private equity, but in recent years, we are pivoting quite intensively to venture capital and technology. It's part of our DNA. I'm personally an engineer. Some of my partners are also engineers as well. And clearly, there's a bigger momentum, as you mentioned, generally for the continent, but up until recently, and you've mentioned the number of growth from 12% to 20% in Francophone Africa. There's really two Africas up until recently. There's the Anglophone Africa, obviously South Africa, but also Nigeria, Kenya, and Egypt, who were capturing the lion's share of the VC investment in the continent, to the tune of, as you said, 12%. It means that 88% would go to Anglophone countries. And the growth that you're seeing now is merely a catching up of Francophone countries, North Africa and Western Africa primarily. Reason being that there's a cultural gap, obviously, and there's a network gap in the sense that from Anglophone countries, you have a diaspora that is very much invested in the United States, and Anglophone countries, so UK, Canada, and the United States. So culturally speaking, a much more mature knowledge and familiarity with venture capital, with technology, with the startup ecosystem as a whole, as opposed or as compared to Francophone Africa, where the relationships are more European, with France, with Germany, and therefore there was a catching up to do, which we are doing as much as we can, so that this culture of entrepreneurship, culture of technology, culture of venture capital, also from the financial side, is slowly but gradually catching up. And this is what we do. So Athena Africa, as I said, we started primarily from PE. We are now very much invested in the VC space because we see on the two sides. We see on the side of the entrepreneurs that more and more young scientists or entrepreneurs in general, especially in certain fundamental sectors like agriculture and health and education, are jumping on the bandwagon of VC, are taking their courage and going to seek funds, taking the courage and raising friends and family fund to start a company around their idea. And the ecosystem as a whole, with the help of some incubators, with the help of some governments. So we have more entrepreneurs on one side, and obviously on the other side, the international VC funds and also some local VC funds, I will talk about that in a minute, are also catching up and also looking for the local gems, whether in Senegal, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Côte d'Ivoire, and all the region. And they do find those gems. They do find people that are actively thinking about mobility, thinking about energy, thinking about healthcare, thinking about fintech, obviously. But it has been a little bit slower than Anglophone Africa. But with our help, we're trying to catch up as quickly as possible. And clearly, an event like GITEX helps a lot in this regard. So what do we do specifically? We do really two things. We are building a platform that is called Tech Ventures Africa. And that platform has an objective of not only nurturing local startups in various countries in Northern and Western Africa, but also helping international startups who, for any good reason, haven't come to the continent yet because it's not been their priority. What we're telling them is that with their solution, whether they come from Brazil or Canada or Spain or elsewhere, we tell them, look, we've looked into your solution and we believe there are off-takers in our countries. We believe there's potential. Maybe because you're addressing your priority markets, you haven't had the time or the priority to come to our countries, but we are here as a platform to help you build up your company in Africa, with Morocco as a hub, but potentially in Senegal or Côte d'Ivoire as well, and Ghana. And we are going to find you not just the markets, let's say an agri-tech, for instance, who deals with water or who deals with the culture's preservation or protection. We will tell them, look, we can identify for you your best partners on the commercial side, but also some local partners, so local investors who can invest locally with you in your subsidiary, so you can develop your business without that taking too much of your bandwidth, so you can continue growing your natural markets, whether in Canada or Germany or whatever, but we will give you some resources, commercial resources, technical resources, and financial resources locally, so that you can build up your subsidiary in Dakar tomorrow, and we will help you penetrate the local ecosystem. We will help you talk to the people who will use your solution, and we will interest the local stakeholders, especially on the financial side, on the investment side, into your solution. So it's really a two-way street whereby we help local startups not just develop domestically, but also be connected to the rest of the world. Because today, the beauty of technology is that there are no borders. If somebody has a great idea out of Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire, well, maybe that idea is very relevant to somebody in Mexico or in Brazil. So that's our job, is to help African startups get into the world and to have world or global startups come into Africa, because without somebody like ourselves on the ground, it seems to them more complicated, maybe on the regulatory side or maybe on the commercial side. You know, they have maybe the language also. We are talking about Francophone Africa. Let's say you have a startup in the US or in Italy, and perhaps they don't speak French, or they think it's difficult to get into Côte d'Ivoire. And our job is to make it a lot easier. So that's what we do. And obviously, as I said, there are more and more VC funds, some of them local, and that's the good news. We have, at least in Morocco, a very strong push by the government and by the private financial services sector, a big push with some grants and with some government money that's coming into the tech world so that we can do this job, so that we can become a good destination for startups, obviously, that are not here, and of course a big boost to the local startups. And of course we have a lot of funds, VC funds, who have perhaps neglected our region for a long time, but that are now looking for opportunities regardless of the language, regardless of the borders.
That's a fantastic update about the situation of entrepreneurship in Francophone Africa. I always believed that the identification of Africa as one huge digital entity, it cannot be completed if Francophone Africa is left behind. So my next few questions will be about why the French-speaking part of Africa is slightly lagging. Although there are so many reports like the ones I just read out, which say that it is poised for an investment boom. So Ali, please tell me, what do you think of the Death Valley concept? What is happening there from the early seed stage? What is happening with that?
Yes, very good question. Just to complete on your point about why Francophone Africa has been lagging, look at, for instance, the fintech space. Fintech space has literally exploded in a lot of countries, in Kenya, as you know, Nigeria, everywhere else, because the regulatory framework was very much inspired by Anglophone systems, UK and the US, so therefore much more flexible. If you look at Francophone Africa, the regulatory framework, the banking system are very much inspired by the French system, and it's very hard to penetrate that framework if you're a startup. So that has created some of the lag in one of the biggest segments, which is fintech. But there are other limitations. One of them has to do with education, had to do with how much in the higher studies in our countries, entrepreneurship is considered a value, a positive value, as compared to finding a good job or getting into a bigger company, a tech company or an IT company and whatnot. So that mindset is gradually changing thanks to a push from not just the Anglophone world, but also the Mid-Eastern world, where you will have funds from the Middle East who are very much into that American or so Silicon Valley type of mindset, which is inspiring our young entrepreneurs, male and female, to get into that. Now about the Death Valley, it's a little bit out of experience that what we're seeing is that a lot of entrepreneurs manage to start their idea and manage to fund it with friends and family and their own time and their own investment, which is something that is sort of the pre-seed phase, where you can value this kind of investment as something that they can do. But they reach a point where they need money to get to the market. They need money to establish their pathway to revenue generation. They're proving their models, talking to the stakeholders. If they're building a solution for logistics, they have to get into the main logistics player, which they don't necessarily have the network for. So there are some limitations that are due to the social network or the entrepreneurship network in any country. And it's fairly similar when you go to Senegal or Cote d'Ivoire or Tunisia or Morocco. It's very much the same. There's a question of access, and there's a question of getting to that point where the model is sustainable and the model is proven to the main stakeholders. And this is where they have a problem, because they've invested as much as they could, again, with their own resources, friends, family, what they call love money, and their time. And then to get to the next level, there's a hurdle where they need to continue investing. We're talking about pre-seed money, so we're talking about amounts anywhere between $100,000 and $300,000. And why we call it the Death Valley, or why we believe it's a very critical hurdle, is that they are too big for business angels and they're too small for funds. So, and sometimes it's really critical when you select the startup precisely when you help the startup get to access the market that it's addressing by virtue of knowing the people and helping them also develop their marketing, getting them to challenge their ideas and to confront it to the actual business world. If you're dealing with agriculture, you need to speak with agri or agribusiness people. If you're dealing with logistics, you have to accept that you have not only to have access to the entrepreneurs in those sectors, but also to get challenged by them and to have answers for them. And in that area, very critical for the life of the startup, and many startups fail because the entrepreneur doesn't have the juice, doesn't have the fuel to get through that critical phase, many startups fail. So our job is to say, look, in that specific segment between $100,000 and $300,000, $400,000, we are able to help you in all those regards that I mentioned, but also to bring you some more money of people who are sophisticated business angels. They don't necessarily know the entrepreneur. They're not an uncle or some brother or father or whatever or mother. We're going to bring you external people who can help you pass the hurdle up to the point where you can either reach the market and generate revenues or have an MVP that is validated by the ecosystem. And then you become bankable towards the funds, early stage funds. So we're talking about the gap between self-funding, love money, if you will, and to the point where you can talk to professional, sophisticated seed money people. And this is more or less, I mean, obviously we're talking about numbers that are relevant to our markets. We're not talking about millions, but we're talking about numbers between $100,000 and $300,000. We work with you to get to your MVP, to get to challenge your idea, and to have it validated by the off-takers, by the people in the ecosystem for the fundamental need, whether in health or let's say water management in agriculture and things like that. And when it's proven, when you start having revenues or you have an order from a big group, let's say in logistics, then you're armed to go and talk to professional funds, to seed funds or pre-seed funds. So you will be surprised at how many companies fail in that little hurdle. Either the entrepreneur is tired and they've used all their resources, and somebody comes in and makes them a job offer, and they say, you know what, I'm going to put my project on the side for a while. I'm going to go work for a big IT company and then return in a year. So we see all of these things. What we are saying is that we want to look at as many companies in that situation and choose those where we believe we can make a difference, not just with money, but also to help them get to the next point, to help them on marketing, to help them on some resources, access to the market, as I said, and of course have them also meet as many potential investors as possible so that they're also challenged and maybe they can pivot a little bit or refine their model. But the point is we have to get them through that gap.
Fantastic. You make an excellent point about potential investors, and a minute ago you also spoke about how the modern world has changed and how there are no borders now. The access to resources is a lot more easier now. So in your opinion, how do you think, say, developing economies like India or Mexico, like you mentioned, how can they support ecosystems in Africa, like the French-speaking part of Africa? How can these developing economy ecosystems support each other?
Yes, thank you for that very interesting question. First of all, we have to get over the hurdle of the language and the culture. And this, obviously, we speak, in Morocco, we speak 4 languages. We speak Arabic, obviously French, and many a time Spanish and English. So we are open to talking to pretty much players from all over the world. That's one. Second, I believe that culturally speaking, and I will give you an example in a minute, culturally speaking, we are much closer to places like Mexico and Brazil than we are to Germany. Why? Because the social fabric is similar. We have social disparities, obviously, economic disparities, the fundamental needs. And remember, most of the projects that we look at have to find a solution to a real problem in the real world. If we're talking about health, it's access, it's making it easier to do diagnosis, making it easier to access to some medication and so on. If we're talking about agriculture, it's making it easier to improve the yields, even if you're a small farmer, to save water, to have better crops, to have better productivity. So we are dealing with actual problems. So what is important for us is to have those fundamental problems who will be very similar if you look at Brazil or Mexico, okay? Maybe not so much the US or developed countries in general, but those investors, those entrepreneurs in those countries will have met the same issues and will have had some solutions to those issues. So it's very easy for us to show similarities and to show that they would be a lot, much more familiar with our markets than they might have thought before. So part of our job is to say, and actually I was speaking with the doctor in Mexico yesterday, and told him, look, we have a project dealing with the patient experience in clinics, in private hospitals and clinics. And he underlined the fact that in Mexico, you have to have a very close care to not only the patient, but the families, because that's how the society works. And I was amazed to find that out, because I said, look, you come to a clinic in Morocco or Abidjan or Dakar, or, and you will find the same thing, because the social fabric is very similar. We are all developing countries. So obviously, when we identify players in those countries, we push very much to, first of all, make them a little more familiar with our markets, but also tell them there are opportunities, because what they have done successfully, let's say in Brazil or Argentina or Mexico, will be replicable, can be duplicated a lot more easily than they might think. And this is where we come in, because we can talk to these people, and the ratio also of investment is favorable to come into Africa, in the sense that with $1 million in our markets, you can make a difference, which you can no longer make in Spain or in developed countries. $1 million right now in the US, you can do nothing, because the costs are high, the salaries are high, access to any market is difficult, marketing costs are high. Whereas you come with something that worked in Argentina, for instance, you come with $500,000, we can have an actual business here. We can have a marketing campaign, we can have some development resources, engineers, IT, and this is the favorable gap that we have in our favor, and that's what we put forward. We say, look, if you really want to make a difference in agriculture, in health, in education, you can actually make it with a fraction of what it would cost to you to do the same in Spain or Italy or Portugal. So that's the game. It's an effort to put it forward and to find people who are receptive to this, who go beyond their own perceptions, sometimes wrong perceptions about how hard it is for Africa. I mean, granted, nothing is easy nowhere, right? But we have a way of bringing these people to meet our entrepreneurs, to be on the ground, and to understand that there's a large opportunity which is still within reach with minimum investment.
Okay, so but on the point of investment, was the ratio of investment and impact, how does someone with your level of experience, as you said, entrepreneurship is in your DNA, how will you evaluate a startup's potential to navigate this death valley trap and maybe say achieve a sustainable sort of growth? What would
Yes.
be your please go.
Very good question. Actually, what we find with a lot of startups that we're working with is sometimes we have to drive their ambition higher, in the sense that even themselves, sometimes they don't realize to what extent there are no borders for a good solution. So it's a question of addressable market and scalability. Let's say you meet an entrepreneur, and we have one in our portfolio who is in health tech. We are helping him understand that his solution can be applied tomorrow in Belgium or Holland or France, and anywhere actually, because it answers a need, or it answers a pain point which is everywhere. But of course, when we meet him first, his business plan will be based only on Morocco or only on his native country. So our job is to help define the scalability, to help prove the scalability. And then scalability is not something that works in and of itself. You have to create the environment for that particular entrepreneur, to design his solution so that it is scalable, so that it is duplicable in another language, another ecosystem. And for me, what helps is to show that the solution works in those kind of scales. Even if we're not achieving that scale in the first phase, even if the pilot or the initial development is focused on one country, by design, by all the technical design, by all the marketing mindset that the company must have, we have to be able to address the next market and the next market. Because keep in mind that each individual market, like Morocco, Ghana, Senegal, these are small, by the standards of technology, these are small markets. These are countries with anywhere between 20 and 40 million people. So this isn't enough. Like when you have a US startup, they have a natural market of 300 million people. So obviously, their scalability is by design in their own domestic market. For us, it's different. We have to design something with various languages, various ability to be agile and to not have any hurdle in their mind about, okay, how do I go beyond my native country? I'm someone who's a Senegalese doctor. I've done some research. I have something that will help pharmaceutical companies develop drugs that are more relevant for African ethnicities. Well, in fact, I have to speak not only to the major pharmaceutical labs globally, but I have to prove to them that this is something that can be applied to maybe 20 or 30 countries. So this is the kind of mindset that we can bring to the startup, because we're a little bit older and we have a global vision, if you will, not only for the continent but for the world. So we can connect those dots so that the ambition and the design of the project becomes scalable by nature, by design.
Is it, how hard or easy is it to work with different governments when you speak of a global impact or a global network and a global vision?
With different governments, you said?
With different governments in different parts of Africa. You speak about a product that has...
Yeah. Well, two things there. First of all of the governments in our countries, they want two things. They want to create jobs, and they want to stem the brain drain. They want to stem the brain drain, meaning the engineers, the inventors, the entrepreneurs have to be able to stay in their original countries. They're also looking to bring back some of the diaspora who have garnered some experience abroad and bring them to help. This is especially true in the field of health, okay, and IT, obviously, but the IT is across the board. IT is just a tool, so it's across the board. So the governments want to do that. That's the first thing they want to do. So stem the brain drain and attract diaspora. The second thing is, even if they're not investing directly, all the governments, at least the ones that we're working with, they're working on grant schemes, on any kind of schemes that support the growth of the tech ecosystem. They cannot avoid it now. As a matter of fact, some of the countries, including Morocco, they have ministers that are dedicated to new technologies and development. This also has to do with the environment, of course, and the energy. So there's a big momentum which didn't exist 10 years ago. Now we have that kind of support. Having said that, we really don't rely on government. I mean, we are inserted in that ecosystem where we will do the work with the governments to be able to access grants, to have at least some support from the governments, but we are really dealing in the private sector. So the entrepreneurs, most of the time, they will be on their side. They may be incubated or helped initially by some government institutions, but by and large, they're isolated. They are doing their project on their side, and they need somebody from the private sector to come and help. And that's somebody from the private sector, for instance, a business angel who might be a large entrepreneur or the head of a large company or a high net worth individual. They will be keen to look at small companies because first of all, they want to help the youth. First of all, they are intellectually interested in what's happening with technology. Everybody hears that AI, for instance, is going to impact their business. So they want to keep an eye on what's going on so that they see how it can affect their business. And of course, they have income, or they have assets or investment capabilities so that they can come and help that young entrepreneur. So most of our job is to connect those two ecosystems, so the entrepreneurs and the private sector investors. But of course, it's always under the umbrella of whatever initiative is happening in a given country. If a country is focusing on health, then we will be aware and we will be connected to the initiatives of that country on the health. Same in education, same in agriculture, which are the three main segments we are looking for, because they are dealing with fundamental problems, real problems that will make a difference easily, that will make a difference in a very visible way in the short term. And remember, we are also trying to make that so-called death valley as short as possible. We want to see a big difference, a big impact made on those entrepreneurs in a matter of 18 to 24 months. Because what we want to do is to go through that difficult phase with them and then hand them over, if you will, to professional investors, VC funds, some institutions, but we are handing over a baby that is almost walking or already walking, as opposed to a nascent baby who is still fragile. So this is our job, and we need to show that we are able to make a strong impact in a matter of less than 2 years.
As someone who so deeply believes in the entrepreneurship potential of Africa, in your opinion, what are the most important sectors in which startup solutions will emerge? Like, if I were an investor who's probably curious about investing in that part of Africa, what are some of the top sectors that you would recommend for me in terms of startups, not the general?
Yes, absolutely. Look, as I said, you always have to stay connected to real world problems and things that touch the most people in the most simple way to understand. Health, education, food security, meaning agriculture. Then, of course, you can think about other areas like mobility and energy. Mobility can make a difference in cities and in cities across the continent, because there's clear link to environment, clear link to giving access to populations to be mobile in an easy way in some environments where you don't necessarily have the roads or the infrastructure. Okay, so mobility is very important. Energy is interesting, but energy is a tough cookie because usually energy solutions require a lot more resources. Although we have seen exceptions, we are working with a company in Côte d'Ivoire who is actually providing internet access through light, through street lights in off-grid areas. So typically, this is somebody who came up with a great idea to say, look, in remote areas who are off the grid or underserved in terms of energy, I'm going to bring light through solar and use that particular energy that I'm capturing to provide Wi-Fi or internet routers. So that he's solving two problems at the same time. This is brilliant. So typically in the energy, in order to do it in a relatively small scale, the kind of scale that we address, it has to be very creative and very niche, if you will. But all the other four that I mentioned, so mobility, education, health, and agriculture, there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. You would compare productivity of a land in Morocco, which is just south of Spain, in a specific crop. Okay, let's say tomatoes. Okay, you will maybe tomatoes is not a good example because we've made a lot of progress. But let's say a similar culture in Morocco and in Spain, you will have a factor of 2 or 3 of productivity of that land. That shouldn't be the case, and you have to get into why that is. Is it the seeds? Is it the water management, the management of fertilizers, and so on and so forth? So how much technology can I bring to a specific crop to try and match the productivity that exists elsewhere, or maybe in Mexico and similar lands? So there are real problems, and if you're an investor, first of all, you have to look at something that interests you, either by career or by taste or by intellectual interest, but you have to be able to get into the detail of what you're looking at. You're not just going to throw money at something that you don't understand. That's the first thing. The second is, we are talking about developing countries. We are talking about Africa. So you have to be able to make the most impact with the least investment and in the shortest time. Okay, so if you, it's really this impact attitude, which is very true in terms of health and education, particularly. If you invest into a solution that helps girls in remote villages study from a distance, then you are making an impact in those girls' lives immediately. If you're looking at health, access is the same. So I would look at real problems, solutions that are within our reach in terms of size of investment. We're talking of investments, again, under $500,000, okay, and with some impact that can be seen in a matter of 1 year or 2 years, no longer. So not something super theoretical, okay. We do have projects in healthcare that have to do with research and super sophisticated type of research in diabetes, in cardiac diagnosis, and so on. But if I'm an investor, if I'm a private investor looking at Africa, maybe some Indian investors who want to have to set foot in our region, I would deal with fundamental issues that can be solved in a manner that I can understand and that I can see in the short term.
Makes sense. That makes sense. So I will squeeze in one last question. What do you, to a young, um, for a startup ecosystem, the one that you have described so elaborately and beautifully, what do
Thank
you
you.
think requires of, what is the most important component for a thriving startup ecosystem in an environment like Francophone Africa, once again?
Well, first of all, I think the entrepreneurs have to be extremely focused and extremely passionate about their solution. They have to have a very strong and deep reason of why they want to do what they're doing. Either their family is a family of farmers and they want to see some improvement, or they come from a village where healthcare or education are need to be improved and they are passionate about it. That's the first thing. The second thing is the openness of the entrepreneur to talk to others. There is nothing you can do on your own. You have to talk to the stakeholders. You have to be able to talk to people who can help you, whether you're teachers, your mentors, people like ourselves who come in to help, the investors, the entrepreneurs. You have to get in the game of talking about your solution and trying to refine it and understand and be listening to the input that people are giving you, to refine it and understand how you can go quicker, how you can make your solution much more relevant to the market you want to address. And the third thing I would say is ambition. Is if you're focused, if you insert yourself in the ecosystem, you have to aim high, because we are today, thank God, in an environment where borders don't matter anymore. But there are people who can help you take your solution from your original country to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. This is what made the success of the big startups or the big companies that we know today. But we don't have that mindset in our education, in our culture. However, you take a small entrepreneur in Texas, he will spend, or he or she will spend 6 months or 1 year in their business. As soon as the business starts working, they say, "Oh, I want to go global, or I want to go to all 50 states, and then I want to go global." And they get to that point extremely quickly. And this is something that we have to help our entrepreneurs get into that mindset of saying, "Okay, I need to be super focused. I need to build something that works. But as soon as it works, I am no longer a scientist. I'm no longer just an IT guy or an engineer. I am a businessman or businesswoman who can actually take my solution and go and sell it in the next country and in the next one, in the next one." In Africa, we're halfway. We have countries that share a lot, either the language, either economic area, like WAEMU, it's the West African states. They have a common economy, a common currency, and so on. So it's halfway. It's not exactly the United States, but it's not an isolation either. So if you are out of Morocco, or out of Senegal, or out of Cameroon, there's an area that is fairly naturally accessible to you. But you have to want it. You have to have that kind of ambition.
That's actually quite an exciting vision for the future, and I sincerely hope that every aspiring entrepreneur who's listening to you right now takes a leaf out of your book and finds some motivation there. Ali Ketani, thank you so much for your insightful perspective and expertise on the investment landscape in Francophone Africa. We wish you and Athena Africa Partners continued success and fostering a vibrant ecosystem for African partners. And to our viewers, please do not forget to subscribe to our channel. As I mentioned earlier, we also do podcasts on Spotify and Amazon channels, and we also are available on all the social media networks. So please don't forget to subscribe to us and stay tuned to us for more inspiring stories and innovations, solutions that are shaping Africa's future. Right here on My Startup TV Africa, on behalf of my entire team, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again, Ali.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to My Startup TV Africa, a show that showcases entrepreneurship across this dynamic continent. I'm your host, Jayshree, bringing you this show from the beautiful Dar es Salaam city in East Africa's Tanzania. Before we dive into tonight's exciting content, here is a quick reminder to our viewers that you can stay connected to My Startup TV 24/7. Subscribe to our podcast on Spotify and Amazon Music. Visit our website www.mystartuptv.in for exclusive content. Download our app from the Google Play Store and follow us on all your favorite social media channels like YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and Cool. And hey, even Instagram. We are constantly churning out exciting and inspiring stories for the entrepreneur in you. Now let's get you up to speed with the hottest startup news from Africa. So the most exciting news comes from Tanzania itself. 2 Tanzanian fast-growing startups have been selected for Visa's prestigious Startup Accelerator program. So these 2 startups are Beam and Sarafu. I'll give you some more information about these 2 companies. So Beam is a cloud communications platform that enables enterprises to interact with customers through various channels like SMS, WhatsApp, and social media. It operates in as many as 20 African countries. Whereas Sarafu is a digital commerce platform that empowers retail shops with inventory management, credit building, and growth tools. It currently operates in Dar es Salaam, where it serves more than 12,000 customers. They are part of a program that is designed to support 22 promising African startups. They will get mentorship, resources, and potential funding opportunities to help them scale their business. Isn't that exciting? And the second news comes from Ivory Coast in Francophone Africa. So in Ivory Coast, a communication startup named L'Africa Mobile has raised $4.6 million in Series A funding. Our viewers would be interested to know that this startup was founded in 2014. It has been in operation for 10 years. And it allows clients to carry out large-scale communication campaigns using mobile technologies like SMS, USSD, WhatsApp, voice, airtime, and text-to-speech. It has recorded more than 100 million transactions so far. And it is connected to in more than 15 countries and 60 operators. It is growing, and this is one of the this is one of the startups that the world is watching. All the startup ecosystems in Africa are watching this particular startup. And the third important headline that is coming out of African startup ecosystem is from Zambia. There's a construction e-commerce startup called Boso in Zambia that has raised $400,000 in pre-seed funding. So this startup named Boso, it uses a cutting-edge concept for construction e-commerce transactions and aims at delivering solutions for African construction and building sector. It has already raised $400,000 in pre-seed round of funding and intends to develop its platform and add new features further. Coming about exciting news and using technology to deliver innovative solutions, we have a very exciting guest tonight. His name is Bangiso Mabasa. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. He's from South Africa and he's the founder of this company named Sisanda Tech. So Sisanda Tech does something very interesting. It uses augmented reality and gaming to make STEM educations more fun and accessible to young people in South African classrooms. We get our viewers more excited about what Sisanda Tech is doing. Let's watch a quick video first and then we will come to our guest. We have the founder with us today, and he's going to answer all the questions we may have about what exciting things his company is doing in the realm of augmented reality for STEM education. Please welcome to our show, Bangiso.
Hi, Jessica. I hope I say your name well. I've been trying to practice, but anyway, thank you for bringing me to your platform, and I really appreciate your invitation. And greetings to all the viewers and your subscribers.
It's absolutely a pleasure to have you on the show. Would you like to quickly tell us where you are right now? And then later you can probably tell us about your company. We all are excited to learn more about it.
All right. As you said, my name is Mbangi Somabaso, and I come all the way from South Africa. Basically, I'm based in the center province, center region of South Africa called the Free State. So I'm working from them. So yeah, I mean, pretty much I come from the public school in South Africa, and this is what actually led for us to develop the solution that we have currently. Because, coming from public school in South Africa as a third country, we always had challenges to have our schools, to have equipment, to have facilities that we can use to be able to learn. And that is still the case even at this point in time in our country. So we wanted to assist the country by bringing this simulation, augmented reality and virtual reality into education to actually give access, give my nephews and my niece, and everyone actually, it's my nephew because everybody calls me Malome, which is basically uncle. So to give them an access to actually have a platform where they can explore their curiosity, able to learn, create, and play at the same time.
I'm going to structure the next set of questions.
Give them an access to actually have a platform where curiosity, able to learn, create, and play at the same time.
I'm going to the next set of questions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to My Startup TV Africa. I am Jayshree, your host for the evening. We have a very exciting program on tonight. But first, let me tell you about the latest events and developments in the world of startups, all the way from here in Africa. I am reaching out to you from East Africa, Tanzania, from a beautiful city called Dar es Salaam. So let's start with the first news. So the first news is that African tech startup investment has dropped by 28% to $2.4 billion in 2023 for various reasons, especially as the impacts of the global capital shortage has started making itself felt on the continent. This is a very critical piece of information because Africa is right now experiencing what many experts will call as a funding winter. While the African tech space had an impressive 2022, to many would remember that it had a funding increase to beyond $3 billion for the first time ever. 2023 signified a sort of a reset. A total of 406 startups raised a combined total of $2.4 billion over the course of 2023. I'll go to the next development, which is slightly on a more cheerful note. Y Combinator, the popular American accelerator program, has picked Triply, a Kenyan fintech that helps travel businesses collect payments as one of their most promising startups. Triply is the latest African startup in the cohort of YC after Cleva, the cross-border payment service, and Midle, the API startup. Now we move on to the third news. This is very exciting. In Davos, the United Nations Development Programme has launched the Timbuktu Initiative in collaboration with African countries. The initiative, unveiled during a special session at the 24th annual meeting of the World Economic Forum, aims to be the world's largest financing facility, uniting catalytic and commercial capital to bolster Africa's startup ecosystem. So these are the top 3 important news developments from Africa. Now I move to the next segment where I introduce a very special guest. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to subscribe to our channel. We are My Startup TV app that you can download on Google Play Store. You can also listen to our podcast on Spotify and Amazon Music, and you can also follow us on different social media channels. We are on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Koo, and Twitter. Now let's go to see who our guest is for this evening. Our guest tonight is Ajay Ramasubramaniam, the CEO of Startup Hezo. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Ajay leads a company that is building a massive network that connects startups with the resources they need to thrive. Think of them as the ultimate one-stop shop for startups, from funding and mentorship to connecting them with major corporations and investors. Ajay and his team have already helped launch an impressive 244 startups through their programs, and they have even made strategic investments in 10 of them that went on to raise a whopping $14 million in additional funding. Talk about success stories in Africa. Startup Rezo is not just focused on India or just Africa. They are working with partners across Africa, creating programs for entrepreneurs, especially women. Ajay, you're passionate about igniting the startup scene in developing economies, and we are excited to dive deeper into your work and vision for Africa. Welcome to our show.
Thank you so much, Jayshree and MyStartupTV, for having me on the show. I'm absolutely passionate about 2 things: startup, that's one, and Africa for sure, because that's where I started my career going back 20 years. So yeah, I'm glad to be here and talk about 2 things that ignite my passion.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So let's start with your journey itself. What ignited your passions towards startups, and how come Africa happened for a company that is headquartered in Mumbai, I believe?
That's correct. So I think of everything bad, negative that would have happened during COVID, I think there are a lot of positives that came out for someone like us who is an enabler. I wouldn't call ourselves an accelerator or just a startup enabler. We see ourselves as a pacer because, like you rightly pointed out, beginning of the introduction, we work with a variety of stakeholders. And we see ourselves more as a pacer. So startups or emerging tech is at the core of everything we do. But at the same time, we work with governments, we work with universities, we work with large corporates, we run our own programs. So it's a kind of a mixed bag in terms of who our stakeholder is. But what's common to everything is entrepreneurs, is tech startups. So going to your question, we started out in India in 2019. I've been doing this for about a decade now. So before starting Startup Rezo in mid-late 2019, I spent about 6 years prior to that working with a Canadian university for whom I set up a startup accelerator and early stage venture fund in India, headquartered out of Mumbai, but operating pan India. I felt that there was lots happening in different emerging markets in the global south, but given that it was a university-backed initiative, India was the mandate, or there wasn't much interest in other emerging markets in the global south. That kind of prompted me to branch out because I felt that there were a lot of things that were happening in India which could, for lack of better words, be replicated in other emerging markets. And I had this thesis, and I continue to have it, that there are several markets globally with at least one city in a country having at least a 5 to 10 million kind of a population, and that kind of a population you typically find in the UN designated global south, Southeast Asia, India, Middle East, Africa, South America. All of these regions, large geographic regions, have several countries which probably tick the box on that. Another unique feature is that many of these countries have a huge percentage of youth population, and our thesis as an organization is that a lot of economic development in these markets is going to be driven by tech entrepreneurship and by youth. So that's a potent mix. But at the same time, many of these markets are typically not markets where some of the established brands from the Western world who have been running accelerators, incubators, and the likes would kind of step foot into for a variety of reasons. But the most important one being economics, and the second one, access to talent, which can actually set up such programs and branch out into a financially sustainable model. Having been doing that for about 6 years prior to starting Startup Rezo, I had a strong conviction that this is a model that could be worked upon. Of course, India is home market, and we started out with that. But bang in the middle of COVID, going back to the good things of COVID, digital allowed us to look at several markets, attend a lot of conferences virtually, do dipstick in terms of trying to assess and identify which are the markets where there really exists potential opportunity for us to take our brand of or style of programming and do stuff. Because if you look at the entrepreneurship ecosystem, it's kind of a pyramid. So the base of the pyramid is a bigger piece, or the chunkier one, where even enabling entrepreneurship, there is an opportunity for several actors to come in. Then you slowly move up the pyramid. Then you have incubators, you have accelerators, you have venture funds, and all of that. And we'll get there. We'll get there at some point. But I think there's a huge role, even in terms of enabling that tech entrepreneurship ecosystem, workshops, boot camps, venture development programs, all of that probably that feed into either incubators, accelerators, and all of that. So during COVID, we started looking at a lot of these markets. Africa definitely was not the first market we looked at. There were earlier attempts made in Southeast Asia due to proximity, and also with a more robust or more evolving, dynamic kind of a startup ecosystem. But for a variety of reasons, it didn't kind of work out well. Language was a primary concern because many of the countries, English is not the primary language of business communication. I had spent time with my earlier organization, even being back and forth between Vietnam and India, setting up a program in Vietnam. So I thought it would be easy, but like it happens, a lot of times hypotheses get proven wrong when the rubber meets the road. So next port of call was to look at Middle East, because that again is a short flight from where we are in Mumbai. But again, for a variety of other reasons, cultural, business, and all of that, Middle East didn't pan out. So then we were like, okay, now what is the next frontier? What to look at? Like I said, 2004, when I started my career, beautiful city called Dar es Salaam, where probably you're sitting out of, on the east coast of Africa. That's where I started my career. And I always at that point felt that at some point in time in the future, when I'm 40 and beyond, without wanting to kind of disclose my age, at some point in future, I would want to come back to these parts, because I definitely believe that there are huge opportunities to be tapped into in the broader African continent, and more so on the East Coast or East Africa or Eastern Africa, because there are a lot of business and cultural ties as well with a market like India. So during COVID, we did a lot of these experiments. We kind of formed a lot of these friendships, attended a lot of virtual events, hosted a lot of virtual events, and that kind of kickstarted our journey in Africa. So long answer to a short question, but yeah, COVID is when we began our African expedition.
That's actually a very interesting journey of how you set up things in Africa. It also has a lead to my next question. I wanted to ask you, while building these various programs in Africa, what unique challenges you faced, other than, of course, the language barrier? What early hurdles did you have and how did you overcome things?
So no hurdles as such. No hurdles when it comes to so look, all emerging markets, or instead I would say that all markets have their own unique set of challenges, right? And I believe that there are two sets of people who have never set foot in Africa, and for different reasons they feel it's difficult probably to do something in Africa, and there are other set of people who probably have stepped foot in Africa, and I believe that anyone who has set foot in Africa, any of the country at least once, would probably kind of relate to it in a much deeper way, and would, for one reason or the other, be in love with that part of the world. And I belong to the latter category, and that's why I was crazy enough to dream that there is some big opportunity to go after the broader African continent. Honestly speaking, we didn't find any challenges. There was a story to tell. I lived in Tanzania for about 4 years. Very little smattering of Swahili that I can speak, which absolutely goes nowhere when it comes to building a business. But at the same time, there was a little bit of comfort. I think comfort is one of the bigger factors which pushes someone to do something or not do something. Either you're comfortable with someone or a market, or you're not comfortable. If you're not comfortable, even if the opportunity is big, you tend to kind of focus on smaller and minute points which actually don't make a big difference, and you tend to kind of get turned off. But if you're really kind of connected in one way or the other, you wouldn't look at challenges or problems. You would actually look at the positives and the opportunity. So Tanzania for us, and in the context of Africa, a lot of people would ask, I mean, if you're starting with Africa, you're looking at East Africa, why wouldn't you look at a Nairobi? Why wouldn't you look at a Kenya as a country? For me, it was Tanzania first, Dar es Salaam first, for a simple reason that I had lived there, and I had comfort with the lay of the land, with the people. Easygoing, not in a negative way, but easygoing in terms of being able to kind of have conversations and see if there's an opportunity. So we didn't have any teething troubles. A lot of people who welcomed us with open hands. If I were to take names, someone like Jumanne, who runs Sahara Ventures, was probably one of the first guys that I interacted with. Another gentleman who formerly used to be a managing director of a leading bank in Tanzania. Never met before, just over a LinkedIn, Sunday evening, 7:30 p.m. India time, just a LinkedIn hi, hello exchange. And he's like, if you guys are doing anything ever over here, would be more than happy to partner with you. So there were a lot of those early conversations which gave us that confidence that, okay, people are welcoming you and not looking at you as competition, because that's very easy to happen. But when people give you that comfort, you are willing to kind of put in the hard yards, because look, the business that we are in the business where we are a startup who is enabling a startup or enabling startup ecosystems, and it's important to keep passion and all of those things on one side, but also try and understand, can this be built as a sustainable business longer run. A lot of folks try to make that attempt, would do one or two things, and then when they don't see how they're going to make it financially sustainable, they will just they pull the plug. It's easy to do. But we always knew as a team that if you're getting into this is a 5-year journey. Anticipate that 5 years are not going to make any money. There are definitely going to be cultural difficulties. It could be around language, it could be around time to market, it could be around competition, there could be many things. But just like horse on the street, wear those blinkers, keep those things, keep the noise aside, and focus on what you're setting out to do. And what we have set out to do is to create structured programs across the value chain or the pyramid that I spoke about, and try and create value. The moment your focus is on creating value, everyone wants to work with you. because they definitely see that. And the differentiator that we bring to the table, which has prompted a lot of people to work with us, is that while Hindsight Ventures, which is the Africa brand which we spun out of Startup Rezo, while Hindsight Ventures continues to build out programs in Africa, there is this huge umbrella which is Startup Rezo, which is running programs different parts of the world. What differentiates us compared to someone else on the continent is that we are able to bring programming on ground, but at the same time we are able to kind of connect the startups and different actors that we work with to our global network. Réseau means network in French, and that's what the business is built on. So it would be ironical if we don't tap into the network effect that we have. And for a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of partners that we work with, I think that gives them this big cushion to work with, engaging with us, because they don't see us as competition. They see that this guy is not only, or this company is not only going to help me in market in my country, he's probably going to help me in the region, going to help us in the continent. But what's more important is the global angle that we are able to bring in, the global network that we are able to plug in. So that gives them a lot of cushion and confidence, and the open arms gives us a lot of cushion and confidence. So in that way, it's been smooth sailing for. Of course, there are, as a business, there are going to be teething troubles. You're not going to whine about that and cry about that. But when you ask the question, so far, Touchwood passed. It's been about 3.5 years. I personally, as a co-founder of Hindsight Ventures and founder of Startup Rezo, I haven't seen anything which is negative or a problem or impediment to us growing. It's been all great.
Wonderful. That's very interesting to hear. I'm going to focus the next set of questions on Africa's startup ecosystem and your views on it. So my first question would be that you have built a very impressive portfolio of so many startups and programs. What are some of the key trends that you have observed in the African startup ecosystem over the years? And before you answer the question, could you just tell our audience about the websites they should visit? I mean, your company website and Hindsight Ventures both.
Yeah, so Startup Rezo is I hate calling Startup Rezo the parent organization, because I would be very wrong to do that. It is just that we carved out Hindsight Ventures very strategically, because we realized very soon into our journey in the African continent that a lot of treatment when it comes to whether it is creating programs, structures, engagements with startups. Look, technology is funny. If you look at most of Africa, it's all been technology up, right? There is Africa pre-2000 and Africa post-2000, and Africa post-2000 is pretty much just built on technology. If you look at telecommunications, so telecommunication is the backbone of any technology ecosystem. The funny part is that unlike markets like India and elsewhere, where telecommunication, if you look at the journey of telecommunication as an industry, it has got its own milestones or markers. The beauty of telecommunications in Africa has been that everything has been mobile up. There is either barely anything or nothing, which is pre-mobile, right? Which gives you a big leapfrog when it comes to telecommunications as a means of technology. The other important aspect to look at is that mobile money, whether M-Pesa or any other format of mobile money. I remember going back to 2006 when I used to live in Tanzania, when they used to play advertisements at the theater of people, farmers sending money to his daughter in the city to study and all of that. Me and a friend of mine, it was beyond us. I mean, even coming from India, it was beyond us to kind of fathom how the hell is someone sending money on mobile? How is it even happening? So we were absolutely clueless about that. M-Pesa tried launching in India, but M-Pesa didn't go anywhere in India. So there are parts of Africa which has had a leg up on some technology, but because it's built on telecommunications as a platform or telcos as a network, it hasn't seen innovation beyond that. Let us keep that part aside. But if you look at mobile and internet, the penetration of mobile, penetration of internet, if you look at different social media networks and how they are effectively being utilized, not only for communication but even for commerce or business. 1.4 billion people. It is great to romanticize about 1.4 billion as a huge number. Everyone knows that that's the size of the population, but that's not the total audience or the TAM that you have or the SOM that you have. It's a much smaller number. Having said that, the access to mobile and internet is constantly on the rise, and that is the backbone of most of the startup ecosystems. So there are certain statistical things which allow us to dream and say that there is opportunity to do stuff. There are challenges, of course there are challenges. It's end of the day 54 55 countries, so even if you're successful in Kenya does not necessarily mean you're going to be able to grow in Tanzania. If you're in Tanzania, it doesn't mean that you're going to be seamlessly expand to Uganda. So all of those things are different business challenges, and it happens almost everywhere. I mean, even in a country like India, if you're talking of the number of states that we have, if you're successful in one state, doesn't mean that you're going to be seamlessly jump to another state and expand. It's difficult. It's not that easy. But still, there are certain sectors or certain industries where possibilities exist. So fintech is not just about banking. If you look at fintech is a horizontal, and it's almost like a lifestyle. Whether you're making payments to governments, you're consumer to consumer, consumer to business, business to consumer, there's a lot of potential for fintech innovation. And while for the longest period of time, MNOs and telcos have been at the core of fintech innovation, which continues to be like mobile money or payments, there's a lot of innovation potential which exists in the broader realm of fintech or digital financial services. I mean, look at of course of late there has been news around Microsoft pulling off the plug from the ADC that they had in Lagos in Nigeria. But at the same time, there is the Microsoft Africa Transformation Office in Nairobi. Visa has a Africa Innovation Center which is based out of Nairobi. JPMC is setting up a huge dev center in Nairobi. So there's a lot of stuff happening in East Africa. At the same time, if you look at companies like Amazon, which have been kind of wanting to foray into Africa, starting off with South Africa. So there's a lot of international companies coming in. At the same time, there are a lot of African born companies which are also kind of doing decently well, and all of those things kind of augur well for building the broader ecosystem, because there are going to be offshoots. Maybe someone who worked for Africa's largest e-commerce company, maybe someone who worked for Africa's biggest payments company is going to probably move out and do his or her own startup at some point in time. So fintech is one major opportunity. There are significantly large number of countries which are landlocked, and if you look at retail, distribution, logistics, supply chain, whatever you want to bracket into, that presents a huge opportunity. Healthcare presents a massive opportunity, and I'm pretty much touching on areas where mobile and internet can touch upon delivering services or providing access to the end consumer. Education is another big one. So if you were to look at trends, I think it has been growing. It takes time. It takes time for variety of reasons. If people start comparing, and that's why if someone calls Africa or any part of Africa as Silicon Savannah, I mean, let us not bring silicon into everything, right? I mean, there's reason why Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley. I mean, the valley is still a narrow one. The savannah gives you a broader scope, right? So I think calling startup savannah is a nice one. Also, startups require a lot of leg room and space to kind of run. It takes time. So savannah gives that freedom for startups to run and take their time to grow and scale. Valley makes it kind of short. But jokes apart, I think opportunities exist. In terms of changes, the way I look at it, and me and between my co-founder Jagruti, we travel to one part of the continent at least once a quarter, spending anywhere between 2 to 4 weeks. We have had team on the ground. Currently, we have 2 full-timers in Kenya, one in Tanzania, one in Uganda. In the past, we have hired in Rwanda and Nigeria as well. But for the past 3 years, we have always had at least 2 to 3 folks who are full-time working for us in Africa. Now, if you were to look at it, I think it all takes a little bit of time for the ecosystem to mature, and for a variety of reasons. It could be talent, it could be adoption, it could be willingness and ability to pay for products and services, and it's a journey. So if you expect that, if startups expect that, why am I not being written a check because someone else in other part of the world has been written a check, you need to kind of have skin in the game. You need to kind of take it easy. You need to kind of find customers who are willing to pay. Ecosystems take time to mature. But if you were to look at broader themes, the ones that I spoke about, all of them, they present a bigger opportunity because there was a missing middle. if you went back 20 years and you looked at the African continent, you either had someone who was rich and had money, or you had people who didn't have money. Unlike markets in the emerging world or developing world, where there is a huge chunk of middle class, and the middle class has multiple layers, like you peel onions and you have multiple layers. Africa was kind of missing that. But today, if you look at the Africa that is there, I think that missing middle has come into play, and you find a lot of those middle income groups, and even within the middle income, probably you have 2, 3, 4 layers, and all of these guys have spending capacity. All of these guys have access to modern gadgets, access to the internet. They're seeing what's happening elsewhere, and demand gets created, consumer behavior gets created, and that's what one should bet on. And that's why there is a huge opportunity which probably is not yet realized. But if you look at a 3 to 5 year kind of a horizon, you'll see a lot of things kind of playing out. So one needs to kind of take it easy and have that patience and the holding capacity for actually seeing results and outcomes taking place.
That's fantastic. So I was coming to a question which is again naturally flowing from your response, is that Africa startup potential is a oft used cliche in a lot of like online documents, journals, and research papers. What in your view is the potential of Africa, and how do you think that maybe corporates or the ecosystem or the bigger players can actually harness it?
Potential is always unlimited. Any potential without having the unlimited terminology is limiting itself. So the potential is unlimited, just like the human mind. But you need a lot of actors to kind of step up. I think it's difficult to point finger at one thing. So when it comes to startups and startup ecosystems, the first thing that everyone starts talking about is investments, right? If you went back 15 years or 10 years, it was the same story with India as well. Yes, startups do require investments, and you need some money to be kind of fluid and flowing around. And I know that it is missing, but there is some other form of money which is around, which is grants, development agencies kind of putting in money. There are a lot of missing pieces. Everyone is competing for the same pot of money, so it kind of becomes a bit tricky. What is missing, I feel, which needs a little bit of a shake-up, is that the core of any business is not fundraising. The core of any business is to solve a problem through the business or the venture that they're building. The challenge is that you need to see successes around you, or you need to see people who have been there, done that, who are able to kind of either coach you or provide you with the access to resources, to potential customers, partners, markets, whatever it is, which is the generation one of successful tech entrepreneurs. Even if you look at India, if you look at the 2013 to 2017 kind of time frame, right, which is not too far back, you still had the first, and I wouldn't just call them first generation tech entrepreneurs. First generation of tech entrepreneurs who are actually raising venture money and international money as startups, right? I mean, even before that, of course, you had tech startups in India. Even going back to 2000, you had the internet boom and bust, and that decade also saw some startups, but not the kind of startups we have seen 2010 or 2012 onwards. But 2013 to 2017, there was a lot of a Me Too kind of a phenomena where you see something in the US and try to replicate it. Someone is doing something, I also try to do that. That was happening. The bigger challenge was a lot of startups who had raised a ton of money had not yet kind of returned money to investors, because of which there was paucity of funding right at the base of the investment funnel. So early stage startups were finding it difficult to raise money, and because there was no money. But at the same time, it was stifling deal flow for someone who wanted to write a Series A and Series B check, because there was no startup which was coming through. Classic example would be someone like a Sequoia, as they were known back then, who wasn't interested in writing checks sub $2 million. They wouldn't entertain deals which were looking at raising anything below $2 million. Why did they start something like Surge, in which they are giving $250,000? Because you want to get into the game early, right? So that you can secure your deal flow and funnel at a later stage. The other big problem at that point was that the total number of accredited angel investors, local angel investors, was roughly around 300. For a country of, I think, 1.2 or 1.3 billion at that time, if you say that there are 300 accredited angel investors, it is poor, right? The challenge was that a lot of angel investors were still people who were in traditional businesses and who understood how brick and mortar works, but internet businesses were new, so funding was difficult. And also with internet startups not being able to get profitable, leaking a lot of money, it was seen as a Ponzi scheme, for lack of better word. So not too many people are interested in writing checks to early stage companies. Now that is a big problem to solve for. One, enabling. So just like you're enabling startups, you also need to enable people who have surplus that they can invest. And invest does not mean $50,000 or $5 million. You could be investing as low as probably $5,000, but you need to nurture those individuals who probably bring certain domain expertise, business expertise to write those smaller amount checks and also engage with those startups because they understand business. The reason I say this is because a lot of early stage tech entrepreneurs in the African continent are fresh graduates or with very limited experience, and the reason they are doing a startup is because there is no other way to sustain themselves. Yes, there are a lot of people who are building businesses for the right reasons, but a lot of people go the startup way because you can participate in grants, you can participate in competitions, and over a period of time you'll figure out something or the other and something may click. That's a very common phenomenon. So that's why a lot of people also term many entrepreneurs as grantpreneurs. I mean, it is wrong, it is bad to be talking about it, but it is the matter of fact, or it is what is happening. And that is happening because a lot of people who are building for the first time have either never worked in their life or have never seen someone build a business in close quarters. So the first problem to address, even before we get to funding, is to and increasingly you see more and more people writing on LinkedIn, Medium, whatever, that there is over coaching, over mentoring. No, it is not. As long as it is done with the right intention and you're able to mentor and coach people to build businesses, is what will attract venture capital money. Even if you look at a market like Tanzania, right? Tanzania is 60 million people. It's a large market. 60 million is almost like 15 to 20 European countries put together. It is a huge market, right? But at the same time, where are the customers? If you were to look at mobile internet first kind of businesses, the customers are only in Dar es Salaam. Dar es Salaam is 7 million people. If you cut down the number, maybe if you look at say 20% of Dar es Salaam, 1.4 million people. That's it. That is the target market talking about. It is not attractive for VCs to write money to a startup which is targeting 1.4 million people, because what after that? Even if you onboard 100% of those customers, what after that? The business will go nowhere. So building businesses or enabling entrepreneurs to understand how to build business, how to scale business is a missing piece. But apart from that, yes, venture capital money should be there, and corporates need to participate more. We often have conversations with corporates. Yes, they do kind of sponsor events and startup challenges, and all of that is great. But I think corporates, whether through CSR or through P&L, if they participate more in terms of giving businesses to startups, I think they will be doing a fantastic service to the local startup ecosystem. They need to believe in that. They need to back a few companies. You don't see too much of that happening. DFIs do a lot, but again, there are only that many channels through which money can be distributed, or there are only that many companies that they can support and assist. So private sector participation is a massive missing piece. Business development coaching or helping companies to build ventures which can be sustainable and scale longer run, that needs a little bit of beef up as well. And local mentors. Yeah, you need to kind of find people who understand tech first businesses or mobile internet businesses and are able to kind of give time to nurture some of these entrepreneurs and help them kind of build and scale. I can talk passionately for hours, so I'll just stop it at that one for this question.
We are enjoying this conversation, no problem. So my next question would be that beyond, say, Nairobi or Lagos, which other African cities do you see as emerging as potential startup powerhouses? Whenever there is any discussion on startup and Africa, first cities that you hear are generally Nairobi and Lagos, and maybe sometime Egypt and places like that. In your opinion, what are the other big cities emerging as potential startup powerhouses? And if so, what factors are driving that growth?
No, so look, I mean, if you were to look at the next 10 to 15 years, and if you were to study, read, look up different economic development indices and other things that are put out, I think there are at least 14 cities which are expected to be mega cities, cities with more than 10 million population. Lagos and Cairo already are beyond those numbers. Dar es Salaam is close to that. Nairobi is probably halfway. But there are at least 14 cities which are expected to have a population of 10 million plus by 2040. But that doesn't mean that someone waits until population hits 10 million to start doing some work there. Look, infrastructure, there are a lot of things which have changed massively. And when I talk of infrastructure, it is mobile internet, but also beyond that. Accessibility becomes a major driving factor, whether it is roads and highways, whether it is sports, all of those things. So I think, yes, the existing cities, the Cairo, if you look at Lagos, if you look at Cape Town, Nairobi, those are the usual suspect when we talk of startups and emerging tech. But I think one needs to also look at. So very recently, I was in Uganda, I was in Rwanda. I mean, even those markets, they might be small, but something like so. Let's look at a market like say Kigali. I think infrastructure is beautiful. The government is doing a fair bit to nurture or make it an economic hub of activity of sorts and a regional hub which attracts startups not just from Africa but internationally as well. So one should also look at. Let us not look at all markets from the same lens, right? So, for example, if I were to do a startup in the oil and gas industry. Yes, cities like Lagos do present a huge opportunity, but at the same time, are there other cities which have a big potential or opportunity where either licenses have been given out or drilling is in place and stuff like that? So I need to be there, even if there is no tech ecosystem. I need to identify because my customer is there. It's just like if you were to look at say US and Canada. If I were doing something oil and gas and I was living in Canada, I wouldn't be living in Toronto because it makes no sense. I would be in Calgary or Edmonton in Alberta because that's where the oil and gas industry is. If I were to look at the US, likewise, I would either be in Texas or elsewhere where there is oil sands or oil and gas industry. And even if there is no tech ecosystem, it, like they say, right? I mean, you build it and they come. So you need to be like really smart, like what presents the highest opportunity for me to succeed, right? If I were doing a mobility startup, I first need to have roads in place for mobility to work. If you were to look at the BRTS, the rapid transit in Dar es Salaam, I remember submitting a tender for that in 2006. I submitted a tender for BRTS in 2006, which was retendered multiple times. Now, I think for the last 7 or 8 years, they have a rapid transit in place. But the challenge is that a lot of these mobility and infrastructure related programs and projects, they take a lot of time. So if you want to kind of really prove out something, don't think I go to Lagos, I go to Cairo. Go to a place like Kigali. Probably things might move faster. The infrastructure is fairly kind of well developed, smaller city, and to do a pilot, because that's what people want to see. I mean, whatever you're building, the first thing for any investor is to see that can you do it? Are you the team which is able to implement or execute? So identify places. I mean, one, you identify the problem statement that you're either passionate to solve about or you think that you are capable to solve. But then the pilot should be in a city which either is seamless for you to kind of implement or execute, or where you have the maximum chance to succeed for a variety of reasons. So you need to be kind of really calculative rather than just looking at big city phenomena and landing up there, because chances of you succeeding is probably a probability. There's no guarantee anyways. But the bigger the city and the more the noise, chances for you to succeed is lesser and lesser.
Okay. So tell me, what makes Startup Rezo different from other players offering similar services? Your competitors?
We're collaborators. We are here to collaborate. We are not here to compete. We are here to collaborate because what we bring to the table, I believe, is a little bit. I wouldn't say unique. There's no magic wand. No startup or no entrepreneur is going to kind of turn things around or create magic overnight. It's the same process. The secret sauce is that we have been doing this for 10 years. We have been doing this for 10 years in multiple markets, multiple geographies. We have seen a lot of business models evolve, pivot, shut down. So the reason why the African business was even renamed as Hindsight Ventures. Hindsight means from experience or from learning. A lot of things that we see in the African continent today, across different tech hubs, different parts of the continent, is that many of these models or businesses we have seen over the past 7 to 8 years in a market like India. The funny thing is, if you went back 15 years and someone was doing a startup in India, they would reference startups from Silicon Valley, Uber of X, Airbnb of Y, so on and so forth. Today, when you talk to several entrepreneurs in Africa, they talk about good, well-recognized startups in India as a reference point, right? The reason being, a lot of these startups can probably relate more to a market like India because it is more recent as a phenomena, but at the same time, also there's a lot of similarities. The markets might be 10 years apart, but still there are a lot of similarities to find compared to the Western world, right? So that's why we called ourselves or renamed ourselves from a branding standpoint as Hindsight Ventures, because we believe that there's a lot of hindsight or a lot of learning. See, if you are able to, and it's an age-old saying, right? I mean, money saved is money earned. So for a bootstrap startup, if you are able to save 6 months of their time, because you can exactly see, visualize, and tell them that, look, if you go down this path, the chances of ABC happening is significantly high because of so and so reason. And if the individual is coachable and he or she can keep the passion aside for a moment and think logically and look at statistics and know that, okay, this makes a lot of sense. I think the biggest capital that any market has, any country has, is the human capital, right? And if you're able to save time for people, if you're able to help people commit better mistakes, I wouldn't say commit no mistakes, commit better mistakes, I think it is job half done. So as Hindsight Ventures, we see ourselves more as a collaborator, bringing in a broader perspective, bringing in that hindsight, and at the same time always open to open up our network to anyone who works with us. So that probably kind of differentiates us, not just from an ideology or a thinking perspective, but also because we have that network and we have that leverage that we have built over the years, which we can bring to partners in market and startups.
Okay. You mentioned earlier about different kind of supports that African startups require. So other than funding, of course, and mentorship and availability of a very healthy network, what are the other things that you think could benefit different startup ecosystems that you have worked with?
Sure. There are only two things which help startup grow and succeed. Either someone writes you a check by virtue of which you're able to hire a team, build tech, do marketing, blah blah blah, all of that. That is one. Or the second one is so rather than giving a man or a woman fish to eat, if you teach them fishing, I think you'll go a long way. So we believe in that. We believe in teaching someone to fish, which means businesses at the end of the day require business. They require customers. So one of the things that we're able to do seamlessly is industry networks, right? One of the things that we do on an ongoing basis, whether in India or any of the markets, is to do constant business development and build network of CXOs and corporates, because for many of the startups, access to corporates is a big challenge. They don't know whom to reach. There is no reason why someone is going to respond to emails, because either there is no legitimacy or there is no vetting and validation and all of that. So one of the things that we are able to open up for startups participating in any of our programs is our corporate network across Africa, but beyond that, even in international markets. And corporate network comes in handy for a variety of things. It could be for mentorship, it could be for validation, it could be for proof of concept or pilot opportunities. In many cases, B2B network, which is translating into business. So that is something which is unique to us and which we do well, I believe. So yeah.
So wrapping up, what advice would you give to aspiring young entrepreneurs looking to build a successful startup in Africa?
Keep hustling. It's not easy. But you need to keep at it. You can. I mean, when you talk to young entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs for that matter, the common question that cuts across the continent is that why are we not able to attract funding? The first thing you need to do is to not just think about venture building or doing a startup from a funding standpoint. Your main role is to build a business which is solving a problem and customers are interested in buying your product. So the first thing that you need to do is to sellotapes and wires and all of that sticking out, build the the worst possible MVP that you can, take it to potential customers to take a look at it and give you feedback, honest one, not your friend, not your parents, not your siblings, but to potential customers, whether you're building ed tech, whether you're building health tech, fintech, whatever it is, and check with people, are they willing to use this product? Will they pay a dime for whatever you built? And if you have the feedback, then find ways to find money. I mean, it's never the scenario of there being no money. It is whether someone wants to give you that money or not. But if you hustle your way in and you're able to kind of convince someone to write you a check, it is purely because you have done your homework well and you know which nerve to pinch or which nerve to touch. So for that, you need to kind of put yourself out there. So keep hustling is the only word that hustle is the only word that I'll put out there, and it is constant. It is day in and day out. If you're an entrepreneur, you're hustling your way to raise your first check, you're hustling to raise your seed fund, you're hustling to raise your Series D as well.
If I could squeeze in one more question, what excites you the most about the future of Africa's startup ecosystem?
There are a lot of people who want to start up. So I think that itself is no idea is bad. No idea is bad. No idea is poor. It comes down to execution. The fact that there are a lot of people who want to start up. See, you can always so the idea can fail. A product can kind of wind down, but just the fact that an individual is not seeking out a job and wanting to start up, and he or she is constantly ideating, wanting to do something. Sometimes you get beaten down really bad, but that is fine. It is all adding to your CV of experience, right? So I think doing Startup Rezo and Hindsight Ventures, what's most exciting is that you get to see so many entrepreneurs. You get to hear from so many different ideators. You get to hear from people who want to probably change the face of Earth and all of that, and it's fun. So even as an entrepreneur, you should just, you be chin up all the time. Just the fact that you want to start up is a positive indicator. Worst case scenario, if your company goes nowhere, well, you have your degree or whatever certification you have, go back and work for a couple of years, accumulate a little bit of money and get back to building 2 years down the line.
It's a fantastic piece of advice and a very promising view of things to come. To our viewers who are still watching this show, we request all of you to visit www.startuprezo.com and www.hindsightventures.com. Did I say that correct?
Hindsightventures.co and startuprezo.com.
Yes. And after that, please make sure that you are also subscribing to our channel, downloading our app from the Play Store, and following us on social media. As I mentioned earlier, you can also listen to our podcast on Spotify and Amazon Music. With that note, I am wrapping up this show. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you so much, Ajay, for being a part of our show. I wish the very best to your team at both Hindsight and Startup Rezo. We will be following your developments and stories and news. On behalf of the whole My Startup TV team, thank you very much for being on the show. Thank you, viewers. Have a very good evening. Good night. Bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Deb Ghosh, and I'm from Ignitus.ai. I'm the CTO and the head of solutions. It's a wonderful opportunity to come here and mix with like-minded people. There's a lot going on in the world of AI, and it's not possible to know everything unless you mingle around, see what different people are doing. I'm extremely excited, looking forward to the day. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Jay Chowdhury. I'm the founder and chairman for the International Startup Foundation. We came to United States to expand our startup activities outside of India. We got excellent response from United States. Many good quality, high quality startups came and presented today. In addition to that, a lot of CXOs and many venture capitalists from North America, they also came and participated in this. I think this is a great beginning, how we can help the startups across the globe. I think definitely we are not only going to help the startups from India, but wherever the startups, good quality startups are there, International Startup Foundation is going to identify them and get them funding, get them a market so that they are successful and they create the wealth and create new job opportunities for the youngsters.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is John Levingston. I'm the Executive Director of the Crossroads Economic Partnership. It's located in Clarksdale, Mississippi. I am an economic developer. In my portfolio includes recruiting industry, workforce training, and healthcare in the Mississippi Delta. Now, the Mississippi Delta is the poorest region of the poorest state in the United States, and yet at this very time, we are recruiting more industries and doing more to move the needle in regard to healthcare than at any other time in the last 50 years. We are so privileged to be a part of the International Startup Foundation. We are in part because their mission aligns in many ways with ours. They are focused on helping people in rural areas of India acquire skills or new skills that will ensure employment in the future. We're doing exactly the same thing in a rural area here in the United States, which has suffered generational cycles of poverty. And it is an illustration to me of what we have in common globally with people all over the world. And being a part of this this organization and participating today, I think is in service of more and more people. I think it is a marvelous organization, and my hat is off to Jay Chowdhury and his entire team. I think our world is a safer and better place when we all get to know each other better. I have spent time in India, for example. I have found there is such an energy and sense of entrepreneurism there that is palpable. It is the same thing that one finds in certain sectors in the United States, even to this day. This is something that we have in common. We seek, we strive, we want to help each other in each of our countries. But when we work together between our countries, as allies, as friends, as colleagues, then the synergy that is created by this is greater than that which we could do separately. Additionally, as we all get to know each other better, it becomes a safer, more just and sustainable world for all of us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today we are here celebrating success of ISF across the board, and this is a launch event, but I can't believe the kind of energy in the room and the kind of startups that actually pitched today. and this is going to be an annual event, and this is going to be a 2-day conference going forward from next year in the same exact location. And we are expecting around 250 CXOs today, and this is going to continue. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hey, my name is Pradeep Paul. I come from North Carolina, Raleigh, and I have a AI startup that I'm trying to build up. And this is a wonderful opportunity to meet people and get the like-minded people. And what a great, way of understanding where the world is going and what kind of resources are available to get help if you need it. I think it's beautiful, and we'd like to see more about it, and like to continue to grow together. And thank you so much for doing this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are also recognizing several outstanding defense startups. We believe that this will be a very strong motivation for them in the time to come, followed by panel discussion.
We will ensure that this vertical remains strong, and tomorrow through IDEX and Aditi and other programs, we are able to support more and more startups also.
I feel this is just the beginning of what Collins is doing in India today. There is huge potential beyond just the workforce, the 5,000 plus Collins employees who are across Hyderabad and Bangalore. There is a whole ecosystem where we see potential for huge collaborative innovation, huge research, and obviously reaching from here to the world.
Firstly, I would like to tell you about the initiatives taken by government in procurement reforms. Secondly, in the innovative ecosystem reforms. Thirdly, quality reforms. Lastly, I would conclude by expressing what Government of India expects from the innovative ecosystem in the country.
Two constituents of that ecosystem, or the so-called industrial base, are technology and the manufacturing competence. What we need to take a look is at the technology ecosystem.
So my first question will probably go to you, sir. I think, like he said, there are almost 850 plus startups in the defense and aerospace innovation ecosystem today. How can the Indian government and established defense firms, they can help startups to integrate better into the defense innovation ecosystem? What do you think that the startups need to do from their side? And what do you think that the ecosystem, senior players in the ecosystem like the DPSUs or the corporates need to do to help them integrate better?
The startups here, if they have to beat the world market and not just the Indian people, the product really has to be a technologically advanced or first of its kind product. Then you need to spend a lot, both funding wise and otherwise, a lot into the deep technology. This is one of the issues what it is.
Gives an opportunity for the young innovators to get in touch with the end users. I can tell you my experience in the Air Force is because we always have to go through the ministry, through the DRDO. Ultimately, the user never really comes face to face with the actual innovator.
And let's say you're a startup and you're looking at a VC,